Dapper. Got him. And that's the ball game. Nice to have Matt Chapman back on the field. So after the Giants lose on Friday night, in order to save this road trip, they had to win the next two, and they do it.
They certainly do. Dwayne Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. The Gigantes. I told all of you. I'm not one to pat myself on the back, but I'm going to do it this morning. As I say, good morning to all you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work. Getting ready for, I don't know. Hell, it's the second week of July. Do whatever you want to do. If you're getting up early, if you're not, you're sleeping in. If you're on the Odyssey app, if you're on YouTube, we appreciate you. Good morning to Sam Lubman, who is filling in for Joe Shasky one more time. Shasky back tomorrow, but we appreciate Sam, who was at the ballpark over the weekend, Sutter Health Park. I'd like to pick his brain on this former Bay Bridge series. Good morning to Carter. Good morning to Steven Risotto in the back. And again, all of you checking in on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, where we are streaming all day long. 6-2 the final yesterday as the Giants take 2 of 3. Coming back home now for a massive homestand before the All-Star break, in which they have 3 All-Stars, Sammy. Good morning to you.
Yeah, hello there, Spinoni. Good morning to you, too. How was your 4th of July weekend?
It was banging.
Oh, it was,
literally.
Was it popping off?
It was. Shout out Oakland, California.
I mean, we're in the same neighborhood, so we know what's up.
I was watching some of them, but I was really locked in on Love Island. I was binging the latest season. I'm on episode 15. No spoilers, please, on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
Ooh, that's a new thing.
That is. Shout out our friends at Boxer and Gerson. Remember, we were doing that for a hot minute during the playoff stretch for the Warriors. But yeah, we love our partnership with Boxer and Gerson. So shout out to Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. And you can text it as the same number you call, 888-957-9570. So no Love Island spoilers, please. I mean, that girl Hutta, though, and Jeremiah, they just can't seem to get it right.
You're saying words, and I'm assuming they have meaning. So I'm going to
But that's what I did. That's what I did on 4th of July, Sammy.
Oh, okay. Nice.
That's what I did. We ran into each other at Trader Joe's.
Yeah, I bumped into at your favorite Trader Joe's. I guess the only one here in the area, so it's everyone's favorite.
Yeah, Lake Merritt, shout out.
But no, it was a good 4th. You know, I went up on the balcony and had the entire neighborhood popping off. I went up on the roof for a while of my building, and it's so funny which neighborhoods do and don't have fireworks. Like I look, to more the northeast towards Montclair and Piedmont, nothing, bare, empty.
In fairness, a lot more trees over there too. Probably don't want a lot of fireworks
above
over
the
there.
trees.
Above the trees?
Yeah, just shoot them above the trees. Because when I look down to southeast Oakland, then it was just popping off in the same spots too, all night long, just popping off all night long until like 2 a.m. And I'm like, how do you people have so many fireworks? Like, do you just accumulate this cachet of fireworks throughout the year? Like,
oh yeah,
there are like those big time shows you drive places to go see, like in San Francisco or whatever. I saw more fireworks coming from the neighborhoods of Oakland. I do it like these professional shows and whatnot. Like the amount of fireworks is absolutely insane. It's like each neighborhood is like competing with each other to see who can go to the deepest in the night. And it's like you ever get into a last clap contest with your friends?
What?
You never did that? A last clap contest?
Clap?
Yeah, when you're clapping to see who can clap the last. You never did that?
No, is this like the baseball when someone stands for the Pledge of Allegiance or whatever?
It's kind of like that.
Not Pledge of Allegiance.
That's kind of like that's what these neighborhoods in Oakland's like. It's like who can launch the last firework of the night, and it's just every time someone shoots one off, it's like, oh well, now I got to shoot one off.
They were still in my neighborhood yesterday. They were shooting them off. They're going to be going. They've been going for months though, Sammy. There were fireworks on Friday as well.
I mean, it's basically year round where we're at.
Well, there were fireworks on Friday up in Sacramento, not the good kind for Justin Verlander as he lost in just
very
3 innings.
Good ones for the A's.
Yes, for sure. But that was the only A's win of the series. The Giants bounced back. Logan Webb, basically his hometown start for him. Shout out Rockland, California, but he balled out on Saturday when we needed him to. And I thought Hayden Birdsong yesterday grinded out, and they got the win yesterday. So 888-957-9570 as Birdsong goes 5 innings, 3 hits, just 1 earned run. And 6 Ks from 5 walks, though.
He
still gets the win. Exactly. That's the definition of battling there. And the Giants they've won 4 of their last 5 now, 7 games, over 500. And if you just look at the standings real quick, they're right there with the San Diego Padres. 1 more in the loss column, so the Padres, by virtue of that, are ahead of them in the wild card race. Right now it goes Mets, Brew Crew, and the Padres, top 3 in the wild card. Dodgers are still the Dodgers, but they just got swept, or at least lost 3 in a row. I don't know if it's a 4-game series or not. Astros came into Dodger Stadium and absolutely clapped them. My goodness.
Oh, what a shame.
And the Giants are going to see the Dodgers, obviously, Sammy, this coming weekend before the All-Star break. So a massive, massive homestand against the Philadelphia Phillies as well. They've won 2 in a row. Zach Wheeler, I think, dominated yesterday. One-hit baseball for him. Stop me if you've heard that before. The Philadelphia Phillies, wow, good pitching. So just highlights how important this past series was against a bad Sacramento, Oakland, Las Vegas, whatever the hell you want to call them team. But they needed to do it, and they did it. And Matt Chapman, welcome back. Let's go.
Nice to see Chapman back in the lineup on Saturday. Yeah, they Giants definitely missed his presence there, getting him back in. You saw the results right away with the win on Saturday night, then again the win last night as well. Yeah, 4-5 Giants all of a sudden feels like they're putting those rough stretches very much behind them. But the most important development I've seen in the last few weeks for the Giants, it's one Willie Adames.
Ooh.
Like, if y'all haven't started writing your Willie Adames apology letters yet, I would maybe get on that because those are going to be due soon. Ever since he got that day off on June 10th, that Sunday against the Braves, the same day that Matt Chapman injured his hand, of all days, Willie Adames hitting .318. He's got, like, I think a .550 slugging percentage in that time, 6 home runs, 19 RBIs in that stretch. Willie Adames, like, I don't want to say Willie Adames is back because that would imply that he showed up at the beginning of the year. Willie Adames is officially arriving to the San Francisco Giants, and we're seeing it develop over the last few weeks.
You just look at it, just if you go basic batting average, just stat that everyone, like for the last 50, 60 years, whatever, however long they've been using it, you understand it, old, young, and different. He raised that batting average from 209 just 8 days ago, Sammy, to 226.
There you
so,
go.
Yeah, he's in a hot stretch
right
now.
direction.
And that, again, we said it over the weekend. We said it before the season, before this series started against the A's, Sam. If you can't hit in that ballpark, when are you going to start hitting? Because it's not going to be at Oracle. If you can't hit at Sutter Health Park, where the balls are flying left and right, we saw it on Friday when they were just lighting up Justin Verlander. And as we mentioned prior to that series, Justin Verlander just owning the A's more so than any other team in his career. He got lit up on that day. It was good to see Willie Adames since the bats start heating up within those last 2 days and getting those 2 wins, which were massive just for momentum heading into this series. Again, starting against the Philadelphia Phillies and then ending with the Los Angeles Dodgers. So 888-957-9570 is the number. I would love participation from the fans today. If you're at any of these games over the weekend, if you're going to go to any of these games this upcoming week, please call in. And don't worry, we will touch on the Golden State Warriors. Al Horford, is it all but it's happening, right?
Is it? I don't know.
We're just waiting for the Shams bomb?
Are we just waiting
Everyone keeps saying it's happening. And I keep waiting, like, what? Is he going to retire? The guy's 39 years old. What is he waiting for? What is he? Celtics. He's not going back to Celtics.
I would hope he's not retiring if he's about to sign a deal with the Warriors, because that would be really... Who was our guy? You remember Javon Walker, the Raider legend Javon Walker?
Oh, my God.
Signed that contract to come play for him, and then, I think he walked onto the field at training camp, was like, oh, no, I'm out, and then retired.
That was 2008. That was 17 years ago,
There's
Sammy.
I just made us all sad. But yeah, I assume it's going to be happening soon. We'll be talking to Gary Washburn of the Boston Globe at 7 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
He obviously covered Al Horford, both of Al Horford's stints with the Celtics. So trying to get ahead of it a little bit, because I'm kind of curious, at 39 years old, how much does this guy have left in the tank?
Well, we're still on Al Horford watch. We're on Kaminga watch. What the hell's going on over with Jonathan Kaminga? Is he staying? Is he going? Is he not? I was at the California Classic over the weekend. Obviously, a little prelude to Summer League in Vegas, but it's the California teams, right? I don't think the Kings did it this year, though.
Well, the Miami Heat and...
No, the Heat and Spurs are always there, but they call it the California Classic because it always features Lakers, Warriors, and Kings, and they were alternating for a little bit between Golden One Arena and Chase. Chase has done it now for the last 5 years, if I want to say. But I've gone to most of them. Young Benjamin went, Baby Nora went, so it was fine. We lasted through the first game, and then a little bit into Lakers, Warriors.
That's pretty good.
And then, yeah, exactly. What are you going to expect? With a 2-year-old, I want to walk around, I want to play. They had some cool stuff going on at Thrive City. They had some of those acrobats, the dunkers, if you will. They go on the trampolines. They do a bunch of tricks. Benny loved that. That was fun. They had a monster truck parked out there. So it was a good time. Went to the Warriors team store, bought them a basketball. We had a great time. You know what made me feel old, though? I was watching the Spurs and the Heat, and they announced Jameer Nelson Jr. to the court. I was like, what? Jameer Nelson Jr.?
You know, I had one of those over the weekend too.
Bronny James obviously played yesterday, which makes everyone feel old. But
I had one of those over the weekend too, where I saw a Twitter notification of the child of one Larry Fitzgerald has committed to Notre Dame. Like, it's bad enough I saw Manny Ramirez Jr. last month at the baseball combine, and I see Larry Fitz's kid. He's committed to college. You got a Jameer Nelson Jr. It's, God. Past time, man. Needs to stop.
I know.
It's not fun. But not as fun as, the California Classic, I assume.
It was great, dude. I love going to, I love games like that, Sam. If you're a father, if you have kids, it's like exhibition games are the best. Because I get to see fast-paced action. I get to see basketball. I get to see like the in-game, they have their fun games or like during timeouts or halftime. They still do fun stuff. And again, everyone's just chilling. It's a good time. I just want to see fun, fast-paced basketball. It's going to be sloppy. A lot of these guys are proving, and I get to see some legit players still. Like Dalton Connect last year was a guy no one knew about, and he struggled over the weekend. But he was a first-round pick that obviously people recognize from Tennessee. It's like, oh, he's going to play for the Lakers. He might be some guy. And he was pretty solid in some moments last year. And then you mentioned, Jameer Nelson Jr. Guys like, oh, I know that name. Khalil Ware, a guy that Warriors fans saw up close and personal when Miami was tapping that ass just a few months ago when they were trying to have that Jimmy Butler revenge game. Remember, Khalil Ware had a big game.
I try to forget that game, actually.
Could Khalil Ware possibly still be on the table if you're going to do a sign and trade with the Miami Heat? Jonathan Kuminga. I wonder. That would be a great move. A guy that's 7-footer, guy that could clearly dunk, a guy that could get rebounds, has athleticism, and is young.
That's like all the things the Warriors need.
I know, right?
And it's looking like right now, again, the rumor sphere around Jonathan Kuminga is swirling big time, but the Miami Heat right now looking like a potential trade partner for the Warriors. How serious that is, I don't know. When all the people who are reporting these rumors are clutch points people, so you really don't know what's actually like true. Is it true, or are they just trying to say stuff to make LeBron?
Who's my guy? Clutch point? Brett Siegel.
Brett Siegel. Right? Okay. Yeah, there's a bunch of other clutch points guys, but some way, shape, or form, everything they tweet out is supposed to help LeBron in some way.
Not Rich Paul of Clutch Sports. Clutch points.
Very different clutches here. Okay. So yeah, we'll be seeing. It'd be interesting. It'd be nice if we get some sort of a resolution there, because I know Warrior fans are losing their absolute minds right now over the fact the Warriors, despite being a part of that 7-team trade that broke yesterday.
That was ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but tell me the trades are hard. That looked like an absolute nightmare. But yeah, the Warriors apparently are the only team to have not done anything in NBA free agency yet. So, yay. But no, yeah, we saw that 7-team trade break yesterday, and I can only imagine how much of a nightmare that was coordinating that thing. I mean, Spadoni, have you ever tried to get 7 friends together to try and coordinate on an event? Like, that's a nightmare. Trying to do 7 trades?
I have 9 brothers and sisters. Trying to get 7 siblings to agree on anything or get anywhere is a nightmare.
And then you throw draft picks on top of that. So, it can only get even crazier from there.
I have a 12-person group chat, and one person, for a while, it was one person had a droid. Oh. And I remember back in the day when you got the droid text, it'd be like a separate entity from the actual iPhone text. Now, everyone's agreed, the Droid people and the Apple people, we've all come together, and, we can, do our little emojis, and everything's fine. But there was nothing worse than a green text during a large group chat. That's still true to an extent, because I don't think I could remove myself if it's a green text group chat.
You're stuck forever.
We're stuck forever. So that's, in and of itself, a nightmare, but I feel you on the 17. But we knew, the big pieces of that trade were already solidified. It was KD, it was Houston Rockets related. It was more for salary.
Being a part of
exactly.
It,
There's
Green,
more salary needs and just making sure everything fit in the right, hole, if you will. So yeah, Will Richard making his debut over the weekend in the Dubs uniform. That was nice to see. You watched a little Will Richard action. 3 of 10 yesterday, 2 of 8 overall, 16 points. Don't call him Lil or Little Richard, if you will. It's Will Richard.
Will Richard. Keep it simple. Yeah, really quick. The teams in that trade.
For that.
The teams in the trade, Phoenix, Houston, Brooklyn, Warriors, Hawks, Lakers, Timberwolves. I'm not going to read off all the names that were into it because there's a lot of them. But, yeah, of all those GMs, who do you think has the droid of those 7?
Oh.
Go with the Hawks.
The Hawks. Well, whoever wants to be different. Yeah, the Hawks are the new age kind of new kids on the block.
Yeah, they're the ones who got the... Do you think when that cold chat starts and they're putting the trades together and they see that first green bubble pop in, they're just oh, this trade's going to get so much harder now.
I don't like what the Hawks have been doing. Nikhil Alexander-Walker to a solid deal, Kristaps Porzingis. And I know a lot of people want to hate on Trae Young. The guy has taken his team to an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. I don't scoff at something like that, albeit it is the East. And they end up losing to the eventual champion Milwaukee Bucks. But I like what the Atlanta Hawks are doing over there. I would like to, say I like what the Warriors are doing here, albeit they haven't really done anything. Will they do anything? Do you want to see it? Are you all in on Al Horford, Dub Nation?
I mean, Al Horford is not the end-all, be-all move. It's basically come down to whatever happens with Jonathan Kaminga. And I'm kind of curious for Warrior fans, like, what kind of resolution do Warrior fans even want there? Do Warrior fans even care how this thing ends with Kaminga? Is it, like, do you care as a Warrior fan what the Warriors get back for Jonathan Kaminga? Or Warrior fans and just like this, dude, just get rid of him. I don't care how you do it. Just get rid of him kind of mode. Or I'm curious how many Warrior fans out there want to just see if these two sides can make it work for one more year. I know there's a lot of risk if Kuminga does sign that qualifying offer to come back for one more year. Obviously, there's risks on his end if he doesn't play well, if he gets hurt. There's risks on the Warriors' end as well, and mainly being that they will literally lose him for nothing. So it's a massive rock and a hard place that both these sides are in, and it'd be nice if we could, just get that resolution, because Warriors off season, it's not going to really start until they get that taken care of.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That voice you hear alongside me is Sam Lubman, filling in for Joe Shasky. He'll be back tomorrow. Shasky enjoying his time at the lake, river, whatever the hell he's doing. Shasky just enjoying life. And we appreciate Sam stepping up and filling in and doing a lot over the weekend. You were on Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. I tuned into that. You and Dan Devone crushing it.
It was a fun one.
Talking one Bob Melvin and his option getting picked up. I got Bo Mel's back in this regard because your boy Dan Devone
was crushing him.
He was crushing. He's like, what is Bob Melvin really good at?
I was kind of surprised. It takes a lot for Dan to be out on someone, but I did not hate it though, because he made some good points. We had some good conversation.
Well, it was a good conversation because he had me texting on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I texted in saying, you know what? Bob Melvin's good at developing young talent. All right? He's done that. I know we saw the A's over the weekend. That's a lot of young talent on that team, albeit not a lot of...
A very good lineup the A's have.
Lineup, not pitching-wise. They're not very good.
No.
That's another conversation.
It's not their fault.
No.
It's John Fisher's fault.
But you look at what Bob Melvin did in those Oakland days, you had the Mark Hannas of the world, the Marcus Simeons of the world, the Matt Olsons, Sean Murphy, going back, the Josh Reddicks, the Brandon Mosses, Josh Donaldson, who ended up winning an MVP.
Bob Melvin's thing, his calling card with the A's was he was probably the best platoon manager in baseball. That's why, when Farhan Zaidi originally came to the Giants, I always kind of looked at Bob Melvin as like, oh, they're going to target him at some point because Bob can do the exact kind of managing that Farhan Zaidi likes to do. Obviously, that didn't really pan out, luckily for the Giants. I think they're in a better place now. But I know we're up against it, Spadoni, but as fun as this weekend was for the Giants, there is something that I saw over this weekend for the Giants that has me big time concerned right now, and I want to get into that on the other side. Oh, my goodness.
That is a tease right there as we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We'll get to that tease. We'll talk more to Gigantes at 8 o'clock when Rob Parker joins us. He's the GMOAT. Rob Parker, the odd couple on FS1 Radio, MLB Network contributor. So Rob Parker joined us at 8. And as you mentioned, Gary Washburn at 7 o'clock covers the Celtics for the Boston Globe. It seems like Al Horford's going to come here. And if he does, what are the Warriors getting in the 39-year-old? So we'll talk about that with Gary Washburn at 7. Plus more of your calls, more of your texts coming up here. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
to right. Hit very well and up against the wall and over the wall. So he will knock in a pair. And he does just exactly that, Mike.
Fugazi, whatever you want to call it, Zawuzi is a Wazi.
What is going on here? I don't know.
You know, we got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks for
Thank you very
on the
much,
call. Yeah, we love that. NBC Sports Bay Area as the Gigantes take 2 out of 3 as I go Espanol for you, Sammy. Samuel. 4-5. They've won now. Everyone was writing them off for dead. Oh, they're struggling. They might get swept in the desert.
Was it everybody or was
oh
it just a select few?
No, everyone was freaking out. Everyone was freaking Carter was freaking out. Chassis was freaking out. The boss was freaking out.
Well, those last two, they just freak out on the days that ended. Why?
I was the only one not freaking out. I've been on the Giants all season long. They're right there. They're right where they need to be. 7 games over 500. They're going to be over 500, guys, heading into the All-Star break. Okay? All right? And if I would have told you that, the Giants are over 500 heading into the All-Star break with not 1, not 2,
not 5,
but
not 6.
3 All-Stars. That means 3.
Not 5. Not
3
6,
All-Stars,
not
Sammy.
7.
Shout out, first-timer, Randy Rodriguez.
Honestly, the season he's held, I'll get to that in a sec. I have a fun little factoid on that one.
Okay. 2-timer now, back-to-back. We're going. Logan Webb. Let's go. And another 2-timer, Robbie Ray. Shout out him.
Yeah.
Let's go. He's one of those where he won the Cy Young in a year he didn't get an All-Star
Yeah, his one
nod.
All-Star appearance back in 2018 with the Diamondbacks.
There you go. I didn't even remember.
Like
again, I don't even remember him being a Diamondback. I'm going to keep it
no one does. Really quick, though, Randy Rodriguez. So I've heard a lot of people saying, Randy Rodriguez should be an All-Star. I've been in agreement on that. But with middle relievers, especially middle relievers on good teams, it's just so hard to get into the All-Star game because, they like closers in the All-Star game. But Randy Rodriguez, he kind of had like a perfect storm, so to speak, here because there really aren't that many great closers in the National League this year. Edwin Diaz getting in, obviously he's really up there in terms of the great closers, but, there really aren't there isn't that superstar lockdown closer in the National League this year. And the season Randy Rodriguez has, this is not hyperbole, Spadoni. This is just straight up fact. Randy Rodriguez may have had the greatest first half by a Giants reliever ever.
Wow.
Ever in the near 140-year history of Giants baseball. Randy Rodriguez, his ERA, 0.71 in 38 innings of work. Wow. I'm going to read off the list of all the Giants relievers in history to have an ERA under 0.8 with at least 30 innings. All right, here's the list. Mm-hmm. Randy Rodriguez, and that's the list. Now, if you want a list of relievers who have had a sub-1 ERA with at least 30 innings pitched, and you could include Santiago Casilla, who had a .99 ERA in the first half of 2014, and Rob Nen, who had a .98 ERA in the first half of 1998. But yeah, Randy Rodriguez, a .71 ERA in 38 innings of work here in the first half. Only 15 pitchers in history have had numbers that good in the first half. I won't get into that list because it's a bunch of names no one's ever heard of, but this is all to say Randy Rodriguez absolutely earned this all-star nod, and for him to get it, it just really speaks to the incredible year that he's had to be able to get the nod. So very big shout out to Ranrod there.
And also shout out to what's coming up today at 4:30. The Valkyries taking on the Atlanta Dream, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries, and you can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game starts at 4 o'clock, so make sure you're locked in on the free Odyssey app. Download that. We're also streaming today on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, so you can see both of our lovely faces right there. And yes, the nose and hair are real, and they are spectacular. Shout out to the YouTube chat, and shout out to the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Same number to call or text today, 888-957-9570. You mentioned Randy Rodriguez and the incredible season he's had as the Giants have 3 All-Stars announced over the weekend, which is amazing. Randy Rodriguez, Logan Webb, and obviously Robbie Ray. No Elliot Ramos. I think he cooled down within the last month or so to where I thought he was going to be a lock, Sam. I've been talking about with Shasky, and I've talked about with you ad nauseum. I thought he was going to be one of those locked guys, but it's such a stacked, lineup when it comes to the National League. I don't even have it up here, but I'm sure. I'm not going to have a problem with whoever
the
National League
outfield depth
is.
I mean, Juan Soto getting left out. So
yeah,
you look. There's a couple. So like Kyle Stowers getting in for the Marlins because of the whole everybody gets one rule.
Marlins have been hot. In
that
fairness,
stinks.
They've been really good.
No, Stowers isn't that bad either.
Yeah.
If that's your one-off guy. Then Corbin Carroll, he got in. Obviously, he's injured. There's going to be a replacement there, but
I think he might be coming back.
I doubt that if he is, if he's back in time, that obviously changes things. But if he's not there, I doubt
he played yesterday. He came back.
Well then that
but he's only
takes that
batting 247 this year. I know average isn't the end all be all, and he's one of the big names, but
again, this is Major League Baseball, as I learned a couple years ago, and I tried to make the case for J.D. Davis. Major League Baseball, they want name recognition over better players, which is why you can have a situation where Fernando Tatis Jr. is on the roster, despite the fact that Elliot Ramos is having, statistically speaking, an all-around better season than Tatis Jr., but people want to see Tatis Jr. in the All-Star game. No one wants to see Elliot Ramos. I'm not going to sit here and say I agree with it. That's how the All-Star game works. It's about the stars. It's not just about rewarding a good first half. If that was the case, J.D. Davis would have been an All-Star in 2022 because he was having a better year than Austin Riley, but we move on there.
The National League, though, real quick, their star power, I feel like it blows the American leagues out of the water, and I get it. Cal Raleigh, still not really a household name probably, but he's having an unbelievable season. The big dumper, he's crushing it. How many home runs is he up to? 34, 35, something ridiculous. He's having an insane year. You got Vladdy Guerrero Jr., of course, he's a big name. Gleyber Torres getting the start at second. Did not see that happening. Jose Ramirez has been there for a minute. He's been doing his thing. Jacob Wilson, obviously, who Giants fans saw over the weekend.
I really like how he looks at the plate, by the way.
He is
one
of
fun
the
to
best
watch in the
hitters at
batter's
plate.
box.
Yeah, he is. And as a rookie, getting the shortstop nod over Bobby Witt, I'm
first
sure.
Since 1960, first rookie shortstop.
That's pretty incredible. You got Aaron Judge, obviously, but then you got some of the Detroit guys. Riley Green, one of the young stars in our league. And then Javi Baez, old friend Javi Baez, who's been on a milk carton for years.
They could put a basket out in the left field wall in Atlanta.
Right? It's not bad. And then Ryan O'Hearn, the DH. But Brent Rooker.
He would have been a great Giant.
Brent Rooker being a backup DH.
Yeah, shout out to Brent Rooker.
Back-to-back for him as well, so there you go.
That's 3 in a row now, is it? Because wasn't he a couple years ago in Colorado? Wasn't he on the All-Star team that year too?
He might have been, I think.
Because there was a moment where he could have, it was in Seattle he was on the team.
What year was
that?
Yeah, it was Seattle. Yeah.
So I think him and Doval were at the All-Star game that same year.
Yeah. To your point, I think that was a couple years ago. So
but
Brent Rooker there, and the A's got 2 batters in there, which they're really bad. They're like the second worst team record-wise. So I'm sure a lot of people are like, wow, the A's got 2. There's always these things in All-Star games I find funny, Sam, when it's like you're picking and choosing. We need the young stars in there. We need the household names.
There's a lot of first-timers in this one.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's is Cal Raleigh a household name?
And this is how it becomes. When you hit 34 home runs in the first half as a catcher, if you were not already a household name, you are a household name now. Like Cal Raleigh right now is the pinnacle of catching in Major League Baseball right now. Shout out to Will Smith. You are no Cal Raleigh. Maybe you'll be on a better team next time.
He's getting jiggy with it, dude. Will Smith, come on, bro.
Little slap hitter, if you ask me.
There you go.
Really quick, though, before we get to the break, there's a concern I had that I saw Saturday night, the Giants game. Saturday night, not Friday night, so it has nothing to do with Justin Verlander.
Oh, I thought you were going to because you teased this. I thought you were going
this
right
has
to Justin
everything
Verlander.
to do with one Rafael Devers. He hit a double in the, I believe it was the top of the 8th inning on Saturday night, and it ended with Brett Wisely getting thrown out at home plate. And I thought, wow, Matt Williams just sent another runner to his doom at home plate. I completely missed the stop sign that Brett Wisely also apparently missed. Wisely blew right through that Matt Williams stop sign, gets thrown at the plate. And I didn't see any of that because I was too busy watching Rafi Devers hobble around the bases for a double there. And we had Justice De Los Santos on the wrap on Saturday. And
RELAX.
Let's take it easy on that one. And, I asked about, the groin injury, and it's, not super serious enough yet. Bob Melvin kind of said it's not IL worthy yet, but Justice also mentioned that Rafi's dealing with a back issue too. And it's just watching him run.
Wait, he's got a back issue?
He's got a back issue and he's got a groin issue. And watching him run right now is so nerve-wracking for me. Because it's just like, I know he hasn't done a whole lot since he arrived here, but let's not get it twisted, Giants fans. They need Rafi Devers to be healthy if this team wants to have any chance of making a legitimate run in the second half. And when I see him running on a bulky groin with a sore back, like, thank God he did not make the All-Star team, because he absolutely needs that week off to rest the body. But I really do not want to. I really hope that we do not spend the second half of the season like angstily watching Rafi Devers run the bases or do anything, because it is tough watching him run, because there's clearly a hitch in his step. He's clearly feeling something when he runs. And I'm just terrified that at any moment that thing's going to pop, and that's going to just completely tank what the rest of his season.
We'll discuss it with Rob Parker at 8 o'clock, host of The Odd Couple on FS1 Radio, MB Network, and obviously, you know, Rob Parker. The Gamote, the greatest mirage of all time. Was that in regards to one step?
Apparently Rob's doing some stand-up now.
I think he has been doing some stand-up for a minute.
He's a funny guy, so it makes sense.
Those takes are hilarious, so I'm sure it translates very well to stand-up. So we'll talk to Rob Parker at 8 o'clock, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And in about 20 minutes' time, we'll talk to Gary Washburn, who covers the Celtics for the Boston Globe, knows his Boston Celtics inside and out. And when it comes to Al Horford, at this stage of his career, what could the Warriors potentially be getting in Al Horford if they indeed sign the guy? Hell, we're having a guy on to talk about a player the Warriors might not even get. So tells you all you need to know about where we're at with this Warriors offseason. Well, hypothetical guys and scenarios. Let's get guests on to talk about them. We're going to do that on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
It's a high drive, left center field. It is out of here. He's red hot, folks.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
I love that one every time. Only Pilo could turn an Italian last name Japanese. Shout out Kipe on the call. Mike Kruko as well, NBC Sports Bay Area. Kipe fighting through it. A little adversity there with his voice, but that's all right. Guy's a Hall of Famer. All right. He'll crush it any chance he gets. Like Willie Adames crushed it yesterday, getting the jack. He has been red hot as of late. Hell, at one point he's batting like 190. Look, all of a sudden, 226.
Told y'all
that's a big improvement. That's a huge improvement. And I like what I'm seeing from Willie Adames as of late. Can he continue it? And hopefully, he can continue after the All-Star break, because the worst thing that could happen, Sam, is he gets hot, and then what happens? He has a week off. It's like, damn, can we just not have that? Can he just keep playing through the All-Star break, if you will? And the Giants, obviously, with a massive homestand coming up here as they take 2 of 3 in Sacramento. Phillies starting today for 3 games, and then starting Friday, Sammy.
Those
the hated Dodgers.
Evil Dodgers.
Rafi Devers getting his first taste of Dodgers Giants heading into the All-Star break.
That will be a fun one. Curious what the over-under for runs is going to be that weekend. I know Shohei is all over that one.
Pick the over on the Justin Verlander, whichever one
ends up being.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it is getting tough with him. I don't know what the answer is right there, other than just like, dude, pitch better. Like, I don't think they're going to move him to the bullpen. Maybe, like, I would be okay if the Giants tried to move him at the deadline, like Detroit, Houston, send him back there, organizations he's had success with lineups that could probably better serve him in the run support category there. But at the same time, though, like, I don't know if the Giants are really in a position to be punting on starting pitchers right now. Like, obviously, you're set with Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, but Hayden Birdsong is anything but a sure thing right now. I mean, yes, he did gut through it last night, 5 innings, 6 strikeouts, but the 5 walks. And again, credit to Hayden Birdsong. I mean, it's tough when you don't have your command like he did last night, and he was definitely feeling it in terms of the lack of confidence in his pitches last night. And I know this is something that Chasky's been on about, go talk to him. And I think there's something to be said about, like when you taught Benny how to ride a bike. I'm sure there's a couple times where he fell off a little bit, right?
Still teaching.
Okay, so all right, well, I came in the middle. I don't know what age people teach kids to ride bikes. No, it's
fine. But he falls off and he doesn't like it. I tell you, hey, you got to
scrape your knees. And what do? He gets back on the bike.
Yeah, sometimes.
And that's kind of what I saw with Hayden Birdsong last night. It was a young pitcher. He's 23 years old, kind of falling off the bike, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I kind of like how the Giants were like, you know what? Pick yourself up and kind of get yourself through it. We're here to help you out. You got guys to help you out, but on the mound, it's just you. And I applaud Hayden Birdsong for kind of buckling down a little bit on a night where he didn't have his best stuff and gutting out 5 innings and getting himself a win.
What was the atmosphere like that over the weekend as Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni here? We're going to be joined by Gary Washburn in about 8 minutes as we're going to pivot here in a second to some Golden State Warriors basketball. What the hell are the Warriors doing? Are they going to get Al Horford or not? And what kind of player are you going to get in Al Horford if they do indeed get him? Gary Washburn been covering Al Horford the last few seasons as he's been a member of the Boston Celtics. So we'll discuss that at the top of the hour, courtesy of River Islands. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. But I wanted to ask you, Sam, what was the atmosphere like? So you went to Saturday's game.
Yep.
They've been all night games, obviously, because it's been so damn hot in Sacramento. So the night games, obviously,
it was toasty up there.
They had a night game on a Sunday,
which was
yesterday.
Very interesting.
Night game that wasn't, real quick, a ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. This didn't start at 4:30, 5 o'clock. This was 7 o'clock start on a Sunday. I actually kind of loved it. I actually really liked that.
It was weird. Like, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday yesterday. I'm like, shouldn't I be watching a game right now? But yeah, that was a very interesting. Obviously, yeah, they have to have these games late in the evening because it was warm up in Sacramento. It was like high 80s, low 90s, so it wasn't awful. It's supposed to be like 105 out in Sacramento later this week, so it's gonna get hot. But I'll be honest, I kind of hate how much I didn't hate watching the game there, if that makes sense.
Why did you want to hate it?
because I don't like the idea of Major League Baseball in a minor league ballpark. It's insulting to the game.
They got two teams.
I know
it's
doubly insulting to the game.
Tampa,
yeah, exactly. But that one, the Tampa one, it's a little bit more understandable because like Mother Nature kind of ruined that one. Sure, the Rays have been needing to get a stadium together for a while, but it's not like they knew. It's not like the Rays knew this was coming. Like even though we had warnings about hurricanes, that's a week in advance right there.
Yeah.
Totally different situation in Tampa is with the Oakland A's being in Sacramento right now. But no, it was an intimate experience. Watched a couple innings on the lawn out there. Very interesting way to watch the game, especially if you bring your own chairs and blankets and stuff like that. But yeah, I walked around most of the time, and I just say it's a very intimate experience. You definitely feel closer to the ballpark. I mean, it is a smaller ballpark, but everything just feels so much smaller because you don't have the stands out in the outfield, which kind of add to the size of the ballpark, and in to a degree makes the field feel a little bit bigger. One of the funnier moments, again, was after the game, watch the Giants leave the dugout to walk across the field to go to the clubhouse together. That was very, it was like watching like my high school baseball or something like
Little
that.
League World Series, which is approaching, right? Something like that.
Exactly. So, check in the clubhouses, definitely a lot smaller there than you expect in a big league ballpark. But yeah, it's a nice stadium they have in Sutter Health Park. It's definitely, they're doing their best to make it work. There's like almost like an old-fashioned quality to it. You walk in, they got the whiteboard there with today's lineups written there, which I thought that's a fun little touch there as you come in.
Do they still have the shed? Remember that was like the big thing?
I did not go out to the shed. I didn't see where that was at. That's actually, now I'm going to kick myself because I didn't actually get to that there.
Shed long, shout out.
If they still have that. But I'll say this, after going to the game, I absolutely believe that baseball can work in Sacramento. I definitely think the A's and Sacramento can have a good partnership for many, many years if they choose to do so. But Major League Baseball is doing absolutely nothing to allow Sacramento to showcase how good of a city it can be for baseball. Even still, though, I came away thinking, you know what? If you got a real stadium up here, you'd have to put a roof over it. But you could absolutely have an exciting baseball market in Sacramento with the A's being there.
It's been anything but a home field advantage for the Athletics this season. 16-29 at home. Luis Severino, he obviously mentioned ad nauseum the last few weeks. Yeah, their big offseason acquisition. I think he's going to be up and out of here very soon, ahead of the trade deadline, which is in about 23 days for Major League Baseball. A's 37-55 on the season, and the Giants did what you need to do to bad teams, Sam. Not what you did against the White Sox, not what you did against the Marlins, who all of a sudden look like a good team as they're red hot, but they're still, I think, 8 or 7 games under 500. You did what you needed to do, which is take the series. A sweep would have been nice, and it sucks that Justin Verlander looked like that. But again, that ballpark, it's a minor league stadium. I'm going to give him a little bit of a pass there. I know a lot of Giants fans don't want to give any pass to Justin Verlander because he's been giving passes to a lot of batters at the plate, but I'm going to give him a little bit of a pass for that performance on Friday because of how just pitchers have struggled in that ballpark this season. The bats are hot for both sides, and it showed over the weekend. Now the Giants are going to try to continue that trend starting tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll get back into the Giants, I promise. 8 o'clock, Rob Parker talking some Gigantes, obviously host of The Odd Couple on FS1 and contributor to MLB Network. In the meantime, though, Sammy, we got Gary Washburn joining us here in a couple minutes, covers the Celtics for the Boston Globe, and he's covered Al Horford the last few seasons. And why are we talking about Al Horford? Well, he's been a name rumored to be interested in mutual interest between him and the Golden State Warriors. Don't believe me? Well, might want to believe Brian Windhorst, ESPN, who talked about it.
He's valued by everybody in the league. He has lots of different options, including retirement. But if he decides to indeed continue his career, the Golden State Warriors have been very aggressive in trying to bring him in. He would fit well anywhere. Perfect. But obviously, the Lakers are badly in need of a center, so they have been involved with that too. So I would expect there's a decent chance if he continues his career, it's out here on the West Coast with either Golden State or LA.
All right. So either Golden State or LA, obviously, and I don't know if you mentioned the Clippers or the Lakers there. I don't think you said them by name. I think the Lakers would probably be out since they got DeAndre Ayton, but you never know. Maybe they want to double up on
You
the
really
size
have
there.
enough big men in this league?
Right. I don't even know. Hell, what's going on with Denver and Jonas Valanciunas? Like, is he trying to go to Greece? And they're saying, no, you got to stay here.
I thought they said they're expecting him to honor his contract now. They want him to back up Jokic, which, honestly, if you got Valanciunas backing up Jokic, that'd be
nice. Yeah,
that feels like an embarrassment of riches.
They just need some size there, right? So, like, would Al Horford be a guy that they're all of a sudden interested? Yeah, shout out Bobby Fitz. So Al Horford, who averaged 9 points, 6 boards, 2 assists, shooting 42% from the field last year. But he'd be like a stretch 5 on this team, I would say. But is that a guy, Sammy, where the Warriors, if they don't get Al Horford at this point, would you be disappointed as a fan? Would you be like, oh my God, we missed out on Horford?
Am I disappointed in the fact that the Warriors missed out on the difference maker that's going to take them from the 7 seed to the 2 seed into the finals? No, I'm not going to be upset in that sense because I don't think that's the case here. Look, I mean, they need a little exercise. They need someone to kind of help spell Quentin Post. If Al Horford could give them 20 to 25 solid minutes a night, 9 points, hit a couple threes. He did shoot 36% from 3 last year. Mm-hmm. If he could contribute, yeah, I'm absolutely down for it. The question I want to know is just how much does he have left of the tank at age 39? And if we could talk to someone who might know the answer to that, that would be super awesome.
Oh, well, let's do that right now as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Sam, I heard you talking to the guys in the back. I am saying that Gary Washburn, who covers the Celtics for the Boston Globe, is brought to you by River Islands in the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Gary, good morning. You're on with Joe Spadoni, Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shatsky. It's the morning roast, and we're just going to lead you right into that conversation. How much does Al Horford at age 39 have left in the tank?
I think he has a good amount, but there's some exceptions here. One, he doesn't play in back-to-backs, so you're going to count on him for maybe 60 games a year if the Warriors and Warrior Nation is okay with that. He's not as effective on a back-to-back. He hasn't played in back-to-backs, and I want to say 3 to 4 years now. They definitely managed his minutes over the years, and so he's good for about 60 games, maybe a little bit more. But once, well rested, and if he gets, his 20 minutes, he will make an impact. He'll get rebounds. He'll hit the three. He'll play good defense. He'll provide energy. He'll hustle out there, chase loose balls. He's obviously still a very effective player at his age, but at his age, you can't play him 35 minutes. You can't play him in a back-to-back, and you've got to manage his fatigue.
Hey, Gary, so glad to hear that he's, still got something going there. But when I see a guy at his age, he's 39 years old, my first thought is just like, how's that body going to hold up over the grind of an 82-game season? Obviously, no back-to-backs help, but, we saw the Warriors season basically came to an end when Stephen Curry's hamstring failed him in the second round. So I look at a guy like Al Horford. I mean, is the body overall, is it healthy? Do we need to worry about any ligaments or anything maybe giving out at some point during the season that could further limit his availability beyond not playing back-to-backs?
No, he's remained relatively healthy I've covered him. He's been in Boston for 7 years and 2 stints, and he's been relatively healthy. No hamstrings or, what you would say, maybe older guy injuries, some of those, muscles that aren't as flexible anymore. No, he is durable. I mean, he will be, and I just think that in an environment like that, he will have such a positive impact on the rest of the guys. Obviously, one, he'll be more comfortable because there's a bunch of 35 and up guys on that team. And then secondly, I just think his impact, his mentality, his work ethic rubs off, and he's a great teammate. I mean, he's one of the better teammates that a lot of guys in the Celtics say they've ever had, especially Jason Tatum, just swears by the guy because he's just such a professional, He brings his son is a constant presence in the locker room. He's about 10 or 11 years old now, and, he is always a family man, a guy who just has been everything that the Celtics wanted in his time in Boston. And I think, maybe Warrior fans, well, why don't they bring him back? Because with a team in transition that's not going to have Tatum on the floor likely most, if not all of next year, they don't need – Horford's trying to win a championship. He's trying to go out on a blaze of glory, and so it's probably not a great fit anymore to have a 39, 40-year-old guy on a team that wants to go a little bit younger and see what they have in some of their prospects. So that's the only reason why he probably wouldn't come back to Boston. It's going to be, a rousing ovation when he comes back if he's in a Warrior uniform. But nothing but positives for the Al Horford experience.
Talking with Gary Washburn here on the Morning Girls. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky. Gary obviously covers the Celtics for the Boston Globe, but does it at a very high level. And speaking of the Celtics, any chance, Gary, Derek White, Jaylen Brown, could we be looking at any other blockbusters this summer, or are those guys staying in the green and white next summer, or next year, I should say?
Yeah, I think they're going to stay unless there was some type of Mikal Bridges type of deal where you're just getting an exorbitant amount of first-round picks and maybe a couple of high-level prospects or young guys that you can really replenish. But there's a new ownership group coming in, and they don't want to be known as the group that cut and slashed the minute they came in. That would not go over well in Boston. Boston is used to winners. The Rafael Devers deal is still being, talked about in negative ways. The Red Sox fans did not like.
Oh, we know, trade. Gary. We know very well.
Did not like that trade at all. And they're still angry about, after the Mookie Betts fiasco and trade him away for very little. And now you're trading Devers for not even a high-level Giants prospect. So the Boston faithful want to win, and they don't want the Celtics to rebuild, especially when you have Jason Tatum. And then now you still have Brown and White. So you still have three high-level players. You just need to take a step back to figure some things out with Tatum out for the year. But I do not think, unless there was some lopsided deal, that Brown or White is going anywhere.
Awesome. So going back to Horford here, think about how he would fit in the Warriors, Gary. How do you think Horford would fit in with the Warriors next season?
I think he'll be, a guy who can stretch the floor. You've got to guard him at the three-point line. He did not have a great shooting year last year, but he was 41% the year before, the championship year. Sometimes he can fall in love with the three. Sometimes he can pass up a layup or pass up a little short jumper. What the Celtics tried to do with him last year is get him to play more in the post like he did in his Atlanta years, where he was pretty much a post guy. This is a guy who, let's say a Brook Lopez, extended his career by learning how to shoot the three. If he didn't learn how to shoot the three, he'd likely be out of the league by now, maybe 5 years ago. But he learned how to shoot the three and became a serious weapon. So I think that will help the Warriors in their offensive attack. He'll chase rebounds. He's not a guy who's going to get you 16, 17 rebounds, but he'll play defense. He has played Giannis well over the years. He's played Embiid well. He's not afraid to play against bigger players. And I think he'll fare well in that atmosphere. I think they'll learn to love him. And I think just his professionalism, I think, will go over well amongst his teammates. And I just think he'll look and see guys like Steph and Butler and Draymond and guys not maybe a little ahead of a little bit after his generation, but almost, a little bit younger than him, and kind of feel comfortable in that atmosphere.
Talking to Gary Washburn here on the Morning Roast, covers the Celtics for the Boston Globe. Why are we talking to Gary? Well, Al Horford has been linked to the Warriors for some time now, getting a lay of the land on a potential future dub here in Al Horford. Real quick, Gary, any chance Boston, and I know they made the trade for Anthony Simons, Drew Holiday, getting off that. You said that the new ownership doesn't want to be viewed as cheap and cost-cutting and doing anything like that. Any chance they're sniffing around one Jonathan Kaminga?
Wow, that's an interesting one. It would obviously they would have to make an offer. They don't have the salary cap space to make an offer in terms of an offer sheet, right? Because he's a restricted free agent. Right. It would have to be a trade. I mean, that's an interesting one. I mean, they would have to really like him because, to be honest, his minutes have been inconsistent, and he's been so, let's say, up and down in his career. So I don't think that's a possibility unless management really, really likes him. But to me, I see him going back to the Warriors, to be honest.
Hey, Gary, great stuff. We greatly appreciate this morning, and we'll follow you in the Boston Globe, man.
Thanks a lot, guys.
There he goes. That's Gary Washburn, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Obviously covers the Celtics for the Boston Globe, been doing it for a very long time. And the pride of UC Berkeley, Sam, as you know.
Go Bears.
Well, there you go. Go Bears. Not Rudy Gobert, but Go Bears.
Yeah, no, the good Go Bears.
Give myself a
lot of interesting stuff there from Gary about
the no back-to-backs. He'll fit in right. Perfect. He's a Warrior.
Oh, we're just be punted.
For 3 to 4 years, he's been saying he hasn't done back-to-backs.
Are the Warriors just go over on all the back-to-backs this year with all the load managing they're going to have to do on that? But, again, he'll be really comfortable with all the older guys on this team. It really is going to be the AARP Warriors next year. But the most important takeaway is, again, knock on wood. There's no wood in this studio, but
it's kind of wood.
It's like a faux wood or something like that. I don't know, food. But yeah, all the ligaments are healthy. All the ligaments are together. I'm going to give myself a 4 for that made up word right there. So he is, as long as you don't play him in back-to-backs, he will be available, which is good. Which that's kind of my big concern there is how available is a 39-year-old big man going to be? But all signs point to him being, available.
Bigger priority for you as a Warriors fan, is it getting the stuff with Jonathan Kaminga settled, or is it getting Al Horford?
Oh, it's getting the stuff with Jonathan Kaminga settled. That's no doubt about it.
None?
It literally, whatever happens with Kaminga is going to dictate the rest of the Warriors off season. So the reason that they're in this kind of frozen holding pattern there is because they need something to happen with Jonathan Kaminga. What that will be, I don't know. What do Warrior fans even want to have happen? Do Warrior fans even care? Are they even going to call in 888-957-9570? Do Warrior fans even care how the Kaminga thing ends? Or is it just find a resolution now?
I will tell Warriors fans what the latest is on one Jonathan Kaminga and talks with the Warriors, because our guy Anthony Slater discussed it yesterday on social. Guy. And we'll get into that on the other side. It's Spadoni. It's Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast, and it's brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Oh, heck yes. This fish is stinking from the head up.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Was that Priest? I thought I heard a new Priest drop from E-Dog and Steiny and Goo the other day. I could be mistaken. But this guy, when he's batting like 1,000, he's Barry Bonds at this station when it comes to drops. He's incredible. As I said, good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work. If you're doing anything, traveling, having fun, if you're going to Fiji to check out the Love Island Villa, shout out to all of you.
You are all in on Love Island, and I have absolutely no clue what any of it is.
It's on Peacock, and you should find it there.
That explains everything. Okay.
And you know what? You should be watching it leading up to the Valkyries game today, which is at 4:30 as they take on the Atlanta Dream, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel and on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries, and you can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game starts at 4 o'clock. No, Love Island. It's the best. I'm sure you've seen all the memes about it. And if you haven't, then, well, I don't know what you're doing.
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
That's how I felt about Jeremiah and Huda's relationship in the early parts of the season. I felt like greatness was getting wasted in front of my eyes when it come to my guy Jeremiah.
You're just saying names and words and things, and I'm just going to believe that.
And again,
real.
and Sam, I'm going to say this right now to the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line: no spoilers. Don't spoil it. I'm only on episode 15, and the thing that's great about that show, it's kind of like Major League Baseball in this giant season, Sammy. Every single day they're having new episodes during the week. That's insanity. We don't do that in reality TV anymore every single day.
That's like the opposite of the Jonathan Kaminga saga, which has basically been the exact same episode every day.
Or Al Horford playing in back-to-backs. He doesn't do it.
Oh, wait, there we have breaking news. Oh, but it's not Kaminga related.
What are you talking about?
That was a Shams. I saw Shams breaking, but it's Clippers, Jazz, and Heat are doing a trade that is going to send
what is it?
Norman Powell to Miami, John Collins to the Clippers, and Kevin Love, Kyle Anderson, and a 2027 Clippers second rounder to the Jazz. Ooh, actually, you know what? Yeah, Kyle Anderson would have, bringing him back was possible as a possible JK trade option to the Miami Heat. But anyway, yeah, things are going to, would have been really cool if like that was the JK trade, like breaking right there as I'm saying that it's been the same story every day. But alas, life is not like that. But yeah,
it's a great point. No, Carter just got my ear, and I was thinking the same thing. What does that mean for Jonathan Kaminga's chances
exactly
to go to
my
Miami?
next question.
I mean, Norman Powell was awesome for that team last year. He was amazing. He should have been an all-star, I feel like, because Kawhi was out for most of that season. It was him and James Harden. They were balling. Man.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Dallas, you say that. Now my big thought is, because I was about to make this whole thing about how are the Miami Heat a potential trade partner for the Warriors regarding Jonathan Kuminga, and now seeing this, it's like, ooh, I don't know if that's a thing anymore.
Well, John Collins last year actually had a pretty good season. I'm sleeping on it. It's Utah, so we all forgot about it. Because in Utah, it's
I haven't heard John Collins' name in like 3 years.
He averaged damn near 19 points, 8 boards, and 2 assists. Shot 52% from the field. He actually had a really good year. I think most people view John Collins kind of like as a bust, if you will. But he was taken, like 19th overall? He's had a pretty solid career thus far. It wasn't like he was a lottery pick. He's a pretty solid player. But I feel like he underwhelmed at times in Atlanta. Maybe because Steiny just would just talk so much smack about him on our airwaves.
You can only have Steiny.
He skewed my thing. Like, I should have let Steiny, of all people, skew how I feel on certain players. I feel like he's down on every single player, not named Larry
Steiny's
Bird.
just down on everyone.
No, actually, shout out Steiny. His daughter got married yesterday. Did she not? So shout out Matt Stein.
All right.
Father-in-law Steiny.
The father of the bride.
How do you think Steiny is as a father-in-law, real quick?
What do you think his toast was like? This groom, let me tell you, he's overrated.
Hey, real quick, thumbs up, thumbs down. He cried during the speech, right? Thumbs up. He definitely got emotional during the speech.
No, I think he held together.
No,
Steiny.
I think he got tears in the eyes.
I think he had his game face on.
Nah, Steiny, he got choked up, which is okay. You want to shoot
I guess we'll
from the
find
hip.
out at 10 o'clock.
We will.
How many fireballs do you have?
Oh, well, that's overall.
Well, that's true.
Like 10 and a half. Come on. Got
before or after the toast?
So that was the latest. Shams Charania, ESPN. The Clippers, Jazz, and Heat have agreed to a trade that sends Norman Powell to Miami, John Collins to Los Angeles, and Kevin Love, Slow-Mo, Kyle Anderson, Warriors legend, and a 2027 Clippers second-round pick to the Utah Jazz. What does that mean for Miami? What does that mean for Kaminga going to Miami? What does that mean for Andrew Wiggins, who I thought was going to get traded up until this point? Does he still get traded? We shall see. 888-957-9570. We just had Gary Washburn of the Boston Celtics, not the Boston Celtics, the Boston Globe, who covers the Celtics.
Yeah. Close
and he talked about one Al Horford, who's been tied to the Warriors for a couple weeks now. Could the Warriors be in on Al Horford? Are they still in on Al Horford? This was the latest. Brian Windhorst, ESPN, talking about it.
He's valued by everybody in the league. He has lots of different options, including retirement. But if he decides to indeed continue his career, the Golden State Warriors have been very aggressive in trying to bring him in. He would fit well anywhere.
Perfect.
But obviously, the Lakers are badly in need of a center, so they have been involved with that too. So I would expect there's a decent chance if he continues his career, it's out here on the West Coast with either Golden State or LA.
And that was Wendy last week, ESPN senior insider there. And Gary Washburn, who just joined us, said he'd be a good fit in Golden State because he wants to win a title now. The Celtics are not viewed by many as legit title contenders in the East, albeit I think if Jaylen Brown has like an MVP type of season, they could be in the conversation.
I mean, the East is just so
wide open.
It's just so ho-hum right now that, a decent season could absolutely get you into the top tier.
I'm not trusting the New York Knicks all of a sudden to be this team that, the Knicks are a lock to make the finals. The Knicks are going to nick. That's what they do. They trick things off.
They'll be good in the regular season. The Cavs, I mean, they're probably they did lose Ty Jerome, so we'll see how much that knocks them down from.
Orlando, I'm not sleeping on them making that big trade for Desmond Bane.
Because the Pacers aren't going to be in the mix. The Bucks, they'll probably still be in the mix just because I think Giannis is enough to keep you in the mix in the woeful East. What are the Pistons going to look like too? Are they going to take a leap? Remember, the Pistons have been mentioned as a potential destination for one Jonathan Kuminga. So. Again, the East, though, it looks like you got maybe 5 or 6 teams there that look like actual playoff teams, and maybe one team in the Cavs, maybe, that looks like they could maybe do something in the finals. So the West is the place to be. So
it's been the place. Look, the Western Conference
is still the place to be. You're absolutely
right. In our
right.
lifetime, Sam, because we're the same age,
I can't remember.
It's just been absolutely stacked my entire life. Which is funny because for the longest time, if you grew up in the 90s...
It was all about the East.
It was all about the Eastern Conference.
Yeah. It was really, mid-2000s with the Shaq Kobe Lakers and the Tim Duncan Spurs.
And it was the NFC. It was the East and the NFC in football, and then there was a shift when the Broncos started winning.
Yep.
Right? Then the Lakers started winning. There was a shift between the West and the East and the AFC and the NFC, and then the Patriots obviously go on their dynasty, and the rest is history. So the West is still stacked. We know that. You got the Thunder, you got the Nuggets, you got the Rockets. I think a lot of people view those as the top 3 right now. I still got to wait and see how it's all going to work with the Rockets, albeit they were a 2 seed. They were incredible last year.
Kevin Durant's going to help them out.
Exactly. Well, we'll see how much. Again, I'm very curious to see how that's going to work out. The Nuggets, again, how's the health of Jamal Murray? What's it going to look like with Cam Johnson? I thought that was a really, really good move for the Denver Nuggets. I know Michael Porter has won a title with them, but I still think they could have trusted him in big scenarios. I don't think the drop-off defensively is that big between Porter and Johnson. If anything,
I think he stinks.
I think Johnson improves them defensively. Now, rebounds, can he create his own shot over it? Probably not, but he's a catch-and-shoot guy, and we're going to get there with Cam Johnson. And he's probably going to be healthy for the most part in comparison to Michael Porter. You know what you're going to get with the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're incredible. They're the team to beat. I think they're a tier above everyone else in all of basketball. They're good. Then you get to the others, if you will, that are like puncher's chance contenders, if you will. Warriors, I think the Lakers are part of that. The Clippers,
Timberwolves, Grizzlies probably in there.
We'll see with the Grizzlies. I'm not sure about them.
I mean, they have the pieces to make it happen. It's just a matter of whether or not they actually put those pieces together in a way that consistently lead to winning. But all this to say, Spadoni, is everything you're saying there, it just adds to the importance of the Warriors finding a way to improve themselves this offseason. Now, maybe they think they already have that because, as we talked about on Thursday, they just think that with Jimmy Butler for a full season, they can reel off a great regular season and put themselves in the top 6 and then see what happens in the playoffs there. It seems more and more like that's going to be the plan with them, and maybe a tinker job here or there, but it is all going to come down to Jonathan Kuminga. And now the more and more I think about this trade that just transpired here at the start of this segment, for those who are just jumping in, The Clippers, Jazz, and Heat, this is according to Shams Charania, have agreed to a trade that will send Norman Powell to Miami, John Collins to the Clippers, and Kevin Love, Kyle Anderson, and a 2027 Clippers second-round pick to the Jazz. Man, poor Kevin Love, man. Getting banished to the Jazz to finish out his career.
He played in Cleveland, Ohio. Won titles there. He's going to be fine.
Imagine going
Utah.
from Miami to Utah. Can there be a more different culture shift?
My guy has played in Minnesota, Cleveland,
Miami,
and Utah now.
That's the reason.
Well, we'll see if he actually ends up
I mean, honestly, yeah, between Minnesota, Cleveland, and Utah, is that like the trifecta of just awful NBA stops?
Actually, I'll defend Minnesota. I
Minnesota.
love their airport. That's all I've really seen. I've driven past them
that's how
all
you know
America.
it's good, when you got a good airport. Yeah, Houston's got a good airport, too. Who's out here, clapping up for Houston? Great sweep by them, by the way.
I went to the Salt Lake airport, too. That was really nice. I enjoyed my time there. In the
it's also
before I went to Raleigh, North Carolina, another nice airport. Although
Mount Airport more?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, Detroit, another great airport. No one ever talks about outside the airport.
Never been to Detroit's airport.
They got a really big fountain there. Anyway, enough airport talk. We're not here to talk about airports.
I teased this, Sam, before we went to break. Anthony Slater had the latest on Jonathan Kuminga.
That's a big deal.
Who's our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, Warriors insider for The Athletic, obviously. This was what he tweeted, 8:17 last night. No significant traction on the Jonathan Kuminga front over the weekend, per sources. Restricted free agency around the NBA remains ice cold. Conversations and little action. Kings have been the strongest pursuer of the Warriors wing, but nothing has come close. So the Sacramento Kings. Obviously, there was a report last week. Tristy Rodriguez, who covers the team for NBC Sports, she was reporting that per sources telling her there was talks of a 3-team trade between the Pistons, the Warriors, and the Kings, and Devin Carter, correct, would be going to the Warriors in this scenario. Jonathan Kuminga would be going to the Kings, right? Jonathan Kuminga would be going to the Pistons, I think. Doesn't matter. It's not happening. It's just not.
I believe he was going to the Kings for Devin Carter and
Devin
Saric.
Carter.
Saric, that's the guy. Yeah, it was. I don't.
Dario Saric.
Yeah, if I'm going to send Jonathan Kuminga to the Kings and risk, having to watch him the next 5 years, make the Warriors regret trading him, albeit doing it for a 29-win Kings team, I'm not doing it for Devin Carter and Dario Saric.
Malik Monk was the other guy,
Malik
me.
Monk
He'd be going to Detroit.
Yes, so I would want Malik Monk in that trade to come to the Warriors, not go to Detroit. I mean, yeah, he'd be able to walk to that awesome airport out there, but I'd rather him come play basketball for the Warriors than go play in Detroit. But if there is no traction there between the Warriors and the Kings, my guess it's because the Warriors probably want Malik Monk and a first-round pick, and the Kings are saying, no, we got this incredible Devin Carter, and I got 2028 second-round pick for you guys. Don't you like that? And
incredible Devin Carter.
They're just shocked that the Warriors don't want to budget that one. So, which I'll go say, I mean, would Warrior fans care if Kuminga went to the Kings? Is that something that we would want to see? 888-957-9570. I want to hear from Warrior fans. Do we even care where Jonathan Kuminga goes next year, as long as it's just not on the Warriors? Like, I'm curious if that's just where Warrior fans are at now at this point.
I mean, I don't view the Kings as a legitimate title contender, so I don't think Warriors fans would really be all that upset about it, albeit the ones that, were rooting for him. It's kind of like the Trey Lance scenario. I'm not saying they're the like-for-like same guy, but Trey Lance, once he got traded from the 49ers, it was just like, all right, deuces, see you later, don't care. Now, there's some truthers out there that still think Trey Lance could be good, as he is a backup now for Justin Herbert in Los Angeles for the Chargers. Maybe if he gets an opportunity, Jim Harbaugh, look what he did with Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick. Well, J.J. McCarthy turned into a first-round pick. You never know, right? But again, once you get traded from a team outside of here, it's out of sight, out of mind for most fans. And that's how it is for most fan bases, right? You keep tabs with certain things, and of course, if it ends up biting you in the ass.
We're all still watching, see what Jordan Poole's doing.
Right.
Again, the reason we don't think, but I think also the part of it is the reason we're not thinking about Jordan Poole is because he's on the Wizards, which is basically NBA banishment.
And now on New Orleans Pelicans. You'll see him a lot more this next year.
And we're probably going to be paying attention to him a lot more because Kevon Looney, Zion Williamson. I mean, there is a chance the Pelicans might, be sniffing that 9-10 spot in the play-in game. So
they'd have to make up like a 40-game difference, it felt like.
Yeah, they're 21-60.
They were 40 games under 500.
Seems like the Pelicans are that team, like every year they got off to a good start and then they just fade the rest of the way after the first 4 weeks of the season.
They stink.
But we're going to be paying a little bit more attention to Jordan Poole because he's going to be in the Western Conference this year. So I think where Kaminga goes will determine how much we pay attention to him. Like, if he goes to Charlotte, then we're not going to see hide or hair from Jonathan Kuminga for the next 3-4 years. And I'm sure a lot of Warrior fans would like that. But if he goes to the Kings, then, I mean, yeah, he's going to be doing it for a bad team. But, I mean, if he's having great nights for a bad Kings team and the Warriors are struggling with their lack of, youth and athleticism, it's going to be hard not to be looking over at Sacramento and kind of being like, oh, man, sure would be great to have that guy.
We'll talk about this with Rob Parker at 8 o'clock as well. He'll touch on both the Giants and the Warriors as he is a host of The Odd Couple on Fox Sports Radio and also an MLB Network contributor. Rob Parker, who's been on ESPN, obviously Fox, as I mentioned. He's been on everywhere. Once coined Stephen Curry the GMOAT, the greatest mirage of all time.
And he's doing some stand-up now. I'm wondering if he's worked his Steph Curry takes into his routine.
He might have, and we'll ask him about that in about 27 minutes time, courtesy of River Islands. In the meantime, you guys were talking about something. You and Carter off air used a word which I found very interesting to talk about Warriors fans and this Al Horford potential move. 39 years old. We have a cut here from Gary Washburn on what Al Horford still is going forward. Gary Washburn of the Boston Globe covers the Celtics. He's been tapped in on Al Horford these last few seasons. And remember, I'm not sleeping on Al Horford. Just a couple seasons ago, Game 1, NBA Finals, Carter. You're laughing. What did he do? He helped get that team a win in Game 1 at Chase Center. He was the difference. He was knocking down those three-point balls. Stop it.
He did have the finals game of his life a whole, 3 years ago.
Just saying. I'm just saying.
Like 3 years in the NBA is like 10 years in real life.
But you and Carter said something. It's like, man, Warriors fans are that desperate for Al Horford. Desperate. Are Warriors fans desperate right now when it comes to free agency? Really? Is that the word we're using? 888-957-9570. Desperate? I wouldn't say Mike Dunleavy is acting in desperation right now. I think they were desperate, say, 6 months ago when it was January and they didn't know what the future was for this team and they were hovering around 500 and they were a 10th seed. I think they needed to be desperate. They needed to show desperation and they ended up getting Jimmy Butler. That shows that you care. That shows that you needed to do something. You couldn't just have the status quo heading into this offseason. I just don't think you could have done that and stand pat. And they made a blockbuster move at the deadline last season. They got Jimmy Buckets. So I don't think this team is acting like a desperate team right now. I think they're being very prudent and going through, okay, probably going to lose Kevon Looney. Probably going to lose Gary Payton. All right, what do you do with Jonathan Kuminga? They're taking their time here right now and not doing anything panicky, if you will. I think Mike Dunleavy is being very calm, cool, and collected. And I wonder where Warriors fans are at with Mike Dunleavy right now, heading into this offseason of a lot of the fans thinking like it's make or break. And I'm pushing back on that narrative, Sam. You think they're acting desperate right now?
No, because acting desperate means they'd be acting. And they're not. They're doing absolutely nothing. I think that's why.
Like that?
I think that's why Warrior fans are starting to get desperate. We're out here talking ourselves into, hell, you know what? I think Al Horford could actually work for this team. No, what there is, I don't think it's Dunleavy strategically sitting around and tactfully waiting for his moment to strike. I think the Warriors are currently just, they're stuck in the Jonathan Kuminga hole right now. They can't do anything until they get a resolution there. Now, Kuminga is expected to meet with teams in Las Vegas this week. That's a good positive sign. Shows that if he can strike some sort of agreement with a team this week, maybe that gets the trade wheels going and the Warriors can strike a deal to move off of Kaminga and bring someone else in. We've mentioned Andrew Wiggins as a possibility. That's a $26 million cap hit right there. So I don't know if the Miami Heat really want to do a sign and trade that will, have Jonathan Kaminga come in at $26 million, if that's indeed how the CBA rules work there with the sign and trades. So yeah, they're waiting for a resolution there. I don't think Dunleavy's, sitting there just being like, don't worry, we got this. I know what we're doing. No, I think he's sitting around there thinking, can this dude just make up his mind about what he wants to do next year so we can kind of move on with our lives and start actually building up a team for this 2025-2026 season? So that's how I view it. Are the Warriors desperate? No, I don't think they're desperate, but they're definitely just kind of pinched between a rock and a hard place. A phrase I've been using ad nauseum in describing this situation, until they could get some sort of resolution with Kaminga. And again, this restricted free agency market, it's just not helping. The lack of cap space, the lack of interest, it's a perfect storm of you're just kind of screwed right now.
Well, no, it's interesting because I do feel like there is a disconnect to what Warriors fans believe when it comes to this team and what like the actual organization and their belief in this team. Because I feel like a lot of Warriors fans are looking at the inactivity and saying, you're not doing anything. We're getting lapped in the West. Look at the Rockets. Look at the Nuggets. Look at the Thunder. Hell, the Lakers got DeAndre Ayton. Clippers, obviously. Hell, if you think it's a bad move, think it's a lateral move, they're making moves like the Timberwolves re-signing Julius Randle, Naz Reid. All these moves are happening. We're not doing jack bleep. Like, how could you tell me and sit here and say we're getting better right now? Well, I just don't think the Warriors themselves view it that way. I think they viewed themselves, we made this massive move 6 months ago, basically, got Jimmy Butler here, and we were one of the best teams in basketball from that point on. Yeah, we lost our best player. We got bounced in the second round, but hey, we were right there with the Minnesota Timberwolves, with the Oklahoma City Thunder. We were more than holding our own against the big boys in the Western Conference. And I think that's how they're viewing it. And I just wonder where fans are viewing Mike Dunleavy right now in the inactivity. How are you viewing it, Warriors fans? 888-957-9570. Do you like, Mike Dunleavy not hitting the panic button and making all these different types of moves? Or are you saying, hey, sometimes you need to make a move to make a move? Some fans feel like that. 888-957-9570.
And that's the worst reason to make a move is just to make a move. But I mean, Spinelli, a lot of what you're saying makes sense. I mean, they did play some of their best they were one of the best teams in the NBA after the trade. I think, they were the second best team in the behind the Thunder in the if the season started on February 6th, the Warriors would have been the 2 seed. Mm-hmm. Like that's we got into this argument last week. I don't think it's as super crazy to think that, at least on paper, that this group can keep that success going from last year, even if you remove all the asterisks that we were able to put on that run of because, they didn't play this team, they didn't play that guy, they didn't but at the same time, even still, the Warriors have gotten worse since that series against the Timberwolves ended, just by Kevon Looney leaving, just by Gary Payton II leaving. Now, however you feel about how much those guys contributed, they still did contribute. GP2 was still useful on defense last year, and last I checked, defense is a great way to keep the other team from scoring, and GP2 was great at that. Kevon Looney, one of the most dependable Warriors in franchise history, and at some point I want to mention this a little bit more in detail. He wrote an incredible piece for the Players Tribune over the weekend,
He did.
And if you read that piece and didn't have a tear develop in your eye, there's something wrong with you, or you're just not a Warrior fan.
He's gonna get his jersey retired. I told you, people were scoffing at it at the time. And then you read that article, and then you're like, you know what, Spadoni?
I'm gonna miss this guy.
Spadoni did have a point.
I'm absolutely gonna miss having Kevon Looney on this team. He was representative of how great the Warriors culture was, and so him leaving, a GP2 leaving, again, we get sit here and shake a stick at how useful those guys were on a nightly basis, but they were still useful, and losing them and not replacing them does make this team worse. While the other teams in the West are working to improve their rosters and get better. Yeah, I don't see the Warriors rising up on the same level as the other teams in the West right now.
Again, if you're just joining us, the latest from Anthony Slater. We're on Kaminga watch still, people. Shams Charania, we have the notifications up. There was a trade this morning, not Warriors related. This from Anthony Slater last night as he's tweeting, quote, no significant traction on the Jonathan Kuminga front over the weekend per sources. Restricted free agency around the NBA remains ice cold. Conversations and little action. Kings have been the strongest pursuer of the Warriors wing, but nothing has come close. All right. In the meantime, Al Horford, his name has been linked to the Warriors. What kind of player is Al Horford at this point? Well, Gary Washburn covers the Celtics for the Boston Globe, talked to us, about 40 minutes ago. And if you missed any of that interview, you can find it in its entirety on the Odyssey app, which is free. Just download that, go to your app store, or find it on YouTube, where we post our entire shows all day long, and we are streaming there, courtesy of First Norcross Credit Union. Gary Washburn on the effectiveness still of one Al Horford.
I think he has a good amount, but there's some exceptions here. One, he doesn't play in back-to-backs, so you're going to count on him for maybe 60 games a year if the Warriors and Warrior Nation is okay with that. He's not as effective on a back-to-back. He hasn't played in back-to-backs in, I want to say, 3 to 4 years now. They've definitely managed his minutes over the years, and so he's good for about 60 games, maybe a little bit more. But once, well rested, and if he gets, his 20 minutes, he will make an impact. He'll get rebounds. He'll hit the three. He'll play good defense. He'll provide energy. He'll hustle out there, chase loose balls. He's obviously still a very effective player at his age, but at his age, you can't play him 35 minutes. You can't play him in a back-to-back, and you've got to manage his fatigue.
What you could say for, I don't know, like half the Warriors starting roster when it comes to Jimmy, Draymond, Steph. They'll be limiting their back-to-backs as well. Speaking of their actual literal backs, because they are getting older.
Yep. And again, this is where we're talking ourselves into Al Horford being an option.
I don't think anyone's saying though, Sam, real quick on that he's going to be this all-star player for them.
No. I mean,
he can
contribute.
Yes.
Honestly, if TJD is the starting center for the Warriors next year, and then you got Quentin Post and Al Horford backing him up, and you know what that does? Probably the best thing that Al Horford's presence on the Warriors can do is that it's going to limit the amount of time that Draymond Green has to play the center spot. And because he's going to be 36 next year, and the way that body's been playing, Draymond Green, and the amount of mileage he's put on it, he might as well be 46, basically. That's just how much wear and tear has been on Draymond Green's body. I mean, we see him, during games. He's sitting there with basically a bomb suit on the sideline there during games with all the heating and ice packs he's got on. So to be able to limit the amount of time that Draymond Green has to spend in that 5 spot banging around against teams opposing centers, that alone, that will help the Warriors out a little bit. But I feel again, the Warriors 48 wins last year. They were the 7th seed. I feel like Al Horford doesn't elevate them above that. I feel like they're still in that 46 to 50 win tier, fighting to get out of the play-in. And again, being in the play-in last year, it wasn't a disaster for the Warriors. Luckily, they were able to win that first game against the Grizzlies and get a few days off. But we all wanted the Warriors to have that full week off during the play-in. And next year, it's going to be even more imperative that they get that full week off during the play-in and get as much rest as possible going into the playoffs, because they're going to need a 39-year-old, who he might even be 40 by the time the playoffs start next year. So you can have a 40-year-old, a 38-year-old, a 36-year-old, and a 36-year-old being 4 of your most important players. You cannot be screwing around potentially falling into the play-in tournament when you need that week off. So it's just, all this is to say, an Al Horford addition would help the Warriors. I don't know if it's the big boost that Warrior fans really want. And then that means you're going back to just banking on the Warriors continuing the success they had in the regular season in the next season, despite, there being a whole summer in between. And all this, again, we still know what's going on with Jonathan Kuminga.
We don't. And again,
it's actually driving me crazy now.
I do think we do sleep on, sometimes your best acquisitions are from within. And that may not make sense what I'm about to say there. But sometimes your best moves are the projections next year. Hell, if Moses Moody gets even better, that's a win. If Brandon Pajensky gets even better next year, another win. Oh, whoa, Jonathan Kuminga stays, and maybe it works. Maybe something finally clicks there. Wow, all of a sudden, expectations, because all those young players and assets develop even more, that's a win in and of itself. I think we get short-sighted as fans sometimes when we look at just you have to make moves to make moves sometimes. And we see it in the NFL constantly, and I know it's not the same sport, but the amount of teams, you just saw the Patriots make how many moves, right, during free agency when it opened up? Oh my God, they're spending money left and right. Are the Patriots going to be a good team next year? Probably not.
Might be better.
Great.
But you want to be better, though, and that's what the Warriors.
Yeah, but
the Warriors, you want the Warriors to be better.
Sam, real quick, teams that make a lot of moves in the offseason, it rarely translates to it being amazing the next season.
The Steelers are a great example of this, by the way.
Well, yeah, and I'm not asking the Warriors to go out and make a ton of moves. Now, granted, if they want to blow the roster up and bring Giannis in, I'm not going to fight them on that. I'm not asking the Warriors, though, to go out and quote unquote win the offseason.
Jams was lying, by the way, when he said this is going to be the craziest potentially offseason ever. Stop. What's been crazy? Kevin Durant getting traded, which we all knew was going to happen.
A 7-team trade. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, but 7-team trade that no one cared about. Let's keep it a buck.
Trades are hard.
It's just a bunch of like
well, again,
that were involved in it.
You can't say this party sucks when you're not at the party. The Warriors are standing outside the club being like, oh man, this club sucks. Like, dude, you're not even in the club. Like, you're standing outside.
Yeah, but sometimes I know if parties suck or not. Like, come on.
I don't know.
It was Magic City on a Monday night. Like, come on. It was really... It's different than a Saturday
It's
night.
how you going to know if you don't go inside.
Well, Shams promised it was going to be Saturday night or Friday night at the Gold Club, and it's been Tuesday afternoon. All right, what's going on with this stuff?
Oh, no.
The trade deadline during the last season was way more exciting. You had Jimmy leaving. You had Luka Doncic leaving. Hell, you had the De'Aaron Fox going places. It's been boring as all hell.
Oh, well, I guess there goes his credibility. But no, it's not about wanting the Warriors to go crazy with these moves. It's about wanting the Warriors to be doing something with these moves. And this is where, again, I keep coming back to Jonathan Kuminga in regards of just get the resolution so we can move forward with this team. Maybe he comes back and plays. Again, Kerr has said that he wants, and maybe we can go back at the break and try and find where Kerr said this. It might have been on Willard and Dibs where he said that, next year, if Kuminga's on the team, he is going to use training camp as a runway to integrate Kaminga and Butler into the lineup together and make it so they could coexist on the court together. I don't know how much Kaminga believes in that. The fact that he's taken meetings with other teams this week, I guess, is probably your answer. He doesn't really believe in that, but these are the things I feel like we're just kind of holding out hope for as Warrior fans. It's if they're not going to make moves, then what's going to be the solution in training camp that makes this team better if they're not going to bring in guys to improve the team that way?
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors fans, how are we feeling about Mike Dunleavy and the inactivity, if you will, so far during free agency? Are you taking that as, you know what, inactive? Are you doing anything to improve this team? Or are you saying, hey, you know what? He's being prudent. He's being calm. He's being patient. He's not forcing anything. I actually like it. And you know what? If we run it back, it's not the worst case scenario. 888-957-9570. Speaking of that, Jonathan Kaminga, Tim Legler over the weekend said something very interesting about one Jonathan Kaminga, Steve Kerr, and the Golden State Warriors. Tim Legler, I think, is one of the best in the business when it comes to breaking down the X's and O's. He's just a throwback analyst, played the sport, talks about it at an extremely high level. He did some not play-by-play, but color commentary during the playoffs. Really good stuff here from Tim Legler over the weekend, talking about the Warriors needing Jonathan Kuminga more than J.K. needs the Warriors.
I think that the Warriors need Jonathan Kuminga more than he needs them. And here's what I mean by that. Where are the athletes on this team? He does represent an athletic wing. The guy does have something from a skill standpoint and just a physical standpoint they don't have on their roster. I understand he's got warts. I know that. They wish he was a little bit more locked in, like defensively with his concentration. They wish that he was more consistent with his rebounding effort. I get all of that. The guy has played almost 6,000 minutes for the Golden State Warriors, and he's still auditioning. I think at some point you've got to come to the realization it's not going to happen for him in Golden State, where he's going to break through. And guess what? It might not happen somewhere else either, but I think Jonathan Kuminga, to find out, I think he needs to go somewhere where he doesn't have such cynicism looking at him all the time, waiting for the bad habits to crop themselves so he can go back to the bench. That's what I mean by that. They need him. They need the physical specimen that he is. He needs a fresh start somewhere else to see what this guy can actually become in this.
You believe that?
I do.
The Warriors need Kuminga more than Kuminga needs them?
I believe both parts of that statement. I do believe that the Warriors need Kuminga more, but I also believe the part where Legler says that Kuminga needs to go somewhere else and start fresh. Well, he'll have, he won't have that, again, as the word he used, cynicism looking down on him, because, he's kind of, there's a perception of him with the Warriors right now. And again, Steve Kerr could say all he wants that, I'm going to try and integrate them together. And I'd like to believe that could happen. I know that's part of the plan if Kuminga's staying here, but if Kuminga's in Las Vegas, again, taking meetings, I don't think Kuminga has any faith that Kerr will integrate him into the lineup successfully next year. So I think if you're Jonathan Kuminga, your thought is just, the best thing I could do is go somewhere and start fresh where I could be with an organization that isn't just sitting around waiting for me to screw up so they can put me on the bench again.
They're going to need him next year.
They're absolutely going to need him.
If that's going to be the scenario and they bring him back and they run this thing back, they got to be all in on JK. What that means is the coaching staff, the training staff, the players, everyone's got to be bought in heading into next season. Yes, that goes to Jonathan himself, and I think he would be. And in this scenario, is it a qualifying offer he comes back? Do they go sign like a short-term contract? I don't know. But if he's in a Golden State Warriors uniform in game 1 of the regular season next year, that means everyone has got to be bought in to the role of JK. Him being a starter, him not being a starter, whatever it is. I just need it. All kumbaya, whatever. I don't want any more toxicity. If they need to go like being locked in a room together and figure this stuff out, so be it. But I'm done with the drama. If JK is back next season, figure it out. Everyone involved. Before we get to the injury report, Sammy, we do have Rob Parker coming up at the top of the hour. Let's get Nick in Berkeley real quick talking about the Warriors offseason. Nick, good morning. You're on Spadoni and Lubman.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, happy belated 4th. Hey, check it out, man. JK got to stay in the Bay, man, because he's just starting to get good. And you know what? Like, every player has ups and downs, man. Sometimes it takes you a minute to earn your stripes and get on the court. But, I mean, we're talking about, well, he may not get any playing time. Yeah, that's if we stay completely healthy. And as we know, the Warriors haven't stayed completely healthy in a long time. So we definitely need him around. And I don't know what Dunleavy's doing. Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro? Stop playing with the pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Giants, Niners, this all cracking.
That's Nick in Berkeley. He's saying, let's go, Dunleavy. Hey, he made his deal this season,
Nick
man.
in Berkeley speaking only facts, man. I love it. You know what? Listen.
What facts? What facts?
Just all the
playing
facts.
tic-tac-toe by himself?
Exactly.
Come on.
Don't be playing tic-tac-toe by yourself. Come on, Warriors. Let's get in the game.
I'd still lose. Injury report time? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, all right. We'll ask Rob Parker coming up shortly here at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock, host of The Odd Couple on Fox Sports Radio, MLB Network contributor, formerly of ESPN. You know him. You either love him or you hate him, or it can be both. He's dabbling in stand-up comedy. All right. Fair enough. Well, maybe he'll do a joke for us. Actually, I hate doing that. When hosts have like comedians on air, whether it's like a podcast for me, like, yeah, do a joke for us. I remember Bill Burr, like this was like a decade ago on these airwaves. So someone was hosting the morning show. I won't name the names, but they're like, "Hey, Bill, you remember that joke you were doing that one set? You remember that one time?
Sounds like a low question.
Can you do that joke?" And then he's like, "You want me to do a joke?"
Next question.
Did, like on my special, like that's what you want to do here? You don't want to talk about sports? It was just one of the funniest, most awkward things that's ever happened on these
Such
airwaves.
a Bill Burr response.
It was great though. By the way, speaking of the injury report, Casey Schmidt is close to returning to the field for the Giants. He has been out since taking a pitch off his left wrist on June 25th against the Marlins after a brief rehab stint. I think there was a typo here. It said a brief rehab stink with the AAA Sacramento. Schmidt rejoined the Giants last night. Also, in point to his activation off the IL being imminent. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Rob Parker joining us next, talking some Giants, talking some Warriors, talking about it all with Spadoni and Lubman on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro? Stop playing with the pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Giants, Niners, just let them crack it.
Let's go, Nick in Berkeley, baby.
It's my guy.
Shout out Nick. He's watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky. Shasky back tomorrow. It's the morning roast. Halfway home here on a Monday in the Bay. We're going to be joined by Rob Parker here momentarily, host of The Odd Couple on Fox Sports Radio, obviously contributor to MLB Network. And he's going to join us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Sam, good morning. We've been talking Giants, and we're going to get back into the Giants with Rob during this interview because I want to talk about them getting 3 All-Stars, them winning 4 of their last 5, a massive homestand before the All-Star break against the best in the East when it comes to the Philadelphia Phillies and the best in the West when it comes to the Dodgers, and they just got clapped against the Houston Astros, so I'm very curious to see where they're going to be at heading into this upcoming weekend. So we'll get into that. But first and foremost, when we got Rob Parker on the River Islands guest line, my mind always goes to one drop and one drop only, and it's this one.
He's the GMOAT.
The greatest mirage of all time. That was back on June 14th, 2019. That's the date that I have under here, Rob. Greatest mirage of all time. Are you still standing by that when it comes to one Stephen Curry?
I'm not changing. I'm not budging.
Oh
the GMOAT. I mean, come on. That's a classic. How you guys doing this morning?
Oh, we're doing great. We're doing good, Rob. Warriors fans are, they're all in on, the Al Horfords of the world, the 39-year-old Al Horford. And, Rob, I want to ask this first and foremost.
It's done there. Can we stop with the Warriors?
What?
It's done.
What do you mean it's done?
Put a bow on the Warriors.
They were in the,
There's no
they were in the
hope
second
whatsoever.
round. What?
They were in the second round. Is that where we've gone to for the Warriors, that they got into the second round? Really?
Well, Rob, let's play this out.
I'm not buying it.
So the Warriors, they did make the second round, but obviously it's a totally different situation when Steph Curry goes down with that hamstring injury. If he's healthy that whole series, they're probably beating the Timberwolves. I think you can give us that. It's probably a little bit murkier against the Thunder. Can we at least give us that for right now for this conversation?
No, I'm not giving you that. And here's the thing. Well, out west, look at what's going on out west. And I don't. If you really think that Steph Curry, with any combination you guys put together, is going to win another championship, I think. Is there a puncher's chance? I guess, or you feel like, oh, yeah, maybe if 9 different things happen and somebody falls off a boat, maybe they could win. But do you really believe that the Warriors are going to win another championship? I just don't. I just think there's a lot of teams, younger players, younger situations that are going to be better than where the Clippers are. Look at what Houston's done. And they got a young base, and obviously they added Kevin Durant. Look at what the Clippers are trying to do. I just think there's a lot of teams we already know about. Denver's gotten way better. Can you admit that? Denver's had a great offseason. And then obviously you have the Thunder, you have the Timberwolves. I see the Warriors 5 or 6 in that, and I haven't even mentioned the Luka and LeBron, and I still think that the Warriors would be 5 or 6.
Okay, fair enough, but I think Warriors fans would take that knowing, you're a lock for a playoff spot than a play-in spot. But I don't think you're wrong to think that, but also, Rob, let's keep it a buck. Back in 2021, you did say the Warriors were also not winning another title, and, they kind of did for one Stephen Curry, the greatest mirage of all time, Rob. Come on, man. It could happen.
All right, I'll give you that one. I can't be perfect. I mean, I've been pretty good on it, but I can't be perfect. They got that one, and that helped Steph big time, because had they not gotten that one and had he not finally won a Finals MVP, there'd be a different conversation. I still think that if Kevin Durant never shows up there, Steph Curry's in a different conversation as well. I mean, I really do. Kevin Durant helped them win those 2 after they choked down that championship to the Cavaliers. You remember Steph Curry, the author of the 3-1 choke job never happened in the history of the NBA? Do you remember that at all, or you don't forgot that?
I mean,
it pops up from time to time.
I remember the NBA just doing a total screw job on the Golden State Warriors. That's how I remember it. LeBron James baiting Draymond Green the way he's doing, and now they're best friends, Rob. Now they're hanging out, going to each other's birthday parties. I don't know how that makes sense.
Remember Kevin Durant showing up a couple weeks later. That kind of made it a lot easier to digest.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm just saying that one was a all-time choke job when you think the Warriors hadn't lost more than 2 games in a row. All year they lose 3 in a row. They lose 2 of those 3 at home. They always talk about Draymond Green in Game 5. They still had 2 more games, and they also lost Game 7 at home to choke down, to complete the choke job. That's all I'm saying. If Kevin Durant, they don't beg him to come and help them win those 2 championships, I just think the way you look at the Warriors and their whole setup would be totally different. And I can't take away the championships, but if you think that they would have won without Kevin Durant, I think you're mistaken.
Oh, well, I won't fight you on that one there, Rob, but they did win with Kevin Durant, and I think the world was better off for it. But right now, everyone in Warriors world, we have our eyes trained not on Stephen Curry. It's all about Jonathan Kuminga. Will he, won't he, should he, shouldn't he? When you look at this situation with Jonathan Kuminga, how do you handicap it? Should he be on a team by now? Where should he go? Why do you think there's no market? I'm throwing a lot of different questions at you, but what's your overall takeaway of this Jonathan Kuminga situation right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a mystery, obviously, with what happened with the Warriors and him not playing and him not being you guys have to tell me there has to be something there. Everybody thought this guy was going to be, a special player, somebody really good. When the Warriors had him, everybody thought, oh, my God, and they're going to add Kaminga and all this other stuff, and it just hasn't panned out. And I have to question what's happened here and why has his stock fallen so much?
Well, it's interesting. It goes back to, a few years ago. I don't know if you remember that first-round series against the Kings in the playoffs. A younger Jonathan Kaminga went to the San Francisco Chronicle, and C.J. Holmes, who then covered it, went there, and there was a huge article about, his being disgruntled with the lack of playing time, not playing at all, didn't get any really run in that playoff run when they ended up getting bounced in the second round against the Lakers. There's been a lot been made about him and Steve Kerr and their relationship. What are your thoughts on Steve Kerr here, Rob? Because I do want to get into some Giants talk with you. I know you're huge into baseball. You're very tapped into all things Major League, and obviously this massive week for that team heading into the All-Star break between the Phillies and Dodgers at this homestand. But what are your thoughts on Steve Kerr and just the older veterans on this team? And I know you said you think they're a 5-6 spot. You think Kerr we could be looking at his last season in Golden State potentially here?
That's a good question. He's had a long run there, big successful run. I really thought it was teetering at one point last year. You remember how bad it was earlier in the season. Would they lose by 49 points at home?
There's some ugly ones.
Yeah, they were bad. Before Jimmy Butler, they were clinging to a 10th spot.
Big time, and that's what I was saying. And I thought at that point there might have been the end there, but they wound up getting Jimmy Butler. Then they had the cupcake schedule, which helped them win a lot of games. I know a lot of people thought, oh, look, they're running off. If you go back and look at the schedule and who they played when they got fat, it was a lot of bad teams, and which is fine. They're on the schedule. You got to play them. But, the Steve Kerr thing, I mean, didn't they just hire his son? So I guess he's not going anywhere. I think he's going to stick around to make sure his son is cool as nepotism reigns in pro sports as we know it. But I don't think he's going anywhere with his son now on board.
Rob, again, you mentioned the Jimmy Butler trade, and again, it changed everything for the Warriors, changed everything here. Warriors basketball was so much fun again with Jimmy Butler, and, if the season started on February 6th, the Warriors would have been the 2 seed. Obviously, basketball season's a little bit longer, starts a little bit earlier than there, but we've had a conversation about how, we've been told that the big addition for the Warriors this offseason happened at the trade deadline with Jimmy Butler, and that this is the unit basically they're going to try and win with next year. Are we getting ahead of ourselves if we're looking at the success the Warriors had from February 6th on and thinking that success will, translate into more regular season success in this upcoming season?
Yeah, I think that's a mistake. I really do. And I want you, seriously, if you guys, Warriors fans, I know people, do your homework and go look at those games and who they played during that stretch when Jimmy Butler first showed up. And I'm telling you, I looked at it. It was a lot of cupcakes. I got a toothache just looking at the schedule. But I'm telling you, for sure, do you believe that they have enough? When we even talk about the Lakers, and a lot of people were on board with Luka and LeBron, and what they do, they got knocked out in the first round. You know what I mean? And so when you look at the Warriors, I don't know where they fit in. They're definitely not one of the top 4 teams in the West. And that's even with Jimmy Butler starting the full season with them. I just don't put them there. I think, I don't know what move they have. They've paid enough money and apron tax and all that other stuff. So I don't know what other moves are left, but I just don't see them as a top 4 team in the West.
Talking with Rob Parker here on the Morning Roast, Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky, host of The Odd Couple on Fox Sports Radio, MLB Network contributor, formerly of ESPN. Rob, let's shift over to the Diamond now and the Giants. And I know you love your baseball. And obviously the Giants, for the last few seasons, have been kind of mired in mediocrity. The Farhan Zaidi era never really hit here in San Francisco. They had that one big season, ended up losing to the Dodgers in 5 games, obviously, in that first-round series. But now, 49-42, a week ahead of the All-Star break, winners of 4 of their last 5. They were reeling for a little bit. Adames seems to be coming back. Devers, we'll see. He's dealing with a groin injury. That was the big trade. What do you make of this San Francisco Giants team right now, though, Rob, as they are just a half game out of a wild card spot here? Obviously, the Dodgers are the kings of the West, but the Giants are right there, man. This pitching, you got Logan Webb, all-star. Robbie Ray, all-star. And Randy Rodriguez, who's been one of the best, if not the best, reliever in baseball, another all-star.
Whenever you have pitching, you have a chance in baseball because, pitching is what determines what's going to happen, and that's what the Giants have going for them. Everybody thought, let's just be honest, that the Dodgers were going to run away with the division when the season started. People forget the Dodgers started 8-0, and a lot of people said, oh, it's a wrap. They're going to win 120 games, and it was all over. And I don't think so. I think the Giants and Padres, yes, they were better off earlier, and they've struggled and then had a struggling period. But 7 games out, they both are within striking range and definitely wild card range. So I like the Giants where they are. Again, it's about pitching. And the thing I like about the Giants, too, they're playing about 500 ball on the road, which normally good teams do. If you can play 500 on the road and play well at home, you have a real shot. And I think the Giants have a shot. Getting Devers was a big move. They had been trying for years, right, to sign big-time free agents, get a big bat in there. Judge turned down a monster offer. Who else turned down the Giants? There was somebody else, another.
Shohei, technically, turned him down.
Shohei, yeah, you know what I mean? So they tried. They couldn't get anybody, and to be able to get Devers ultimately is going to be a good thing for them because he's a productive player. I think that was a really smart and shrewd move by the Giants.
A move the Giants made last week here, Rob, was picking up the option for Bob Melvin next season. Buster Posey making this move during a time when the Giants were scuffling, the offense was not existent, and there was a lot of frustration and vitriol to be had by Giants fans towards the coaching staff, and Buster Posey made this move as a way to reaffirm his confidence in Bob Melvin and this Giants coaching staff. What are your thoughts on Bob Melvin running this team and your thoughts on Buster using this moment as a way to kind of double down on his manager?
Well, I think at that point you had to do something, and I think making a change, they weren't out of it with Bob Melvin, and I get it, fans, you watch the season. If you would have told people where the Giants would be and at this point in the season, you would probably be happy with it, considering the Dodgers got a $3 billion payroll, and still say, you're in the mix. You're 7 games over 500. You got an important stretch. If they play some good baseball, they could be 10 or 12 games over 500 going into the All-Star break and be very happy and have a real shot. So I think to diffuse that and get the focus back on the field and not about who the manager is and all that kind of stuff and having a guy be lame duck. You either have to do one or two things. You go make a replacement and go get somebody who you really believe in, or you say, here's another year. Let's take that off the table. No more conversation. Let's play ball and put the onus on the players. And I think that's what Buster Posey. I've been impressed by him so far.
Talking with Rob Parker here on the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni alongside.
Did you hear that? I just gave credit to somebody in San Francisco. Okay,
I mean, that's great. You gave Stephen Curry's the guy. Hey, Buster's big. Steph's the guy, though, Rob. Come on.
It's Buster today. We'll get Steph next time. Baby steps with our guy Rob
I don't think that's ever coming around. Hey, real quick, Rob, Willie Adames, where are you at with him? Because he was the crowning achievement of the offseason. That was Buster's guy. Before the Devers trade, all the pressure was on Willie. It felt like he was forcing it. He was struggling mightily. At one point, he was batting 190. It was a rough watch. This guy was the highest paid player at one point in the history of the ball club. Now he's batting 226. He's been hot as of late. What have you made of Willie Adames in a Giants uniform so far this season?
Yeah, disappointing, but probably sometimes when people get, the big contract and, I hear players and the people talk about all the time, they feel a different kind of pressure now. Now they're making all this money. They think they got to get a hit every single time. They put added pressure on themselves. And some people haven't been able to handle it, and it might take a while before they just get back to playing baseball and they forget about money. So that could have been a situation. And there's a big difference between, Milwaukee and San Francisco.
Hey, Rob, real quick on this one, because I know you like to, stick your craw in when there's new rules or you're doing something with baseball. I know baseball's done this in the past, but at MLB All-Star Game next week, and they get the Legends pick occasionally. So Miguel Cabrera was, an honorary legend for an All-Star Game, but now we got Clayton Kershaw this season. What did you make of Clayton Kershaw getting that courtesy All-Star Game nod here for the Dodgers?
He has to get it. Obviously, he just struck out his 3,000th batter. Only 20 pitchers have ever done it, only 4 left-handers. It's a chance for baseball to honor one of its greats. And Clayton Kershaw is one of the greatest pitchers of our generation. I know he's had the postseason bumps. Thank God he finally won that World Series in 2020, and he was productive and pitched well. So I think it's fitting right on the heels of that coming up. And I don't know, I'm sure you guys saw the strikeout and the moment and what went on at Dodger Stadium. It felt like a playoff game. It was pretty amazing. So Kershaw deserves it.
It wasn't a playoff game because if it was, Kershaw would have given up 10 runs there to the Houston Astros, who absolutely clapped the Dodgers over the weekend, Rob.
I'm not even mad at you. I love that. You're right. It would have been a walk-off home run for the other team.
It was like 2017 all over again. Before we get you out of here, Rob, you sent me a clip the other day that I want to play it here. I didn't know that you're getting into stand-up comedy lately. We got a clip here of what you sent me if we could play it here.
I got it right here on my board.
It's a great town. People always ripping on Detroit, all the crime and all that. Man, that's just a vicious rumor started by 2 million victims, okay?
So I'm curious, what hits harder, that joke or the jokes you tell about Steph Curry not being the greatest of all time?
Probably the joke about Detroit is crime. I'm saying, hey.
It's a vicious one,
You know what? Back in the day when Chris Broussard was on the show, he was always saying, oh, you think you're so funny, whatever. Get up on the stage. Let's see what you can do. And I was like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. And I went up there. I debuted in Hollywood. And the Comedy Store was unbelievable. And I've done about 4 or 5. I want to do some more. I just like to get out of my comfort zone, have some fun, and I've been enjoying it, to be honest. I'm not afraid to go stand on the stage and tell a couple of jokes. It's been good. It's been really good.
Hey, Rob, we greatly appreciate this morning, man. You've been more than generous with your time, and we'll do it again soon.
Joe and Sam, thank you, my man. Appreciate you guys.
Hey,
thank you very much, Rob.
That is Rob Parker, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, the host of The Odd Couple on Fox Sports Radio, and the host for MLB Network at times as well, formerly of ESPN. Good stuff. You're going to get some troll jobs from Rob. He's
just talking about that Detroit joke. That's a vicious one.
It is.
A rumor by 2 million. That is brutal. I love it. I love that kind of humor.
He's allowed to say that because he's a Detroit guy. All right. So, like, if you're trying to do that joke and you don't live in the area, it's not going to hit the same.
I don't think you and I could get up on that stage and pull that joke off.
Not for Oakland. I haven't lived there that long to do that.
I wouldn't do that for Oakland either. I've only been there for. I don't think I've truly earned my Oakland card yet.
I do want to say in regards to the Clayton Kershaw thing, I asked him about that. He gets the legend pick. So Clayton Kershaw, obviously, Giants fans know him very well. He is has a 3.43 ERA. He's only pitched in 44 innings this season. He's been pretty solid.
I'm fine with it.
He's actually been one of the more healthy and solid options for the Dodgers
that's
this
not
season.
Really saying much.
Yeah, but getting an All-Star nod, he's 37.
I'm okay with it.
No. You know who should be getting the All-Star nod? It might be his last season. Justin Verlander should be getting the All-Star nod
hasn't
over
pitched
him.
well this year.
It doesn't matter. It's a Legends pick.
Clayton Kershaw's at least pitched well this year. No, Verlander would be...
Oh, stop.
No, Verlander would be don't make me sit here and defend a Dodger over a Giant. Come on, man. Don't do this
Justin
to me.
Verlander deserves it.
No,
this could truly be his last season. He's 42. He's getting up there. He is a legend of the game.
I'm not saying that he's not, but Clayton Kershaw's pitched slightly better than Justin Verlander this year. They're both going to be in the Hall of Fame. Kershaw just had his milestone moment. I have no issue with them jamming Clayton Kershaw onto the All-Star roster.
Should have been the Giants. Should have been Justin Verlander.
Well, yeah, but that's going to happen when the commissioner is a diehard Dodger fan.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
He is.
Rob Manfred loves all of his teams equally. He loves the A's. He loves the Dodgers. He loves the Tampa Bay Rays.
I mean, if you just want to, okay, Rob Parker over here telling jokes like that. That's Rob Manfred absolutely loves the Dodgers.
He's the GOAT.
Exactly, Rob Manfred. He is the greatest mess up of all time. That is Rob Manfred right there.
Really, some people would argue that he's been a great commissioner during his time.
And they're wrong.
Why?
They're dead wrong.
You don't like the pitch clock?
There are two teams playing in minor league stadiums.
I mean, one of them was a natural disaster. He can't do anything about that.
It's on Manfred.
Telling him to control the weather?
It's his league. Get it in order or get out.
Okay.
It's insulting.
I didn't realize you hated Rob Manfred that much.
I'm getting a little emotional here.
I can tell. By the way, as we were talking about before we hit the break, there is some serious stuff that happened over the weekend. Obviously, all the flooding happening in Houston, some really sad stuff there. The death toll continues to rise. Texas Hill country over there, and just our thoughts of the station between you and I, everyone here, for all those people affected in Houston to the flooding. It was just very, very sad. They had a moment of silence before the national anthem over the weekend at the California Classic. They've been doing that all weekend in sports. So our thoughts with everyone there that is affected by those floods and some sad stuff. We're going to hit the break here in a second, Sam. We'll get back into the San Francisco Giants. We'll get back into the Golden State Warriors. Gene in Oakland, Joe in Burbank. I see you. We'll get to you. 888-957-9570. There is some positivity for the Giants, though, happening, Sammy. 3 All-Stars.
A lot of positivity.
You've won 4 of 5. How massive of a homestand is this for the Giants? Is this the biggest homestand in, a decade for the orange and black?
It's definitely the biggest homestand of the month so far.
We're going to talk about that on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
This is Big Pun from South City. You are now tuned in to the Morning Roast with my boy, Original Joe, and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
He's the Gamot.
I like how you're the original Joe, even though you're the second Joe that came on the show. I like that.
Technically, I was with the company prior to Joe Shasky.
That is true.
There. Shout out promotional Joe Spadoni, producer
Odyssey
Spadoni,
lifer.
Joe.
Pregame show host Joe Spadoni, and now morning roast host alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky. Today, we were just joined by Rob Parker, Fox Sports Radio host for The Odd Couple, obviously MLB Network contributor. And you can find that entire interview, if you missed it, on the Odyssey app. And you could also find the Valkyries on the Odyssey app today because they're taking on the Atlanta Dream at 4:30. Listen to it again on the Valkyries channel on said Odyssey app. Just download it, search Valkyries, simple as that. And you could watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game starts at 4 o'clock, Sam.
Really quick on the Valkyries. See Coach Natalie Nakase getting Coach of the Month for June.
Did you see Kayla Thornton getting WNBA All-Star? Woo!
Let's go. We got more All-Stars in the
right.
Bay. Let's go, Kayla Thornton.
All in on that ass. Let's go.
Valks, man, they are in playoff position. They are absolutely cruising right now in their inaugural year. So, yeah, shout out to Kayla Thornton and shout out to Coach Nakase. Year one, Joe Lacob's team already bringing in some accolades. It's and this is why, and we'll get to the calls in just a second, but, you know, I last night, Spadoni, I did something I don't usually do. I got into an argument with someone on Twitter.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and it was a very civil one. It was with one of our listeners. And
who was
basically
it?
he was talking about I Am the Bay 94.
Oh, yeah,
He's out there.
yeah.
I think it's CJ the Bay is somewhere in the YouTube chat. But basically it was around, you know, do you go all in on the Steph window or do you try to hold on to some assets because you want to be able to build for the future? And, you know, my stance was, yeah, you go all in. His stance was, you know, I was there for the dark times. I don't want to go back to that. And my thing to that was, you know what? I get that sentiment. I get the sentiment of not wanting to empty the war chest because you want to be able to draft players in the future and restock this team because you don't want to go into the days of suck that Warrior fans lived through between 1994 and 2007. But quite frankly, I don't think Joe Lacob's going to let it get to that point. As long as Joe Lacob is the owner, he's going to find a way to keep the Warriors somewhat relevant at the least. So, and I think what you're seeing here with the Valkyries is kind of that extension of that. Joe Lacob, one way or another, is going to find a way to make his teams good. You're seeing it with the Valkyries, and it's why I believe that in the post-Steph era, it's not going to be the absolute disaster class that it was for so many years during the Chris Cohen era Warriors.
I mean, if we were doing ownership rankings just across all sports, I think Joe Lacob would easily be in the top 10.
He's the number one owner in sports, in my opinion.
Wow, okay. Fair enough.
Granted, there's a lot of home field bias in that one.
I'm not going to argue with you. The guy got the stadium built. He used that. He didn't use really public financing. He used his own private money there. And
he spends money on winning. You know, I want my owners to do two things. Open the wallet and don't talk. And Joe Lacob has earned the right to where he doesn't have to follow that second rule. So just open the wallet and just be you, Joe. And that's what you've been doing. And it's why the Warriors are set for now. It's why the Valkyries are going to be set. And it's just, it's why Joe Lacob is the perfect sports owner.
Speaking of the Golden State Warriors, before we shift back into some more Orange and Black talk, shout out the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap with Sam Lubman on Saturdays, 9 o'clock with Dan Devone. We'll get back into Matt Chapman coming back to the team, what that means. We had Bob Melvin talking about it. They've won 4 of their last 5 in a massive, and I mean massive, homestand starts tonight. Landon Roop on the bump, taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. And then the Dodgers right after that. 2 of the best in the National League, 2 of the best teams maybe in all of baseball taking on the Giants. Do they need to go 4-2? Do they need to get a split, 3-3? What would be a successful homestand for you, Sam? I'll ask that. But in the meantime, let's clean up some of these calls in regards to the Golden State Warriors. Gene, I'll get to you in a second because Joe in Burbank has been hanging on tight. Joe, good morning. You're on with Joe Spadoni and Sam Lubman.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, Joe and Sam. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, like a lot of Warrior fans, it's been pure torture watching all the teams making trades and the Warriors still waiting on Al Horford and Kuminga. However, I understand Mike Dunleavy has to be patient. But jumping to the draft, I was very disappointed with the draft. I was hoping
Joe Lacob would buy a second-round pick, and they would package that with the 41st to move up so we could get a player like Chaz Lanier, Zion James, or Cam Jones, or somebody that has a chance of being maybe a seventh on the roster, seventh, eighth spot, someone who could really help. So I was kind of disappointed on that. I don't know about you guys. Getting back to the Kuminga and Al Horford thing, it's nerve-wracking waiting on Horford because I think he can really help the Warriors, but I don't understand. I thought by today they would announce that, and I'm just concerned that somebody else is going to end up persuading him to go elsewhere. And I also don't know about you guys, but I've always wondered, a lot of players on teams will call a player trying to get them to come to the team. So I wonder if Steph, Jimmy, or Dre let Al know that, hey, we'd love to have him. I don't know about you guys, but that has crossed my mind. And last, so you can get to another call, on Kuminga, if they can't get, I know Mike's trying to get something that will help us, but if they absolutely can't get him and we could lose him once he signs the minimum player minimum, if we're going to lose him, then I would be interested in getting draft picks, at least a decent player, than just, gambling on letting him go after 1 year.
Yeah.
And I think the draft picks could be used at the trade deadline. So we could go into this coming season at the trade deadline and say, look, we need more help. Let's move some draft picks and a player or whatever and get somebody to help us. So what do you guys think?
Thanks, Joe. It's Joe in Burbank. There was a lot there.
Let's work in reverse there.
Yeah.
So starting with the JK thing in terms of wanting to get something for him, I think that is, to Joe in Burbank's point, that is kind of what the goal of what the Warriors are trying to do. Like, if he is going to leave this summer, they obviously want to get something in return. The Warriors have said they want a guy who can be ready to start right away and a first-round pick. Whether or not they'll get that remains to be seen. Part of it depends on who will be interested enough in Jonathan Kuminga. The issue comes where if he does accept the qualifying offer, I've heard that there's a no trade element there, no trade clause. I don't know if I don't know the rules enough to know if by signing the qualifying offer he gets a no trade clause, or if by signing the offer he in theory has a no trade clause, because if he signs a qualifying offer, he's guaranteed to be an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, and any team can sign him and the Warriors can't do anything about that. So the risk of losing Jonathan Kuminga for nothing arises if the Warriors do bring him back on that qualifying offer, he plays the year out and then leaves. How tradable he is mid-season, I don't know, because again, any team that acquires Jonathan Kuminga will be doing so with the understanding that 2 months later or 2-3 months later, he's not going to be on their team anymore. And I don't know how valuable a guy like that is going to be at the deadline in terms of how much return he brings back. So it's a long way of saying, like, I don't really know. Again, I don't really know how this ends. It's on Kuminga to kind of make a decision. But if the Warriors want to get some value, they're going to have to do a sign and trade, and hopefully that comes together this week.
We would love your participation. The number is 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It is free. It is awesome. 888-957-9570. By the way, the latest on one Jonathan Kaminga, Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. No significant traction on the JK front over the weekend per sources. Restricted free agency around the NBA remains ice cold. Conversations and little action. Kings have been the strongest pursuer of the Warriors wing, but nothing has come close. So we're still waiting there. We're waiting on Al Horford.
So the update is there is no update.
There you go.
That's basically it.
And then how do you feel like, again, it's the same thing, Warriors fans. It's what we've been talking about for months and months and months. I just feel like the longer this goes, JK is coming back.
Yep.
It's just,
probably.
And I don't know
and honestly, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Like, if you're doing it on like your NBA 2K roster, yeah, it's probably a good thing, but video games don't account for the off-court stuff and just how people feel behind the scenes. And by all accounts, it sounds like the relationship between the Warriors and Kuminga, be it the coaching staff, be it the players, what have you, it is strained at the nicest thing you could probably say about it is it's strained. More realistically, it feels like the relationship is kaput. And I don't know if you really want to bring Kaminga back and have him around this team if he doesn't want to be around this team.
Well, Steve Kerr, just 2 months ago, Sam, on May 22nd, talking about and asked if Jonathan Kuminga, if he is to return, I believe this was.
Wow, they get all the guests.
This is asked if Kuminga could eventually play with Steph and Jimmy going forward.
100%. I'm going to give that time next year. Assuming JK comes back, I will explore that right from the beginning. We didn't have that luxury this year. Jimmy arrived and JK got hurt almost at the exact same time. And from the time Jimmy arrived, we were basically in the playoffs. Every game was huge for us. And so while JK was out, as I've explained many times, we got really good. We got really good with Jimmy on the floor and JK injured, and we had to continue down that path and keep trying to win every game just to make the playoffs. So next year with a training camp and an 82-game season, absolutely. I will give that lots of time and try to make that fit as best as possible.
Look, right there. He's going to give it a lot of time and try to make it fit.
I'll be honest, now hearing that cut again now, that sounds like when you're like, hey, Dad, can we go to the park on the way home? And your dad's like, we'll see, son. It's like, well, okay.
No, it's always a maybe.
Yeah, it's a maybe.
Always a maybe.
Yeah, no, never asked. It's like, hey, Dad, can we get ice cream after this? Maybe.
You'll learn.
Like, that's, again, I know I've been saying, Steve Kerr said he's going to try to make it work. And now that hearing that again just now, it makes like, you know what? That sounded a lot like when my dad being like, yeah, maybe we'll get ice cream on the way home. And, no, we did not get ice cream on the way home.
No, you can't have it every single day, Sam. All right, it's supposed to be a treat.
We don't even have it every single day. The point is, I want to believe that Kerr will actually try and integrate Kaminga and Jimmy Butler into the lineup together, and that it will work out, and then we'll make sweet music, and we'll all live happily ever after.
I believe it.
But then you hear him the way he says, like, yeah, I'll explore. Yeah, I'll definitely try. Maybe that's one of those things. Again, they're gonna have to do it before I believe it.
Let's do it. Gene in Oakland wants to join us. 888-957-9570. Gene, is Kaminga going or is he staying at this point?
I believe he's staying, and that might be the best situation since, once again, there's been over 70 transactions, none of them involving Kaminga. And now we're talking about trades like the one you were discussing the other day with Sacramento for some second-year guard whose name I can't even remember.
Devin Carter.
If that's what we're looking at, then Kevin Carter. I mean, listen, maybe you could sign him for 2 years for 15, 16 mil and keep him here and try to develop him. So towards that end, here's what we might look at as a possible best-case scenario. And I want to talk a little bit about Andrew Wiggins and his journey, starting as a, much heralded Canadian high school player. He was the, Canadian Michael Jordan. Of course, he was a number one draft pick by Minnesota. Played there for, I believe, about 4 years or so. But there was a lot of unrealized potential. He'd score, he'd fill the stat sheet well enough so he could continue to play. But I think they finally got tired of Andrew just not meeting his potential. So they traded him to us. And when he came, I was very fascinated. I thought, yeah, this guy could be something special, but first he's got to mature, and maybe being with a new and better organization, he will, and he did. He became a core member of the team. He went from, a so-so to below average defender to, a shutdown defender, one of the best two-way players in the game. Point is that he did mature, he did grow into the game, and he did work hard to develop those skills that he didn't have with Minnesota. I'm hoping the same for Mr. Kaminga. He's really got to work on those other areas in order for him to really contribute, to be a valuable member of the team all around, and to be able to integrate, with Jimmy and Steph.
No, it's a great point, Gene. No, I appreciate you waxing poetically. We got a bunch of people on the line. I want to get to it in a second, but the point is well made about the Andrew Wiggins in regards to, him developing here. The difference between JK and Wiggins, though, was Wiggins is coming from Minnesota. Like, JK's only known the Golden State Warriors. So it'd actually be like if JK moved on from Golden State and had a Wiggins-like transformation elsewhere. I hear what he's saying there, but the fact that he did come up through this organization, I'm not buying the Wiggins.
No,
the different voice, different
to add on to that, Wiggins was in the starting lineup playing on day one on the Timberwolves, whereas, again, it's a fascinating little experiment, a little game, if you wanted to call it that. Warrior fans, just go on the internet, Basketball Reference. There's a way you could pull up, the entire 2021 draft class. You could see how many minutes each player has played since being drafted, and everyone else in that draft class has north of 10,000 minutes played, whether it's Cade Cunningham, Franz Wagner, Davion Mitchell, all those guys. And then you got Jonathan Kuminga, who's around 5,600 minutes total right now. And, Tim Legler said in that cut we played earlier, and he had a line, and Carter got in my ear and said, like, dude, that's crazy to say that. He's 6,000 minutes in. Legler said 6,000 minutes. Kuminga's 5,600 minutes into his career, and he's still auditioning for his place in the league, which, again, Carter got in my ear and said, that's crazy that that's a thing. And it's true. Like, that is crazy that is still the situation that Kuminga is in, because he's never gotten the runway that guys in his position usually get, which is why it makes sense that he wants to leave and go get that runway. He's still 22, going on 23 years old. His career is still very much in its infancy. So he can still get things going. It needs to be somewhere else.
You think if you ask Steve Kerr if he's handled Jonathan Kuminga's development well, do you think he would have said yes?
I think Kerr is self-aware enough to know what he's been doing and also what goes into developing a player that I think Steve Kerr, if you truth serumed him, would say that he has not done completely right by Kuminga as his head coach. I think he would agree to that, yes. I think that is the case. I don't believe that Kerr has done a great enough job of getting Kuminga integrated with the system, and I'm sure Kerr would admit that that's been a part. I'm sure that another part of him would say that there's something on Kuminga as well. I mean, it's the same conversation we have with the Giants. Is it on the coaches? Is it on the hitters? I think there's a similar situation here. I think it's on Steve Kerr to figure out a way to make it work with Kuminga, someone that talented. I think there's some part of it on Kuminga of understanding of what your role with this team is. Last week we said goodbye to Kevon Looney, and he wrote a great piece in the Players Tribune, which I encourage everybody to go check it out. Just Google Kevon Looney Players Tribune, and you'll be able to find it. But Looney kind of talked about how he was kind of nervous being a part of the Warriors early on because he didn't really know how to fit in because there is this expectation of perfection, and it was intimidating for him. And he talked about how, when Kerr and Draymond yelled at each other during the night of that OKC game and in that 15-16 season, when Steph ended it with the double bang, he said, like, that was when he saw the human side of them and he started to feel a little bit more comfortable. And that's where he really started to become Kevon Looney, and we started to see who he was. And he became an integral part of the Warriors where he realized, this is my role on a night-to-night basis. This is how I can help out and contribute. And it ended up being a Warrior legend. That is to say, Kevon Looney was a product of the Warriors culture. I think there is a level of, if you're a young player like Jonathan Kuminga, you got to be looking about how Looney integrated himself with this organization and found his role at the Warriors and say, well, what can I do to emulate what Kevon Looney did? Like, what can I do to follow in his footsteps to where I'm not saying that Jonathan Kuminga is on the same level of Kevon Looney. Kuminga, in all retrospect, should be a better player than Looney. But I do think there is a level of, like, Kuminga should have figured out some way to be like, you know what? How can I make myself more a part of this team unit in a very similar way that Kevon Looney once did?
What if I told you, and is this giving him too much of, a pass? And Gary, BPA, Pat, I see you guys. I'll get to you in just a second. The number is 888-957-9570. We're talking about Jonathan Kuminga, Spadoni, and Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky. Is the best case scenario right now, Dub Nation. No moves have been made, and Golden State is the best move now available just to bring back Jonathan Kuminga. 888-957-9570. You can hit us up also on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Same number to call or text. Is it giving him a pass if I say, you know what? Jonathan Kuminga has just been dealt a bad hand when it comes to injuries, when it comes to expectations on the roster, when he was getting into a championship team, getting drafted into a championship level team. 888-957-9570. Do you believe that, Sam? Is that giving him a pass?
I don't think it's a pass, but I think it's a fact. I mean, yeah, he had a different situation here that most rookies have. I mean, how many rookies are thrust onto a team that has immediate NBA championships hopes? I mean, the number one pick this year, Cooper Flagg, is going on to a team that, by and large, is on paper ready to win. You got a great center in Anthony Davis. You got a, when healthy, great point guard in Kyrie Irving. Klay Thompson is still able to shoot the ball.
Real quick, Kyrie, I think over the weekend he was streaming or saying something. He's like, yeah, let's pump the brakes a little bit on me playing it all next year.
Oh,
basically what he said.
Okay, well, that kind of changed the tenor a little bit. But even still, if AD, Kyrie, and Klay were all healthy on opening night, ready to go, I still don't think that's a finals caliber team. I mean, that's a team that will be in the playoff mix.
If it was, Cooper Flagg would have like a Magic Johnson rookie year. That's like the only, which again,
exactly.
doesn't happen.
All this is to say, like, the number one pick in the NBA is on a team that might be in the playoff conversation, not in the finals conversation. So it's a different situation. You could probably count on one hand the amount of players who have been in the situation that Jonathan Kuminga was in. But you know who else was in a similar situation as Jonathan Kuminga? Was Moses Moody, another lottery pick who was thrust onto a team with immediate winning. Maybe it's unfair to completely compare the two, but Moody found a role on this team. Moody was once in the doghouse that Jonathan Kuminga finds himself in. I was there at one of the games last year, not this season, before this last season, where in the middle of the third quarter, all of Chase Center starts doing Moody. It was like the end of the movie Rudy, except instead of Rudy, it was Moody. And yeah, Moody has found a role on this team. So clearly it's possible. Again, different players, different skill sets, so it's not an apples to apples comparison. My overall, it's like, it's not that you're giving Kuminga a pass. There is a reality, but yeah, I do think there was part of it was on Kuminga of just like, you got to find out where you fit in with this organization. And maybe the answer to that question is, I don't fit in with the organization. And that's why we're in the situation we're in right now.
It's funny you mentioned Moses Moody getting more of a runway with the team. You mentioned the minute allocation and minutes played for Jonathan Kuminga, and I have it up right here. 5,600 minutes played. What would you wager Moses Moody's minutes played as, Sam?
Total in his career?
Yeah, because they were drafted in the same draft class.
Yeah, I'm going to ballpark it at 8,000 minutes.
4,200.
Oh, wow.
He's played significantly less minutes than Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, man, I missed that big time.
So for as much as we want to say that, Moses Moody is viewed more favorably than Jonathan Kuminga, the minutes played will tell you differently. But again, that's not the end-all be-all.
I think right now, because again, who has the contract to be around here for the next few years and who doesn't?
Well, it's going to be JK, I think, shortly. I think the market has spoken on Jonathan
Kuminga. Well, the Warriors have already given Moody the deal, though.
No, I understand that. I expect Jonathan Kuminga to come back, whether it's on a short-term deal, a long-term deal. I don't know.
It doesn't sound like he's going to be willingly coming back, though.
Well, we'll see.
If you're like,
the league is telling him, though, Sam, he might be getting humbled this summer.
Is the league telling him that, or is it just, again, you talk about having a bad hand. This is a terrible year for restricted free agents.
If someone wanted JK, they would go get him right now. If someone really wanted him, they would make the effort to go.
There's a lot of other players who haven't been picked up either yet. So, I mean, are they all getting told the same message?
Yeah, they're 39 years old and their name Al Horford.
No,
Gary.
There's some 25-year-olds out there.
Gary is in Daly City, wants to talk about one Steve Kerr. Gary, good morning. You're on Spadoni and Lubman.
Morning, you guys. I've been a fan of the Warriors since the team's out here since the mid-'60s. The Civic. A lot of people don't even know they played there. Anyway, one, you extend Kerr for a year. That way he goes out together with Curry at the same time. That's one first move you make, just like a thank you to Steve Kerr. Two, Kaminga probably will be back, but think if he was on Indiana, a team where he doesn't have to think, a team where he just runs up and down the court and like playing in the streets, playing in the schoolyards, and he can run up and down the court, no thinking. I think Kerr's offense, you got to think instead of just playing basketball, and that's what some of these guys just want to play. College basketball where they just run up and down. Street basketball where they run up in the court and don't have to think and score, like with the Celtics, same type of thing. But for you guys to say the West is not loaded, they're loaded. The West is loaded. They want to pay back.
When do we say the West wasn't loaded?
Well, no, I'm just saying the West. I'm just saying a lot of people have been saying that the West.
People
about Dallas, the same thing. I mean, these teams, the Warriors have another year on their bodies. Curry, Draymond, Butler. And it's also up to Joey Light years what he wants to do. He's the type that has to go for it because he knows in a year or two all the fair weather fans that go to these games will not be there anymore. They'll probably go over to the Valkyries. I mean, there's 6,000-7,000 of us that have been loyal to him and Oakland and at the Cow Palace. And where are they going to go once Curry's done? So they got to go for it. Al Horford's not going to help them. He's a soft outside three-point shooter. They don't need another one. Everybody on that team should be tradable except for Curry. Even Draymond, I would see what I could get. Because and Butler too, because their bodies are 1 year older, and they're gonna break down during the season. And you tell me in the West, like I said, they're loaded.
Thanks, Gary, in Daly City. A little more pessimistic than I think a lot of the more optimistic Warriors fans on running it back. I don't think there is a lot of optimism actually from Warriors fans if they just run it back. I think most of them feel like Gary in Daly City.
No, I think we kind of established that on Thursday.
And real quick with Al Horford, you're getting him because come playoff time, if you make the playoffs, I would trust him to actually make some 3-point shots and be consistent out there than Quentin Post, who looked like a guy that was making his first ever playoff appearance, and he looked overwhelmed.
I agree with that.
There was a lot of overwhelmed moments from a lot of the younger players, and you bring in a guy like Al Horford, where he's played a lot of heavy minutes in the playoffs, and the moments aren't going to be too big for a guy like that. And that's why you get him.
Yeah, and I there kind of in lies an issue I have with the Warriors' approach to this season is it feels a lot like, can we just get to the playoffs?
And real quick, I think Gary is making up something there. No one has in the history of ever said the West is going to be easy. Like, what are we doing here?
I'm sure
everyone agrees the West is difficult.
If someone said, I'm sure someone on like Fox Sports 1 or something said it, not Rob Parker, someone else, maybe one of those speak for yourself people said it just to go viral
Your boy
somewhere.
Nick Wright? Yeah.
There you go. That sounds like a Nick Wright take because it's, incorrect. But yeah, it's this whole strategy of just, can the Warriors be in position to make the playoffs? There's a part of me that wishes we could be better than that, but there's another part of me that just recognizes the reality of that might be the best the Warriors can do, which is, can they just cobble this thing together enough for 82 games to get into the dance? And then after that, it's, flip the switch, as, we used to say here around Dub Nation, and just kind of try and turn on the afterburners in the playoffs. Because as I said last week, I do believe that just the presence of Steph Curry alone is worth one win for the Warriors in a playoff series. The Warriors will not be swept with Steph Curry on this team. That's probably going to happen now this year, as I just jinxed it. But
he's the GMOAT.
Exactly, the greatest man of all time. And that's what I thought GMOAT actually meant at first.
No, the greatest mirage of all time.
I did not learn that.
It's so funny, though. I do love me some Rob Parker and the audacity that comes with him. And if you missed Rob Parker...
Not Odyssey, Audacity.
No, exactly, Audacity. Shout out the audio profile folder. You can download the Audacity. I think it's still free out there. That helped me out
we
many
need to get
times.
into that. But anyway, so it's just...
we don't need to get into that. Thanks.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about our audio editing software.
Why not?
But
thank you.
This is all to say that, the plan is, just do enough, get into the playoffs, and then hope that Steph can carry you. Yeah, I think Al Horford helps with that a little bit. But the problem with that is, again, it's the same thing we saw last year. They're going to be in the playoffs with 82 games worth of wear and tear on their legs. And there's no guarantee that these guys are going to stay healthy through the playoffs. Jimmy Butler was not able to stay healthy through the playoffs. Neither was Steph. You don't know if Al Horford will be able to do that in the hypothetical situation where he signs with the Warriors. And then Draymond Green, his body's beaten up. And let's not forget, Draymond Green had 5 techs in the playoffs last year. He technically had one more tech to give. If the Warriors had beaten the Timberwolves and gone on to play the Thunder in the next round, there's a high likelihood that Draymond would have accrued that 7th tech, even though he claims that he decides when he gets tech. So
possibly.
It's the deck's stacked against him. I guess this is what a puncher's chance looks like. A guy like Jonathan Kuminga, does that make it better, easier? At this point, I don't even know. But probably yes.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour to go here. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling for Joe Shasky. Shasky back tomorrow. BPA and Pat will get to you in a second. And I say the home of the Valkyries, and shout out Kayla Thornton, her first ever WNBA All-Star nod.
Let's go, Kayla.
She's been in the league a minute. So shout out the Valkyries, who again, tough loss over the weekend. It's okay. Links are good. But the expectations are just, I don't even know what the expectations were for the Valkyries themselves, the players, but they even have to have exceeded maybe their own expectations.
They're the 6th seed. They're the 6th seed in the WNBA right now.
Dude,
they would be
a playoffs.
They're ahead of the Fever, ahead of the Aces. It's actually big when they're a game and a half behind the Atlanta Dream. So they can, with a win tonight, they can, make some moves in the standings here. If the Valkyries made the playoffs in their inaugural year of the WNBA with no real superstars on their team, no disrespect to Kayla Thornton, but that will be quite an incredible story. And going into a massive offseason for the WNBA where they're going to potentially get a new TV deal, a new CBA. You got Sabrina Ionescu's free agency coming here. Like, it is all setting up for the Valkyries to potentially really, they're hitting the ground running this year. They could turn on the afterburners next year if all the dominoes fall in the right place.
Nah, I'm not waiting for next year. Do something now. Capture the imagination, what they've done and what they've been able to create at Ball Halla. It's a vibe. I got Steven Risotto saying it's louder than some Warriors games.
It's
really?
The hottest ticket in town.
That's insane.
Like, I asked R.C. Davis, hey, can you hook me with some tickets? He's like, I can't. Not even employees can get tickets because they're just that sold out.
I know, RC. RC's listening right now. The employees can't get tickets to it. Come on, RC. Come on.
I believe R.C. Davis. He's a straight shooter, that guy.
All right, so the Valkyries taking on the Atlanta Dream today, and you can find it on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app, 4:30 tip, and you can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 4 o'clock. In the meantime, I would like to get excited again about Golden State Warriors basketball at Chase Center next year, as I watched a little bit over the weekend with the California Classic. Pat is in Foster City. He thinks the best thing might be to keep Jonathan Kuminga. Pat, good morning.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I'm up early. You guys are always up.
Yeah, give us a call back, Pat. I know you're hanging on tight. That was a horrible connection. Apologies to you there. Let's go to Brian.
Shout out the phone company.
Brian in Palo Alto. Let's pivot to Brian. Brian, how are you feeling about JK right now on July 7th? Still nothing.
Biggest JK stand out there.
I think that we are seemingly running out of options at this point. So I think they may be stuck with him, which is, I love Lakeup. I have a lot of respect for him and what he's done here. I think the handling of JK as an asset will go down as a black mark on his tenure here.
Yeah.
It's this guy that he sort of had this, just been enthralled with, almost obsessed with as a player and a talent, apparently is not valued around the NBA one bit. Like, nobody seems to want Jonathan Kuminga, which is, man, that must be a real slap in the face for his stance around the Warrior sort of universe. But, it's unfortunate that this is the situation we're in, where we're held hostage by Jonathan Kuminga. And, everybody blames everybody else. That's the problem with Kaminga. Everyone blames everybody else, Kerr or Lakeup or Curry even. He's a 29% three-point shooter in his fourth year as a 6'7" wing. Like, that's not acceptable.
Well, the
right?
BPA, who do you blame? Because it is fun to point fingers. We do that in sports talk a lot. I like to think that's a little bit on Kerr and Kaminga. When you're like, who do you put the blame on for things not developing with Jonathan Kaminga?
Shout out Akon.
I mean, ultimately, I put it on the player. Ultimately, at the end of the day, right? Like, I don't know why. Like, the numbers would be the numbers, right? Like, I mean, to me, the shooting stuff is just a pretty big red flag when you're in your fourth year and you're like a declining shooter in the league as a 3-point shooter and you're a wing. That's really, really, really bad, right? And I imagine that's probably some of the stuff that teams around the league are looking at, being like, I think that's the problem. Is it a Kaminga issue? Is it a Kerr issue? Or whatever else. But I would put it also on Lakeup. I think Lakeup has been, sort of whispered in his ear over these years, telling him that, he's something different maybe than Kerr's telling him. And it's unfortunate that we sit here and we're stuck with this guy because, we were a 500 team with him in the rotation last year, and we won 75 to 80% of our games when he wasn't in the rotation. And so that'll be what our big offseason move is. And it's unfortunate that they put themselves in this situation. It's a very bad look for Lakeup and Dunleavy right now, unless they can pull something off. So anyways, guys, have a great day.
Appreciate it. As Brian in Palo Alto. By the way, this or that coming up. We'll reveal what the this or that is in about 5 minutes. This or that. It's the hottest growing segment in the history of sports talk radio, some are saying. So this or that coming up shortly. Could be sports related, could be non-sports related. Could be hot dog or hamburger, could be JK or Kerr. Who knows? In the meantime, I think we got our connection with Pat in Foster City back, Sam. So let's go to Pat, who was hanging on tight. Pat, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, you were asking the other caller, whose fault was it or whatever. I thought the draft pick of Kaminga, back then, and I remember it well because I'm a draft guy that really watches the draft closely. There were a lot of good players they could have chosen, and they chose Kaminga. They knew he was a project at the time, so it was a risky kind of thing. They could have taken more sure things, and they didn't. So it's just, that's just the way it was. But in terms of him going forward with the team, although I'm not real keen on him fitting in with the Warriors. I mean, you think about him, and he is exactly the opposite of Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson needed the ball for 1 second to make a three. Kuminga needs the ball for 15 seconds to maybe make a two. So they're like opposite ends of the spectrum, and I don't know if his style will ever quite fit with Kerr style or whatever. But I guess the silver lining to me is that if they do keep him for another year, and I don't know the contract situation and, whether he can become free agent. I don't know how that works out. But I do know that if he's with us next year, Kuminga's got to know this is the year where he really has to perform if he's going to get a good contract with the Warriors or anyone else. Because right now I think he's a question mark in terms of what he can do. Is he the guy that played 4 games against Minnesota and put up some really good numbers, including 3-point shooting? Is he the guy in the midseason that was putting up, really good rebounds and defense and scoring? Is he that player? Or is he the player that we kind of see over the last 4 years? So who knows what he is? We don't really know. But if they do end up keeping him, I would sure think that he would have to put up some good numbers for his own sake. But I just don't know if his, right now it's unfortunate after 4 years you think everyone, the league and the Warriors would know more what they have on their hands. But to me, he's still kind of as unknown as he was 4 years ago when we drafted him. So it was a little dicey of a pick. But I think the silver lining is if we keep him for a year, hopefully he's going to have to deliver for us, and then whatever happens after that, kind of take it as it is.
That's a good point there.
Thanks, Pat.
I don't disagree with that thought there, Pat, that, if he signs a qualifying offer, he goes in with, basically a contract year, going into free agency. Does he ball out a little bit more to try and boost his value going into unrestricted free agency? And while that does nothing for the Warriors beyond next season, if the focus is just next season, which I believe it to be, then yeah, that would indeed help the Warriors out a little bit. So that is a potential option there.
Again, this was back on May 22nd. Steve Kerr, courtesy of the River Islands guest line on Willard and Dibs. There's a scenario. JK comes back next year. Give him the runway. Let him make his mistakes. Let him go through his growing pains with Steph and Jimmy.
100%. I'm going to give that time next year. Assuming JK comes back, I will explore that right from the beginning. We didn't have that luxury this year. Jimmy arrived and JK got hurt almost at the exact same time. And from the time Jimmy arrived, we were basically in the playoffs. Every game was huge for us. And so while JK was out, as I've explained many times, we got really good. We got really good with Jimmy on the floor and JK injured, and we had to continue down that path and keep trying to win every game just to make the playoffs. So next year with a training camp and an 82-game season, absolutely. I will give that lots of time and try to make that fit as best as possible.
Listen, call me crazy. I'm optimistic that it could work too, which sounds insane given how everything has taken place here when it comes to the relationship, when it comes to the players, when it comes to just the on-court production. I'm still going to hold out some hope because you know what? To his point, real quick, Sam, to his point, they haven't really had the opportunity to mesh or blend because JK was hurt and Jimmy Butler came right in. They didn't have any room to just let them figure it out because they were buried themselves in such a hole in the standings. They had to just stick with what was working.
Well, also,
now you'll have some runway here.
Back too.
Yeah.
No, it's the pieces are there. They can make it work. It's just a matter of if they want to make it work. But one of the big what ifs I think that's going to start to kind of develop over the next few years is what if Kaminga never got injured against the Grizzlies on January 4th, I believe this year.
Something like that.
Yeah, started January. Like if he does not suffer that ankle injury, which was a big reason why the Warriors went out and got Jimmy Butler. I am very curious as to what the rest of the Warriors season would have looked like had that never happened.
You know what I'm really curious about? This or that. Because apparently it's such a doozy that we're teasing what it is till the other side.
Oh, wow.
The brain trust in the back said this is such a good one. They don't want to ruin it before the break. So this or that on the other side, 888-957-9570. That's to get involved. The segment's about you, the people. And again, it's call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys. Text line, this or that, 888-957-9570 is the number. And that's what's coming up. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
What's up, Zooch? It was a hot night in August. Humid. Such a good beat. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. Former classmate of Jeff Gordon, NASCAR legend. That's right. Shout out Vallejo's own.
Vallejo's own, yeah.
Also,
2-4.
proud of Vallejo, CC Sabathia. Bill Buckner, rest in peace. Another Vallejo guy. Valley Joe, sneakily.
Daniel Johnson of the Giants.
There you go.
We had his coach on.
Who was my guy? Well, he was a Giant for a hot second, right? Willie something? Castro?
Oh, Calhoun?
Willie Calhoun.
There you go. Willie Calhoun.
Was he a
Rangers
guy too?
Yeah, Rangers.
Yeah,
legend.
we got 6 games of him in exchange for, who's our guy? Steven Duggar.
There you go. By the way, coming up today, 4:30, Valkyries taking on the Hotlanta Dream, some say. And you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. It's simple as that. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 4 o'clock. You know the number, 888-957-9570. Call or text that number on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Sam Lumen in for Joe Shasky. One more segment before handing it off to Steiny and Goo. E-Dog Evan Giddings in for Steiny. And they got a lot to get into in regards to the Giants. 3 All-Stars there. I guess Guru was telling me Steiny made a bet that Robbie Ray would not be an All-Star.
Oh, I hope Steiny pays that bet off.
It was a margarita, I believe. That's what I thought.
Margaritas for everyone at the station, right?
Well, I would hope so. I said Evan better get in on that too. Just make it just like Joe Shasky still owns us. Or owes us, I should say, the prime rib.
Yep.
How's the prime rib, baby? Where's it at? Joey?
He's already gone on record saying that's not happening, so his credit score is shot. Really quick on the Valkyries, they got to deal with Brittany Griner tonight.
Oh.
All 6'9" of her, so that'll be interesting. Interesting test there for the Valkyries.
You know what else is an interesting test every single day around this time?
What is it?
It's this or that.
Oh, I hear it's a good one.
Do we have one today, boys, in the back?
We do. We have a this or that today. Our this or that is in honor of the Giants playing the Phillies and then the Dodgers.
Ooh.
Which fan base do you hate more?
Oh.
Philadelphia fan base or the Los Angeles fan base?
Oh, let's hit the
open. Give it to me.
He's the GMOAT.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's.
All right, you heard it right there from the Brain Trust in the back. 888-957-9570. This or that. Which fan base do you hate more? Philadelphia or Los Angeles? 888-957-9570. You can call or text again the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And I'll just go right to you, Sammy, while we wait for those
I was really
people.
hoping you would vamp first and give me some time. This is a tough one.
My mom, first and foremost, told me to never use the word hate, so I don't hate anyone. I strongly dislike certain people.
See, my mom told me that too, and I just no, Mom, I'm going to keep going on with my hate. I let the hate flow through me. Shout out Darth Sidious.
That ended well for him.
Hey, he returned somehow. Which one am I going with here? Philly or LA? Honestly, LA, Dodger fans definitely suck, but mainly because of the poor choices they've made in their life, albeit, being Dodger fans. I think I'm going to lead Dodger fans here.
Oh, okay.
Just because I hate the fact that
you're going specific fan base within the group.
I guess I'm going specifically Dodger fans. If I had to if
it's LA or Philadelphia, that's the choice.
If I'm going LA as a whole versus Philly as a whole, as the prompt is, I guess that's where I should be doing. Then in that case, if I'm picking citywide, it's probably Philly.
Okay.
But if I'm going Phillies fans versus Dodgers fans, it's probably Dodger fans. I feel like Philly fans are at their stupidest when it's a Sunday and there's football being played. So it's like the Philly fan that shows up to Lincoln Financial Field is not the same breed of Philly fan that's showing up to Citizens Bank Park, if that makes sense.
But you need to put your producer hat, because you're a producer extraordinaire of the Morning Roast still, as well as a host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Great podcast to you, Steven Risotto, and occasionally Joe Shasky crushing it. And obviously the Orange Black Weekend Wrap. But put your producer ears on when you're at the phone in the back. I mean, when it's Eagles, Niners, and it's Philadelphia, or if it maybe this year Phillies, Giants, you get all those people from 94 WIP, our sister station at Odyssey, calling in, talking smack.
I talked to a lot of them, and not very. I'll say this: they're not good at talking smack. I always remember the morning after the Brock Purdy injury in the NFC title game. Spinoni, you remember this?
I lost a lot of money on that game. Haven't bet since. Continue.
That's why you don't bet on sports. Shout out Carter. But no, the morning after, Spinoni, you remember you were sitting right next to me as I was screening calls. There were so many Eagle fans calling in to talk smack. I'll always remember there was this one guy, I could tell he wasn't very bright because he only knew like 2 or 3 words. Just called in, bang, bang, bird gang. Bang, bang, bird gang. Bang, bang, bird gang. I'm like, you got anything else, dude? Come on, give me something good.
Mike, though.
What do you got? Like, come on, give me something better. All right, I got something better. Bang, bang, bird gang. It's like, you see, this is why I don't.
I actually kind of love it if he kept doing that.
It's just like, this is why I don't respect your fan base. Like, you guys are eating horse crap off the street, and then you come in with smack talk like that. You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember
when they
that.
won in 2018, the Nick Foles won, there was a Philly fan who saw a cow pie on the street or a horse crap on the street. He's like, oh, I'm going to eat it because the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Oh, that's his Philly logic. So, yeah, it's a very unintelligent fan base.
Okay, so it sounds like you hate Philadelphia more than Los Angeles.
I hate the Philly fan base.
There you go. That's the question.
It's the question within the question almost.
888-957-9570. It's this or that. Which fan base do you hate more? In honor of the Giants playing the Phillies and Dodgers, do you hate Philly fans more or LA fans? 888-957-9570.
Great question, Carter and Rizzo. Great job with this one.
It was a really good one.
Who's your pick now? My pick, again, officially is the Philly fan base.
I think if you polled Bay Area fans, they hate SoCal fans more. Because you're in such close proximity with them, and in your everyday life here in San Francisco or in the Bay Area, you're more than likely you're going to stumble upon an LA fan. They're just it's back and forth here. We're so damn close. People live in LA that are from San Francisco and vice versa. So I think it's going to be the LA fan, and I think it's just what they represent. And Shasky talks about this all the time. They expect winning, and when they're not winning, it's just, I'm not going to show up then. Call me again when you do something fun. In the meantime, I'm going to go to the beach. I'm going to enjoy my weather. I'm going to go play some golf. I'm going to go surf.
I mean, there are things to do in LA.
There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things to do here in the Bay Area, but you know what? We show up. We show out. We have an expansion franchise in the WNBA, and we're selling out every single one of those games. Are they doing that for the LA Sparks down there when they're bad? I don't think so.
They got Kelsey Plum on their team and Cameron Brink. Is she back yet?
I don't think she's back yet. I don't even know. You know what? I don't even care. And the LA fans don't even care. That answers my point right there. Yeah. So I'd rather have, you know what, a Philly fan that goes to the games and talks all that smack against them. I know you can't stand them either.
Smack.
No, they're not. But you know what? They're going to the games at least. They're going to be going to the Phillies. They're going to be going to the Sixers who stunk. And they're going to be going to the Eagles games. LA, do they even like the Rams still? I don't even know. Are they resonating?
Are they even
down
aware
there?
that the Rams are down there?
I don't even
see. That's why it's kind of hard to hate on that whole fan base, because it's like there's really only like 1.5 teams they root for down there, and that's the Dodgers and the Lakers, depending on who's on the team. And I felt like that fan base has never really truly embraced the Lakers when LeBron has been on it, because, you know, obviously
they love. I think they love the Lakers, but the LeBron thing is I don't even know.
It doesn't even feel like the Lakers with LeBron. It's the LA LeBrons. Like
he's sneakily been there a long time.
I know he really has, but. Again, if we want to break it down to the Philadelphia Phillies fans versus the LA Dodger fans, like, I'm just so sick and tired of that blue Colt Pantone 666, whatever it's called, that shows up for every single Dodger road game, and how they just come flooding into the streets in this gross blue wave that we see approaching every ballpark. That just, I hate it how these Dodger fans just take over every ballpark. It needs to stop, and hopefully it's not going to be as bad this weekend. Hopefully Giants fans show up this weekend. Don't sell your tickets to any Dodger fans. And because if I look out in the 415 section and I see a bunch of blue and white, it's going to make me throw up.
888-957-9570. It's this or that. Who do you hate more between these two fan bases, Philly or LA? Jackie in San Diego would love to join the conversation. Jackie, this or that. Who do you hate more, LA or Philly fans? Oh, Jackie.
Sounds like an LA fan by the
gone.
Not being there.
San Diego, gone. We're going to add them to the list now that we had a fan of them call in and just wet the bed there. Jackie, I'm very disappointed.
Evan Giddings, he's a San Diego fan.
Why?
I don't
Is he
know.
from the Bay?
He has like friends or something in San Diego. I actually brought this up with him. He said he's a fan of baseball. He's one of those guys.
Oh, Rob Lowe. I respect that. He was an A's fan, so he's a fan of baseball.
Yeah, Evan goes to games. He just wants both teams to have fun. But he was when I had him on the wrap, I was like, Evan, you're a Padres fan, right? He's like, why does everyone assume that? I'm like, I don't know, maybe because you wear Padres stuff all the time. Maybe
he actually does wear Padres
of all the
stuff
times you've walked in the studio and be like, hey, how about those Padres? So that kind of tipped me off a little bit that you might be. But no, he's I like the game fans.
I'm looking at it right now. Maybe me and Evan just need to buy the MLB New Era Batterman Basic, which is just the symbol, the logo of Major League Baseball. $35 on Amazon, snapback, Black Cat, just Rob Lowe. And we could have a segment catered around that. Joe Spadoni, baseball fan.
Just want teams to have fun.
Maybe we'll just take a look around the league, Sam, and I just wear my cap. I just put it on.
A little last night in our league.
Why not? By the way,
you don't remember that segment, that Dibs segment that he used to do?
Yeah, I was there. I produced it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you
didn't react to it,
there.
so I don't.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
If you don't react to it, it's not real.
Okay,
that's radio rule.
I
number 5.
had to pull the sound for it.
All right,
so there you go.
I filled in for you a couple times and had to do that. So.
Jesse Agler, I realize, is the radio voice of the San Diego Padres. Does a very good job. Shout out Jesse Agler. Right. Here's some more courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line from the 415. It's 100% LA. Philly has the Eagles. We don't care about Sixers or Phillies. Here's another one from the 831. LA has Dodgers, Rams, Lakers. Don't like them. This is Theodore, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. LA fans are hated by our circumstances. Phillies fans are actually vile. Ooh, I do agree with that. There is something about the geography that you're just going to be interacting with more LA fans than you are with Philly fans. It's just a matter of fact.
Yeah.
But when you go to Philly games, as Bonte and Shasky will allude to, it's not going to be fun.
Like they both are dangerous for sure. I mean, the Dodger Stadium parking lot, we know how awful that can get. But I also feel like, Philly fans are probably more likely to try and challenge you in that sense, where Dodger fans, LA fans, at the end of the day, we're still Californians, and Californians are very much live and let live. Like, we'll boo you, we'll harass you, but we're not going to throw anything at you. You're not going to, usually try and just like assault you like happens in Philadelphia. Like when I look at that video of what Bonte and Shasky walked through and how that was like the good part of what they walked through, like, no, I would not be able to stand for that. Like that is absolute disgusting behavior. And again, I know Dodgers, they've had some fans have issues in the past. Obviously, we remember the Brian Stowe incident. For the most part, though, the Dodger-Giant rivalry in the stands with the fans, the last few years, it's been very harmonious. Like, I always remember the first weekend, that Labor Day weekend in 2021, when the Dodgers and the Giants played each other, and Joe Shasky was running up and down the street with the flag.
Oh, my God.
I went to that Friday night game, and I just remember walking around the stadium. It was the first Giants-Dodger game I had been to post-pandemic, and I was just so surprised with just how, we say vibes. Like, the vibes were great. Everyone was having a great time, and what I noticed, Joe, was there were so many Giants fans who were there with a Dodger fan. Whether it's, a guy brings his best friend who's a Dodger fan, a father and a son Giant Dodger fan, which that would be awful if I had to deal with that. Or, a Giants fan guy brings his Dodger fan girlfriend. Like, there was a lot of that, and I feel like maybe the last few years you're seeing a lot more of that, where Dodger fans and Giants fans are coming to games together as, because they're friends in the outside world. Yeah. And I feel like that kind of that's kind of playing a part in why there's not as much, tension and there's not as much anger between the fan bases anymore. There's still a rivalry. I still, hate them with a passion, but like I look at them as like equal baseball fans who I hate, not like Philly fans where it's just like, bro, why do you even exist?
Well, it's funny you say that because the amount of times where they pan when it's NBC Sports Bay Area, when there's a boyfriend / girlfriend, husband / wife, partner, where it's one Dodger fan, one Giants fan. I feel like that's half the crowd shots is that, right? So it just goes into the cross-pollination sensation of Giants fans and Dodgers fans. And again, like the Rams fans, like I don't even know if I've met a Rams fan. They don't like, it's nothing like an Eagles fan, a Sixers fan, and a Lakers fan. I guess that would be like, what's worse, a Lakers fan or an Eagles fan? That's how you would have to ask the question, right? 888-957-9570. Because I maybe the Dodgers trump all because they've been the best out of all those teams outside of the Eagles. So
at least the Eagles fan is probably like consistent and also rooting for like the Sixers and the Flyers and the Phillies, whereas the Laker fan is also a Cowboy and a Yankee fan. So
again,
as I say, talking to a Laker fan who is not one of those things.
I'm
very glad that you are not one of those kind of Laker fans.
Otis Bird on the YouTube chat. Lakers fans are more Kobe fans than LeBron fans. This is also from the YouTube chat.
I don't dispute that.
Michael Barrero. 49ers aren't going to the playoffs this year and don't play the Eagles. What are we doing here? What? I don't even know what that comment is. What do you mean, what are we doing here? It's this or that, Michael. Pay attention, buddy. 888-957-9570. Which fan base, as a NorCal sports fan, can you not stand more? Philly or Los Angeles? 888-957-9570. Sam, we could continue to take calls on that. I did want to talk about a series that just took place over the weekend that used to be constituted as a rivalry. I'm not sure if it still is or not.
I like to think it does.
Athletics and Giants.
I like to think it's a rivalry. Every year I'm shown how in the minority I am on that. A's Giants was always a very exciting rivalry for me growing up because, again, growing up in the East Bay out in Walnut Creek, a lot of my friends were A's fans. You know, Walnut Creek, Concord, Pleasant Hill, that area, it is very split 50-50 on A's versus Giants. So during the times when these two teams played each other, you know, there were bragging rights on the line here. Like, I want to be able to go to school on Monday and go, ha, my team beat your team. Unfortunately, growing up, that was rarely the case. The A's usually had the Giants number there. And that was, as I'm in Sacramento this weekend, it's not the same rivalry, unfortunately. You know, it's even though it's a 2-hour drive up I-80 to get from San Francisco to Sacramento, depending on traffic, it's far enough away where, it just doesn't hit the same way it did when the A's were in Oakland. Maybe that's part of it is because A's fans aren't showing up to games like they used to. Again, they weren't showing up before. No, miss me with that nonsense. We all know that John Fisher was trying to make that happen. You know, I'm all on the FJF movement there. Forget John Fisher, I believe is what that means. But it was very Giants heavy this weekend. And usually even for A's Giants games in the Coliseum back in the day, A's fans would still show up for those games. And it was very spirited back and forth. I always loved the let's go Giants, let's go Oakland, that back and forth that would always happen. And it's another nice thing that we had in baseball that glorious Rob Manfred decided to just piss on and take away because, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about that dollar bill.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And we got over 1,000 votes in on YouTube. Wow. Oh, that's insane. That many. 66% says LA to the 34% of Philly. I'm being told it's not 1,000, it's 50. That's all right.
50,000?
That's all right.
Wow.
So 66% going to LA, more hated as sports fans.
Oh, that is the flavor of the week.
They're playing the Phillies tonight. Like, Philly fans,
it's a big week for the Giants.
I feel like there are a difference though when you say LA Dodger fan compared to LA Laker fan compared to, I guess, Ram fan. I don't feel like they're all the same. I do feel like, as you alluded to, Sam, Flyers, again, they love their hockey out there. Flyers, Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, it's the same fan base around. And they're going to cover and talk about their fan base and those teams the same throughout. Diego's in San Francisco, wants to join the conversation. Diego, good morning. Which fan base do you hate more, LA's or Phillies?
Good morning, Philly. It's not even close. I'm more of a Niners and basketball, football, and I care for baseball, but not quite as much. I think every fan base has their bad crop, and I used to live in LA, and listening to Lakers talk radio and Lakers fans was like the worst. I mean, I couldn't stand it. And people don't like all my buddies who aren't from the Bay think Warriors fans are pretty unbearable. So, like, it's fair to think that. But Philadelphia fans, especially Eagles, are like, they're a different breed of human being. They cross the line. I don't know what it is with their fan base, but they're like, they go beyond the norm of a fan, like you guys have said. It's like you're going to get stuff thrown at you by, mothers of children and parents, and they're yelling,
and the children themselves sometimes. The children themselves, Diego, are throwing stuff at you. Diego, they throw snowballs at Santa Claus. Tells you all you need to know right there. Appreciate it, Diego. That's Diego. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line. 888-957-9570. Let's pivot back. We got about 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, because this whole segment I did was
Fast Five.
Born out of the fact that the Giants are playing the Phillies and Dodgers this week. This is a big week for the Giants. I mean, if it goes wrong, I don't want to talk about what could happen there. We can panic about that next Monday. But the Giants with the Phillies and Dodgers on deck again. The Giants took they split the 4-game in Philly earlier this year. Anyway, they played the Phillies pretty well earlier in the year. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I'll pull it up for you, Sammy. How about that?
Yeah, well, I vamp here. But, yeah, it's the first time they're going to be facing the Dodgers with their full lineup. They're going to have Matt Chapman back. Rafael Devers will be in the lineup. Hopefully he's kind of catching fire by then. Willie Adames is starting to heat up at the plate. He's looking like the Willie Adames that we were all expecting to see this year. The lineup is starting to come together now for the Giants. And, Bob Melvin kind of talked about this a little bit on Saturday. Well, we can play that sound in just a minute. But kind of talk about, what's this lineup going to look like now that Chapman's back? Bob did say that, we're going to have a unstructured lineup until Chapman comes back. Well, Chapman's back now, and, it'll be interesting to see exactly what this lineup is going to look like, because a big criticism I have on Bob Melvin the last couple months, Joe, is that this changing the lineup around all the time, following the hot hand and all this stuff, I don't like it. I don't like having this inconsistent lineup. And Dave Fleming said it last week when the Giants were playing well, they had a consistent lineup. And that's what you saw a lot in April when the Giants were playing some of their best baseball of the year. They had consistent lineups. So it'll be interesting to see how long it takes for Bob to figure out what that lineup looks like. And I'm kind of curious, what's that aha moment going to look like for him? And could it happen this week?
They did in Philadelphia when they had that 4-game set, Sam, split 2 games apiece. That first game against the Phillies of the season was started by Landon Roop back on April 14th. He went 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, 3 walks, but 8 strikeouts for Roop in that one.
He's on the mound tonight.
Randy Rodriguez came in, Eric Miller, Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval. In that one, you alluded to the sound. Let's play it. Bob Melvin talking about Matt Chapman and Devers being able to protect each other in the lineup.
Chapman helps protect Devers and vice versa. How does that play out?
Yeah, we're getting closer to having more of a stable lineup. I'm trying to figure out, where I want to put guys. Since he's been out, we've had to mix and match a little bit, get our hotter guys up there a little bit sooner. And when we were playing our best baseball, I think we had more of a stable lineup. So hopefully we can get to that. But yeah, I think they can protect each other. And certainly he's behind him today. And, whether Rafi feels that or not, I don't know. But it's nice to have somebody like him behind him. That.
Because you had Elliott behind him for a reason.
We were, different guys on certain days depending on where we were hitting him in the lineup. And he's third right now. I'd still like to try to get him back in the 2-hole. We'll see where that goes. But, as of today, Chappie's behind him.
That was Bob Melvin over the weekend. Sammy, you were there.
Yeah, that was Saturday pregame.
You were there.
We were asking him about it. And then the next clip we'll play was, he's talking about now where he wants people in the lineup. And, my question is, well, when? When are we going to get this lineup? If we want to play it, I asked the follow-up, what's that moment going to look like when you realize, or what are you looking for that'll kind of help you show what the lineup's going to look like?
It's too bad when Chappie went out, it's probably he was swinging the bat as well as he has all year. And I do reference the fact that we probably played our best baseball when it was more of a stable lineup. We haven't been able to do that here recently, so hopefully with getting some of these guys back, we'll get one out there one day that looks good and has some success, and hopefully we stay with it.
And Casey Schmidt, we would hope, would be coming back this homestand, correct?
My guess is if it hasn't been announced yet, I could check my emails, see if they sent anything out. But my guess is Susan Slusser was tweeting out last night that Casey Schmidt showed up during the game and went into the Giants dugout during the game after his rehab assignment in Reno. So my guess is if that is happening, that I would expect news of Casey Schmidt's activation to come at any time today. And then it's a question of who's at second base. Is it him or is it Tyler Fitzgerald, who got a legitimate home run last night. And I say legitimate because you see how it bounced off Soderstrom's glove?
He did.
Oh, you hate to see it. As Kruger kind of said, hey, at least it didn't bounce off your head, a la Jose Canseco. But,
that's true.
I'm kind of curious now what is this ideal Giants lineup going to look like?
Well, let me ask you that, Sam, because you're tapped in on it.
That is true.
You're the orange and black weekend wrap guy. You're garlic fries and baseball guys. Again, I say it all the time. Sam Lubman was actually born with blonde hair. I mean, he's such a diehard Giants fan.
It turned orange.
It turned orange.
No doctors have never seen anything like it.
The
only one ever.
Samuel Patrick James Lubman IV.
No James.
Oh, okay, I was close. Yeah. But Sam, what is your ideal lineup when if everyone's healthy? That might actually happen this week. In health, I say in quotations because no one's actually healthy.
So, yeah.
But all things being equal, they're all available. How would you like this lineup to shake out, man?
In an ideal world, I would like to see. I'm going to anger a lot of people right off the bat here. I want to see Jung-Hoo Lee in the leadoff spot. I know that might irritate some people.
He's the GMOAT.
Exactly. There's a lot of fans probably aren't in on Jung-Hoo Lee right now. I think he's swinging the bat a little bit better. I think putting him in the middle of the lineup, he's trying to be more of a get under the ball power hitter guy. That's not who he is. He's got a smooth, level swing that is great for driving the ball to all fields. If you're a singles, doubles guy at the top of this lineup, so be it. So Jung-Hoo Lee leading off. Let's get Adames in that 2 spot. From there, maybe Ramos 3rd, Devers 4th, Chapman 5th at third base. Put Wilmer Flores, Dom Smith, maybe platoon them a little bit. There's that word again. At first base. And then the bottom 3 slots of your lineup, I think it's a combination of Yaz, Bailey, and Tyler Fitzgerald or Casey Schmidt. Maybe if you want to go with Casey Schmidt, put Schmidt 7th, and then put Yaz in that 9 spot where I feel like his contact and speed acts as a second leadoff hitter. And I feel like that would probably be the better move for the Giants there. So me personally, that's my ideal Giants lineup. Maybe you flip-flop Elliot Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee around in that 1-3 spot there when you're going against a lefty and you want to get Ramos some extra at-bats against that lefty starter. So that's where I see my ideal lineup. I'm tired of seeing Jung-Hoo Lee in the 5 spot. I'm tired of seeing Willie Adames in the 6 spot. That's not the kind of hitters that they are. Like, those are contact hitters. Willie Adames does have some power, but he's a contact hitter. Put him in a spot where he can utilize his contact skills.
I'm very curious to see how this week's going to shake out with all these guys coming back. This is a major test for this team. And what would be a successful homestand for you, Sam?
I'll take a split.
A split? Okay, even at the very bare minimum, if it's 3-3?
At minimum, I need a split. If you go anything worse than that, I mean, 2-4 would be not fun, but it wouldn't be crippling either. You'll still go into the All-Star break with a winning record. You'll still go into the All-Star break very much in the playoff hunt. But if you can get a split this week against the Phillies and Dodgers, preferably I'd like to take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers just because it's more fun to beat the Dodgers. Yeah, I'll accept that. I will sign off on that because then you're going into the break at 52-45, a very respectable record, very much in the playoff hunt. And again, you're playing 2 really good baseball teams this week in the Dodgers and Phillies.
So this is the pitching matchup the next 3 days between the Phillies and Giants. You got Christopher Sanchez, who's been balling.
That's going to be a tough one.
He's been balling for the Phillies, 7-2, 2.68 ERA. The lefty, 108 strikeouts for Chris Sanchez. Landon Roop on the bump. He's a
lefty too, so the Giants are screwed.
Oh, stop.
You see what J.P. Sears did to him on Friday night?
J.P. Sears is a good pitcher.
Well, he is a good pitcher. I picked him up in fantasy on Thursday, knowing full well what was coming down the pipe.
Smart move by you. Taiwan
Still
Walker, 3-5. Again, win losses, whatever. But 3.64 ERA, and that's going to be tomorrow against Robbie Ray. All-star Robbie Ray. Again, shout out to the 3 Giants All-Stars, Robbie Ray, Logan Webb, and Randy Rodriguez. And then Phillies, Giants on Wednesday. It'll be Jesus Luzardo, former A.
The Lizard.
Jesus Lizard, as one might say. Going up against Justin Verlander, they actually have slated, Sammy. Not going up against the Dodgers. It's going to be Verlander v. Luzardo. Luzardo, I feel like, had a really incredible ERA, and then he just fell flat on his face at one point in this season.
Again,
which is what he's done. Yeah.
He's another lefty, so the Giants are facing 2 lefties in this series.
Serves up meatballs, though. I'll say that for one Jesus Luzardo. Giants should be able to tee off on him potentially on Wednesday, and that's going to be a 12:45 start, Sammy. And you know what? Who knows? Maybe you'll see Spadoni at the ball yard on Wednesday.
We going on Wednesday together?
You want to go, Sam? You want to do that?
I think we should. We don't need to take. We don't need any naps or anything
Riz,
like that.
You gonna be out there too?
Let's do it.
Let's make it a threesome.
Let's
there you
do
go.
it. That's what I like to hear. The Giants did face Jesus Luzardo back on tax day, April 15th. Went 5 1/3, gave up 3 earned runs, struck out 4. Giants ultimately lost that game 6-4. Some bullpen issues late there in that one as Hayden Birdsong, who was coming out of the bullpen at that time, got a little roughed up there. That was also a Justin Verlander start.
Oh, well, Justin Verlander, as I said earlier with Rob Parker, I think he should be an all-star this year because if we're doing legends picks, I mean, name another big-time legend in the AL that you're taking over.
You know what? I remember that start. Now, that was the one. Verlander's pitching pretty well going into the 6th inning. I'll get to it in a second. He was pitching pretty well. I remember going into the 6th inning, and then I remember everyone was like, why did you send him back out for the 6th when he clearly looked gassed? And then he gave up a couple runs in the 6th there, and that game kind of got away. But no, I get the whole legend thing, but you're also if you're going to do legends, it's got to be one legend in each league. So Kershaw fills that quota there.
That's what I'm saying. You can't just leave it one in the NL.
Well, yeah, that's more my
American
beef,
League.
too.
Listen,
if you're deciding between who's the NL legend, Kershaw or Verlander, Kershaw's having the better year this year. So you're going to give it to Kershaw. Now, neither one of them are having years that live up to their standards, but Clayton Kershaw has been pitching better than Justin Verlander. That's just the truth. And my question is, well, who's the American League legend? Is there not one available that can show up? I guess not, all right.
Just bring back Bartolo Colon. Represents both leagues.
Oh, have him be all-time pitcher.
There you go. I'm not mad at that. You know what else I'm not mad at, Carter? It's Fast Five. Oh, it certainly is. There's a lot to get into. A lot happened this week, and we got Wimbledon going on. We got the Gold Cup final was yesterday in Houston. Estados Unidos, United States, taking the L 2-1 against Mexico. You know what? I'm going to spin that. I'm not saying it's negative. That was the best thing that could have happened for them. It is, Carter. You know why? Because a year from now, it's going to be the World Cup, and they needed a gut punch here. They needed to get some motivation heading into what could be the greatest World Cup in the history of the United States. It's going to be North America. They're going to be hosting most of the matches. You got Canada, you got Mexico. And you know what? USA, they didn't even play most of their starters yesterday. Pulisic wasn't even playing. And if Pulisic's not playing, does it really mean anything? I say no, Sammy. How about that?
I have a hard time really disagreeing with anything you said because of my lack of soccer knowledge there. But, USA losing an international game, that sounds about right. At least in the men's circuit, not the women's. My final thought, said at the beginning of the show, I'm going to say it again now. If you haven't already started writing your apology letter to Willie Adames, those are due this Friday, no later than 10 a.m. on my desk. I want to hear them from all you guys. A lot of Giants fans out there wanted to punt on Willie Adames just a month into the season.
Real quick on this, Sam. You're saying that apologies are being issued now?
Yep, that's where I'm going at.
What is he batting?
Okay, the batting average for the year.
What's he batting? 226.
Okay, he's hitting 318 over the last month.
Okay.
The batting average is going to be bad all year long. I don't care about what the batting average looks like for the season.
The batting average is going to be bad all year long.
He was hitting 190 a month ago.
Great.
So, the batting average is going to look bad. That's how it looks. He can hit 350 the rest of the year, and it's still going to be an ugly batting average. If you want to just focus,
highest paid player in the history of the organization.
And that's great. And he is going to heat up for the rest of the year. He'll probably hit 300 the rest of the year, around 270 the rest of the year.
Lock that in. Lock it in right now. If he's batting 300 the rest of the season, what is this?
If we're really going to look at it that way, I'm sorry, that's just being ridiculous. No, the Willie Adames the Giants paid for is finally showing up. I'm loving the way he's swinging the bat. He's making the contact. He's a lot more selective at the plate. This is a Willie Adames approach that I think we can believe in. So you know what? Yeah, I want those Adames apology letters because I don't care what his batting average looks like for the whole season. What I care about is what his batting average is going to look like from June 10th onward. And I think we're going to be very pleased with the results there. And it's going to be a huge boost for this Giants offense in the second half. And hopefully Rafi Devers can, stay healthy and contribute to that. There's a lot of reasons to be excited about what this Giants lineup can potentially do.
I'm sorry, I hate to break the narrative.
Exactly. I got to break the narrative on Willie Adames.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
So, all right, take it easy, BPA. There's only one person's allowed to interrupt on this show. Willie Adames, buy stock in him now. Apology letters, I want them.
I also have the gifts of sight and common sense.
There you go.
I don't remember that one.
Rizzo, what you got in the back?
Yeah, just real quick. Those of us who watch sports live our best lives, right? But there's one disadvantage to being a sports fan. It's that we are oftentimes very behind on maybe watching other stuff.
Oh, what are you watching?
And those of us who are locked in on one certain show that's been referenced on this show earlier are at a disadvantage.
Oh, he's talking Love Island.
Love Island is on.
Baby.
It's on 6 days a week. If you miss one episode, you're screwed. If you miss 2, it's a death sentence to catch up.
Stop.
And I don't want to be locked in on. I don't want to be locked in on Giants A's, and then when that game ends and I go and catch up, I log on the social media and somebody spoils it. I don't want that to happen anymore. I'm sick of it. Stop spoiling.
Rizzo, when do we know? When's the series season finale? Do we know?
I think it's like this week or next week.
I hope it's next week because I need to catch. Like that would be devastating for me. I need to be in on it. That is huge stuff. Again, Hada.
So does anyone ever find love on this island?
Well, that's the thing that I don't get because it's also like a game show within it because the winner gets $100,000. The couple that wins
so much better than love.
$100,000. So like,
what is going on
I
here?
would have the tact of I'm trying to get the $100,000. They'll say, Sam, they're looking for love. You're looking for money, and you know what? That's okay.
Is that the this or that tomorrow? Love or $100K? What would you rather have?
Well, shout out for the love of money, Bone Thugs and Harmony. Am I right, Carter?
This is just hard to listen to. I'm so sorry.
Dude, you
are right
you
now.
and Sierra are going to be locked into it starting this week.
I won't allow it.
No, you will. Sierra, if you're listening, get in on Love Island.
It will perpetuate this conversation, which is just not going to happen.
What do you got?
I would just want to say, I'm kind of with Sam. I want to say that piece that Looney put up in the Players Tribune really touched me, and I just want to say goodbye to Looney. I think that he was just so beyond an all-time Warrior, and we're really going to miss him around these parts. Just good dude, good player, and he's everything you stand for as a Warrior. Is just doing what the coach needs you to do, really. So
raise number 5 to the rafters.
There you go. And that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Let's get nuts.
Well, you heard the man, Bay Area. Let's get nuts. Look, it's a end of a long weekend. We're back in the saddle, feeling refreshed, refurbished, re-energized. What's up, Goo?
What's up, baby? And I'm going, call me planners, because I got plenty of nuts. I'm already nutty.
All right.
So listen, you went to Diego for the weekend.
And you went to Cali Classic.
Not the same, but I had a great time. But you hit me yesterday, and I said, all the people in the world, Evan, this is when you count your blessings. The weekend's winding down. Maybe you got a job you don't like or coworkers you don't like. I've been there where you're just like, it makes Sunday night worse. But I said to myself, and why I bring that up is I love my job. And I love the Kens of the world on the ones and twos. And Evan Giddings in for Steiny. Congrats to the Steinmetz family.
Yeah, congrats to Josie. Got married this weekend, so Steiny was out early last week and then today.
Yeah. So I'm fired up just to be here.
Yeah, he's going to be back tomorrow, so he'll be locked in there. But obviously, congratulations to the Steinmetz. I do believe that Steiny, he texted you and I over the weekend, and this is how you know that he comes across as, I don't know, maybe like a stickler sometimes, a little rigid. He's a loving dude, man.
And again,
there's a lot of love this weekend.
My boy AP, I was in a queue. Shocker. I don't like the way that guy talks. That's my friend. We're friends off the mic.
Yes.
But anyway, I had to let AP call the goons out. But Steiny, we miss you. But we got a lot to get to.
Well, exactly. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if we're going to be able to get to everything because we do have to talk about some Warriors stuff. There was a lot of moves this weekend in the NBA. I do have a problem with what some of the branding of this offseason has been, not just for Golden State, but really for the NBA at large. We got to talk about the Giants, who got 3 All-Stars this weekend, and apparently it won 4 and 5.
I got a victory lap.
Well, okay. Now,
Evan,
I am going to ask you to choose a day to take it. Because I kind of think you should save it for Steiny.
Right, we'll do it tomorrow.
All right, a 2-day victory lap. That's a long lap.
I got you.
You're running 800 meter. I don't want to do that to you.
I'll take a margarita.
And then we got some other miscellaneous things that some's kind of interesting. Something I need your help with, and I'm gonna get to a little bit later. And then maybe even some NFL at the end because something hit me driving back from San Diego this weekend. But that's honestly where I want to start. Is you got to go to the California Classic. It was on Saturday.
Yes.
Speaking of friends, love this weekend. We got our new introduction to the rookies.
Yeah.
And what was your overall vibe from Chase Center on Saturday?
Now, you just stated it because as I walked in solo dolo, I just took you didn't ask this, Evan, but I go long. I don't know if you know that. But I looked out and Chase Center and just where it's at and what it oversees and what it overlooks is just incredible. It was a beautiful day. But the fact we got to interview the youngsters when we went out to Chase and see them play. Now, I missed our guy from Florida.
Will Richards.
Yeah, Will Richards. Why was he out?
So they hadn't technically. There is, speaking of fax machines, maybe the fax didn't get through. No, the draft wasn't official until late Saturday, early Sunday.
Yeah, but I got to see the team, and Evan, you didn't ask me this, but my biggest takeaway wasn't anything in regard to it on an individual basis, but it was like, and this is just a classic. The Summer League's about to pop off in Vegas next week, right?
Yep.
But hoop is the NFL is king, but I don't know if we want to call the NBA the queen or the jack because it's right behind it. It was electric in there with the people watching the game. So, Evan, I had a good time watching the youngsters, and I got to tell you this about the youngsters and you asking me to give you my scorecard. I just will never forget Pajemski. I saw him play 10 to 12 games in college, and then got to see him in the Summer League, and my takeaway was, I don't know if this guy's going to make any contributions or better yet, the team. And when he told us when we got our first time talking to him, he said, you know what, Goo and Steiny, Evan, a lot of people were out there trying to cook, so that's not my game. So I couldn't really show my game. Then the league and the season starts, and dude shows you he can be a point guard with Curry and Dre. So I say all that to say is I didn't want to get too heavy-handed in regard to what I saw, but guys can play. They were running the offense. We got to talk to the Santa Cruz head coach. So all of that was in my mind like, Goo, these guys are still in the early stages of formulating what type of player they're going to be. Don't take too much from it, good or bad.
if that makes any sense.
No, I don't know if Will Richard or Alex Tui are going to be rotation pieces. I think they're going to play this year, but Will Richard goes for 16 on Sunday.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got something there. The Warriors might have got a nice pick at 56. And the thing is, that's the most relevant thing that's happened this offseason to Golden State. That's what kind of hit me watching this weekend. I was in the car driving back from San Diego, switching off. It had 10 and a half hours because traffic was all hell at the end of 4th of July weekend. I'm switching seats. I'm watching sports, and I'm tuning into the Summer League Dubs. And I'm watching Will Richard play, and it just hit me. If I asked you what the goal of the offseason was for the Warriors, how would you answer that? Because my answer is to remain relevant, is to stay where they are, which is a team that was nearly in the Western Conference Finals, and to remain the brand, which it is, maybe of the NBA, but certainly one of the brands in basketball. And I'm going to be honest, the most relevant thing that's happened to them this offseason is Will Richard scoring 16 points on Sunday.
Wow, E, I can't take that from you. You told us how you feel, but I'll say this. It's not relevant because I think you got that automatically when you still got Stephen Curry. I think the operation this offseason was getting better. And that's why I'm reading the Kaminga, and I know we'll get to it, the chessboard of what's going on in the Warrior world. Shout out Sheed. And I want him back. And if it's 1 year, $20 million, bring him back. He's a talent. Let's make it happen if we're going to run it back. But I was talking, Evan, get this, to a high-ranking official over at the Warriors. I'm waiting on it.
Someone hit him with the drop.
Yeah, there we go. And they said something I had told you on Thursday. I know a lot of Warrior fans are anxious and they want to get in on NBA free agency. I understand that. But we know who the big three are in regard to who's running this team, the head honchos. But I really believe free agency and Christmas came early in February when they got Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
So when you look at it from that perspective and standpoint, E, I would just go EPMD, old rap group from New York. You got to chill. Like, we got the substance. I hope Kaminga comes back. I don't know how you're reading it if you want him gone, but this Sacramento offer for Carter and Saric and a couple of second-round picks, I believe, like, no. I want Kaminga one more season with a whole offseason of Butler in the mix, and hopefully one of these rookies can pop, and we go from there. And maybe we get Al Horford. I don't know where you're at on that. I keep waiting every day, like, what's taking so long? So I hope he's not, and him and his family probably are, where is the better place for me? But we need center help, especially after losing Looney. That's just me.
Well, but they're waiting for him because of the guy you just mentioned. It's all in a holding pattern. It's all connected. But even then, if the goal is to get better this offseason, have they done that? Because I don't know if they've gotten worse.
No, they have not.
They've lost players.
Looney is big.
Looney's
and we
gone.
don't know what's going on with GP2. Let's just count him as
he
gone.
might be gone.
So no, that bothers me.
And that's my point is this offseason, I think they're in a pickle. I think they're in a really tough spot. They're between a rock and a hard place. And a big reason is because of JK. Yeah. But with that in mind, the goal is to just stay in the news site, to stay relevant.
Well, they're
the only team that hasn't made a move this offseason.
I hear you.
And it's because they can't, and I understand that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that, again, I'm looking at this weekend, and the most exciting thing for me, hoping that this Warriors team can, navigate the summer, get into training camp in the fall, and be right where it was last year, is the most exciting thing that's happened is watching Will Richard score 16 points, go to the podium and say, my favorite player growing up was Steph Curry.
And he got to meet him Sunday.
And he's going to get to meet him.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Evan. You went to college. You're a scholar. You're smart.
I tried.
I guess the one thing about the JK situation that irks me is what's the definition of leverage to you? Because when you talk about why the Warriors can't do B, C, and D, it's because of A, and that's JK. That doesn't come off as the Warriors have the leverage to me. And I feel like they do. I'm being told that. But if they can't do anything until Kuminga accepts, I feel like he has the leverage in a sense.
They're in a standoff. Like, that's just, they're in a standoff right now where the Warriors don't have to offer him anything because no other team is able to offer him anything. And he doesn't have to take a contract because the only form of leverage he has is to basically hold up everything they've been doing. That's why the holding pattern has been frustrating to watch, I think. But something eventually has to get done, and it doesn't appear like it's going to anytime soon.
Yeah.
And so I wonder what is the goal this offseason? Like, that's the thing that I kept thinking about driving up from SD. And by the way, 916, you're right. I do make enough money to fly to San Diego, but we had a dog, so had to drive the dog. Anybody who brings dogs on planes?
Oh, there were a couple last time we went.
It's like people who fly in bare feet, like people who take their shoes off on planes.
And who would type something that cruel this
You got to get them
early?
out of here. Well, I do make enough money.
Road
Not a
trips
lot.
Evan, let's be honest. Put it right on the table early. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. I know we're up against it. Road trips, you get to bond. You were with your brother, your dog. That's bonding. Listening to music.
Well, it's also because, you can take a nap while they're driving, and they can take a nap while you're driving.
You rotate the drive.
Oh, yeah, of course. I wasn't going to let him drive the full
part.
9.5.
Man, I've been on some roadie.
Yeah, of course. No, shout out to him. He did most of the work. And the 925 brings up something that I want to touch on the other side as we get into this. They did make a move. The Warriors did make a move. And it was a part of the biggest move in NBA history. The biggest trade.
Oh, boy.
And I'm going to tell you why that's the biggest farce on the other side. Coming up today at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX pregame starting at 4 o'clock. Evan in for Steiny Guru. What's the goal this offseason? 888-957-9570. We're back after this.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You really are in a good mood.
Dude, and this is one of Jay-Z's best songs ever. He says this, I'm the Mariano of the Marriott. If you get it, Kid Stuck.
I get it.
Yeah, he's a closer. I got to say something before we get to business.
It's all you, man.
So Thursday we had the crossover, and Dibs is my guy, my mentor. Shout out Dibs. But Joey Chestnut won the hot dog eating contest again. Shocker. And I got to throw this to you because I was looking for you for help.
The overhit. You can bet on anything.
But this is where I'm going, partner, and I need your help. Eating hot dogs is not a sport. You don't get a scholarship for eating dogs. Athletics, you lose weight, not gain weight. And Dibs said it was a sport. What says you, Evan? Eating a hot dog is not a sport.
It's hard. It's not a sport. It's hard. It's not a sport.
My man, early.
We also saw something yesterday that's also not a sport. Cornhole.
Now,
Cornhole
you better
is
be
not
careful.
a sport.
The form, Evan? Texas, they turned me out on it, Evan. The form.
Anything that you can play while double fisting Pacificos is not a sport. Cornhole, people play it all 4th of July weekend because it's the one thing that you can have fun. Is beer pong a sport? Is die a sport? What's the game you play with quarters? Is quarters a sport? You cannot call everything a sport. Sports are reserved for athletes. And I'm with you.
Okay.
Hot dog eating ain't a sport.
Thank you.
Neither is cornhole.
I ain't mad at you, but there is some form to cornhole.
Well, there's form to golf, and I think that's borderline. Golf is borderline because you can play it as a senior citizen. And I'm very happy for those that
Hey,
can.
watch your mouth, young man.
Well,
you got a lot of ageism popping off early. Have you said something about golfers?
Yeah.
If you're 70 and you can do it, I'm snitching, Ken. He said if you're 70 and you can do it, it's not a sport.
You better be careful.
Whoa.
Fred Couples has been in the Masters for the last 80 years.
Evan,
is he still alive?
They're coming for you.
He's still going.
Yeah.
I know. They're going to come down my road.
All
for
right,
that
I just thought you agree. You have my back. Steiny, take another day off.
Well, that's why cornhole, it was so disrespectful what happened yesterday because there's a real sport that goes on during the weekend. It's called baseball. And cornhole, the championships, I don't know what they call them now on ESPN 8.
Yeah.
It postponed the All-Star announcements by 10 minutes on
boy.
ESPN. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm with you. And I was watching that like they're really going to finish this thing out before we find out that the Giants got 3 All-Stars, baby.
They did. And at least the pitchers came first, so you found that out quite quickly. No position players, which you had a problem with?
No, I was asking because last year Ramos made the All-Star game.
He did.
And I was just saying when you look at this team now with their new bat and Chapman coming back, take it 2 or 3, they needed to get healthy. Over the weekend, they got healthy at Sutter Health. Yeah, that's off the top.
I give you 3.
But I'll just say this. You kind of want more and be greedy. You would like one of your All-Stars to be a position player, too. That's all. And I know you can't get 900 in, but you got 3 pitchers. Your bullpen's filthy. And we thought, and I know Willard had mentioned, I'll remind him today, middle relief, they kind of get shunned, in the All-Star game, the selections. But Rodriguez, he was deserving. He got it. But I was just looking around every day. You kind of want that to change. And I know there's a lot of snubs. We talked about it early. But maybe next year you can get some pitching and an everyday player or players.
Well, you use the word deserve, and I agree. You deserve to make an All-Star game. Ramos didn't deserve it. Just like, and actually, it's funny, we're talking about the Warriors in the first segment, and I'm thinking about like what they deserve based on the decisions that they've made. And they kind of deserve the situation they put themselves in. Like they deserve to be in a holding pattern because they have not been able to figure out one young player for 4 years. And he's jammed up just about everything. Like the conveyor belt is stuck. You got a wrench at the very beginning of this thing that doesn't allow you to get any item down to the packaging when you can't wrap it up. You can't ship it out. You can't get it to the people that need what they want. The conveyor belt for the Warriors is stuck. And right now, the item that's sitting at the top, just waiting for either the Warriors to push it down or to do it itself, it's Kaminga. And do they deserve this situation that they're in? Yeah, I think they kind of do.
That's interesting. I'm not mad at you, but I will say this, because we mentioned the departure or departures. Looney, and everybody scoffed at it, I believe, in regard to not putting up the red light, in regard to the red siren, like there's trouble brewing here. I think a lot of fans take it for granted, but what he does and what he can do needs to be replaced. And if you feel like Al Horford can do some of those job descriptions, okay, so be it. Hopefully he's announced. And, Evan, I thought about that long and hard real quick. I do and would prefer Al Horford to be a Warrior because at this point, you don't got much to choose from. But I will say this. If you're telling me or asking me, have the Warriors gotten better, and Jonathan Kuminga at this juncture, let's just say a week or two, this keeps going on, and then they lose him, now to me, you coming back with no Looney, Kuminga, and possibly Gary Payton II, I don't think you can just count on the rookies and the addition of Horford and say, nothing to see here. So just me, the Guru Computer, if it's about being a player for next year and it's about talent, I think there's no way right now, Evan, you could say night-night to Jonathan Kuminga, and that's why I'm in here politicking. Get him a one-year deal, get his services in here, and let's make this thing work to the best of our capabilities and go out there, make it to the first round, win game one, and hope one of our OGs, especially Steph, the hammy doesn't go.
Well, I don't think you can get rid of him because, let's be honest. Okay. If he walked or you traded him for, let's say that the Sacramento Kings
nasty,
offer,
Evan.
That's a disastrous offseason. Like the Warriors, I don't know. You can't say they've gotten better because right now they haven't made a move. We assume that Al Horford's going to sign and is going to be a part of this team next year. Yeah. He makes them better. Although I heard earlier today with Joe and Sammy was in for Shasky.
Sammy.
Horford doesn't play back-to-back, so you're going to have to figure out 20 or 30 games a year. I don't know if you can say the Warriors, number one, have gotten better. And again, they're stuck. They can't do anything. But the issue that I'm beginning to have, or the concern that I'm beginning to have, Goo, is I don't know if I can say they haven't gotten worse. Has anybody asked that question? I know that other teams have gotten better, and that's something you can't control. You can't control KD going to Houston, and we'll get to this 7-team cockamamie trade.
It won't die. Go ahead.
Well, it finally did, and thank God, because it's the most overblown thing I've ever seen. But San Antonio is going to get better. OKC's still there. All the teams this offseason that you would label as improving. I understand the Warriors can do nothing about that. That's out of their control. But I don't know if they have not only gotten better, I don't know if they haven't gotten worse. That's a concern for me.
No, I hear you loud and clear.
It's one thing to watch other teams take a step forward. It's another thing to watch your team take a step back.
No, and people scoffing at the Pelicans. I think they've gotten better, and teams are going to be better if they get better health just out the chute. I'll ask you this, Evan. Kevon Looney, I keep going to Loon Dog. How big of a hit to you on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest? How big of a hit is that to you in regard to Warriors replacing him?
Looney?
Is that a 2? To me, it's a 7.5, possible 8.
An 8?
Yes.
Well, he didn't really play much last year.
But that was by choice, and I feel like sometimes that was the wrong choice. But the fact that you always had him whenever you wanted him, he was your Geico, he showed up. But not to have that and think QP3 and Post can handle it if there is no Horford, that's why it's a little higher up there for me until we find out what's going on if Horford's coming. Horford comes, I'm like, nothing to see here. But just that alone, I'm asking you, so much of nothing. Looney's departure.
If they get Horford, I think it's minimized because Horford is a consummate pro. He's a great locker room guy. I think he could, not exactly. You can't replace a guy like Looney who's been a staple in that locker room for a decade. But I think if you were going to replace it, the type of person and player that Horford is kind of the best you can do.
Yeah, does a little dirty work. Kevon Looney does. That's all he does.
But he's also been in every situation and in every spot. He's been a national champion. He's been playing for now. I think this will be his 18th or 19th season. And he's someone the young guys can go to. No, I think Horford would be great, but we don't know yet. Like, we don't know what they're going to do because this blockade of Kuminga, it remains in the way.
What if I told you, and I mean this, E, to answer your question thoroughly, I need to find out and see this Kaminga thing play out. I need to know if he's a Warrior or not. And that, I don't know what Sacramento Kings are doing or trying to do, but I thought that offer was lightweight embarrassing. It wasn't just me saying that. It's like, do you really think the Warriors? That's when I said, okay, the Warriors aren't desperate here. It's not addition by subtraction. So, Evan, I'm just holding out until we find out if Jonathan Kuminga's in a Warrior uniform. And with offers like that Sacramento was trying to illustrate, I'm like, man, just bring him back for a one-year deal. Like, does that sound ludicrous to you to try to get Kuminga and his agent or his representation to take one deal, come back, and then the cap will go up and maybe other teams in regard to Kuminga, other teams will be able to offer you more money, but maybe you have a balleristic type year, and who knows, that contract might be from the Warriors.
I don't think it's out of the question for him to sign that qualifying offer. Like, he seems like such a confident dude that I wouldn't put it past him to bet on himself.
That's good news to me if you're right.
I think that actually would be the worst case scenario because it means he's setting up to leave in free agency next year, which means you would get nothing in return for him. Like, you can't trade him because he's only worth $7.9 million.
That's a good point.
And if he leaves as an unrestricted free agent, you also get nothing for him. The real reason why the Sacramento deal is, in one breath, disrespectful. Like, it was supposed to be Dario Saric, Devin Carter, 2 second-round picks. Yes, it's disrespectful. But it's also because that's your only trade chip. Like, the Houston Rockets just dropped Cam Whitmore for a box of chocolates.
Man.
They sent him to Washington for 2 second-round picks. And while he's proven less in the league than Kuminga has, they're both projects at this point. They're both unknowns. But the Houston Rockets have like 3 or 4 other young guys that they're more invested in than him. The Warriors have no choice but at this point to be invested in Jonathan Kuminga because they don't have anything else worth value. And right now, I think that trade tells you exactly what the league thinks of him. He's not worth anything on the open market and certainly not more than he is worth right now as a trade chip in the future or maybe this summer to Golden State. You know, that's why they're stuck. But again, I do wonder what people think is the goal this offseason. Like, what is the goal for the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. Let's open up the phone lines and go to Big Smooth in San Jose. What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man? Good morning.
Gentlemen. I don't know. I'm just listening. And first of all, thank you guys once again for the platform.
Back at
but listen, man. I'm with you, Goo. You mean Al Horford at this point. Okay, Al. It's 10 minutes to 2, and the bartender called for the last call for alcohol.
Hey, look
Al
at him.
Better. Al looking better. Al's looking better. But listen, I don't know. Look, at this point, the goal for me, don't lose Kaminga for nothing, okay? Don't lose it for nothing. That Sacramento offer was laughable, very laughable. So at this point, we wait. You just got to wait. But here's what's available to me. GP2, let's start looking at him because Chris Boucher is still out there from Toronto. They make very close to the same right now. I mean, listen, I thought about it. I said, have we seen the best from GP2? Maybe. Maybe we've seen the best he's going to be. If we've seen the best, I'd be willing to part with him for a Chris Boucher who can shoot, who's shooting like, I think he's shooting like 39% from the 3. He's tall. He played for the Warriors before.
Yep.
I'm saying, okay, Kaminga, we can't do anything right now, guys. We just got to wait this thing out. As a trade deadline, the goal is we cannot let him walk for nothing at this point. So let's focus on if he has to be here next year, so be it. You're going to play for us, and we're going to. You might not get that much playing time. That's just the reality. Because I know they're going by the trade deadline. He won't be here, and we'll get another piece. We can't offers. We're a good team. We don't make panic trades like the one Sacramento. How dare you, Sacramento, offering us your garbage? We don't want that. That's a trash deal. To lose Kaminga and get Dario Saric? Are you kidding me? The other dude, Carter, he's averaged like 2.3 a game. That's laughable. But DP2, I hate to say it, but we may have already seen the best. Unless he comes back with a consistent jumper, then that might be worth keeping. But if we've already seen what he has, I think we can depart for GP2. We always love him, but I think we possibly have seen what he can do, and I think that we have to be honest about that. All right, y'all have a great one.
You too.
Thanks, Big Smooth. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I'm with him. I do think that in a perfect world, the Warriors and Gary Payton II would split. But this is the state of their offseason right now. Again, they're the only team that hasn't made a move. They've lost guys. Looney's left. GP2 is a free agent. They haven't been able to acquire a single service through the NBA draft. You might be in a position where you're actually looking and say, we need Gary Payton II. And that's what you've been resigned to.
Yeah, Evan, I'm being real. I think it's laughable that we sit up here and are kind of ushering GP2 out the door a little too quick for my blood. I mean, I'm going to ask you right now, if GP2 were to dip, who is your best on-ball defender? I only could come up with one guy. It should be Kaminga with his gifts. It's not. It would be Moses Moody. And that's still not enough. How are you going to play defense? And, Evan, I'm going to be real. I'm not throwing any shade at Jimmy Butler, but that was the one thing when he came here, I was like, man, he's not a bad defender, but he looked all his age. I was like, okay, defense he ain't Dark Knight. He ain't Batman-like, and maybe he'll be that this year. But are you so sure, Warriors, if you're to say night-night, because you've done this to GP2 and then you had to bring him back, and that was the right call when he went up to Portland and had the ab injury. But Jesus, Evan, what hit does your defense take if you were to say night-night to Gary Payton II?
I mean, in a perfect world, you would have a young player ready to step up and take his spot.
But you don't.
You don't. You really don't. And that's why, again, it's kind of the state of things right now, but I'm not saying that Will Richard is like a guaranteed role player. He's going to be this, he's going to be that. My point is, the most exciting thing that's happened for the Warriors this offseason so far
Evan.
Is Will Richard scoring 16 points in his Summer League debut on Sunday.
Pods at the Valkyries.
That doesn't. Although he was, I think there was an SF Chronicle article that was written about.
I read it.
I mean, you might as well call him the mascot.
I got you.
I think it was the headline. The headline was like Pajemski embracing Big Brother mentality with the Golden State Valkyries. And look, I love it.
Yeah.
We do need more people like that. But it's just been a little much for me. I'm going to be honest.
Guy. I know. Right. I'm just pointing it out. But Evan, everything you're saying is spot on. And let's just say this. It's like when you go to a doctor appointment to get your test results. You know, you're nervous. You're uncomfortable. I don't like where the Warriors are at because this is being drawn out. And I'm saying I like Boucher from Toronto. He can shoot. You should be if you were to get him, I'm just saying, I know 32 years old or whatever, 30, 32. I like his game. Horford can shoot it too, and Horford's played big-time basketball. But I am keeping it real. I think they are Caliparis left and right when you talk about the Warriors. It's next year, and then we'll worry about the year after until the big three are out of here, or the big two. So I'll say that to say is I want Kuminga in a Warrior uniform because I don't think you could get anything good enough or remotely close enough to his explosiveness.
But I think you hit the nail on the head. You didn't say you want him in a uniform because you think he's going to blossom. You didn't say you want him in a Warriors uniform because you expect him to be here for a long time and to be a cornerstone piece. You said, and I'm 100% with you, you want him here because you can't get something better. And at this point, the better is better than Dario Saric, Devin Carter, and 2 second-round picks.
Man.
That's what the league is telling you that Kuminga is worth right now because there's no reason to offer anything more. Like teams, I know that it is disrespectful, and it is people are like, what? But people think that that's what he's worth. Yes, because the Warriors have literally dropped his value to the point where everyone is seeing what's going on here, and they're seeing that the Warriors are stuck, and they're seeing that Kuminga's got only one way out, and the Warriors don't really have much to work with. And they're saying, well, maybe we can just pluck this guy. Like, they offered the same, essentially, as what the Wizards got Cam Whitmore for.
See, and
that's his value right now on the market.
See, look, you're spot on. But, Evan, I feel like, and we knew this before Kaminga was in this situation, that there wasn't a lot of money. I scoffed at that, and I said, if you want to have some money, you can find the resources. But I'm just telling you this, and you tell me what you think. I'm not letting the market and other GMs and owners dictate to me how much Jonathan Kuminga or how good he is. Right now, this is just, it's buzzer luck. In regard to months before the season ended, the Bobby Marks of the world, people in the know were telling you there's not a lot of money to spend. So I know it looks like there's not a lot of people lining up for Jonathan Kuminga's services, and they're right. But I don't think it's because of what you just mentioned. They don't think he can play, and there's definitely, it looks like, not going to be an overpay. So if you're Kuminga's camp, couldn't you be like, you know what? Let's just bite and take this one on the chin. It is bad luck collectively. The cap's going up next year. I'm already hearing people talk about next year's free agent class compared to this one. Couldn't Kuminga just kind of bet on himself, get something more than the 7.5? That would be atrocious. And get something to come back, ball out, and then see what you're worth. Now, the one part of the formula I'm telling you to forget, and it's kind of hard, is the Warriors' perspective, because they would lose him for nothing. But as far as Kaminga getting what I feel like he deserves, Evan, have you let this lack of market dictate to you or change your view on how good Kaminga is?
No, I think he's still a fine player, and I don't know what he is, honestly. That's probably the biggest issue, and I don't think a lot of teams know what he is. But the problem, like, can we put the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control?
Let's do it.
If the Warriors were going to trade him, they should have done it already. You're at the point now where you almost have to keep him.
That's what I want.
And it's because you're trying to move off him in the future. You're trying to recoup some value. If you really were going to trade him, you should have done it already. They're at this point where they're stuck because they didn't have either the guts or the offer out there that they felt like was worth Kaminga to pull the trigger for. And that's why they're stuck. And to me, this is less about JK than it is about the Warriors. Like, the Warriors have put themselves in this position because of either how this guy's been handled, their lack of a quick draw to pull off a trade in the past, and that's why they're staring at this kid right now and they're saying, well, this is what we have to offer you, take it or leave it. And he's saying, okay, well, I can actually potentially just bet on myself. And the only real leverage he has is to do what he's doing right now, which is holding up their entire summer.
Yeah. And I hate when you put it that way, but it looks like you're right, Evan. But I'm like, what does he gain by doing that if he was just being, what's the word, petty? Shout out Richard.
Well, they do have a petty king on their team, and everybody seems to love him.
That's a 4.
That's it. That's Steph Curry. All right, Evans in for Steiny alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. What's the goal this offseason? What do people want at this point? The Warriors are the only team that have yet to make a move, and it's because they're stuck. What do people want from them? I also got something about the NBA that's been kind of ticking me off, and it involves the Warriors, along with 6 other teams. And we'll get to that. We will definitely get to that. And we'll also get into some Giants. I got to talk about their All-Stars. But again, right now, what's the goal? 888-957-9570. Back after this on 95.7 The Game.
my nephew Gavin Newsom.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So this song's called Summertime.
It's a classic, Will.
It doesn't look like summertime in San Francisco. You know what I figured out that I've been missing, Goo? I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I finally figured out why I feel so good this Monday morning. It's not the 7 cups of coffee that I've had.
You working with me?
Well, sorry.
That was bad.
Vitamin D. Yeah. I don't get enough sun in San Francisco.
Well, I always see I follow you on IG, and I see your post. You're on the hill at the park with the dog. The sun, you ain't getting enough?
Dude, I woke up this morning, and it was like 55 degrees and windy in the Mission.
Well, you're not trying to go A-Rod. This ain't about your Are you trying to get darker?
No, but I got to get out more.
Yeah, don't get under the machine and turn orange. I don't want that.
Dude, San Diego, the beach was, the water was perfect. It was I don't want to look like legs.
I like him, though.
I do want to know how he gets so tan in a place like Connecticut.
Right. Evan,
in the dead of winter.
I can't ignore what I'm doing. I'm like, do I get my contrast and turn it down? I'm like, Timmy, lay off a little bit, but Tim's good.
There's 4 feet of snow, and it's death, taxes, and Tim Legler's tan in December.
No, seriously, how big of an issue is this in Evan Giddings' world that you ain't getting that Texas heat that it sounds like you're seeking?
It's one of those things you don't realize until you have it.
Wow, man.
It's just been a while. I haven't gotten enough sun. I haven't. Like putting sunscreen up. Wait, what?
Time's running out. Summer almost over.
Oh,
yeah. No, we got.
I thought you were talking about something else. You know, I'm a bit morbid. All right, let's kick things off here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking about the Warriors offseason. You know, it hit me over the weekend when I was watching Summer League that like the most exciting thing that I've seen is Will Richards scoring 16 points.
I don't know why that radio bothers me, but not from you. Just like he's lightweight right.
Now, is it because you didn't see it?
No, it's
because that would bother me.
You know what? It did. I was like, "Where's my guy at, man?" And
he was nice.
Yeah, you said it hadn't been announced, but what if I tell you, not to one up you, Evan, the fact that JK's not gone leads me to believe what Steiny and I talk about all day is Lakeup knows his value. There's no trade imminent. They're not going to take pennies on the dollar. So the fact that he's still here, I feel like that's a move. Until we find out if he's gone, I would be shocked, and then it would be like, what are we getting back?
Yeah, at this point, I would be shocked, too.
Right. But I ain't mad at you.
I just would be. Yeah. All right, let's go out to North Carolina, talk to Tim. Get us started this segment. Tim, what's going on, my man?
He's still here, Tim.
How we doing?
Yeah.
Guru. Hey, I got like 3 things, hopefully, and on the last one, I hope y'all really give me a real answer because I really want to know how y'all feel. On the first one, on the Whitmore thing, guys, if y'all really read that article, I think what that organization did for that young man is really a testament for what they can do for a person. That organization even said they had more offers for him at different places, but they sought out a place where this young man was going to go and play. Like they really gave a damn about him as a person, and I really think that means a lot. I really do. That's number one. Number two, Evan, you're right on the money. That any offer for JK is going to be a direct reflection of the coach's media tour right after the season, the DNPs. At that point, the world knew, hey, listen, they didn't want this guy. The guy don't want to be there. Let's just try and get him out of there. Like, well, why do we have to try and offer more? I don't think that has really a damn thing to do with JK besides the fact that once those DNPs came and you told the world that against the Clippers in Memphis, they kind of knew where you were. You put all your cards on the table, so you're absolutely right, Evan. And on the last one, I want y'all to be real with me because I really do. Evan, if this was your brother, and Guru, for God's sake, if this was your son, and you saw all of this nonsense, can you truly say in your heart you would want them to go back and go through the mental destruction and torture of going back to a team like this? I mean, Guru, honestly, think about that. And honestly, I think that's why I feel this way about JK, because I am not, and my kids did play sports, and I couldn't imagine, guys, wanting to see them go through that again. So I want y'all to really answer that for me, man. How would you feel, Guru? Take off the fan gases, but tell me, how would you feel about little Daryl going through this type of mental torture? And, that's why I care about this kid, because I can't even believe he was able to perform the way he did, Guru, in them 4 games. any other player, it's done.
Yeah,
You're
no
over.
doubt.
They've lost it.
No doubt.
Please tell me how you feel.
No, it's a
fellas. I
great call.
appreciate y'all.
And I love putting the family in it, Evan. I'll let you go first on if that was your guy, that was your brother that you rode to Diego with. Honestly, what would you tell him? Because mental health is real, and these athletes are human. I'm just bringing up basketball mental health, but go ahead, and I'll save that for me.
It's such a tough spot. Like, the issue is he can't get out. Like, I would say, yeah. You
sound like a gang. You can't get out. Right?
No, you're in.
At
At least for one more year. This isn't a Cam Whitmore situation where Cam Whitmore doesn't have anywhere to play in Houston. The Rockets don't have a spot for him. They've acquired a lot of wings, Kevin Durant being at the top of the list, and there's just no runway for you. We're not going to have an opportunity to play you. We're going to trade you, get a little bit back, and it's a best for both worlds kind of situation. The Warriors can't do that. And I understand why Kuminga's frustrated, and I understand why the Warriors would be frustrated because they have wanted to get more out of this guy. They haven't. We don't have to relitigate why.
Okay.
And Kaminga wants to go to a situation where he can play and figure out what he can be as a dude. And that can't happen either because they can't just let him walk. Like, that's why, again, this is about the situation they put themselves in. If they were going to trade him, they should have already done it.
Wow.
They can't trade him now because they don't have anything else left to get better with. And that's why when I'm driving up from San Diego and I'm thinking about today's show, I'm thinking about not just how they can improve. Like, that's your question, and I completely understand that. How are they going to get better? That's the question they got to ask this offseason. I'm starting to think the question we need to ask about the Warriors is, how do they not get worse? How do they not get worse? And to me, step one would be retaining him just to retain him.
But it would appease what you just said. I would assume if that news were to drop, Evan, they're not getting worse with Kaminga coming back. I don't think his biggest detractor could tell you that.
No. I don't think they're getting worse, but they're staying the same. Okay. And to me, that's increasingly becoming best case scenario based on the way this summer's played out.
But
staying the same as second round playoff team, perhaps an injury away from the Western Conference Finals. But again, I'm asking if that's good enough for people because I'm starting to think that is the best that they can do.
I'm right there, but the conversation I'd have with my kids, Donovan and Daryl, I would tell them, hey, look, this problem didn't just start. It takes two to tango, Evan, and if Kaminga hadn't been here or in the lab, and I know that's water under the bridge, and they haven't figured out a way to just maximize his potential and impact on this team, that's on everybody. But that's not the question. I would look and tell little Daryl, we'd be the floor seats. I would say, hey, at one juncture, Steph Curry said, you are a big part of this team. Then that same season, the coach did it. Then Draymond did it after a game. He said all of it, like Kuminga's got the keys. So this was pre-Jimmy. With all that being said, those were the proudest moments of the season to me if I'm Kuminga, like the OGs have my back. But this is why I would tell him, son, I think it's time for you to go. Is on your darkest day when you weren't being played, the same, and I love you, Chef, Steph Curry and Draymond Green, I don't believe, went to bat for you. Shout out the All-Star game. And that, to me, signaled they haven't seen nor feel that you impact the game with them on the court or with them not on the court, Evan, enough to go tell Kerr, it's a mandate, coach, that you play our hot shot stud whenever. And the fact that I believe, Evan, now watching this play out, that hasn't taken place, Kaminga hasn't impressed them. So now it's almost a must for you to spread your wings. Bette Midler, right? Or Cher. Spread your wings.
I know Cher.
You got to do it. You got to do it somewhere else.
But we can't. Like, that's the problem. That's the rock and the hard place. And you're right. Like, actually, the numbers would back you. And if what you're saying about the veterans is true, they would. How do we get that done? Let's try and figure this out together. Miley is in Walnut Creek, has been hanging on patiently. Miley, good morning. What's going on? How are you?
What's that? Hey, real quick, I got some goals, but I also wanted to disagree slightly with Evan on Kaminga's value. And I think Kaminga, as his asking price, and they doubled down on it at $30 million, that's preventing some teams from getting involved. So if he's to lower that to around 20, I would say other teams would step up and you'd have more people, looking to get involved. And then on the goals, I want someone who can spell Draymond at center. I want a guard who can score off the dribble, preferably a starting two guard. And then lastly, more three-point shooting.
All right.
Yeah.
Check.
Well, Horford gives you the three-point shooting, the stretch five, and
he would push Draymond down a little bit.
I got you.
No, I do think that move is eventually going to happen. We're just waiting to see. What I think the biggest hang-up is you have to figure out how much Kuminga is going to make, and that tells you how much money you can offer Al Horford.
Yeah.
Now, the one wrinkle in this that I could foresee, and I don't know, like, I'm going to be honest, the Warriors are kind of at the mercy of the rest of the league right now. I think that was just illustrated by the 7-team trade that they're ostensibly a part of, the biggest trade in NBA history.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's going to happen with Jonas Valanciunas in Denver?
It looks like he wants out. He wants to go back to the motherland. We'll see.
Well, he's going back to Greece, maybe. But if he does...
Oh, got you.
If I'm Al Horford, why wouldn't I want to sign with the Denver Nuggets?
But wouldn't you be coming off the bench? Or do you think he's at that spot like, so be it, I'll come off the bench?
No, I mean, he absolutely would come off the bench. But if he... Which situation do you think is better equipped to compete for a title going into next season?
Wow. And I'm keeping the real Warriors on mine all day, but with the moves I believe Denver made, I believe they got a nod.
I'm kind of with you there. So I think that's an obstacle they might have to jump. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station and home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. No, I agree with the caller. I do think there are a ton of things the Warriors would love to have. You would love to have a center to spell Draymond. You would love to have extra shooting. You would love to get a wing.
An athletic 3-and-D wing. Evan?
I'm more trying to figure out how they can preserve what they got last year. Like how they can preserve that. Because I really don't see a big avenue to them improving all these things that we know that they need, but realistically can't acquire.
Man.
If Al Horford is the best move that they can make this offseason, in addition to, let's say, re-signing Kaminga, which you want, that doesn't sound like a team that is markedly better than last year, but they could be about the same.
Okay, and to that point, how do we, and this is what I'm being positive, Evan, and I mean this, had Curry not got injured, how do we know how far that team, like we got robbed.
We don't.
Of seeing how far. What if that team would have got to the Western Conference Finals? What if they got more in the tank than we were? Obviously, you lose your best player, things are going to go south. But what if there's something to that, and it could be dangerous and risky, saying or making moves predicated on something you didn't see because your guy got hurt. But I'm thinking, Evan, man, let's just say they knock off Minnesota, they fare well in the Western Conference Finals. Let's say they even lose, but they get there. Would we be feeling like, okay, health is the number one factor here? Health is wealth always, but I guess it would be easier for me. Like, I'm not sitting in here telling you and the fans, make a move to make a move because the Rockets made a move. I'm like, I just hate that damn hammy blew, because I would have a better idea of what the Warriors or what's more realistic on what they can accomplish had Curry not got hurt, if that makes any sense. So standing pat, adding Horford, maybe we are losing Looney, we are better.
Well, but let me throw this at you. So if the goal is health, right, you're preserving your best players for the most important games. The Warriors have been linked to, according to Jake Fisher earlier today of the Stein line, Malcolm Brogdon. That's someone that if your goal is to preserve your best players, That actually does interest me. The 650s chiming in, could they get better if we get Beal on him in? Yeah, I don't know if he'd take him in.
But I would.
But at this point, yes, I would take Bradley
I'm
Beal.
with you.
And I think he's a flawed player, but
you're not asking him to be Steph.
He's going to preserve Steph Curry. Like, that's the goal.
Who played 70 games last year. We keep talking about this mythical offseason every year. Oh, they're going to play 55, 60. You're going to the dude is the Energizer Bunny. 70 games, and he's not complaining. But when we talk this talk in the offseason, oh, Curry's going to come back and Dre's going to play 58. It'll be Evan Giddings and Ken on. No, this dude's playing 70. So Brogdon, another ball handler, he could bring it up. We're not asking these guys to be what they were in their prime, but we need some bench production. Again, if we lose GP2, I wouldn't laugh at Bill. I never have. I do wonder why it never fits. It didn't work in Phoenix, but Evan, those are the type of guys I would welcome.
I would too, because it would take the ball also out of Brandon Pajemski's hands. It would do some things that look, there's no way that the Warriors are going to hurdle this offseason on paper the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Oh, man.
So how can they be the best version of themselves? That's why, to me, it's like I'm trying to figure out on the drive up, like, what is the goal for me this offseason? And I came back to relevancy because I don't think that there is something that's going to make them better. I think there are moves that they can make to keep them around the same level, to keep them playing meaningful basketball, which is, that to me is the best you're going to get. Like, if the Warriors win 48 games next year and win a playoff series, I know everyone wants championship, but that's kind of
I'm expecting that, E.
You're expecting it.
48. Like, I'm expecting that. With Jimmy, Steph, and Dre, I'm expecting that.
But
the changes I don't even know.
But they were a 30-point Buddy Hield game away from losing in the first round.
Right, but you missed
blowing a 3-1 lead.
But how many games did you, and I hear you, but you didn't have Jimmy for the whole season. This is predicated on having Jimmy.
But Jimmy Butler might not play as much as he did when he was on the Warriors next year. Like, I have to worry about preserving him too, because I think Jimmy Butler's shown us in his past that he's all about meaningful basketball. And to me, that the more I think about it, my biggest issue with the big three, like the older players, is that they are overly concerned with meaningful basketball, that I don't know how they're going to be able to focus on games 1 through 15 of the season or game 22. Like, games in November, December, I don't think it's fair to expect them to be giving their all during those months if their eventual goal is to be at their peak come May and April.
Wow, man. I'm not mad at that, but Evan, I'm just like, you better figure it out. And I don't know, those games in October, in November, December count just as much as the one later on in the calendar. Like, they count. And I'm just looking at the games played last year by Steph Curry, 70. And it's so funny, we look and talk about these guys like they don't want to play, but we're going to find out who the real Jimmy Butler is in regard as the honeymoon over. Are you a gamer? Or, Evan, unfortunately, if Joe Lacob is riding with 3 older guys, you don't have that benefit you would like to where we're going to sit and just let you game management. Like, if these moves don't pop off and this is what they're going to do, maybe you don't get that luxury of load management as some other teams that are deep have.
Oh, I think there's going to be a lot of load management this year. Like, I don't think they necessarily have a choice if they want their guys to be ready for the finish line. All right, let's go to Gray, who's out in Oakland, wants to get in on the conversation. 888-957-9570. Evan in for Steiny, alongside Guru as always. Gray, what's up, man? Good morning.
Hey, fellas. Look, the thing that the caller that called in about family and mentioned family. What would you do if it was your family?
Right.
About JK. That touched me deeply because I have a child. But I also I was blessed later in life to have this child. So my father, who's passed, would be 104 years old if he was alive. And my father, again, whole different era, whole different vibe. But he would say, you change your situation. You step up. He wouldn't say, you're wronging my child. And I just say to you, JK's the strongest guy on the Warriors, but I never see anybody else on the roster get stripped more than him. In the paint, off the dribble, he's got a horrible handle.
Yeah.
He refuses to rebound. He has an inflated sense of self. He must be back, Goo. I agree with you. He's got to come back because you can't not get something for him. And as Evan's saying, there's nothing for him, right? They're not putting it out there right now. He's got to come back. That's where Kerr comes in. Maybe that's where the Warriors are, need to be accountable for this, to say, hey, this is what you got to do. But to act like they haven't already said that in 4 years.
Wow, man.
Rebound once in a while. You'll play. Look around. Put your head on a swivel when you're playing D. Help your teammates out a little bit. He's good one-on-one D. He plays bad team D. I'm just saying, hold JK accountable because they're stuck. They can't go anywhere else now. Anyway, fellas, hey, you got a lot coming in. Man. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Gray. No, great call.
Go ahead, because I want to sound off.
No, the accountability is on both sides, and that's why we're at an impasse between Kuminga and the organization. It's because he hasn't held up his end of the bargain as a player, and I don't think the organization has held up their end of the bargain as far as managing him or what to do with him. Again, if you're, and I think it's best for both sides to split, but if you were going to trade him, you missed the boat. And so that's why we're in this holding pattern waiting for these two sides that clearly are, I don't know if frustrated is too strong of a word.
It's getting there, though, E.
It might, but I think these two sides are just befuddled with both sides, like befuddled with each other. Yeah. Like, what are we going to do? How are we going to figure this out? And I don't really think there's an end in sight, to be honest.
And this is why I love doing radio with you and seeing you every day. And I'm going to just say this. I'm a walking contradiction when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga because that guy listed 3 or 4 things that he needs to improve, and he hasn't. Some have gotten better, but I don't feel like the rebounding. Steve Kerr joining in Willard and Dibs, and we don't even talk about it much. He hadn't been here the last 2 years. Well, damn it, tell him to be here. Why hasn't he been here? You know what I'm saying, Evan? Communication is key, and the handle, him getting stripped, I see it. But then the natural athleticism, the power, when things are going good, I'm like, man, there it is. But maybe that's why I just said to you 5 minutes ago, Dre and Curry, I believe, haven't gone to bat for him. Maybe that's why, because he hasn't truly gotten in the lab. And Evan, if he's gotten in the lab and he's posting it on IG in Cleveland, maybe that's the wrong lab. Get in the Warriors lab. So that's why I say it takes 2 to tango. I could pull my hair out of why hasn't he been around? The coach shared that with us. And then the labs that you're in, I don't know if that's the right lab work because your handle should be better. You shouldn't be getting stripped, and you should be hitting the boards with reckless abandon.
Well, and I feel confident in saying this. The treatment that some people are unsatisfied with in regards to Kerr, that's not going to change. Like, why would he go back to, quote-unquote, babying him more or guiding him along more? I'm not saying he's going to DMP him, but like this idea that Kerr is next year all of a sudden going to give him this clean slate and just allow him to thrive, like, that's not going to change. His approach to Kaminga has been the same for 4 years. I don't think it's going to go backwards.
All right,
it might get more drastic.
We'll get this on the other side. But what about by default, if you're right, saying load management is going to be a big thing, Jonathan Kaminga is the first name that comes to mind.
Yeah, and now you're up, and now's your chance. And when those guys are back, you'll go right back to the bed. I don't know. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We got to go. Evan in for Steiny alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. I see you, Tom. I see you, Marvin. We'll get to your calls on the other side. All right, here on 95.7 The Game.
Eating hot dogs is not a sport. You don't get a scholarship for eating dogs.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No, but you do get all eyes on you one day a year, July 4th, about 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. All of the country is watching Joey Chestnut eat hot dogs.
Yeah.
Imagine training.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
For one day a year.
What does that look like?
I don't know. Joey Chestnut's a mountain of a man, by the way. He's like 6'5".
And
he's huge.
He wets that's cheating already. Let me stop. What? When they wet the buns and dog. No, you gotta go dry. You gotta eat it dry. All the wet, it's nasty looking, but it's a thing. You gotta go dry, man.
Yeah.
So listen,
you're getting real close to the edge right now.
I mentioned last segment, our producer Ken put up on the on socials that I said Dre and Steph, I believe, haven't gone to bat for him.
Strong.
But they both individually had the Obama State of the Union presser along with Kerr. And it was pro Kaminga. Like, he's got to take the keys. Remember, Dre did it. They all did it individually before Jimmy. My thing to you, Evan, and the masses, and what I want to tell Ken about that post is there's context to it. If they thought that Kaminga was getting wronged, they got the power, shout out Stars, to get that overturned and tell Coach Kerr, you need to get him in the starting lineup or he needs to play more. Do you agree with that?
I do, but
because that was my big takeaway.
I do, but I also think that Curry and Draymond have enough respect for Steve Kerr and all that he's accomplished as both a player, an executive, a broadcaster, and a head coach that they wouldn't. Like, if Steve Kerr made the choice to not play somebody, that those two guys would respect his decision.
And do you think we lived that out last year? And I know it's kind of hard because Kaminga missed the 31 games. And again, I'm one of those guys. This is a reach. I told you and Steiny. Had he not got hurt and balled out, would they make the move for Jimmy? Would they have felt as desperate as they had? Because remember, it looked bad. Curry had no space. I'm questioning everything, being real. But I do wonder, had Kaminga not got hurt, and let's say we saw the best of Kaminga, do they make that move for Butler? And maybe they do. I'm just asking.
I think they still do. Okay. Because let's say Kaminga was, he was giving you 25 and you were winning games.
Yes, 25 and 10.
But you still needed to get better.
Yeah.
And the Warriors saw an opportunity to do what the Kings tried to do on Thursday or Friday night. They tried to buy low. The Warriors bought low on Jimmy Butler. They got a player in here that really helped them.
Oh, no doubt.
And the consequence of it is it pushed out another guy.
So I told you I was having a conversation with the high-ranking Warrior official.
Now, why does he have to be high-ranking?
Because I don't want to say his name. He low-key.
Well,
but he's a big
it could
boy.
just be Warriors official. But you threw in high-ranking just, to kind of flex your muscles a little bit.
Because I've never said that on air. They're high-ranking. So there you go.
Did it feel good?
It felt real good. But listen, so I'm not putting you on the spot at all, Evan, with my take about you
later
don't know
in the
if
show
they've
you
gotten
will.
better. But what if I told you, because the high-ranking official mentioned what I said Thursday, our last show together, the Warriors' free agency was in February when they got Butler. So does that stun or make you change your assessment on, hey, Goo, I don't know where it's at now, but what if I tell you I think we've forgotten how big of a move it was to get Butler, and that's to suffice all the starving, I want the Warriors to do this and that, and they still may end up with Horford. But don't forget Jimmy.
No. So I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree that you have to, in some way, shape, or form, include Butler in the equation.
Man.
But that's for the team. Like, I view the team as being in a solid spot. But I'm trying to figure out, to your point, how they can get better. And I'm not including Jimmy Butler in that equation because that already happened. They did get better. They are better than they were when they acquired him, which was a game below 500 at the trade deadline.
Man.
But what's the goal here? The goal is to be as competitive as possible. And right now, I'm watching the moves around the West. You can't control that. You can only control what's in your own house. Crickets. Like, there's nothing that's happening in the house. So how are we going to preserve what we have? That's my next concern.
Well, you get a full off season with Butler. Does that even tickle your fancy at all? Because when I hear it, I'm like, okay, but do you think that's anything?
Well, if they're like, are you assuming that with Jimmy healthy for a full season?
No doubt. That's across the board.
They were playing at a 62, 64 win pace.
That's realistic, E.
64 wins?
Well, no, not 64, but to be a top 4 seed in the West. 58 wins, 55.
Man, I mean,
Jimmy from the start.
Look, I would love to believe that the Warriors could come in the next season, but that means you got to win 51. Like, you have to be better than you were last year.
Well, let me ask you this. Why do you believe? So you feel like they don't have enough now to accomplish that?
I don't. And if I'm looking at the West, like, to me, they're kind of in. I'm trying to figure out how they can stay in the same place they were last year, which is fighting for the 6th seed, trying to avoid the play-in. And I know that doesn't sound that...
right, because I want more.
That doesn't sound that sexy. I get it.
6th seed? I'm like, they could be a top 4 maybe.
But if we're resigned to the fact that they can't improve this roster this offseason, then my goal becomes, how can we preserve where we were last year, which is a team that got hot at the right time, made a little run, arguably got derailed by injury, caught some fire, and gave the West its best punch. Like, that's kind of the goal remains the same for me, is to put yourself in a position to make a run. I don't think that includes being a top 4 seed because the West is so damn competitive. That's the part where, even though I can't control it, I have to open my eyes to the fact that OKC's not going anywhere. Houston was already a 2 seed and probably got better this offseason.
But you sent them home.
Denver
but
got better this offseason. The Clippers, while they just traded Norman Powell, I think that's going to hurt them.
Yeah.
They're probably going to be about the same. With a full season, what do the Lakers do? They don't scare me just necessarily in a postseason scenario, but they might be competitive. Like, I don't know how the Warriors are going to jump if they were the 7th seed. How are they going to jump 3 to 4 teams in the West?
Yeah, a big part of that, again, and you could say, Goo, you're living in the past, and I understand it, but a big part of that to me is having Jimmy out the gate, okay? And if you were to add Al Horford, so you go in, so this is me just being proactive, Evan. Pods, Curry, Al, Jimmy, and Dre.
Yeah, I think that's a solid starting 5.
Man.
For a 7-game series, not for an 82-game marathon. Again, we found out this morning that Al Horford does not play back-to-backs. You might want to consider not playing Curry, Draymond, or Jimmy back-to-backs.
When that day ever comes, I'll be like, Evan, that's what I talked about. In a minute, we've been talking about that for 5 years here in the Bay about, this is going to be the year to expect. And barring injury, to Kerr's credit and Steph and Dre, they play. Like 70 games logged at his age last year.
Curry plays.
Yeah, Curry, yeah. Well, Draymond / suspended. He said as much that he doesn't get up for games, but I'm just saying he shocked me the year before he got the contract, 65, 70 games.
Jimmy doesn't play that much.
Well, Jimmy.
Draymond in the past, before last season, hasn't played
Do you think that changes for Jimmy, though, now? Now that the Warriors are where they're at and they got the AARP cards in the mail. No, I'm serious. Like, I think those luxuries afforded to you, Jimmy, might be done. And we're not saying you're playing 48 for 82 games, but Jimmy's got to know the jig is up in regard to we brought you here. We expect you to be available, not miss time. But, Evan, I'm penciling him in, no injuries, 60, 65 games.
I hope you're right. Let's go to Marvin in San Francisco. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Marvin, what's up, man? Good morning.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. The real thing missing here is that you have a player who just made the second team all defensive team whose value is never going to be as high as it is today. And if you want to get somebody really good, you got a $28 million cap number you can trade, and it's a player that wants to go to Milwaukee and Michigan State or whatever after his career's over. I think we could make a really good trade if we put Draymond Green into that same trade with Kuminga. And then you look at the Pacers, who just lost their point guard. Boston doesn't have a point guard. There's other teams that are desperate for a point guard. If you package Kuminga, Draymond, and Pajinski, you're going to get a really, really good player. And I was very disappointed. I think they were eating Draymond for lunch in the playoffs. He didn't really, in my opinion, he wasn't what he used to be. And now because he got that award, his value is as high as it's ever going to be. They would like to have in Detroit, I'm sure, or in Milwaukee, a point guard. And I think that's what you have to do to get somebody that's on a higher level than what they're talking about now. And I think they're trying to pull that kind of a trade off. Would not surprise me if they really are trying to get somebody like Giannis. But I think it's time to trade Draymond, include him in there. Right now they're at with Kuminga's next contract, the one that he's still on. In other words, it's the year that he's getting $10 million. They're at $168 million. They're and I don't even think they're over the salary cap if they have the team the way it is now. Last comment. If you put Jimmy Butler on the Warriors at the beginning of last year, they finished out of second place by 2 games, 3 games, something like that. So that's not going to take much for them to do much better this year, having Jimmy Butler. And I think knowing that what they need to do in terms of other things. The serious last thing, is Moody and Podziemski both had operations and surgery in the offseason on things that would have affected their shooting in the playoffs because they were struggling in the playoffs. But now we know why. They had surgery on the things that I think affected that. Anyway, that's my take. I would trade Draymond along with Podziemski and Kaminga, and I'm going to get a really good player if I do that.
Thanks, Marvin.
Yeah, good stuff, Marvin.
I'm not sure. I'm not against selling high on Draymond Green. But again, the goal for me this offseason, the whole thing, the whole theme of the show has been what's the goal? If the goal is to either get better, or really the goal is to prevent getting worse, I don't think that there's a player out there that you could fetch that's better than Draymond. Like, if he's telling me that they could get Giannis and I'll walk him to the Oakland airport. I'll do that. But I mean, you just said like next year's starting 5: Curry, Podziemski, Moody, Jimmy, and Draymond, or some version of Horford at the 5, Dre at the 4, Jimmy at the 3, Pods and Curry. I think that might be the best you can do. And that to me is something that I may not like it, I think I'm going to have to roll with that next season.
No doubt. And again, I'm being proactive, and I got some bonehead in the 925 saying all Guru does these days is complain. Love you, Goo, but dude, I'm not complaining. We're looking for a chip. And I'm just telling you, I was disappointed, and we all were, how the Warriors season ended. The Giants didn't make the playoffs, and the Niners were a debacle, and we know injuries had a lot to do with it. I don't need to defend myself, but I am. But, Evan, to Marvin's point, in a perfect world, Marvin, you would trade Dre, and you would get a great player, and you could add some pieces to that package. But in life, Evan, when you become part of a brand, an institution, politics come in play that you've earned that go your way. And Draymond Green is a lifer. He made second-team All-NBA defense. He's not going anywhere. And I get why. But if you were really wanted to get in that lab, Joe Lacob, and make some, I don't want to say unpopular, but some moves that went against the grain, Draymond would open up a spot just for Kaminga. And I would use him in a quick second, because if Giannis is available, then I believe Lacob would fire in regard to, hey, Draymond, it's been a great ride. But something like that has to be available. But other than that, Dre's going nowhere.
No, I don't think he is. And like in a perfect world, you'd be able to elevate your young player and demote your older player.
There. That's called natural.
But I'm going to be honest. If next season you're telling me that Kuminga is going to play over Draymond Green, I think that makes you worse. Is that too strong?
No, it's how you feel. I feel like you're
next
wrong.
Season, not in 3 years.
But I feel like
next
you're wrong,
season.
Evan. I feel like you're wrong, but I can't back up me saying that to you because it hasn't happened. And one would say, well, Guru, if the Warriors brass thought that was the best move, it would have naturally happened. And he's not ready.
Well, and Draymond did take a back seat to him for
did that
5-6 games
about how Kuminga he's ready.
And they didn't win enough. I know it was a small sample size.
He got hurt too, Evan. That came in a wrong. That was the worst.
That was Draymond coming back, I think, from a minor injury, and he tried to clear a runway for J.K. And I know they didn't have Jimmy, but that to me again is not going to make you better. And the biggest fear I have is it makes you worse, and that's why they're kind of stuck. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Tom, good morning, man. How are you?
Hey, Evan, hey, Guru. How you guys doing, man?
Hey.
Good, man.
So this is my problem. We sold J.K. as a hardhead. Curry's even said it. He doesn't listen to me. He won't do what I say. When coaches hear that, they don't want a guy like that is not a team player. I thought he was worth $15 to $18 million, and nobody's even offering that. Nobody wants him. The only way we're going to get rid of him is somebody's going to give us nothing for him. Now let's talk about Al Horford. Goo, man, I don't know what we expect out of Al Horford. He's going to give us, 15 to 18 minutes a night, 11 points a game? That's not going to win even a playoff. We're in a real conundrum this year. Right now, we're not in the playoff. The West got better, much better. I think they got better than they did last year. And now we got to compete with a team that we have nobody else new on this team. We have 4. If we get 4 guys over 35, it'll be the first time in the NBA history anybody's ever done that in the history of the league. So we're in a real conundrum with this team. And if we don't, I don't even know what to say. I don't even think we're going to make it in the play-in, guys. This is how sad I feel about this team. What do you guys think?
Wow, Tom, thanks for the call. Evan, I'm not there. We're forgetting what Jimmy Butler did, and I know you're saying it, and I get it, but what if I told you I'm going to just flip it on you and people that are a bit pessimistic just on where they're at now? Okay, we get Jimmy for 82 games. Before you go to negative land, anybody out there and talk about can they hold up for the 82? They play 82, not all of them, obviously, Evan. But, man, I don't think it's too far-fetched to think the Warriors couldn't be a 3rd or 4th seed with Jimmy, Dre, and Steph, and then everything around it. And last year, Pods was enough. Moody was enough. But if you keep Kuminga, you add a Al Horford, and every team has to deal with how are we going to survive 82-game season. But, Evan, I don't think that's too far-fetched to think they got action.
If they are a top 4 seed, I think it's because their younger players are much, much better than they were last year. And I just think it's unrealistic to expect Pods to take a massive leap.
Does it need to be massive, though, Evan?
Yes.
Let's just talk about
to be
Pods.
A top 4 seed, yes. Because I think that I don't think that their old guys are going to be able to make it through an 82-game schedule and be healthy for the playoffs while they prioritize the regular season. That's what I believe. I hope I'm wrong.
And what's funny about the way that the season ended, if I forget our caller's name, Tom, that mentioned the surgeries for Pods, and I'm not making excuses in Moody, but those are the young guys in the sports. Injuries do happen regardless of your age, but I'm not making any excuses, but the bottom line is if you want to hang your hat, and I haven't and I won't, on Moody's shooting had something to do with this, whatever was going on with this digit and Pods being injured, if that's what you want to do, but I'm not.
I might give you that point, except for the fact that we found out after the finals that Jalen Williams, J-Dub, got surgery on his wrist, and he scored 40 points in an NBA Finals game.
And I don't even want the point.
That's like everyone deals with injury, and I realize the surgeries are, I wonder if that happened, if this happened. Unfortunately, the results are the results, and the Warriors got hurt, and they lost. Now, the one thing that I am looking at today that makes me feel for JK. We got a couple minutes here.
Right. Oh, share this. You hadn't told me.
It would make me feel some kind of way looking at Cam Whitmore if I was Kaminga. He literally has what I want if I'm putting myself in his shoes. He's was on a team in Houston that he wasn't going to play for. And I know he's the 20th pick. Kaminga was the 7th. But he's an athletic freak looking for some sort of runway. And he gets traded to Washington where there's nobody in his path. The team has zero expectation to win. In fact, might be trying to lose. and is going to give you every opportunity to fail and succeed. That to me, like when I read the article about Kaminga saying, I want to be a perennial, I want to see if I can be the main guy. Washington is the perfect team. And you just saw someone else who's a year younger than you, mind you, get put in the exact scenario that you're asking for. That's why I would be waking up on Monday morning feeling some type of way, because I think he is waking up today jealous of Cam Whitmore. That's exactly what he wants. It's not even about the money. It's about situation and role, neither of which are offered on the team that currently is refusing to trade him.
Wow. So let me just rebuttal with this. Anybody that and everybody that just heard, because we got millions listening, everybody just heard you with that take, Evan. Would you call Kuminga selfish because he was yearning to be in D.C. where they're not going anywhere, but it would give him the opportunity to put up numbers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Washington, D.C. is like a utopia.
Right.
But a situation like that, yeah, I don't think that's selfish.
Okay.
I think that's being human.
Right, and I was just asking because I kind of was like, man, he's already got a ring. But on the flip side, and you kind of checked me during the break, is that not worse than Pods and Moody, who I like, making more contributions on this team and getting more minutes than Jonathan Kaminga? Something you got to watch every day. But you checked me on Goo, and you're right, to a degree, they're different positions. But I don't know, Evan. I think that might make that worse than Cam Whitmore getting that opportunity, as opposed to me living the life of watching two guys, and I ain't set tripping, pit these guys against each other, but he is the most talented basketball player between the three, and he's the one getting DNPs. He's the one that, was watching Pods and Moody, kind of make more contributions than him. That, I think, wouldn't sit well with me more than the Whitmore.
Well,
if I'm Kuminga.
Well, they're different players.
Yeah.
And that's why, I look at Whitmore. So everybody likes to bring up Kuminga's per 36 numbers, right? No, per 36, if he plays, he averages, 22, 7, and 3.
All right.
On, 45+% shooting. You know what Cam Whitmore averages per 36?
Now, this is awesome for you. 26.
He averages 22, 7, and 2 on 46% shooting from the floor. And he also shot it better from 3 last year than JK. The only thing that Whitmore hasn't had is opportunity. And I'm looking at these two players, and that's why I do feel for him today, because Kaminga's probably like, oh my God, this guy's going to get the opportunity I want.
Wow.
And I've been waiting for it for a couple of years, and he gets traded after year 2 because Houston can't use him.
Yeah.
But that's the difference between Golden State and the Houston Rockets right now, is the Rockets can afford to trade Cam Whitmore, who's, relatively speaking, a project, for 2 second-round picks. The Warriors looked at an offer last week that involved 2 second-round picks and said, how can we possibly accept that? Because they can't afford to give him up for nothing. They can't.
No, and I hope they don't. And that's where I'm at, Evan. That's why I want him back in the jersey. If it's just one more year, let's do it.
And from the 415, did the Wizards call about JK? Probably. I think most teams have called to ask if they can buy low on him, but that's because the Warriors, and I think Kaminga as well, are at an impasse. All right, one thing on the other side I do want to get into, and we'll continue to take your calls at 888-957-9570, but this idea of a big offseason in the NBA, not for the Warriors, a little bit for the Warriors, it's been underwhelming, but has it delivered? Like this big offseason that everybody's been talking about on the heels of Luka and Jimmy and this big trade, has it really been that big?
I love this.
I want to get to the bottom of this. Coming up today at 4:30 p.m., the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream, Tiffany Hazel team, by the way. And you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX pregame starting at 4 o'clock. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're back after this. You said something off the top of the show that I think I actually I'm 100% with you on. Like the NFL doesn't have summer league, and it's not that I'm like he's trying to hype it up. He's trying to the NFL offseason is big because it's the NFL,
no doubt.
But it's not really there's nothing that happens during the summer for the NFL.
But you just anticipate, man. You can't wait. Like I was asking you and Ken, how many more Sundays before we get the Canton game?
A month, right?
Yeah, a month. It's go time, E. And that's why you can have the world stop when you're the NFL. He could go, the schedule release because it matters.
But, Goo, that's where you're different because no, in a good way. Like, the NFL's not on my radar in that sense. Like, I was thinking about something having to do with football this weekend, but it wasn't like, the season's coming up and, training camp's around the corner. I can't wait to see. No, like, one of my buddies I was golfing with on Saturday, he is a Niners fan, and he lives in San Diego. And so one of his questions, he goes, hey, what's going on with the Niners? And I said, I don't know.
Last year was an anomaly.
Lenore got arrested. I don't really know what's been going on with the Niners. Like, football's not on my radar, but it's because there's no, NBA Summer League version for the NFL.
Yeah, I'm with you, but it is on mine, E, and I just – I talk about the breakup here, just real quick, #random, the breakup of the NBA crew, Mark Jackson, Van Gundy, and Breen, and I missed that. And thank God for YouTube. I can go get that. And sometimes it's not just for the visual either. I put the Warriors against whomever back in the past, big games, but it's also the audio. The sweet music those guys made in a booth together was like a sitcom to me. And that's what I'm doing. I listened to Kurt Gowdy, Merlin Olsen, and a young, who did I mention?
Dick Enberg.
Dick Enberg. He was a baby doing an old Super Bowl. And the audio, what do they call it? Eargasm. Like, those are just incredible. Like, that's what I'm about, E. So the Summer League is upon us. I can't wait to watch. We're going to get to watch Cooper Flagg in Summer League. Bronny let us down.
He dunked.
But that was a spectacle.
You didn't like that?
No. But come on, I can't wait for Cooper Flagg. And they were bringing up LeBron when he played Curry. Nobody knew Curry was going to – he was just a guy out there. And, but we didn't know what he is now. Man, that's incredible, E.
Wait a minute. You watched a 1979 Super Bowl?
I did.
Over the weekend?
Yes, Cowboys-Steelers. Terry Bradshaw had 3 turnovers in the first half.
I'm curious, what pushed you to do that?
I didn't want to go to sleep. I was on a natural high.
But was it on? Did you Google that specifically?
Yeah, search engine YouTube.
And you can find anything.
Yeah, damn near anything. You can't find Wilt's 100 game. But when I had Enberg, Merlin Olsen, and Evan, I like to listen to OGs. Summerall and Madden, touchdown Rice. That's my.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You had to really pay attention to the broadcast because there was no score ticker.
No, I was like, what? Hey, guys, what down?
Yeah, I don't know what down it is.
No line.
I don't know what yardage it is.
Kurt Gowdy made sure to tell us, hey, third and whatever.
There's Bradshaw throwing another pick to the Cowboys.
Dude, but Evan, just watching how the game was played and what was allowed. It was open season on quarterbacks after an interception. You can throw the dude to the other side. Nothing to see here.
See, this is why a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about unwritten rules in sports, I'm like, yeah, you know what? You can't just decapitate a wide receiver over the middle of the field anymore. That used to be okay in the 70s.
Wow,
and you can't do it.
Man.
You can't play even like Ryan Clark played in 2012. You just can't do that anymore.
It's real, Evan, but just the stuff that was allowed, man.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Some of the stuff I know people want to bring back, but some stuff you just got to let go. Speaking of which, Kaminga, I'm just kidding. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. I do want to get to this bigger picture thought I've had about the NBA in a moment. But before we do, I want to clean up this call here. Kevin's been waiting patiently in Fremont. Kevin, welcome to the program, man. What's going on?
Not too much. Kaminga has been an ongoing topic, and he will always be an ongoing topic until he gets traded. I think the Warriors made it pretty clear as to what they thought of him when they deactivated him for most games. And then Kerr is kind of forced to come out and say, oh, I can make something of him if I have an off season. We have training camp. He's kind of forced to say that. But Guru, I have a bigger issue with you specifically.
Easy.
Okay. You keep saying he's a great. He has the potential to be great. I don't see any skill other than wanting to score the basketball that he really brings right now naturally to the court. And I'm going to draw this comparison because you've mentioned him in the past.
Okay.
Larry Smith, I know I'm going way back, but he played the same position, power forward, okay? And he naturally, the moment he hit the court, was a rebounder and defender, and you knew it. You didn't know if he could score ever, and he did score once he went to Houston, but you knew for sure you were going to get rebounding and defense. And I'm sorry, but I think you have an overinflated idea of what Kuminga is going to bring. He may score, but he's going to turn the ball over, and Curry already scores and turns the ball over. Okay? He does not bring consistent defense. He does not bring consistent rebounding. And as a power forward, I'm sorry, I can't have Brandon Przenski out-rebounding you every night.
You're
okay?
right.
So what I'm saying to you is, I'm sorry, but he has to go for that reason. I don't know what the Warriors are going to do because they're caught in a horrible position. He doesn't have the value he probably had 2 years ago. But that's the Warriors' fault for even drafting him as a project, in my opinion. They needed to draft a more ready-made basketball player. Basketball, not just an athlete, an actual basketball player. So, Guru, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disagree disagree with you as far as he does not bring enough to the court as a ready-made basketball player at this point.
Man, I appreciate the honesty. And
Thanks for the call.
and that's what this is about, opinions. But Evan, I hope I'm not out here caping or overinflating what I think of JK. A lot of it is the P word, potential. And a lot of the things he just mentioned, I loved it. And I've said it to you. I've screamed it on these airwaves. There's no world that it's okay for a guy like Pods to out-rebound you. That's just one. Then I'm coming down your road, Kaminga, if you're listening, because the coach basically said without saying it, you ain't been around. And if I'm trying to impress my employer or I'm trying to get a bigger role, guess what, Evan? I'm doing the little things, but I'm going to be seen so everybody can know, oh, he wants it. And I don't know where the disconnect lies. I'll pull it for the sake of this conversation and that call at the doorstep of Kaminga. But what I do want to do is there was a little Steiny in that take.
Oh, my God.
Excuse me. And it wasn't bad. The cigars over the weekend. So it's kind of funny when we talk about what Kuminga can't do. That guy was right. I'm disappointed in the growth or non-growth of the handles. You should have been with Handy. I've seen you pick up LeBron 94 feet. I don't know why you don't do that all
LeBron's
the way.
40.
Okay, he was 38 this time. It was a couple years ago, right. 37. But the bottom line is, the things that Kaminga can do, Steiny will say, he's just a scorer, and that caller did it a little bit. He could score. No. What we got to keep it real with is he can attack the rim at will with reckless abandon. And he don't make the free throws at 80%, but we all see he can attack the rim with that athleticism and quick step with I won't say with the best of them, but we saw that against the Minnesota Timberwolves. So I just say let's keep it real when we're throwing shade at a player for what he can't do and just say, all Ken can do is score. Well, that takes some skill too. And Kaminga can come downhill to where I'm like, that's why it's not all him, Evan and Ken. Well, let's help him get better in those other areas. And maybe that's already happened.
Or maybe it never will happen.
Yeah.
That's something we have to
then we should have
allow
some
as a
closure right
possibility.
now. Then
Well,
trade
no,
him and
we
take
can't.
something back for nothing. Because that's what that caller was. He didn't say it, and I appreciate it because it was a lot of good points. But I believe Kuminga with the right toolage, and maybe it's a new coach. We hadn't talked about it. I don't want Kerr out of town, but the rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Controllers. Am I correct? He's got one more year left on his deal. So what if it was to get announced that Kaminga's coming back for 3? What would life be with Kuminga, young player still at 22, 23, with a new coach or a new voice? I'm just wondering out loud.
No, I think that's a great point, and I'm going to tell you why in one sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. I'm glad you mentioned that detail, because I think that the more I think about it, the last year of Kerr's contract is a big deal.
Wow.
Because, and I said it earlier, and I feel even stronger about it now that you just hit me over the head with that factoid. Why, in the last year of his contract, when he is only concerned with winning games and bringing a potential 5th title to Golden State, would Steve Kerr treat Jonathan Kaminga any differently than he has for the last 4 years, or really down the stretch of last season? Why would he treat him any differently in a year where there's pressure, there's not much time left, and you may only have one good crack at this thing left because you're either going to be gone, your players might prove to be too old, or you might be over the hill as a group? Why would Steve Kerr go about coaching Kaminga any differently? That dynamic, that relationship, if there's one thing I feel confident in next year, their relationship, Kuminga and Kerr's, is not going to change. Why would it?
That's phenomenal, and I only got one answer, and you give me your honest assessment of my answer. We all have to answer to somebody higher up.
We do.
And Steve Kerr is a made man. I'm not running them out of town. But to answer what you just hit us with, Evan, and Joe Lacob signs the checks, and if he's looking down the road and only he knows with his intel, if Kerr, this is really the last rodeo or the last dance for Kerr, and brings Kaminga back for 2, 3, or however many years, right there, that sends a signal to me that I need to go into my coach's office, Joe Lacob, and not get loud, but say, hey, Steve, this is what time it is. This is why we have to do this differently with said player, and that being Kaminga. Do you leave that on the table at all? Because if not, then I am truly grasping at straws, and you're right. Like, nothing's going to change if it hasn't now, outside the owner saying, look, this dude's going to be here when you're not here, Steve. We got 3 older guys. There is no reason that we don't use him more and try to get him groomed this offseason if that's not happening now. But that shot would have to come from Lacob.
All right, Goo, let's do this then. Because I've been waiting.
And that's a stretch.
We haven't role played in a while.
All right. Yeah, all right. Acting.
Cut that. I'll be Steve Kerr. You be Joe Lacob.
Okay.
All right, how's this going to go down? You're going to walk into my office. Let's say tomorrow, the Golden State Warriors and Jonathan Kaminga have come to terms on a 3-year, $75 million deal.
All right, I'll come. You ready?
Yeah, you come into my office.
Look, Steve, you know I love you. I'm just thinking about this offseason. I can't even sleep at night. And as you know, we got this, we're stuck.
Oh, yeah.
And I just want to be honest with you.
I got you.
You've done everything. You went above and beyond.
So did you.
And you brought me 4 championships. But I got to tell you, Steve, and I haven't told you much since we've been working together, what to do.
And I appreciate you.
And I'm not doing it now, Steve, but I got to tell you, I'm bringing Kaminga back for 3 more years. He is a staple of our future and what's going to pop off after Steph Curry and Dre are gone. Steve, I need a solid. I need you. And, Steve, I'm not asking you. I'm kind of telling you. In your last year, I need Jonathan Kaminga to be a factor in this team moving forward. And when I know you're looking at me like, where am I going?
Sure.
Steve, you got to play him. You got to play him more. And if you start him, I get it. But that's what I'm doing here. This guy needs to be featured as part of our future this upcoming season.
And he will be. I'm going to give him a little bit of an opportunity to play alongside Jimmy, see if that combination, which is a word I use often, is going to work out. But let me ask you this. So you got Kaminga for 3 years. Did you get him a 3-point shot?
No, we're working on that.
Did you get him quicker feet?
I like where.
Did you get him
his foot speed is
stickier
at.
hands?
Steve, we're working on that, and that's part of your job and the coaching staff too, to give them up and running. Just get them better, improvement in those areas.
Well, I got 1 year left. I mean, I'm trying to win, and if Kuminga can help us win, then he'll play. But Joe, I need you to understand that if you want what we all want, which is a 5th title, you gotta trust me. And if you don't, then at the end of the year, this might need to be it.
You know what, Steve? I appreciate the honesty. And what's funny about that is I have trusted you. I have trusted you 4 years with Kaminga, and look where we're at. I don't want to say it's all on you.
Now, you took him.
I did. But we took him because we thought we could have him up and running and be greater than what he is right now. And I got to tell you, I mean, DMPs towards the end of the season last year, I didn't agree with that, but I let you do what you needed to do. So I'm just telling you right now, Steve, moving forward, I'm not asking, but I'm hoping you can get what I'm putting down here. I need to see Jonathan Kaminga on the floor for us this upcoming year.
Yeah, I think I want Gary Payton II. No,
but
I'm just kidding.
But do you like?
Yeah,
do you even think
I understand what you're
like
saying.
that happen though? Like one-on-one?
Probably not the way that we just did it, but yeah.
But like, you're right. That is my nightmare. What's going to change if you bring him back this upcoming year? Because, Evan, I'm not being sometime.
That's the $1 million question.
As a fan, that's all I'm occupied with is this next year. And the one thing, again, if Curry doesn't get hurt, how much improvement do we really need? And nobody's above that. But if Curry's hammy does not go, is this team in the Western Conference Finals? And now we just need a little dot your I's and cross your T's around the edges. We don't need what we think we need.
But how are we going to dot our I's and cross our T's when? All right, we lost Looney. That's an I we got to dot. We're probably going to lose Peyton. That's a T we got to cross, and we're going to need a whole lot of other letters because we got 9 guys on our roster. I think the Warriors are in a position where they have to figure out how this thing doesn't slip away. Like, you get one more. I think they have a good chance to, I don't know about make a run, but be competitive for another year. And then you figure out if you're going to roll it over the year after. Like I don't think they have a 5-year plan at this point.
That's what you're signed up for, though, Evan. There is this is all already, and don't tell Steiny this.
Well, he's listening.
The odds of us winning 5, I'm saying us, I love it, Evan, 5 again at this age. Evan, let me tell you something. I wasn't born yesterday, man.
I know.
I'm just, wow, me feeling a lot better.
No,
right?
you did say you rolled back the 1979 Super Bowl over the weekend, so you're dating yourself a little bit.
But I enjoyed it.
I know.
Evan, let me just tell you, it's kind of a long shot with your 3 stewards being the age of Butler, Dre, and Steph.
Oh, yeah.
So you are doing something. There's no manual for it.
No, I like they're in uncharted waters. I mean, they're in the deep end of a pool, or like they're trying. I don't know what they're trying to do. If they bring in Horford, I think someone said it earlier, and I wouldn't be necessarily shocked if they brought in Horford and he starts. I have to imagine that's one of, if not the oldest starting 5s in NBA history.
And I'm a bet man. I would totally bet that.
Curry's gonna be 38. Draymond's going to be 35. Jimmy Butler turns 35, I think right before the beginning of the season.
Right.
And Al Horford's going to be 39 years old.
He'll be 40 before next season's
over. Oh, my
over.
God. Yeah, so they're building a senior home starting 5. And they're expecting that team to run the table. Well, not run the table, but you know what I mean? Like, I think they're trying to do the best they can. And that's right now, the path that they've appeared to choose is a path with a lot of older veterans with a ton of mileage, and they're praying to God that car starts 82 times over the course of this season.
And that's why it hurts. And you say what? If you're out there listening to us, Evan, and you tell me what you think. the bottom line is, in a perfect world, if Kuminga, I'm not comparing him to Kawhi Leonard, but if you got your bang for your buck like the Spurs did and raised him, and then watch him go through his basketball puberty and then take over the helm, that's how you draw it up. That is what I deem perfection, and Kawhi become the face of your franchise. What hurts is everything that you said is fact in regard to the ages, where they're at. But, Evan, if Kaminga, let's just say, was 3 steps away of possibly one day being an all-star or somewhere close to that, wouldn't you feel a lot better about, man, that's our young guy. We don't know what he's going to be in the future, but you know what we do know? He's going to be a part of it. And the fact that he could get traded today or something could pop off, it's just that it doesn't minimize the failure, because there is failure that we're in year 4, Evan, and nobody knows anything. And the 415 says, just to the older caller that pointed out, Evan, if I don't say another word on this show, I know a lot of people be happy, but don't let me get in the Cadillac without fixing or rectifying. I do not have an overinflated opinion on JK. I just know
why
he
is that
has
one sticking
gifts,
with you?
because I know, and the caller kind of was alluding to it. I'm not telling you he's Paul George. I want him to be, but I'm telling you I'm still not out on a 22-year-old, because now I'm starting to think, why is he not doing the things that I think come easy to him, like rebounding? And Evan, maybe he's a basketball player scorned, and he doesn't want to do it for the people here. He goes somewhere else, and it'll hit different. I don't know, but I'm not ready to give him away for free. And maybe you sign. I was going to ask you this. You're my Bobby Marks. I'm running on.
Oh, boy.
If you brought him back for one, you still can move him at the deadline, and that would do what in regard to what you could get back? Or it's all good?
It would hurt what you would be able to get back, because he'd be an expiring contract.
Wow. So that's not on the board, do you think?
I think if it's a 1-year scenario.
I don't like that you just said that.
But also means that you would have to trade him, because otherwise he'd probably walk in as an unrestricted free agent. The worst thing that can happen for the Warriors, which I think is not off the table, is Kuminga takes the qualifying offer.
Oh, man.
It becomes a huge distraction this season, which it is and has been pretty much for this entire offseason and going back to last year. And then he becomes an unrestricted free agent at the end of next season and walks for nothing. Like, you don't get what you want, which is a potential trade chip or maybe a young future piece of your franchise.
Which that ship feels like it's sailing.
You can't trade him, and you're going to get nothing for him. Like, but that's also him betting on himself. I'd like to think that the security of, say, a 3-year contract would be good enough for him and the Warriors to come to some agreement. But I don't know that for a fact. And Kuminga, by all body language, appears to be more concerned with what his role is going to be in the future and how he's going to be maximized, which just hasn't been the case. You know, I see Jackie, I see Steve on the other side. I do want to get to your calls. I promise you we are going to get into this offseason, but again, it's got our heads turning here on a Monday. Like, what is the goal right now? They're stuck in a holding pattern. They haven't made a move, and I think the goal is to remain relevant, which they have failed at so far, and I don't really know how they're going to change that. Is the goal now to just make sure they don't get worse? What does this offseason become as we move forward with the Golden State Warriors? All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're taking your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're back on the other side on 95.7 The Game. We haven't.
Do you have a favorite charity? My Cash App.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Delete what?
I don't like that.
Why?
There's so many great charities to choose from, but when you hear a fat mouth like me say Cash App,
Venmo,
that didn't play well. Makes me look bad. It's like you've been doing all day. When did you turn into baby Steiny? He doesn't even do this.
Hold on.
He's older
I think I've been propping you up today.
Yeah, but you reminded me how old I am. This is 1979. Like, Jesus, Evan, let it all out.
Well, you walked into the studio. We're talking to the great Whitley Sandretto, who's
awesome,
and doing a lot of work today. And you said, to be young again. And you go, oh well, I'm young. And I said, at heart,
I'm old young.
Exactly.
I'm still hooping.
There's nothing wrong with that. And you found a new physical therapy for your knee.
The treadmill, and I found it from a hot shot on IG. Somebody sent it to me. So it was my quad, right?
Yeah.
They said put the treadmill on incline of 15, Evan, and walk backwards. I tried the 3. It's like it's the best feeling when I'm walking. Now I just feel strong again with my leg. Like if you handed it off right now, I'd get you 5 yards. That's how good. Like information is key.
Now this is what maybe makes me baby Steiny is I hate that you just called an Instagram clip information. And I hate that it worked.
Hey, Evan.
I'm happy for you.
You see some stuff on IG. I send you different stuff, but the literature to where I said, you know what? Try what this old guy was talking about in Buku Land, and it worked, Evan.
Yeah, but I watched the jokes you send me. I watched all the music stuff, some of the funny clips, but I never took medical advice from Instagram.
It was just a trainer, Evan, saying what he thought you could try, and I was in there getting ready to leave. And I said, well, why not?
But you know high-ranking officials within the Warriors.
Yeah,
you know
had
professional
a conversation
athletes.
with him today. Yeah.
Just shoot them a text. Say, what should I do for my quad? Which, by the way, is looking a lot better.
Well, thank you. And my son, little Daryl, got hurt. I called Dr. Pangia at 1 a.m.
Now what?
I sent him a text. He was up and text back. Doc, I'm sending him a Christmas card this year. For him to do that and then apologize for the delay, I'm like, Doc, you should be counting sheep, but thank you.
Well, and shout out Lil D. He's starting a big step, a big professional step today.
Internship tomorrow.
Yeah, that's huge.
Crutches.
That's huge. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
This is the part where Mark Abanias and my Uncle Lynn in Texas said he don't listen to Dallas radio because all they do is talk about themselves. I was like, Uncle, you might not want to tune in to Steiny and I.
Well, anybody call in right now, speaking of Dallas. This was at Jerry World last night, right? Or over the weekend?
What?
Lauryn Hill finished a concert at 4 in the morning.
It was the Superdome at the Essence Festival.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, New Orleans.
4 in the morning?
And it was empty.
I know that she's late, and I know that that's her thing, and you kind of have to expect it.
Get over yourself.
4 in the morning?
I'm out on Lauryn.
There was videos of well, I don't want to say people because there weren't many people.
It's 4 a.m.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
You can't and I imagine her set was not longer than an hour and a half or 2 hours. I mean, she showed up at 2 a.m. at the earliest.
Yeah.
We got to be better.
We have to. And now I'm mad that the video was even surfaced. It's 4 a.m. Nobody's coming for Kendrick. Well, maybe they
Lauryn Hill's a GOAT, but you should be shamed for that.
She is a GOAT.
You should be shamed for that. All right, let's kick off the segment here. Nick is in the city. Nick, what's going on, man? You're on with Evan and Goo. How you doing?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. I've been hearing back and forth on this for weeks now with Jonathan Kaminga, and I love Jonathan Kaminga's game. And I even heard when people were talking about trading him for Wiggins, which I think is essentially a very, very similar, not the same player, but a very similar player. I think it's, number one, a little bit late in the game to trade JK. And two, I think if you're kind of giving up the future right now, like Jonathan Kuminga, Pods, and TJD for one good player right now, it should be an amazing player. But the thing is, if you do that, on the flip side of that, you're giving away the future. So it's like, okay, let's go for a championship right now with Steph's final years here, because the flip side of that is, say you win one ring, it's like you kind of got no future. So I see the debacle that the front office is in, and I see now why Bob Myers got out in time. I mean, he probably had his own reasons, but wow, he left at a good time.
That's interesting.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, no, good stuff. But let's put another right on the table. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. When you hear the words Warrior future, I'm sorry, it's bigger than Kaminga with or without him. It's the fact that you don't have a couple things to look forward to. And I'm not dissing Moody. I'm not dissing Quentin Post, and I'm not dissing Pods. But I'm talking about the next. Somebody that could possibly, on a good day, Evan, take that step. And that's why, Jonathan Kuminga, good or bad, I always thought might possibly be that guy.
You want to know what the Warriors' future looks like right now?
Give it to me. Give it to me, baby.
2026 first-round pick, 2027 first-round pick, 2028 first-round pick, 29, and 2030 they don't have one, and 2031 their first-round pick. That's their future.
Mm-hmm.
Their future, assuming that they part ways with Kaminga, whether it's this summer or at the trade deadline, I don't think that Podziemski is going to be a future cornerstone, franchise-altering player. Moody the same, Post the same, with all due respect.
Yeah.
Their future's not on this team. Like, if you're talking about a future, the future is now. And I think that's why a lot of people are trying to maximize the present, because there is not much of a future. And that's totally fine.
Gotcha.
Your future is in your draft picks. But let's not make it out to be like, this guy is going to be here and is going to lead us in 3 to 4 years. Like, to me, that's why you make a trade for a Jimmy Butler, and that's why you're trying to win as at high of a level as you can this season.
The way you said that, so elegant. I'm just telling you, on this day, you made me do this, Evan.
Mm-hmm.
You made me think of the Wiseman blunder, because that's what it is. Just the fact that you're not getting anything from him, and you think of woulda, coulda, shoulda, had he been a future star blossoming, and we would have that to look forward to. That's why the way you just put that together so well, it hurts more.
Well, it might be a stark reality, but look, I hope I'm wrong, but that's the way that I'm reading things. Let's go out to Steve Young.
Uh-oh.
94 Super Bowl MVP, Steve Young. What's up, man? How you doing?
How you guys doing?
Fantastic. How are you, Steve Young?
Pretty good. My take on Kaminga is this. I think he has cheated the Warriors this 4 years because Steve Kerr has not played him, and in doing so, he devalued himself. I also think he has resources to two of the greatest shooters in history, Curry and Kerr. I mean, ask him to shoot. I mean, after practice or however it's going to go, ask him what I need to do to be a better shooter and improve my game, but he has not did that.
I got you, Steve. Appreciate the call.
I'm going to say, Ken said garage. I'm saying kitchen.
Well, it was Steve Young. Maybe he was at the training facility.
I thought it was the lefty.
No, it wasn't him. Appreciate the call, though, Steve. Hope you're doing all right.
Who was that on? It's not just Kaminga's fault if that call is right that he hasn't gotten better.
Why?
But we know he has.
Why is it?
Because you got Phil Handy's on this staff, Evan. You got guys that should say, stay in the Bay this summer, JK. We want to get you better. We know you got it. Let's work with you. Some days in Bermuda. Where's he at? Like, why are you not here at the lab? Now that it looks like we can question what went down in the handling or the mishandling, like Kurt throwing that out there to Willard and Dibs like he ain't been around the last couple of years. I'm like, well, where the hell he been? Are we surprised?
I think a lot of the work that players do to improve themselves happens during the summer.
That I agree with.
And that work you put in then shows during the regular season. And don't get me wrong, like, he's gotten better.
No doubt.
There's been improvements, but not enough. Like, him not becoming whatever people want him to be, to me, is more on him than the Warriors. You know, the Warriors can control how much he plays, but as far as, like, him being able to dribble or to be a 40% three-point shooter or to block more shots or get more steals, like, that's, I don't know. That to me is on him. Like, I came back from college and I was still not a better pitcher. That's on me. Like, I'm not going to improve over the course of a 35-game spring season.
Did you use all your resources to improve? I'm just asking.
Yeah, I worked as hard as I could. I got in the weight room. I threw a bunch of bullpens. I played long toss. I tried to improve my velocity. You try to improve your command. You
so you
tinker with different
maximized
pitches.
everything, the effort-wise.
Yeah, I didn't leave anything on the table. I don't think Kuminga's leaving anything on the table. That's what is also a little concerning, is I don't think that he's not a hard worker.
I hope you're wrong then, E.
So you hope that he's not a hard worker?
No, I hope that he's leaving something under, basically, as opposed to him doing everything under the sun, and these are the results, and he's a finished product, basically. I'm hoping he's thinking he's doing it all, but another voice, a different coaching, just in regard to your regiment working out, it'll hit different.
I think he is, and that's why he wants an opportunity to show it. I think he believes he's doing all the right things, that he's putting in the work, that he's doing these 2-a-days, that he's showing everybody on TikTok, but he's working hard, he's getting stronger, he's eating right, he's sleeping, he looks married to the game.
Yeah, I love that.
But he's just not getting the opportunity to show that. That's what I believe. And so I don't think he's leaving anything, quote-unquote, on the table, but maybe he's just not there yet. Like, that's also a possibility we have to be open to.
But you tell me if I'm wrong.
Or maybe he's just not, God forbid, not going to be that guy.
Evan, I'll say this to that. You could be right, and I might be right, but the bottom line is we're about to find out, and what's so damn frustrating is I do understand. I'm not mad at the Warriors about this offseason. Jimmy Butler was the diamond in the rough. You got that early. Just let that marinate. We're getting a year with him, and I believe this team could be top 3, top 4 come next year. I really do. But I want Jonathan Kuminga to be a part of that because I don't feel like if you make a trade, Evan, just not what you get back in return or value is not going to be equivalent. But the bottom line is I just don't see how they're going to be able to replace a guy like him on the fly. So let's add Al Horford. I'm with this. Again, are you so done with GP2 and him being hurt in and out to where it's a nothing burger for him leaving? Because I'm thinking about it now, Evan. I don't want him gone. Who are you going to replace him with?
And that to me is a Warriors problem. Like, if you're really worried about losing Gary Payton
I told Steiny Thursday I am.
No, and I would be too, because you're right. You don't have anything to replace him with. But that's a Warriors problem. That's because you don't have anything on the roster outside of 3 guys who make 90% of what you can spend. All right, let's wrap up this conversation. Let's go to Greg in Walnut Creek. Zach, can you bring Greg on real fast? Greg is out of Walnut Creek. Good morning, man. What's going on? How are you? Or good afternoon.
I'm well, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of hard. I'm a diehard Warriors fan, but like generational talents just don't fall off the tree. Like everybody thought Zion was going to be the guy, and he got hurt and was nothing. Andrew Wiggins was the 3rd overall. Like, what makes us think that Jonathan Kuminga is going to be that guy? I mean, I think you're right that the draft is going to be the way to go, and it's going to have to be, it's going to be a couple years of pain. But I think now is the time. And Al Horford, I mean, he's kind of like Big Shot Bob. He's making things where he shouldn't be, and you're like, why is that guy beating us? And make a run. And if Steph hadn't gotten hurt, maybe it's a different outcome. So Steph and Jimmy. But anyway. Thanks, guys. Love listening to you.
Hey, have a good day.
Appreciate it, Greg. All right, Goo. I got something that it's been kind of sitting on the top of my mind for a while.
I'm here for you, baby.
It does involve the Warriors, I promise. So this 7-team trade, a historic 7-team deal, the biggest trade in NBA history this offseason, which concludes with Kevin Durant and Clint Capella going to the Rockets, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, couple seconds. Kobe Bryant from the Warriors going to the Suns. The Nets get 2 second-round picks. The Hawks get a second-round pick in cash. The Lakers get cash. The Timberwolves get a couple second-round picks and a player I can't remember. The Warriors get Jemai Meshack, who they sent to the Grizzlies, and Alex Tui at number 52. What are we doing? The biggest trade in NBA history involves 13 different parts of this deal that I don't understand and will never remember. Like, I'm going to remember Alex Tui as a Warrior at the beginning of his career. I'm not going to remember that he was a part of the biggest trade in NBA history. And the reason I have an issue with this is it's supposed to be this big offseason, the biggest one ever, reportedly. Luka and Jimmy go at the deadline. KD gets traded this summer. Jaren Jackson gets a max contract. We're waiting to see if Giannis leaves, if LeBron is actually going to stand on business. It's just another manufactured part of the NBA blueprint that has fallen flat. This idea that the in-season tournament is going to help. They're going to put out a better product in the regular season. This biggest trade, quote-unquote, in NBA history is just another part of how the NBA, like most things, has promised and fallen flat. It's just been manufactured. And I'm sitting here wondering why I even need to pay attention to this. Every single move that comes out, I'm like, I'm waiting for a big one. I'm waiting for a big one. I'm more excited to your point about Summer League than I am about all these moves, and it's not because the Warriors haven't made any.
Evan, I mean, man, I need a fire extinguisher to put that out because you're so hot. But there were a lot of bars in there, and I'm going to start with this one. I am disappointed from a fan standpoint, because that's all that I am. The Shams had to tell us it was going to be big. That bothered me, because now it's propaganda when you say a guy like him who's in the know more than anybody, so you think. So when it doesn't follow that, there is disappointment, because the billboard that is Shams and his hair told me, oh, watch out, some things are going to happen. Now, had he not said anything, Evan, I would say to you, it's just like close games. When you guys walk around and you're all pissed off, I'm talking to everybody, oh, the games aren't close. That's why you enjoy the ones that are. You don't know when they're going to happen, but it feels like we're so spoiled and we want to have a every night party on Twitter about said ending. You don't get that. So I'm with you 100% about this has been underwhelming, because Shams told me it was going to be something otherwise. And that 7-team trade, and it's a record, and I feel like it's part of the trade started on Tuesday, then next Tuesday, miss me with all of it. So I'm with you with that part of it. But, Evan, I just feel like as fans in general, forget diehards and what level fan you are. I'm getting fed up, not with you. Call me the new Batman, because I just feel like as a fan now, we want a close game. We want this or that. And if it doesn't meet that criteria, it wasn't good enough. I'm not happy. And I fight that, Evan. That's the beauty of sports. When you tune into whatever you're about to watch, Giant Phillies tonight, you never know what you're going to see or get. And I know you're like, what the hell are you saying?
No, but what I'm attached to, and I think you hit it, Goo, you're right. They promised it.
They did.
And that means there's no chance they could deliver it.
And there you go.
The best part about the Luka Doncic trade is that no one saw it coming. I know that back to 2016, the Kevin Durant deal shook the earth.
4th of July.
And I know that there were whispers and people thought it could be a possibility, but at the time I wasn't in sports media, was just an average fan trying to finish up college.
Look at it.
I didn't think it was going to happen. When that bomb dropped on July 4th,
the world stopped, E.
It was unbelievable, almost 9 years to the day, because it came out of nowhere. The best and biggest moves are never promised. And that's why I to be honest, the biggest potential thing that could have happened in the NBA, and I apologize in advance because you were kind of involved with it, was when I read the false report that Mike Breen had been removed from ESPN.
Yeah, and we all, the great ones in the business.
Spears, Shelburne.
They all got duped.
Everybody was freaking out about it. You know why? Because it would have come out of nowhere.
Wow.
And whatever you think about Mike Breen, that's besides the point. Scams Charnia has gotten more traction my mind in the NBA this offseason than Shams Charania. And that's with all due respect to Shams. I think he's really good at his job. But the false promises that the NBA, not just him, but the NBA in general has continued to deliver, it makes me almost not want to believe you. Like, how many times can you cry wolf?
No, I'm not mad at you, E. And I'm older, as you keep mentioning all show, but I just want to throw this to the listeners and yourself and Ken.
Yeah.
Let me put it right on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. I come from an era where guys, if Evan, if you beat me, I'm staying in said place. I'm gonna try to come back and beat you again. And I know that's kind of changed, but I'm saying all that to say is, one, about your opinion, GOATs are announced. GOATs are not announced. They just arrive. So think about that. GOATs, the greatest of all time, they just arrive. They're not
I like that one.
But that scares me about Cooper Flagg. But that's why I love what LeBron James has meant. He's taken it, the chosen one in high school, and I think surpassed what we thought he could do. And I just say that like Cooper, there's a lot of pressure. You ain't got to bow down to it. But you know what I mean? If Cooper Flagg ends up being the next LeBron James, we saw that. But the ones that we don't see come out of nowhere, and I think of Steve Nash, like his career, like I knew he was good, but not like what he ended up being. So I say all that to say is, do you think free agency and the changing of teams by players now in the NBA, that's just its own entity and it had you excited? Evan, I can make a case I don't like it. Do you think it could be a bad thing that guys are leaving their locale so fast, quick, and in a hurry that we could be disappointed on a free agency that is coming almost gone?
No, I'm not there yet. I do like player movement.
All right.
But I guess I like it for the right reasons. Like, I think players having power to choose where they go does add more intrigue and drama to the league. Like, it creates heroes. It creates villains. It creates super teams.
Damn.
It creates a hierarchy that then I, as a fan, get to decide where I fall. But now it feels like players are moving just because they have to move. Like, teams are so afraid of this unofficial hard cap.
Wow, man.
That is the second apron.
The Joe Lacob rule.
That they have to get guys out. You know,
that stinks, man.
Well, like, for example, the Clippers and the Clippers and the Heat made a trade today. Norman Powell's going to Miami. John Collins is going to the Clippers, and then Kevin Love and Kyle Anderson are going to Utah as
Clippers
filler.
Are tripping. Powell's a bucket.
They can't pay him.
And
they can't pay him.
And they want to pay him in a perfect world.
They would pay him. He might have been one of the best contracts in the league last year going into this season.
That stinks, man.
So now I actually am looking at the Clippers. Like, before that move happened, I might have said, I don't think the Warriors can jump them.
Yeah.
I don't know if Kawhi can stay healthy for a full season. And now they don't have Norman Powell, who's been one of the steadiest hands in the league. Their starting two is Chris Dunn. Their starting three is Derek Jones. I know they got John Collins, but is he going to start? Like, the Clippers just got worse, not because of anything they did wrong.
The constraints.
Exactly. And
I don't like it.
There's consequences to them now.
Do you have a problem with me
not
saying
a superstar.
It's the Joe Lacob hate these aprons? I know we're up against it. We can get it. Yeah.
Well, you also brought up something about the next. I do want to bring up that because you had a chance to maybe see the next this weekend, and I want to pick your brain about
both teams, Evan. Who knows?
Bronny?
Yeah, well, anybody.
Oh, I see. Right.
He might get the jersey.
No. Who did you see that was next up before you knew it? That's a question I was thinking about driving up, especially with Goo going to the Cali Classic.
And then
weekend.
Your quarterback question we can't forget. Yeah.
I think it's a good one. I do want people to get in on it. But yeah, we got a lot to get to still. About an hour left until the crossover. Evan in for Steiny alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson, taking your calls and texts at 888-957-9570. Also text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Coming up today at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX, pregame starting at 4 o'clock. Back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiny's going to be back tomorrow.
Steiny!
Congratulations to the Steinmetzes.
You think you got enough liquor? That's my first question. Did you get it right?
Well, we do know he went to Costco at some point, right?
Yeah. And he invited us over Saturday. I love the man.
Now
he goes, guys, I know it's late notice, but if you want some food and drink, more than welcome.
Now this is where I got to take a little umbrage with Steiny.
Talk to me.
I hope he doesn't perceive it as a cheap shot, but we all knew what was happening with Steiny this weekend, right? He's having his daughter's wedding. Congratulations to Josie. Family's in town. A lot of people.
Shout out Mary.
It's a good time.
Moms.
He knew that you were going to the California Classic because you guys talked about it literally on the show.
Wow.
And he should have known that I was going to San Diego because that's why we couldn't grab one after the Thursday show. Why would any of us be available to come to the house during the middle of the day?
Yeah, Spadoni had the kids at the Classic, too.
Yeah, Spadoni can't get away from the family. With all due respect, and I appreciate the gesture, but it's one of those like, well, I know they can't come, but I got to invite them last minute.
And that's why normally I'm Mr. Oh, gee, thanks, I can't make it. I was just quiet on the set.
Yeah, I mean.
I was feeling like that a little bit. Like, Steiny, I love you. But, man, how long you know what I mean?
No, I meant he was thinking of us.
Yeah.
I appreciate him about that. Yeah. Speaking of the California Classic, let's get out to Nick in Ohio. Start this segment off. Nick wants to talk about the Summer Classic. Nick, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Hey, doing all right. And I had a question, though, about the Summer Classic.
Yep.
First of all, the Classic. I mean, that's kind of an odd name, a Classic. Anyway, why do they have it now, shortly after the end of the season, with these young players? It seems like it would make more sense to have it close to the beginning of the next season, so those young players who make the team will be fresh and ready. I mean, they'll be psyched and ready to go. Doesn't make sense. And just one other point is, if the other teams are making deals and getting better, and the Warriors either staying the same or not, incremental little, then they're getting worse as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, like your thoughts there.
I got you, Nick. Well, I think it's called, it's just alliteration, like the California Classic.
Right.
It's just a summer tournament. But as far as why they do it now, I would equate it to rookie minicamp in the NFL. Like, rookie minicamp is not close to the season, but it's shortly removed from the draft. You get a look in real games at what your players have. In the case of basketball and football, it's just practice. But I think that's kind of the equivalent.
No, I'm with you, and I appreciate the question, and I think you knocked it out the park with the answer. But I'll just say this. I'm sitting there looking at our guy Armstrong, who we got to have on the show. We were out at Chase.
Gave you dap.
Yeah, he gave you dap. He was 1 of 5, 1 assist, but 6 assists.
Mm-hmm.
So it ain't just about the points or buckets, but it led me to your question about somebody you saw before you knew they were going to be somebody.
That's right. This
was phenomenal.
So, yeah, I was thinking about you at the California Classic because, unlike Steiny, I knew where you were. I knew you were busy.
I brought my black bag. I got to share like I was
black
working.
Bag.
My work bag with my laptop in it.
Well, you were a credential.
Yeah, but I should have just came in without it, right? Who was I fooling to make it seem like I was going to crack it open? But I
might have needed to take notes on some guys.
All right. So I got you. I had it on.
Well, now I got to ask. So, because I saw you posted a picture with Mario Ellie.
Yeah, that's my guy.
Did he ask why you have your bag?
No, he did not.
Oh, I was wondering if somebody brought it up.
He wanted to hit the ship with us. I didn't know if we were going, so I told him
Thursday?
Today, game time decision. He's still in town.
I'd like to meet Mario.
All right, so I'll try. We'll put something together.
Okay, well,
right.
yeah, if it's possible.
Yeah.
All right, so
I interrupted you.
No. I'm just trying to get my train of thought. Steiny is rubbing off on me. The thing about it is, so I was driving back thinking about you at the California Classic, and I'm like, Guru might have seen the next big, thing, right?
Wow.
Now, Cooper Flagg's obviously a Exhibit A.
All right.
He's promised he'll be in Vegas early next week, right? Is officially when?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Dibs and Grandy and Willard, they'll be there.
Yeah, the afternoon show is going to be out there, so
2 days.
they're going to get some great guests, opportunity to see these guys up close. And flag's going to be on full display. But he's someone we know about. Like,
right.
he's
supposed to be great.
Supposed to be great. But I was just thinking, driving back, like, have you seen anybody that a couple of years later you realize,
crazy.
Oh my God, like, I saw that guy. Now it could be maybe you saw an artist, you could have been an athlete, but I was thinking about you at the California Classic. I'm like, what if Goo saw, I don't know, Taron Armstrong in this case, and Taron Armstrong turns out to be a dude. You can say that you saw, in some ways, like the birth of Taron Armstrong.
Yeah, no, I loved it. This is provocative, man. And I'm thinking to myself, you and Ken didn't know, we were in the green room together. Evan, I was a little sports sad that, honestly, like Eddie House comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that counts. I'm thinking, that's my guy. Union City, coached him in St. Anne's, knew he had talent, watched him in high school.
You didn't know he'd be like an NBA champion.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Hitting a big shot in the series. So that counts. But the one recently, and I wanted to flip over the table like, oh my gosh, this applies, is going again, little Daryl at Santa Clara, going to those games at least 12 times watching Pajemski. And I never a bad player, but I'm not a scout, but I feel like I got that. If something jumps, he was always athletic, and he was in a different role to where the team was kind of his. He could do what he wanted, but he ran point. But to answer your question, I never, ever thought he was capable in year one, or anybody I was watching on that team, to come run point in whatever capacity like he did and be what he is now, dependent in the point guard on a Warrior team with Steph, Dre, and Steve Kerr. So does that count?
Absolutely.
Okay, because that is one. Whoa.
Yeah, I think your expectations for a player and then what they become, if they're totally different, absolutely. Yeah, 888-957-957. If you saw an athlete that, it's kind of just, hey, this guy's playing or this woman's playing, and then a couple of years later you look back and go, wow, like I saw the beginning of that. That's what we're talking about.
Who's one for you?
One for me. So I have three.
Oh, okay.
But the first one is probably like Jared Goff. Like I played against Jared Goff in high school.
Come on, E.
I didn't think he was that good. Now, granted, I played against him in baseball, not football.
Oh, all right.
But even football, there were other players in our section that I thought were, just from watching, like just as good, talented. Goff obviously stood out. And I'm looking back and, you watch him in college and then oh my God, he's the number one overall pick. He's he's a Pro Bowler. He actually factors into our question in a little bit, but like, I didn't know Jared Goff was going to be what he became. Yeah, Jared Goff I saw in high school. But Ken also has one as well.
Uh-oh.
Well, you know what's funny? And you said artist, so that kind of got me thinking. I've seen somebody before they really blew up as an artist. And it's funny because I just saw him on Tuesday. So Post Malone just wrapped up called the Big Ass Stadium Tour.
Okay.
25
He's
dates.
a country artist now.
Yeah, country, rap, like he does it all, apparently.
Oh.
Him and Jelly Roll was the opening act. And I realized, I'm like, I've seen this guy 3 times, but the first time I saw him was at the PlayStation Theater in like middle of Manhattan. $45 I paid. And I'm standing from here to where you guys are, less than 20 feet. Now I can't even get that close. Like, he's packing stadiums, 65,000 people, like at Oracle Park on Tuesday, and I'm like, yeah.
How enjoyable was it for you when you first saw him? Were you like, he's okay, trash? Or?
No, it was fantastic. I mean, it's funny because he only had one album at the time. Now he's got like 5, 6.
Well, yeah, and he's a completely different artist.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ken saw him, he was rapping.
You're right.
And now on Tuesday, he's singing with a banjo and a Bud Light.
And he's got pyro and he's got fireworks and all the whole nine is out there. And it's just like, man, how this guy came from a long. So thinking about it in that way. But yeah, Jacob deGrom was the other one. I remember when he first started against the Yankees. But yeah, and that no Met fan thought he was going to be Jacob deGrom, like how we know him.
But coming out of college, what was he?
The Stetson. Well, he was a shortstop in college.
Yeah.
He wasn't even a pitcher.
What?
And this is from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. When Beast Mode was at Oakland Tech, obviously Marshawn Lynch gave my high school Deanza the business. Everyone knew he was different. But I wondered at the time, like anybody can recognize someone who pops, like talent
Kidd
on a court.
sent me home twice in high school.
Yeah, exactly. But
and he turned out to be a
Hall of Fame point guard. That's crazy. Like, you see some guys in high school, or you're like, oh wow, he's really athletic, or wow, what she can do is unbelievable. But it's hard to look at a person and say, you know what, I think that person's going to be like a future All-Star. It's really hard to project.
Man, oh man.
And it's funny because the theme of the day has been projecting what, a Kaminga could be or what the Warriors could do. And like, I don't know if anybody that you saw on Saturday is going to pop, but if they do, you'll probably remember that game.
Oh, no doubt about it. And Evan, I think now I feel like you've solved the mystery as to why it's so pleasurable. I love hoops. I'm watching the WNBA every night. I got the package. So maybe it's my love of ball, but it's also what you just said about this, proposing this question. And Dalton Connect's ass was out there. Why was I mad he was out there? I felt like he was a 7-year veteran. You know what I mean? A 7-year veteran on, to the rest of these guys.
Well, he's 25 years old.
But that ain't fair, Dalton. Let the kids ball. But
there should be an age limit.
It's the unknown, Evan. You got me. I'm equivalent over here. I know people know like the unknown.
That's the best part about sports, in my opinion.
And that's why I said GOATs are not announced. They just arrive.
Did you write that?
No, I took it from somewhere.
You
but
don't
it hit
have
me.
to admit that.
Yeah, no, it hit me.
Okay.
And it's what you're saying. Sometimes you don't see you know what I mean, Evan? They just come out of nowhere.
The ones that are promised and deliver are so rare.
Tiger Woods.
Yeah, Tiger Woods.
Jordan.
The Williams sisters. Well, you were around then. Like, was Jordan promised?
I thought he was about to say Abe Lincoln.
No.
Oh, man, damn.
No. I was like, Cooper Flagg is promised. He's supposed to be the best American.
All he can do is disappoint,
Love, right?
Evan. That's the reality. Guys like him, let's keep it real.
But that's why someone like Bron is pretty incredible.
No doubt about it.
That's why also, on the flip side, Curry is so captivating, is because he wasn't promised. He wasn't supposed to be a guy that made it.
We're messed up.
But he was not a top 5 pick. There were 2 other point guards taken in front of him. He was a scrawny little PG from Davidson College.
And real quick on that, if like the BT Awards years ago after Steph got voted the most MVP.
No, I haven't seen
those. It was the first time unanimous MVP.
Yeah.
They had this new thing. It only lasted about a year or two where the players, it was on BT, the actual players voted for their MVP.
Now, I'm going to ask if that was the ESPYs.
No, ESPYs, and I just found out what that meant. I'll give it to you in a minute.
Okay.
I was watching the Jim Valvano special. And
that was on BT?
No, that was on ESPN. I was watching. But the awards were on BT.
I got you.
And it was for the players. And it was the year Curry won most unanimous. They gave it to Harden, the players.
Yeah.
I felt like that reeked of jealousy. Okay?
Yeah.
So I bring that up because LeBron's Curry's guy right now, and they're friends. I'm not hating. But, Evan, you want to talk about the emergence or the interception of chips? How many would LeBron have had there been no Steph? And that's what's so beautiful about Curry in this dynasty is it came out of nowhere, Evan. If Curry's not around, Bron has 3 or 2. He might be with Mike.
Oh, I
like,
think
seriously. And I feel like that's why LeBron especially hated, without saying it, he was, God damn.
Dump that.
Yeah, that damn Curry. Yeah. Pops told me to quit saying that word a couple days ago.
Well, you've been taking the name of the Lord frequently lately. You got to leave that on Sundays.
Sorry, kid.
But okay,
no, think about that.
No. But that's what is so impressive, and that's why, like, I don't care where you have LeBron ranked 1, 2, 5, 12, whatever. The fact that Curry has prevented him from winning as much as he could have won, that is, like, that's on Steph. That is him. And why I think that if you're really looking at the greats, I don't really have another player that I can think of that's a more unlikely GOAT than Steph Curry. He's the most unlikely greatest of all time in NBA history. That's why he's so special. That's why there will never be another player like him.
So if I bring up Tim Duncan Or you're more leaning
He's
towards
the number 1 overall pick.
Okay, I got you. So you were supposed to do that.
I mean,
no, you might. Man, you got to ask the guys when they come in.
Well,
here.
the only other guy that I think is in his league, and his career is yet to be finished, but it's maybe Jokic. He's a 2nd-round pick, and he's headed for being one of the top, 25 players
no
ever.
doubt. Man, less than that.
And granted, my knowledge doesn't go back as long as some, but I can't recall another player that is a least likely considered one of the greats than Curry. And now it's not even like it's
ridiculous.
It's unequivocal.
Yeah.
You can't argue it. But
why do I want to bring up Derek Jeter? And not
number
he's the
2
GOAT.
overall pick, I think.
All right, I got you.
Yeah,
but not
Kalamazoo.
that he was the GOAT, but what he built. He was a part, that was the guy.
Well, he built.
And I know some people think he's overrated, and I hate it.
He built 5 of the 27 world championships that the Yankees have.
But you feel like he didn't leave any meat on the bone being the number 2 pick. And just coming up, dude was clutch. He was everything you want your face of the franchise to be with the hardware.
He's the reason why there's not another single-digit number to give away to any future Yankee player.
Incredible.
And he got it on the first day of spring training. All right, I do want to get some people involved here, though. We got phone lines lighting up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Did you ever see someone, and then you look back and you say, wow, I saw the guy or gal that was next up? That's what we're talking about right now.
Great.
Evan in for Steiny with Guru. Let's go to Mouse in San Francisco. Mouse, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, it's Moose. It's all good, though.
Oh, my bad, Moose. What up?
No, it's all right. Hey, so I called in. I actually had a thought of a player that I saw 20 years ago, and then I thought of something else too while I was on the line. I went on a date. I have an athlete and an entertainer. I went on a date with a girl in 2006, and this artist comes into town into San Jose at the SAP, and guy's name is Drake. And I'm like, oh, we're gonna go to this Drake concert. Lil Wayne's supposed to be there. This and
Aubrey?
that. Never really heard of him.
Yeah.
At least he hadn't really blown up like that. And so we go to this concert, had the time of our life. And I'm like, this guy's really good. I have a feeling he's going to be a killer artist. And here he is today as one of the best in the world or whatever. Not to say that I called it or anything, but, and then the one that I always think about, I literally always think about this moment. 20 years ago, 2007, I'm in Knoxville, Tennessee, my family's house. My mom grew up out in Knoxville. And my cousins went to Knoxville Catholic High School. There's a stud athlete there. We're at a basketball game. This is over Christmas break. I'm at a basketball game watching a young Harrison Smith. I think it was his junior year of high school. And all my cousins, everyone was telling me, my cousins are all football players, telling me, this guy's a stud athlete. He's actually one of the best football players on the team. He's an incredible. I'm watching this guy play basketball, jump out of the gym. White guy, just unbelievable skills. The most athletic person I've ever seen, live right in front of me. And then, 4 or 5 years later, I think he goes to Notre Dame for college, ends up getting drafted by the Vikings, and the rest is history.
He's a baller.
A 9-year, 10-year event or whatever he is. So I thought that was cool because I look back, I literally remember the moment sitting in the bleachers, and I'm like, man, this kid is unbelievable. He's got to be something someday. And here he is as an NFL stud.
Evan, this is This is great.
Yeah, and it's kind of built around the California Classic because Goose went on Saturday, saw a lot of young, promising talent, and might have seen the next. We got a lot of texts coming in from the boxer and work injury attorneys text line.
It's his memories, but I got in Ken's ear.
Yeah.
Wasn't Drake kind of Drake in 06, or was he? I know the beginning of Drake. I want to say he was already Drizzy, but I could be wrong.
When did Houston Land of Vegas come out?
No, I want to say 03, 02. I got it right here. I played this.
Is that too far gone? Too far gone. I think that was the first big one for Drake. Yeah, successful. This is from the 707, though. What about Kobe? No one thought he was going to be as good as he was.
Jerry West did.
Kobe did. That's who thought was going to be the greatest. He is also look, I know Steph was the son of an athlete. So was Kobe. But I think he only was picked 13 because he said he didn't want to be taken by teams. I mean, Kobe Bryant would have been picked pretty damn high if he would have gone to Charlotte or some other location.
Remember Curry? Dale Curry had a little of that. He wanted his son in New York. When Curry's draft, kind of don't mess with him a little bit.
And I am very grateful.
That's incredible.
I'm very grateful.
That and Kerr not taking the head coaching job.
Yeah, the 925 is coming in with it, and I get that. It was keeping it to basketball. I was talking about the NBA, but Tom Brady's probably the most unlikely athlete
there
ever.
You go.
But again, if you saw him, did you see Brady when he was at Sarah? Did you see Brady maybe when he led one of those fourth quarter comebacks at Michigan? You said, that guy's pretty good.
That's man, 6th round pick, right?
And you look back in 10 years like, wow, I think I saw the greatest quarterback of all time in his infancy. That's kind of what we're discussing.
Evan, I don't want to take it down a notch, but is it fair if somebody saw Tom Brady at Sarah, didn't think he would amount to anything, and then calls now and says, oh, I knew. Well, obviously, you got to say you saw something on a good day that made you think this guy or gal could go on to do great things.
That's a good point, too. Someone you saw that was really hyped, or maybe just you're like, the player's not very good.
Yeah.
And that player turns out to be a big boy. Like, I have a couple of other names. One of them was Tarek Skubal. So in 2019...
The Tigers ace?
Oh, yeah, best pitcher in baseball. So in 2019, he was in AA, and I was broadcasting for that minor league team in Erie, PA. And he comes up halfway through the year, and he has electric stuff. Like, he throws 95. But never in my sane mind did I think that Tarek Skubal was going to one day be the best pitcher in baseball. He was dominant, but he was coming off of Tommy John surgery, working his way back. And I'm like, well, that guy's pretty damn good. And now I look back and I'm like, wow, I saw the best pitcher in baseball 4 years before anybody.
Man, Evan. But you had you respected his talent, but it sounds like you had a limitation on him getting to the heights he is now.
Well, assuming that someone's going to be the best at what they do that's a pretty big assumption. And we got a lot of people coming in right now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to AJ in L.A. AJ, good afternoon. What's going on, man?
Cheers, gentlemen. How you doing?
Hey.
So I grew up in St. Louis, and I want to name a couple guys. So I went to high school with Matt Scherzer. So we saw him, and he was pretty insane. But as a kid, when I was growing up, it was this guy who was iconic back in St. Louis, connected to the Bay Area, and that was Larry Hughes. Larry Hughes is an icon in St. Louis. I didn't play. I remember as a kid, and I played a little bit at SLU. This dude, I mean, he had the stadiums filled like the entire city was going to SLU to watch him. But I'll name another guy that's kind of off the radar who I kind of watched as a kid. And I think he may be with the Warriors still, but Yuri Collins. Yuri Collins is another guy. He hasn't really, I guess, he hasn't broken through in the NBA. But this kid, we watched quite a bit, and he was unbelievable. Like through high school, even at SLU, he was dropping 20 assist games like it was nobody's business. In defending, I can't believe he's not even is he even in the league with the Warriors? I'm not really sure. But Yuri Collins was insane back in St. Louis. But that's all I have.
I got you. Oh, AJ in L.A., Louisiana, L.A. All right, let's sneak in one more call before we got to hit a break here because I see a lot of people chiming in. Joel's in Berkeley. Joel, what's going on, man? How we doing?
Doing well. How about y'all?
Hey.
Fantastic. What do you got?
Hello. All right. So, look, man, I watched the California Classic. I didn't see Goo in the crowd. Probably the black bag hiding him. Anyway, what do you think about this Mobley kid? I mean, smooth footwork, nice soft touch around the hoop, fights for rebounds, blocked a couple shots. I'm like, dude, we already kind of got a hook in him, and he ain't costing much. Maybe at least you can replace Looney. He's definitely got more potential to score some points, and seems like fills the same role. I mean, obviously we didn't see him set screens for Steph or anything, but yeah. And I realized, there's a lot of guys look hella good in summer league, but he looked smooth and good and polished, and I like it.
I got you. Well, how about this? And Goo's a little down on you right now, and I think he's down on me too.
We're all stunned. Did he have to say black bag? Right?
It means he listens to the show.
Hey, the black was bag, but all he had to say was bag. But whoa,
it's your
I didn't know
bag.
how to ask Did I tell you I had my black? I did say black bag.
You said you were doing some scouting.
Dude, running the tip, boy.
All right, how about we give you the scouting report on Isaiah Mobley from Goose Black Bag on the other side because we got to hit a break here. I see you, Will. I see you, Ben. I see you, Sharif. We're talking about When did you see someone that you look back on and you're like, wow, I saw who was next up? Guru was at the California Classic this weekend. In a couple of years, he might be looking back and saying, Will Richard, I saw him when he was just beginning to bloom. All right, that's what we're doing here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Coming up today at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX, pregame starting at 4 o'clock. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Let's welcome in Casey Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC Sports Chicago. What's up, Casey? How you doing?
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago.
Oh, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You can't play that when he's not here.
He's around listening.
He can't even defend himself.
I can.
Yeah. Because you guys crush me when I'm out. Oh, my God.
Well, so someone thought I was taking a shot at you. I think it was a couple Fridays ago.
Somebody
in the crossover.
defended me? Yeah.
No, Bonte thought I was taking a shot at you because I had a gripe about one of my gripes was that like Kendrick Perkins was doing a video in his car about Bill Simmons, and he was mad at him, but he was in a suit with his seatbelt on. And I just hated it. Like, my gripe was with videos that are taken in cars, and someone was like, oh, is that a shot at Goo? And I was like, well, I kindly let you know that.
I talked to him. That's my brother. But I do mine with the seatbelt off. The one on Saturday, the seatbelt was off, Evan.
You can't look like you're in the carpool lane when you're doing a video.
People,
you're going to post on the internet.
Yeah, I'm like, they love my new shirt I got from the store. And then the comments were all about the traffic. I go, what traffic? And the picture got the traffic, Evan. That's all they care about. I'm like, people see everything, man. Anyway.
All right, real quick, but before we dig back into this, I do need a piece of advice from you.
All right. And I give it to you raw and uncut.
I know. This is why we got a couple more days together. How do you apologize to a friend about texting them about hanging out with another friend? Like, I got two friends in my phone that are both J's.
Okay.
And one J had asked me about hanging out today a couple weeks ago. I said yes, yada, yada. And then another friend whose name is closely related, J, texts me a couple days ago and says, hey, I'm only going to be in town for one night. Do you want to hang? And I was like, ugh. So, thinking I'm texting the first J, I text the second one. And I said, hey, what do you want to do? And my buddy's looking at me like, dude, I'm the wrong guy.
Oh, no. Now, there's still positivity in my answer. Go ahead, E, because I don't feel like you did anything. I felt
so awkward.
But you shouldn't have if you and the potential friend had potential plans. You didn't have anything concrete.
Well, we did.
Oh, boy.
And I had to renege. I had to back out. But I had told him essentially that I was backing out.
I'm going to back off.
Thank you, Priest. And I just felt weird about it.
You should, E. You should. Now, the way you handle business or conduct yourself, professional, young, I would think you would have the cojones just to be out in front of it and tell the other friend, I'm not going. But that's the new millennium. That's what
this is where you're a bigger man than me.
This is what you guys do.
Literally and figuratively, but I'm a poodle. I'm going to admit it. I'm a poodle.
But you're worse than that because you stepped in it by sitting. Like, what did you respond?
I said, my bad, didn't realize I sent this to you. Just a heads up, I'm not going to be able to make it tonight.
Right. And I think he knew that.
And he said, yeah, I got the gist. Have a good night. All right, let's get back to the topic at hand. We're talking about a time that you saw someone and you look back and you go, wow, I saw the next up. I saw the person who was next up. I saw Tarek Skubal when he was in the minor leagues. He's now the best pitcher in baseball. Goose saw Brandon Pajemski in college when he was a teammate of Lil D's. Who you got? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Ben in Berkeley. Ben, how we doing? Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. This is a great show. I was going to say when I was at UCLA, it was 1997, and we were in the Wooden Center, and Magic Johnson's there with Shaquille O'Neal, Rick Fox, and Matt Barnes, and we're watching Baron Davis versus Kobe Bryant play one-on-one.
Come on,
and
man!
And then Baron Davis goes up to dunk on Kobe, but they're both kind of stuck in the air, like hovering. And then Kobe comes down a little bit, and Baron Davis just dunks all over him. And just flushes. And everyone's like, oh, my God. And all the UCLA players are there, and everyone's like, holy moly. Like, Baron Davis is coming to UCLA. Kobe Bryant hangs out here all the time. Tupac was there all the time, just to drop another one. But when I was in high school, I got to watch and Jason Kidd played baseball on the same team as me. So, of course, I watched him play point guard. So when he was a freshman, Mark Abanias was there doing interviews. Everybody knew he was going to be the real deal. And then he played against Steve Nash at Santa Clara. That was obvious. And when Steph came out of Davidson, I remember saying, who's going to get that guard out of Davidson? I think a lot of people thought Steph was going to be good, maybe not as good as he is right now. But what's even funnier is that, oh, yeah, and in Alameda, J.R. Ryder was here. I played baseball against J.R. Ryder. So when he did the East Bay Funk, I was like, oh, there's that guy that used to – him and Lamont all the time. Me and Lamont were on the same team. J.R. was 1 year older. And
Lamont was my buddy,
brother.
Lamont. Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah, Lamont Ryder's the best, man. And you know what's even crazier? So at St. Joe's cut Damian Lillard. Can you believe that?
Ouch.
So sometimes it goes the other way, too. So – Dame Lillard had to go to Arroyo out here before he blew up, and now he's darn near the best that's ever done it. So you guys have a great show. I'll see you guys later.
Hey, good stuff.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate the call.
What if I told you I have guys right now? No doubt. The UCLA envy of watching Baron, a young versus Kobe with West Shaq and who else? Barnes in the crowd. Like, man, it had to be a beautiful day in L.A., man.
Well, it sounds like he was aware of who these players were. And again, I think if he wasn't, that's even cooler. Because you're like, damn, I didn't realize I just saw Kobe and B. Diddy.
Right.
Oh, well, get a little close there. Baron Davis.
Yeah, he got off. Well,
go one-on-one.
Yeah,
We're going to leave that aside.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Sharif in Martinez. Sharif, what's going on? What do you got?
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Hey.
Yes, sir.
When I was just thinking about kind of your question, I was like, a player that kind of outperformed what maybe their expectation was from the Miami Hurricanes, Frank Gore, tearing 2 ACLs, and then becoming one of the all-time leading rushers in the NFL.
Wow.
Well, right on, Sharif. Yeah,
that's what you call redemption.
Yeah,
or we'll just what's the other word too when you come back and you hurt?
Well, you resurrect your career. Okay, so this was one that I was waiting. I was waiting to hold over people, but I can't do it because this player turned out to be a bust. And this player was Trey Lance. So I covered Trey Lance in North Dakota when he was a true freshman. He wasn't even the quarterback.
Talk to me.
And he was one of my favorite players to go talk to because he was kind, he was well-spoken, he was approachable, and as the backup quarterback, he was always available. So you could always go talk to Trey. And at the time, I was working at a small radio station in Fargo, and you couldn't really get any of the big boys. It's a little bit like it is here, just on a smaller scale, where like the main quarterback, the big wide receiver, the linebackers, like all those guys get a ton of reporters and TV people. Might come as a shock to those hearing about Fargo, but those players would all get covered. The Trey Lances of the world, I could just walk right up to and stick a microphone in their face and say, hey, Trey, what do you think about Northern Iowa this weekend? And I was hoping so bad that he would turn out to be something so that I could say, I saw Trey Lance before any of you. And now, unfortunately, at a party, I have to go, yeah, I saw Trey Lance before any of you.
But even the night of the draft, though, I think you could have did that.
I did.
Oh, okay.
I was sending out a lot of text messages.
That Vontae and Butch audio of after the first practice with them, that was incredible. But, man, it'll be hard to top that one, Evan, or that won't rank because Trey didn't hold up his end of the bargain.
No, that one's not going to.
But he got drafted.
Well, people in San Francisco are going to know who he is forever, but not for the right reasons.
Right,
you
okay.
know?
Look at you, the right reasons.
Yeah, I was hoping that he would be great.
Yeah, that's a good one.
He wasn't. Let's go to Drew in Sunnyvale. Drew, what's going on, my man? What do you got?
Hey guys, great show, great topic. Yeah, Aaron Gordon and I were actually in the same graduating class at Archbishop Mitty back in the day, and I mean, just watching him, it was otherworldly watching him in high school. But you never quite knew it would translate to the pros. We knew he was highly rated, but like a guy from San Jose, becoming a professional athlete was kind of 1 in a million, right? The only guy out of San Jose who ever went to those heights, probably Joey Chestnut, right? So, I mean, and so just watching the only thing was he was so good in high school that he never had to shoot. He would always take guys off the dribble, jump right over them. Like it was amazing to watch. And the only question was, could he shoot at the next level, right? And that's the one thing that he really struggled with. But like watching him in these playoffs, especially him hitting that big three to win the game one versus OKC, that brought me like so much pride to where like, hey, you can be like the number one player in your high school class, still have flaws, and then come out the other side.
Yeah,
being the like ultimate pro player. And I wish Jonathan Kaminga could learn a thing or two from that as well. That's just my take on it. But super proud of Aaron Gordon. Thanks,
appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Drew.
Now again, and Evan, I love the question. It was yours. But I can't steal that man's thoughts that you shared with the nation, everybody listening. But if I said Gordon was the 4th pick in a NBA draft, even if he couldn't shoot, would you say, getting picked that high, greatness was within his reach?
Sure, but I think he's saying he saw him in high school.
Okay, all right.
He saw that player in high school, and again,
you are right.
I'm trying to think of the best player from my area. Might have been like around my grade was like Ivan Rabb. He went to O'Dowd.
Yeah.
Really good player. Great high school player, solid college player. But in high school, he was better than everybody, but I wasn't looking at him like, oh, I think he's going to be something great.
KG.
I think he turned out to be a second-round pick, and he's still playing. But like,
played for the Grizz.
You never know what those players are going to turn into. Aaron Gordon was a top recruit, went to Arizona, was on, I think, a 1 seed, was a really good college player, but you never know what those players are going to turn into.
That's amazing, man.
Let's go to Christian, is in Fairfield. Let's talk about, a couple big boys. Hey, Christian, how we doing?
Yeah, there's 2 legendary ones here, Evan.
What's up?
I'm doing good. Hey, did you get your raise? Fat Joe paid $74,000 for those courtside seats. I'm team Evan needs a raise, Guru.
Yeah, I'm with you too. I'm gonna try to see what I can, but I'm working on myself first. Did that come out?
You too, man. I'm team Guru too. You know that.
Not that much, Christian. Thanks, man.
I'll start with the basketball one first.
Yeah.
In 92, 93, I played for San Francisco State. We played Santa Clara, and Steve Nash was a freshman when I was a freshman. He had like 11, and I had 13, and there was a number 20 on their team that was like a Kaminga. He was running by everyone and dunking. And the walk-on San Francisco State is Ben Baller, Ben Yang, the famous jeweler. So we were looking at Nash when he got drafted like, huh? He only averaged 8 as a freshman, so that was elite. That was impressive, yeah. And then Goo, you're going to understand this one probably a little bit more than Evan because we're the same age. Jay-Z. I went to Club 181 in 1995 in the Tenderloin. We were bored. It was a Tuesday. Me and my friend who ran track, he was from L.A. Jay-Z opened up for Smooth the Hustler and Conscious Daughters. He was in a green army fatigue, and we were booing him.
Dude,
my boy from L.A. was screaming South Central.
Right. That's incredible. Conscious Daughters, man.
Fast.
Man.
Yeah, Goo. He was rapping fast, the Fushnikin style rap. Smooth the Hustler had broken language. He was in there with the so he had the whole 50 people of the crowd rocking, and then Conscious Daughters did their little swing.
And let me ask you this: which one shocked you more, Jay-Z being Jay-Z, the king, or Nash having the career he had? Because it's almost a tie for me.
I got to go with Jay-Z. He made me a fan, being from the West Coast.
I'm with you.
Seeing him going from getting booed in the Tenderloin to being one of the greatest ever.
Tupac made me hate on Jay-Z, and then I realized Tu's pretty good.
Thanks, Christian.
Yeah. I transferred to Brooklyn College and made me a Jay-Z fan because I started listening.
Yeah, way to fit in.
Right
That's
on. Well, you
for you.
definitely came a long ways from booing the guy. Imagine
Jay-Z opening up Conscious Daughters. Look at my Complex on Vernon.
Oh, my God. I'm trying to think of a player that, again, somebody that, like, you didn't think was going to be good that ended up becoming great.
It's not easy, Evan. You had to be in a position to, like, Ken, you only had one, huh?
You also have to be judgmental.
Well, you had three. You're right. I had Pods, Eddie House.
No. I'm talking about the inverse, which is you see someone, you're like, I don't really know about that guy. And then that person ends up being something ridiculous. Like, that list might be longer than the flip side.
And you're right on the Aaron Gordon. The caller called and said, I saw him in high school, not when he got picked in the lottery. So he had seen something then.
Well, he is a representative of the South Bay. All right, Will is in Marin.
Will,
what's up, man? How we doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I got two. So the first one was in 2017. I saw Aaron Judge hit an absolute bomb against Oakland in the Coliseum, and at the time, he was having a really good season, but the year prior, he had like a 179 batting average, had single-digit home runs, and he was the first player that I watched that because I grew up watching Barry Bonds, and when he was holding a baseball bat in his hand, it just looked like a toothpick. And it was the same thing from Judge, like the power, like the sound of the way that the ball just came off the bat was just different. The way it just echoed and ricocheted through the Coliseum, and just how effortlessly his swing was to just park it dead center. It was just like, he's going to be absolutely special. And then my second one, it was sick. And then my second one is, I was a huge fan of Dom Kennedy, and I went to his concert, and it was $18. It was me, my buddy Ryan McNichol, one of our buddies Shane, and a few girls that we went with, just having fun. And the opening act was Kendrick Lamar. But mind you, this was before Kendrick was Kendrick. This was like in the backpack days. So I was literally close. Like homeboy was close to like Post Malone. Like we were right there on stage. He was right there, and he was really good. But like it was like a few years later, he switched up his flow. My homie Ryan McNichol, I'll never forget this. He was like, "Yo, is this the same Kendrick Lamar we saw for $15?" And I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "Yeah, dude, his flow is completely different." And my homie Shane was still there. He's like, "Yeah, we ain't going to be able to see him for $15 no more." But no, it was awesome, though. Wow. It was a great experience. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Memories,
Nice job, Will.
Kendrick Lamar. We got to keep it right. And I've always been a fan, but I didn't know he was headed to where he is now, the king. One of them.
Well, he's special, but
on the flip side, real quick, I saw Dom Kennedy for like $30.
You thought he stunk?
No. Kendrick Lamar had just came out with Good Kid, Mad City, and he brought him out as a special guest.
Wow, Dom's still flowing.
Middle of New York.
LA rapper.
Amazing.
Yeah, Dom is tight.
All right, let's wrap these up. We got a couple minutes left until the crossover.
Steiny could be mad he missed out on this one.
Oh, he'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's rich with love.
Yeah, that is a good drop.
Yeah, let's get nuts. All right, Will's in Livermore. Will, what up?
Yes. Hello. Thank you for taking my call. So the year was 1983, the summer of 1983. I was a master's student in Kansas State University. I used to play basketball at Ahern Fieldhouse, just pick up games.
Wow.
This day I went into the fieldhouse. It was closed. The fellow there, it's an empty campus because it's in between sessions in summer. He said, "No, we have a practice here of the Pan Am team, U.S. Pan Am team." And he allowed me to go there and see them scrimmage. I was looking at this guy just jumping off the gym and just scoring, stealing balls. I mean, I figured this is somebody special, but I never found out who he was until I was later on a PhD student in University of Illinois, and I went to a Chicago Bulls game. It happened to be Michael Jordan that I saw that day.
Wow,
1983 at Ahern Fieldhouse. It was Jack Hartman was the coach. He was the coach of the Pan Am team, and they won the gold medal. That was quite a thing to see.
I'll bet.
Dude, that's incredible.
You saw
Jordan.
Mike.
Yeah. Had a pretty good little career.
Yeah, safe to say he turned out.
Yeah.
See, but that is crazy, though. Again, like, there's no social media. There's no video. He sees this kid. He's like, wow, that guy's unbelievable. And then a couple of years later in Chicago, he's like, wait a minute.
Dude.
That was that guy from the gym who's scoring 37 a night.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. All right, let's wrap this up with Omar, who's in Alameda. Omar, what do you got?
How you doing, guys? Man, I got two people, man. It was 2011, my freshman year at McClymonds High School, and I heard about Marcus Peters, but I really didn't know a lot about him. And I didn't play football. I played basketball and baseball. Long story short, he was doing his thing on the football field. Obviously, went on to go to University of Washington. But basketball season comes around. I'm playing JV. This dude plays varsity. And he's not that tall. He's about 6 feet probably. And he was doing windmills, man. He was doing what they call it, an East Bay between the leg. And I'm looking at him like, man, this dude is a stud. And then baseball season comes around, and he comes out to play baseball. And I'm a pitcher and shortstop. Then this dude is playing center field, tracking balls down, pitched a couple games. I was just like, man. And then we obviously know he went on to be a first-round pick, Kansas City, and I think he played for the Rams and a few teams. And that same year, when I was playing baseball, we had an our coach played in the minors. His name is Marcel Johnson. He used to bring his son with him. He was only like 12 years old. His name was Osiris Johnson. Man, this dude was like 11, 12 years old practicing with us. And fast forward, 2018, he's a first-round pick out of Ensenada High School.
Wow.
By the Miami Marlins. I don't think his career panned out. He's still in the farm system. But I remember seeing that kid at third base at like 11, 12 years old. I was like, man, this kid going to be special. And he ended up being a first-round pick out of Ensenada High School. And it just shows you never know who you're around.
Man, that's beautiful.
No doubt,
and
Omar.
Marcus Peters was a baller.
Marcus
DB,
Peters, yeah, that's right. Yeah, West Oakland.
Yeah, with the West. Remember, he almost went at the dude in the stands. He was on the Rams. He's like, where you from, homie? I was like, he was in his uniform. He pulled up on him like, man, that was real. Yeah, Google that, Marcus Peters. He was a baller, man.
Oh, he was incredible. Yeah, growing up, especially when he was at the Chiefs.
And jumped the routes with the best of them.
Oh, he was a cat burglar, as we like to say. But he bet right quite a bit.
That's great.
Yeah, when he bet, he was spot on. He was damn good for some time. All right, I do want to get the boys' thoughts on the other side. And look, we had a lot we didn't get to.
But this was great, man. Now you got me thinking. But I'm not mad that I only have the couple that come to mind. You don't see Miss America every day.
Well, and this is from the 650 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Michael Jordan caller wins. Everybody else go home. Like nobody saw Jordan.
Did he say Panama Games?
I think he saw him. He said at Kansas State.
Yeah, at the arena.
Yeah, just anyways, that is a great story. And that's cool. Everyone's got a story like that if you really think about it.
You think Dibs and Willard have one? Because I'm asking. You better ask him.
How about we find out on the other side? All right, that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. The crossover, Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this. That segment brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Would you consider yourself a mentor?
No, absolutely not.
Now, why is that?
Because I don't care enough about anybody else but me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny's going to be back tomorrow. Evan in with Goo, and it's time for the crossover with Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. What's up, boys?
What's going on, guys?
Yes, sir.
Happy Monday off the long weekend.
We care about both of you. I just want to say
Look at
that.
Steiny telling you the truth.
Somebody does,
Yeah.
Are you guys so full that you ate so much barbecue? Because I did.
Oh, that was a bloaty night, wasn't it?
Man.
Good thing it was Friday,
man.
so we had a couple of days to
Look
work
at
it
you.
off. You know what I mean?
A lot of eating this weekend.
Yeah.
Okay. Friday, having
You
it on a
back on
Friday.
meat, Dibs?
Yeah, here and there.
Okay.
We'll pick and pop. I had crab last night, which was delicious.
Crab!
Pop thought that it would be good to get some crabs, and so we went out and got those, pound and a half, pound and 3/4, whatever. And, we've talked about this. I don't like meals where you have to work. And when you go to the crab, you crack it, you got to fish your way through it.
Easy access.
Yeah, once you get to the actual meat, it was good.
Yeah,
but I'm with you, Mark.
I'm out. I won't even get peanuts at the ball yard. It's like, I'm going to be ready to eat this or it's not ready. If it's ready to eat, I'll eat. Man. If it's not ready to eat,
You
I'm
guys
not
don't
going to
do
eat it.
shellfish? No lobster, no crab, no oysters?
I'll do it. I don't not like it, but it's not worth the payoff to me. People pulling out special forks that have little 2 prongs on them. They're about 3 inches long so that you can find the food.
That's pretty good.
If I'm going to pay for lobster, get that thing ready for me to eat it.
Wow.
I don't have to go find it for $49.99. Stop it.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
out.
fair.
I'm with you. I feel kind of similarly about ribs. Ribs are good, but
they're just messy, though.
They're messy, and you got
to clean them after yourself.
To really eat a rib, you got to spend some time and really get after it, and you're ripping the meat off the
But
bone
good
and all
ones
that.
fall
but-
off the bone.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But
Chicken wings as
anyway.
well?
Yeah, wings is another one.
Boy.
Don't get me started on wings because the drums, people say you want the flats or you want the. If it's the drum stick, that can't be the wing. The wing is just the wing, I thought.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, that's a good point. Never thought about it like that.
That's another one.
As long
where
as
it's
you're
just
dipping.
I love wings, but there needs to be more of them. I need some
Man,
thicker
talk
wings.
to me.
Yeah.
Man.
Just find a different bird that's got thicker wings. And let's eat those.
I got you.
Not enough on there.
Yep.
You got to lay it on them, Evan.
Yeah, so
Let's go.
this was something that we were kicking around. I don't know.
Not Kaminga related.
Yeah,
We spent 4 hours on
non-Kaminga
him.
related.
Yeah, go
But
ahead.
I was driving back from San Diego yesterday, and Goo was at the California Classic, and so I was just thinking about if he had seen someone big, wouldn't have known it. There wasn't a ton of big names, not a lot of talent, but he might have seen, looking back on it in a couple of years, someone who was next up. So I'm thinking, well, who have you seen that maybe was in high school, college, maybe covering a small team?
Oh, man.
Where you look back and
I
you're
gave
like,
him pods. for me.
damn, I didn't realize that guy was going to be that. So Guru's was Pajemski.
In Eddie House.
Yeah, because he saw Eddie House as a kid, saw Pajemski in college. I broadcasted for a team that had Tarek Skubal on it.
Oh, no way.
When he was in AA. So 5 years ago, I didn't realize that I had witnessed what was going to be the
That's
best pitcher in
incredible to me.
baseball.
Best pitcher in the game.
Yes.
And I wouldn't have told you that it was going to be that either.
And it could be high school.
No,
Going
I'll
back.
give you a
Yeah.
funky
Something
story
Dibs
on
gonna
this
have.
one. There's a little bit of a funky story because the first time I was able to get away from college for an actual job, it was to broadcast minor league baseball in Boise, Idaho.
Look at
in
him.
the Angels organization. And I go up there and I did 2 seasons up there, and I think it was year 2, but I was that dorky guy who, these are single A guys coming right out of college. They would go to the amateur draft, and then immediately it was short season single A, so the season wouldn't start till June. The guys come right out, and I was thinking the same way you guys are thinking. I'm like, man, someday these guys are going to be up in the bigs. And through the whole league, there were plenty of guys who ended up making it. But the one that stands out to me, the weird scenario I had, John Lackey was on one of the teams. He was on one of the teams, and this is minor league baseball. We're on buses together for 90 straight days pretty much. And so I got to know the players pretty well.
Right.
And then flash forward, so that would have been, I guess, 98.
Red Sox.
4
right?
years later, I'm covering the Giants-Angels World Series, and I am sitting there dying for the Giants to win this thing so that I can take my credential into the clubhouse. It all falls apart.
Oh, you're ready.
And there's John Lackey to win Game 7, and now my station needs me to go out on the field And instead of getting to talk to Giants, I got to go talk to Angels. But I'm going to talk to this cat who I knew really well.
Bittersweet.
And and to see what his face did when he's out there in Anaheim, and then he turns and sees someone that he knew from Idaho. He's like, what the hell are you doing here? I'm like, I'd like to ask you the same question.
Right.
Go Giants.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's my story.
Why couldn't you still be in Idaho? And I wouldn't have to.
Here's a rally monkey. Yeah.
They blew game 6, but yeah.
As you were telling that story, I was flashing on when I was doing some TV work of the San Jose Giants, and Jose Altuve came in, might have been with Visalia or whatever, and he was having a nice little single A year, but I was like, no way. I mean, there's no chance.
Yeah,
Paul Goldschmidt was in the league, and it's like, okay, you could see it. And Altuve is like, good little hitter. He was hitting like 340 or whatever, but I was like, there's no way this guy makes it to the majors.
Single A.
Right. And then, skip ahead whatever many years, and now he's, on a Hall of Fame track. And
wow,
the other one probably would be Jared Goff, who went to my high school, Marin Catholic. And
hang in there, big guy.
He was a good high school quarterback, and they went, solid.
He played baseball against him.
Yeah. I didn't think that he would go on and do this.
Wow.
Do what he did,
Go to a Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Make $52 million a year.
That. Yeah. So, that I guess would be the only real example.
Incredible.
Yeah, he was like the local kid done well because he went to Cal and he started his freshman year. But you're like, he's saw a little quarterback, and then he starts dialing it up, and you're like, wow, this guy might be the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and this guy might go on and make $200+ million. Like, I don't know about that, but it's funny you mentioned the guy who you're like, I don't really know about. That guy was actually Logan Webb. Like, I broadcasted for a team that was his first year in Pro Bowl.
Whoop.
He was awful.
Really?
Logan Webb was awful. You can go look up his stats. He was like, as a 19-year-old, he had a 5 ERA, and he was one of the starters for the Salem Kaiser Volcanoes.
Damn.
And he was awful. And out of anybody on that team, I would not have picked Logan Webb to go be a multi-time All-Star.
Life, man.
Which he was just selected for yesterday.
Don't give up.
That's crazy.
Wait, did you broadcast for Salem Kaiser?
Yeah, 2 years.
Dude, that's the same league.
It is. Yeah, the Boise Hawks.
Correct.
Were in the league for a time, then they left.
Right.
But Boise, it's a really nice place.
Yeah, this is a good stadium. It's a good stadium. We enjoyed
pretty wooden.
Yeah, well, maybe it was when I was there. That was a long time ago. But anyway, that's the same league. I know it changes constantly.
That's incredible.
Boise went from Angels, then it went to Cubs, then it went to no one.
It was the Rockies when I was there.
Rockies? Yeah.
We had a caller call in and say they were somewhere in the Mission at a rap concert. Conscious Daughters from Oakland opened up, and Jay-Z was the opener. And they were booing him. Anthony called,
He was proud of that, too.
Yeah, he was like, we were booing Jay-Z. He was the opening act. Life changes, baby.
Yeah, it sure does.
You got to ask him before we get to the Giants and All-Stars.
The what?
Their fifth, the quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
You got to do that.
We need to get to this.
I'm curious.
So, again, I got a lot of time on the road yesterday, 10.5 hours, Lord. And I'm thinking about just everything in sports. And I'm going down, I don't know why I was thinking about quarterbacks. My brother might have been talking about him. And I'm like, okay, well, so, top 5, it's Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, and Burrow.
Okay.
And then I get to number 5, and I'm like,
who's number 5?
I have no clue who the 5th best quarterback in the NFL is.
And
there's about 8 names I wrote down that I think have a case.
And I'm tired of being a hater because nobody called me, and I called myself. Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl. Yep. I still doubt him, but he's won a bowl, been to 2, one at your house. So why wouldn't that be my 5th if I was just being fair?
You could make the case.
He's on the list.
Yeah. It depends on sort of, as always with these things, like how are you asking? If you're asking me, okay, you've got next pick and you're starting an NFL team, I know it's only been a year, but I would take Jaden Dibs.
And
that's what I would do.
On the list, too, I'm sure. As is Justin Herbert, your guy. He probably would be on the list of next up. But is Brock Purdy on that list of, the top 5 quarterbacks? And you had like an 8-way tie for the 5th name. Was Purdy another guy who would be in there?
Brock was on the list. So I wrote Stafford, Hurts, Daniels, Herbert, Brock, Stroud, Goff, Baker.
Interesting.
Those are the 8.
Didn't even mention Dak.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry, dude. My bad.
Sorry. No, that's truth. I get it.
Jordan Love's not
now. See, he should be in there to me.
Not for me.
And that's fine. But
it's just his list.
I would take
Love was on mine.
I would take Love over C.J. Stroud.
And Baker.
Mayfield.
And I'm worried about Daniels
Jared
having
Goff.
the RG3 year. He was incredible. I won't forget it.
You sound like you've been listening to Cam Newton. Don't listen to Cam Newton.
What did he say?
He said exactly what you just said.
On Cam.
He said, I see similarities to RG3, and I think that Jaden could be a one-hit wonder.
Oh,
and I just started to notice.
But I just said the same thing.
No, I know, but here's the difference between you and Cam. I know you well enough to know that you will say all kinds of negative things and all kinds of positive things. If you just Google Cam Newton and click on news,
I got you.
All you will do is it's a line of Cam Newton criticizing quarterbacks. Yeah. That's all it is. Yeah. He's done it to Purdy. He did it to Jaden Daniels. He's done it to Geno Smith.
Jalen Hurts.
He's done it to everybody. And so Cam, to me, just strikes me as somebody who doesn't like the way people view him. So he's lining up to just rip every other quarterback.
To be
out
fair,
there.
though, if RG3 hadn't snapped his leg, he probably would have been pretty good.
No, there's no doubt.
Saying you're the next of a guy who we didn't get to see what happened because of a catastrophic injury isn't a horrible thing to be compared
Shanahan
to.
was his. It's so funny watching how young Kyle looked as his offensive coordinator, his dad's the coach last time they were in the offs. Incredible.
Yeah, and he actually snapped his leg in college first at Baylor.
That's right.
And, he was a two-sport star. He's a track athlete and a quarterback, and I think he did the ACL then and got better and then happened in Washington again.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Yeah, so we're just kicking around a lot of different things today, but one thing we actually didn't get a ton of time to break down was the 3 All-Stars for the Giants.
Yeah, but what you don't know, Evan, is I sent a group text to my buddies here last night just pointing out that I got it right about 3 pitchers going to the All-Stars.
I was on the road.
Sorry,
I meant to respond. No, but I meant to respond.
Evan, I sent it to my dude.
No, but I looked at it quick. Did you say 3 starters?
First, it went to 4 players, and then Steiny goes 3 pitchers. They won't get
3 pitchers.
Yeah, and then we had the discussion like sometimes middle relief gets forgotten about.
No, I was
the bet was 3 pitchers, and I got it.
I was excited to see Randy Rodriguez make
That's
it.
Beautiful.
And if you also saw, there was the graphic that just showed what the players voted for.
I missed that.
Randy got that, and Robbie Ray did not. So Randy, in many ways, like from the player vote, he got a whole lot of respect. And sometimes you don't, if you're just coming in for the 7th inning all the time, it can get lost in the weeds. But I'm glad he got recognized.
Real quick, what's Ray doing amongst his peers? Not that it's bad. I love the Steffi Graf grunts. When he throws.
Yeah.
But
there's more
is
starters.
That hate? Yes, I got you.
He's not the one. He's not their number one. That's probably why.
And Clayton Kershaw's out here getting,
I got you.
He's getting passes, which I'm fine with. Right. I'm not saying it's a problem. But
if it was his last season, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But we don't know that. Like the whole legacy tour, I don't have an issue with. Players that are great should be hailed and given their flowers. Yeah, but if you announce this is going to be my last year, and then they give him an opportunity to get in the All-Star game one last time, I get that.
Maybe they know that and we don't.
That's true, but I just feel why not Verlander?
Because he has 0 wins.
Right.
He looks awful.
That's true.
He looks awful.
Remember we thought Chicago, the ball flyouts are nothing to see here. We don't. And start right after,
Wouldn't you cry foul if he goes to the All-Star game and just gets 3 up, 3 down? You'd be like, well, that doesn't look realistic at all.
That's right.
I mean, that's what they're going to do with Kershaw. They're going to ask 3 guys to take a dive, just the same way they served up Cal Ripken a meatball when he was doing it.
I mean, it would be appropriate for a last big national, big highlight game for Kershaw to get bombed.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, and the only time he didn't was the World Series that doesn't get full credit. And if you go back to the 2020 World Series, he was awesome. That's how he is supposed to be when you're Clayton Kershaw in October. And the one time that no one was there and it's an asterisk or whatever, it's a third of a World Series title, I think. He goes out there and deals in Texas. You're right.
I still think I'd take Verlander over him, though. Like, if you're talking about a career, I don't know if you guys thought about that at all, but I think Verlander's, his career numbers are better than Kershaw's, and his postseason numbers are better than Kershaw's, but the peak is where Kershaw would have him beat.
So if your life depended on it and you had to hand the ball to one of I would give it to Kershaw. And I know Verlander's a dog, but when you talk about peak, I feel like I got the right answer.
Like, if I can take 2012 Verlander which I believe is the year he won MVP, or 2011 Kershaw.
Knocked the A's out.
Year he won MVP. It's close, but I think I'm taking JV.
Kershaw's probably more special, but don't you hate it if like one of the first three things you think about a guy is how bad he was in the postseason?
Well, would that be Matt Stafford?
It's actually Matt Adams.
Okay.
Matt Adams is the guy.
Matt Stafford, he won a Super Bowl.
No, but up until then, all I heard about, man, I've always liked him, but then he gets the Super Bowl at the end with John Elway.
Like he was just like, he was with a bad organization. Like Kershaw, they get to the playoffs.
No, I get it.
And then he gets shelled.
For a decade.
Right.
Yeah.
Like this used to be, about 5 years ago, this was a conversation that would happen a lot up and down the coast, which was Bumgarner versus Kershaw. Because Kershaw
playoffs
had all of the stats, and Bumgarner had all of the postseason.
Man.
And it's like, what would you rather be?
The latter, the post.
There you go.
Wow.
Like, he classically got worse when the moment got bigger. That's a terrible thing to have as a characteristic.
As far as the optics, because I'm so excited just about sports in general on these next 6 for the A's. We'll be there Friday against the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah.
Just watching the Giants in that park. Can you just share with me what went through your Dibs? I'm just out. Like,
wait, you went?
No, I watched the games. Just watching them bothered me.
It totally bothered me. And we were talking in the green room about different angles and things with the Giants. And the one I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around is how do I express the feeling I had watching that, other than it's just an embarrassment. And it's an embarrassment for baseball that you allow that team, any team, to play in that park. And, you're watching it, and when the center or the high home camera goes up to follow the flight of a ball, and you look, and it's like, there's people on the grass, and there's...
No, you want to know what my favorite one was? The start of the game. They're like, here we are at the ballpark. And I'm like, oh, my God, a foul ball might hit one of the cars. Like, you should be able to park at a major league game without thinking, honey, are we in the line of the foul balls?
Man.
Like, it's just ding, 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 bang, 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 bang. That's it. That's the sound of an angel.
It's Major League Baseball, Dibs. You're right. They should be embarrassed they signed off on
And that's part of what my takeaway is growing to be is, baseball and a lot of these sports, they don't really care about you, the fan, and the fan experience. And I think about football and the fact that half of the teams play on an artificial surface, which is bad for players, but that doesn't matter because we can save a little bit of money here and there. And, it also made me think how fortunate we are to have these teams here because, like Oracle Park, it's first rate. Chase Center, it's an absolute palace. And, Levi's is Levi's. It's not a dump. It's not probably your favorite. But, so we have ownership that values the experience, and we have great places to watch these games.
That's why it does feel kind of appropriate, though. Like, I went to Petco over the weekend.
I saw.
And that ballpark represents its city. Like, it feels like San Diego. I would argue that Oracle Park feels like San Francisco.
Okay.
Like, it's the Giants, that's their park. A's are kind of made for Sacramento. Like, I'm just being honest.
No, it does.
It feels appropriate based on the way they've comported themselves for the last 2 decades.
It reflects its ownership.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, but it's I don't know if sad is the right word.
It's close.
It's just, I don't know. I mean, what do you do with this thing? What do you do with this thing? It's been absolutely run into the ground.
Hit home runs? I don't know.
Can they afford to or ill afford to have this happen again next year at this venue? This where they're at now.
Where else can they go? I mean, they put a shovel in the ground.
Man,
put a shovel in the ground last week.
Man, oh man.
Now I will say this: this was a weird byproduct. I kind of enjoyed a 7:00 Sunday night game.
I was just going.
I know
there.
it's because it's 114 degrees, but that's also perfect
great.
for a team that's headed to Vegas.
That was awesome.
Yeah, like I loved it. You don't have to be the national game. Once the national game is over, we had something else to watch all the way till bedtime.
Super weird,
great.
In all 3 games, and like Saturday, you kind of get in the rhythm of okay, it's day baseball. Or if they're back east, it's like all right, this game will be on at 10. Catch a little morning Giants, and then you get into Saturday. It's like that's right, this game is at 7:00 on a Saturday night. It's just the whole thing is super funky. But then you watch the Giants, and you realize, hey, that shortstop with the purple glove, good little hitter. And, he gets hot. Devers is hot, and Chappie's back. And so you come out of that weekend feeling a little bit better, I think, about the Giants' offense for one.
It's a little early for gripes, Goo, but
go ahead.
Can we end apology forms?
Well, Lubman put it out.
I shouldn't have to apologize to Willie Adames
I got you.
because he's been hitting well for 15 games.
I hear you. We were just talking about athletes to get off the big contract, the slow starts, and then they heat up like they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Do you owe them the, Lubman had good material
Depends
last night.
on what you said about him before.
Well, then there we go.
What'd you say?
Well, I didn't say he was a god-awful player that should be in Richmond, Virginia. I just said he's probably not going to hit worth his contract.
See, I knew he was.
He's also hitting 226 right now.
I mean, what percentage?
Those home runs he lost here, he was on the ball. With the grand slam, we thought. So it wasn't like he was just swinging and missing at everything. And I'm with you. He had been bad. But now all of a sudden he's taking the walks. Things have slowed down. Now tonight he might hit 2 balls that should have been out in Milwaukee that might go for outs. But if you look at the grand scheme of everything, he's been hitting the ball for a while without results. And baseball's that sport that is brutal like that.
I mean,
sometimes.
like if he's not living up to his contract, like what percentage are we through his contract? Like we're not even close to 10% yet. So I think there's so much of that story still to be written. You may end up being right even with this hot streak. But that's baseball. Like, I don't know, Lucas came in today and he's bothered by Rafi Devers. And I just think it's too soon to be bothered by Rafi Devers. It's too soon.
That intrigues me, but what part of this? But just the actual production?
Well, I think your sentence was, "This is not what I was sold." Is that right?
That's fair.
That's interesting.
This is not what I was sold. But it's been 19 games,
and he's dealing with the growing issue or what have you.
I mean, he's changing leagues. He's changing coasts. He's changing clubhouses. He's hurt. He's changing positions, and again, his OPS is about 750. It's not 550.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's 750.
Well, how about this?
I'm just not bothered. I'm not saying it's been great.
Yeah.
I'm not bothered yet. Like, give it a second.
He walked so Adames could run. How about that? Like, Adames has been hitting a lot better.
I like that, too.
And maybe there's
that's how it's supposed to work.
An extra, bit that's rubbing off on Adames. I don't know.
I mean, I loved that right when we said this last week, and this probably is what we should be talking about, is Jung-Hoo Lee spent the week sort of looking like a baseball player again.
Right. Yep.
And that's the one I was worried about. I'm not worried. I've never been worried about Adames or Devers.
Yeah.
Just grab a baseball card and look at the back of it. I know what those guys can do.
Yeah.
They're going to have good months. They're going to have bad months. We've always known that Oracle Park turns a 25-homer guy into a 20-homer guy.
Yeah.
That's just the way it's going to be.
And I really feel like this. I'm gonna put court-martial myself in radio jail. I told Steiny at certain different junctures, as Adames was really getting off to a slow start, he was celebrating everybody else's success as if it was his.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a staple of who he is. Just because he was down, he was still going to celebrate your success. So I watched it, felt kind of corny saying that. And then last night on the telecast after he hits the bomb, he's the same person. And they pointed out when I was the hater, like he was trying to fool us, like, forget about me batting under 200. I'm going to celebrate Dibs' home. Nah, that goes to who the man is.
It's part of what they're paying for, too.
That's right.
Shout out Dave Fleming. Yeah, he's happy for everybody.
And in response to your question, I don't believe in apology forms in any form. If if you're critical of a guy who's struggling, you're right to be critical of the guy. It doesn't mean that you can't then acknowledge, hey, he's doing better.
But see, that's where Steiny will get you at. Anybody like that. Like, you can't come back. Once you crucify him, you can't double back and say,
why can't you just say I was wrong?
That's what I'm trying to do daily. Exactly.
Like, you don't need to apologize.
But Dibs, you ain't sending no form. Huh?
No. And at the time that Evan said that, he was right. Like, he wasn't living up to his contract. Now, if he says, he never will live up to it, and then he goes out and has MVP-like years, well, Evan would have been wrong, but you still don't have to fill out an apology form.
The same way that when you're hitting 180, you don't need to apologize. Unless your name's Anthony Rendon. He needs to apologize.
All right.
Everybody else is trying and actually likes the sport that they play. So it's hard. You're going to have crappy months, especially when you're pressing and it's a new team and all these things. Yeah, the story is still just barely being written. I get more focused on the larger view as opposed to like this player and that player. I still think okay, great, they won. But I don't know about y'all. I watched the first 4 or 5 innings last night. I'm like, I'm mad.
Right.
You're up 1-0, but I'm mad.
The first inning again.
This pitcher cannot throw a strike, and Matos, dude, don't swing when the ball is a foot above the strike zone, and you can walk in another run. And Hayden Birdsong, I don't know what, you want to effectively wild, but he's no clue where the ball's going.
I've gotten 5 innings of the last 4 games.
Where the ball's going.
We got to start spelling Birdsong with 2 B's.
Yeah. I would give you
That's
1. I would give 2.
It's really good.
With a 4-2 these next 60, would you be happy? Would you be satisfied? Because
this week?
Yes.
Oh,
absolutely.
4-2?
Of course.
Even 3-3.
See, now that
starts tonight.
Yeah, 3-3, huh?
Well, I mean,
but you don't want that.
Of course not.
No,
you want
but you wouldn't. But you wouldn't be mad at it.
Okay.
If they go 3-3, you hit the break at what? 52 and 45.
Man,
all right.
Yeah, a little decent spot. 3 All-Stars.
Yeah, rock solid.
All right,
probably should have had a 4th All-Star if you look at Rogers' numbers.
Tied for a playoff spot right now.
Could be.
Yeah.
All right, well, appreciate it. Steiny's going to be back tomorrow, but what's coming up next in the game is Willard Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's go. I hope everybody's holiday week was safe. I hope everybody's limbs are still attached.
Yeah.
And all of that. And I hope everybody had a good little time, little rest, relaxation. How we doing, brother?
We're doing great.
Good,
yeah, a lot of fun out there. And, daughter's almost 3, and every year you get to a new holiday, a new landmark like 4th of July, and she's starting to, understand more and more what these things are like. And she was going crazy out there having fun.
She likes the fireworks?
Yeah.
Because that can go one of 2 ways.
Yeah.
Some kids are scared of them. Some of them love them. Some dogs and cats are scared of them. Actually, all dogs and cats are scared of them.
Pretty much.
I was thankful. I was telling you guys earlier, I was thankful to get burned by a little sparkler, just barely when I was a little kid, but it gave me the appropriate fear of fireworks. I do not mess with fireworks.
Me either.
Yeah, I will watch them from afar.
Right.
That's all I need.
I'm kind of the same, and I don't know if it was a sparkler that got me early on, but I just was never that enamored with, firecrackers and Roman candles and all the other stuff where you can just go buy them. And, back in the day up in Petaluma, they would sell them all over the place.
My mom just texted. She wanted to know if I made it to work on time.
Nice.
Did I make it?
You made it.
All right. Yeah, I woke up in L.A. today.
Yeah.
And drove.
And drove home and then had to drive here.
Oh, yes.
Which is,
I did not drive straight here.
No.
I drove home. Drop all the chitlins and the 78 suitcases that made it into the trunk and then came here. And we're good to go.
Yeah.
Let's ride. Except for there's something that's annoying me. July 4th, to a degree, has been ruined.
Why?
Not the fireworks.
Oh.
Not the barbecue.
Not Joey Chestnut hitting the under.
I mean, whatever on Joey Chestnut. I did watch. I was forced to watch. I was staying at a house that wanted to watch. And so I can get into the hilarity of it. I don't get into the hot dog eating of it. I mean, did you watch the guy, like the announcers?
The Shea Brothers.
The build-up of
incredible.
These, like the intro.
That's the comedy,
Yeah, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen,
it's
so
good.
Jim from Rhode Island. Like, what are we doing? But anyway, there's nothing wrong with all of that. You know what's wrong? There's no cool breaking news out of the NBA anymore.
No.
And what the NBA, I've decided, is done is they've officially become. You ever watch any of those movies that are all like abstract, like a Leo DiCaprio movie, or Invictus, or maybe that's the wrong title. That one made
Inception.
sense. Inception. That's the one I'm looking for.
Yep.
Thank you. You sit down and watch Inception, and I almost get annoyed halfway through because I'm like, look, I'm smart enough to maybe follow this, but I can tell that you're trying to make it confusing. And it's like, why? Why do you do that? That's not, in my opinion, that's not good American content. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to be confused. I'm not here to think really hard. If I wanted to do that, I can go to school. I can go to work. I can get a desk job if that's what I want to do. But the fun area is supposed to be easy to consume, and the NBA has become impossible to consume in the offseason because, A, nobody understands what the hell's going on.
Yep.
And B, teams are not able to do any of the things that they actually want to do.
Yeah.
Because everybody's just following a stupid CBA and trying to get rid of money. That seems to be the only thing anyone's trying to do.
Instead of, July 4th, Kevin Durant, the big news, he's in the Hamptons, he has meetings, and then boom, and then in the subsequent years, free agency starts, and it's like ping, ping, ping.
Right.
Guys are flying all over the place, and deals are getting done, and the rest of it, and now here we sit because of the CBA, collective bargaining agreement, and all the belt tightening out there. You've got these players that teams actually like, their own players who are restricted free agents, and the teams are reluctant to give them money because they don't want to get into the tax or into the apron and all the rest of it. And so you're right, Mark, it should be a lot more exciting and it should be a lot more fun. But instead, as an NBA fan, you're stuck reading through the CBA to figure out what apron might come in and why can't this player go here and there. And a 7-team trade happens basically, with not much moving around.
Like, brother, I would almost love to throw this out to our callers. And if somebody, I'd love to see someone try to do it. Like, here's my 5-team parlay. Okay? Call in right now, 888-957-9570. If you can explain, A, the luxury tax, B, the first apron, C, the second apron, D, bird rights, and E, a trade exception. Go ahead. Call us. It'll be so fun.
Right?
It'll be so fun to sit here and listen to someone give us decimal points and all of this stupidity. I don't know why it didn't come to me until this year, but I don't ever want to be on the trade machine again because I don't care if the money matches. Why does the money have to match? The Giants just took on $300 million in exchange for a chip at Cash Creek Casino. And nobody, the money doesn't have to match.
Nope.
We're all adults. If you want this and I want that, we trade. That's it. Instead, now Kevin Durant gets traded to the Rockets, but we find out a week and a half later that a quarter of the league was involved in this.
Right.
And people were trading things. I mean, I haven't heard of 90% of the players who changed rosters. Other people are getting second-round draft picks. Turns out the Warriors are receiving in a trade someone they drafted. I mean, like, what? I don't know, man. I thought this was fun. This used to be fun. You have something I want. I have something you want. Let's trade. Why don't we go back to that?
Yeah.
Because this has lost me.
No,
completely.
the horses left the barn, and there's no way you can undo it in a league where you've got the cap, and then you've got the tax, and then the apron, as you're saying, and bird rights. You laid that out pretty hysterically because
what is this stuff?
I can Google all of it and still probably not know fully exactly what's going on with that. And, basically make it simple. Is Kaminga going to be a Warrior or not? And if they want to keep him, do they have to sign and trade? And you only get half the money back in a sign and trade. And so can he play on the qualifying offer, the QO, or can you extend him? You have to give him at least 3 years if you want to do a sign and trade.
To get triggered listening to this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like Warriors, if you like Kaminga, then he plays basketball for you.
Right.
It shouldn't be this hard.
And if somebody else wants him more than you do and wants to give you something cool for it, then do that. But instead, this is what the NBA has created. Hey, Warrior fans, are you having fun? Isn't this great? Did you see our numbers the day free agency started? It's through the roof. Everybody's dialing in. Wow, what are the Warriors going to do? 2 weeks later, the answer is nothing.
Right.
Nothing. We're just going to sit here. I know it's only been 1 week, but
right.
We're just going to sit here and be told that now, I don't know, Dunleavy's got a desk at the Thomas and Mack Center next week, and people from other teams are going to come to it, and they're going to talk some more. And what? To what end? What are we going to get out of this? And that's my other favorite one. Oh, you do a sign and trade, you only get 50% on the dollar.
Yep.
But not all sign and trades. Just some sign and trades. This would be one of them. Not all sign and trades. Again, explain this to me like I'm 5, because I kind of feel right now like I'm 5.
Yeah, and instead of just explain it to me like I'm 5, it'd be better if this just all simply went away. Like you're saying baseball, that's the great example. It's like, okay, whatever the contract is, it's guaranteed, but baseball does have its ARBs and the pre-ARB and all the rest of it, so you can get into some of that. And, the Super 2, we don't want to start his clock. And so some of the other business mumbo-jumbo in baseball pops up, it percolates, and the other one's the NFL, where there's the guaranteed number, and then there's the true guaranteed, the injury guarantee, guaranteed at signing, prorate the bonus, and all the rest of it. I just want to put on my TV and watch guys with bats try to hit the ball.
Nate wants to give this a try, I think, or say something about what we're saying about Nate in San Jose. Hi, Nate. Thank you for calling. What's up? Hey, Nate, are you there?
Hey, Nate. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, we got you, bud. What's going on?
Yeah, I think the best way I can equate this, like the whole NBA thing, I want to say is like, have you ever played the game Rummy Cube?
I know it. Yes, I know it. I don't play it, but
It's
yes.
basically Rummy. You got 5 players, whatever. Everyone's got pieces. They're down on the board, and you got to take pieces, but you got to replace them, and you got to make them all match. And it's like trying to explain this to my 5-year-old son or my 90-year-old grandma. It really doesn't make sense to them, and I think that's the best equation I can get to, like how hard it is to make these trades in the NBA, is that you're pulling and replacing, and like you can get through all of this and be like, yeah, I got it all perfect in my head and it all works out. And then you go to make it, and just one thing's off just a little bit. They're just tough to make. And I don't know, when you guys talking about that was just the best way I could kind of equate how you make that NBA trade with all these 7-team trades and all the stuff you got to work through. So anyway, just popped in my head.
No, definitely. And the game you just mentioned, like after talking to you for a minute, it does not make me want to play that game. Thank you, Nate.
Is that Rummy Cube?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, okay. Rummy Cube. Like this is something that popped. I said this to Ephraim last night. We were talking a little bit about this. And you ever do these? You ever in a fantasy? And I don't even know if our league is like this. Lucas, do we need trades to be approved? They have to be approved. Thank you. That's why I knew why I like this league.
No approval?
It's the stupidest thing ever. We're all in a fantasy league together. You're an adult. I'm an adult. If I want to trade you someone and you want to trade me something, we get to trade something. Why do all of our friends get a vote on whether or not it's okay? That's what the NBA does with everything.
Yeah.
Everything's got to fit into their little box.
It makes it so complicated.
It's awful. It's awful. All right, I want to talk more about this. Coming up today at 4:30, the Valkyries and the Atlanta Dream are going to battle. You can hear the game on the Valks channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX, pregame at 4. We're also sponsored by Safeway. 888-957-957 is the number. This is Willard Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Hope everybody had a good holiday weekend. Are you having fun? The flurry of Warriors news is out of control.
Yeah. One thing, Kevon Looney is gone.
Yeah, he left.
End of flurry of moves.
But he said he liked it here.
Yeah. That was pretty cool yesterday. I don't know. You saw that, I'm sure, the tribute and the phone calls that he made. And it's like that just drove it even harder home how much it hurts that he's gone. You know, good for him. He's getting the chicken, and he loved it here 10 years. Be sure great to have him back next year. But short of that, I don't know, Warriors, can you do something with this Jonathan Kuminga situation? Because I'm a little bit tired of waiting. And, Sacramento offered basically nothing. Here, have Dario Saric back, and we'll just take Kaminga.
I mean, and all that is reportedly. I never even, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's funny that we sit out here and we read something where it's like Sacramento off. Like, when the hell do you get to see an entire trade before it actually happens?
Yeah.
Well, Sacramento offered, and they've got details. I'm like, no, they didn't. Like, maybe they did. All I believe is Sacramento. They talked, and the Warriors didn't like what they had to say, and then the Kings didn't like what the Warriors said, and then that was it. And I don't even know when the hell that might have been a week ago.
Might have been.
They might be on the phone right now, and they might like what each other is saying.
Grandy and I were both kind of poo-pooed the trade idea. Like, I mean, Sacramento, really you're going to offer that, a guy we've never heard of, and Dario Saric, and it'll just be a sign and trade for Kaminga. Well, I don't think the Warriors would do that, even if the trade was actually offered at that level.
I'm with you. Like, I don't think that if other teams are seeing the slow pace of restricted free agents, and it is all of them.
No pace.
It's all of them.
Right?
It's not just Kuminga. It's Josh Giddey. It's Cam Thomas. And who's the other one? Is it Grimes in Philly? All four of them. There's not been a damn word about any of them. They're all sitting there, and I saw the report. This is the stuff that I love. The report over the weekend's like, Giddey is standing firm that he wants $30 million a year. This is what I'm talking about.
Right.
The players themselves don't even understand the rules. There isn't anybody out there who has $30 million to spend. Period. That's it.
And if you're restricted, you can't really stand firm at any level, right?
No. And don't, if you're another team, don't treat the Warriors like they're desperate. They're not. Kaminga, to me, is the more desperate figure here. He's the one who's sitting here in line to get a big raise and try to firm some things up for his career. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. Now, obviously, he can become, and maybe has been, the situation is becoming a thorn in the side for the Warriors. They don't have all the control, but they've got most of it. And I think the Warriors, here's one thing I do believe. I do not believe they're going to make a deal because they just become fatigued. Essentially like the rest of us are.
Exactly.
They're not going to make a deal just because it's like, well, gosh, boy, now it's mid-July. Whatever. How about some second-round picks? They're not going to do that.
And I don't think that they're going to take a deal that they don't love because they don't have to. They can have Jonathan come back and play for 7.9 on his QO, his qualifying offer, and then you can just deal with whatever happens down the road, which could even be trade him at the deadline, or who knows what their other options might be and what they might want to do. But I don't think that they're just going to do a trade now so that they can, like you're saying, we're getting tired of having this be an issue and be talked about. It still is early July, and they hold almost all the cards for Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at this right now, though, because you've got all of these restricted free agents just sitting there, and so clearly to me, this is no longer about Kaminga. This is more about the situation. This is about the way this has been constructed and the way all of the NBA owners are handling it, because it's funny when we say that, like, no one's got $30 million to spend. Well, they do. They just don't want to. And I get it, because the penalties are great. They are. They're kind of over the top, especially when you're talking about a team that may want to keep its own drafted player. I know Giddey was not drafted by the Bulls, but in a lot of these other situations, you're talking about players that were drafted by this team. If they did want to keep them, damn it, I'm in favor of them being able to do that without being penalized over the top for it because of the money that they deserve. Doesn't mean you should get to overspend, but you should be able to hand out a fair contract to somebody you want to keep without getting penalized. That's my opinion. But we've arrived at a spot where this is about all of the restricted free agents, and what you're seeing is kind of the reverse, I think, of what fans have been asking for. If you look at the cycle of free agency in professional sports, there's one sport we have decided now sucks when it comes to free agency. It's baseball. And the reason is everyone goes, ooh, hot stove. Here come the winter meetings, and we get one player to sign. That's it. And then the Bryce Harpers and Blake Snells and all of the others of the world are waiting until February to sign. And we're like, don't gas me up and then give me nothing. Well, NFL free agency happens in 5 days.
Yep.
And then it's over. And NBA free agency used to be like that. But NBA, congrats, you're turning into baseball. Let's drag it out. Everybody loves that when it comes to their fun in life. I love that phrase. Let's drag it out. I mean, that works for about like foreplay, and that's about it. That's about it in terms of fun.
Of dragging it out?
Don't drag it out.
No.
This is lame. We're all sitting here. Figure it out. But they can't because nothing seems to make sense for anybody.
I think that they can figure it out, but what they're figuring as we get deeper into this new collective bargaining agreement is that you don't want to spend that much money. And I think these restricted guys are in that particular spot right now where, you know, they should probably earn their worth 20, 25 million, but the teams are so afraid of going above the tax and into the various aprons and the penalties that come along with that it's almost like a collusion from the CBA. Like the owners are colluding with the CBA because the CBA's made it so hard for them to go out and spend that the owners are all just scared. And so it's not that they're banding together and privately whispering, like, let's not give anybody any money, but it's just so difficult to go out and do that. I think you're going to see more of these restricted free agents. They're just going to have to play on that 1-year deal.
Maybe. You might be right. But, I mean, we're looking at some teams, the Warriors definitely not one of them. We're looking at some teams make what I think are almost offensive decisions. You know, what the Indiana Pacers did this offseason is patently offensive to their fans. That's absurd. To get that close to winning an NBA championship and then have one injury basically change your opinion to where you're like, well, now we're not going to go into the luxury tax. We never have in the history of ever, and we were going to this time, but now because Halliburton got injured, now we won't. And so we're going to let Miles Turner walk, and we're going to wait for a year for Halliburton to come back, and we're going to essentially take this excitement that just got built and throw a huge ice bucket challenge all over the top of it and ruin it for our whole city and start over. And like, that's offensive if you're a Pacers fan. The weird thing is, as a Warriors fan, what I want them to do is to keep annoying us. As annoying as it is, I want them to be incredibly stubborn here. What I do not want is for them to run out of patience because there are other players they're trying to sign and then eventually take a bad deal with regard to Jonathan Kuminga just because essentially the whole thing becomes a staring contest and they finally blink. I do not want them to do that.
I can't imagine that they would do that. And even if you think about the other players that they might be out there hoping to get, Al Horford's a name that we all keep saying. He's going to be a guy who's not going to be making a ton of money. So if he wanted to sign now, the Warriors could probably go out there and do that and make that happen. And if it's D'Anthony Melton, I don't know what he's going to command coming off the injury. Those are the level of players I think that the Warriors are going to be after anyway. So I don't think that they're going to blink just so they can hurry up and get Al and hurry up and get, other veterans to come in.
I agree with you. I mean, my read on the Al Horford thing, and I know nothing about this. I don't know that this is what's going on, but he's sitting there dragging out as well. And I wonder if that's not good news for the Warriors because right now, all they can offer Al Horford is their $5.7 million tax team mid-level exception.
Oh,
Isn't this fun?
Talk
Isn't
exceptions to me.
Oh, yeah. As opposed to being able to do that in one word or two, let's make it 8. Let's make it tax-paying mid-level exception, $5.7 million. Now, if you wait and Kaminga plays on the QO, well, then that now you're
a non-taxpayer.
and you might be able to get Horford a few more $1 million. That may well be what he's waiting for.
Right.
Wasn't that fun? I loved going through that. That was great.
I do think that it goes up to like $14 million, and you can use it on 2 players.
Yes,
and
or 3.
Yeah,
or 12.
This is it's a conversation that we've had so many different times in so many different ways, and I'm kind of with you, Mark. I've kind of lost my luster for aprons and exceptions and bird rights and all the rest of it.
NBA restricted free agency has turned into the Gore-Bush election. We've got hanging chads everywhere, and everyone has run out of energy for this. I don't care anymore. I'm not going home to turn on CNN to watch people halfway across the country stare at little pieces of paper that they're holding up to the light in the ceiling so that we can figure out if we're going to have a president or a free agent someday. We're out of gas. You took too long. We're leaving.
I am excited to head to Vegas for Summer League.
Well, yeah, that's of course.
And possibly see Jonathan Kuminga, because he reportedly is going to be out there meeting with teams.
Okay. Well, but that doesn't mean he's going to be out there like I'd be shocked if he walked through the media.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe.
I mean, it's possible. The fun thing about Summer League is, it's a large collection of very large individuals, and sometimes, like Kaminga, you'd recognize, but sometimes you look at somebody, it's like, that guy's 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
He must be an NBA player. I don't know who that is.
Bet he's somebody.
Right, exactly.
I have no idea I even think this is interesting. Okay, Jonathan Kaminga's meeting with teams. In order to say what? What are you all talking about?
Hey, would you guys mind trading for me? Because my coach doesn't play me.
Sorry, John, we don't have any money.
Right?
Oh, okay. Well, let's meet with another team.
Trades are hard.
Sorry, John, we don't have any money either. Let's go talk to the Nets. Yeah, John, we have money. But we probably would have offered it to you by now if we wanted to give it to you.
Exactly.
How does this go? Like, for real. How's this conversation go?
Well, his agent probably meets with generals managers and just said, hey, if you guys wouldn't mind, would you please trade for my guy and, give him $20 million. Warriors will give him $20 million and you acquire him, and then we're on to Cincinnati and we get to play somewhere that we want to play. But the fact that all those restricted free agents are all still sitting there indicates to me that there's a bigger force at play.
I have an update.
Is it breaking?
It is.
Okay. From your mom?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's from somebody even more interesting than my mom.
Okay.
Though my mom is interesting. This is very interesting. Yeah, hit the fake breaking news sounder. There you go. JP Morosi is going to join us at 5 o'clock.
All right.
Yeah. JP Morosi at 5 o'clock today to talk about how the Giants need to trade for a starting pitcher and that everything's going to be okay with Rafi Devers. Actually, those are my points, not JP's.
Trades
I don't
are
know
hard.
what he's going to say.
Yeah, starting pitchers are especially hard to acquire at the deadline, but I'm with you in their need. Just watching the Verlander experience on Friday and then Hayden Birdsong, who can't throw strikes, and you start to look, deeper down your rotation, and I don't know what other options you have.
Grandy, are you still patient with Verlander, or are you finally getting a little uncomfortable?
It's less easy to be comfortable with him when Birdsong and your other options are struggling as well, but I'm still going to give him a little bit of time to try to figure this thing out.
I didn't love what it's more so what he said.
Exactly. I was saying this to Lucas earlier.
The game than what he did in the game. I didn't like that at all.
He
basically admitted, he's like, I got no idea, but we're just going to start trying stuff. See what happens.
Sounded to me like a guy ready to kind of hang it up.
I mean, dude, if a chef said that when you got to the restaurant, would you order? I mean, what I've been doing hasn't been working, so just try some other stuff. See what happens.
We'll try to throw in some paprika today. I don't know.
Tell you what, you let me know when you figured it out, and then we'll come back.
Well, you only have a couple more days, and he's going to be out there trying to figure it out. Some of the comments that he made me think like he's kind of at the end of the rope of his career. Like pitches that are normally fooling people, they're not fooling them, and I need to be better, and I got to figure it out. It's like you're Justin Verlander. You shouldn't be having to figure it out.
Well, it's classically somebody. I mean, this is what happens to every human being ever when your mind is still able to play at full speed and your body won't do it anymore. This is what it sounds like. He's like, I know what to do. It just kind of hasn't been happening, so now I got to try something else. But I know what to do. I'm like, I know you know what to do. It doesn't matter if you know what to do.
Exactly.
You have to be able to do it. And he has not been able to. 0 wins at the All-Star break?
Yeah.
Good Lord. Anyway, that's more on that later. Let's go to Guru in San Jose. Hi, Guru. Thanks for calling Willie and Dibby. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Yes. I mean, so I'm going to try to explain not the aprons itself, but the reason why the aprons were created in the first place.
Oh, this is fun.
I mean,
okay, here we go, Guru. Let's hear it.
All right. So this all goes back to what the Warriors pulled off in 2016 when they got KD. Was it 2016? Yes, July 4th, 2016. The Warriors got KD, right? And so they were able to sign Kevin Durant because of for the main reason why the cap increased by a lot of money because of the TV deal that was signed. Correct?
Yes.
And so because of that, they were able to sign KD under the cap rules, and Steph Curry at the time was making 4 years, $44 million. Klay Thompson was not on a max contract just yet. I think Draymond Green just got signed to his rookie extension. Anyways, they got everything under the cap, and then Steph Curry signed his big extension. Now, because he signed the big extension, the Warriors were over the cap for quite some time, and were paying by far the biggest luxury tax bill in the league, right?
Yep.
So now what happens is that in 2019, KD leaves, right? And so when KD left, that salary slot was supposed to go away. But what the Warriors were able to do was keep that salary slot by trading for D'Angelo Russell, right? And so they trade for D'Angelo Russell, and then D'Angelo Russell gets traded for Andrew Wiggins. So effectively, they turned that salary slot that was originally for KD, they turned it into Andrew Wiggins. This CBA was particularly created to stop that movement.
Why?
So basically, why? Because the player. Okay, so there are two parties that are involved in the CBA, as you guys know.
Sure.
It's the players and the owners.
Right.
Right. So from the owner perspective, they didn't want teams that spent over the luxury tax. A lot of owners did not want the Steve Ballmers of the world, the Joe Lakers of the world, to be able to spend however much they wanted without any non-basketball related.
So Guru, here's the issue. Like, and your historical perspective and timeline of the Warriors is wonderful. You're going to get to the why, and I think I get why, which is pretty simple. I can whittle it down to this. The players would like more money, and the owners would like to spend less. And so the owners don't like it when other owners who have more money, they get to spend more, and that's called not fairsies. I now give you every other sport in America as an example of, sorry, tough bananas. Do you know what I'm looking at right now, Guru? And thank you very much for the call. I'm looking at Major League Baseball's payrolls this year.
Oh, boy. I mean,
does anybody have a problem with this?
Yeah.
You do?
Well, I do because...
Is anybody changing it?
No, you won't ever change it.
Okay, so
because why renders like 8 teams powerless to actually win.
Right, but nobody's stopping anybody. Nobody has cried foul and said, we're not going to have the Mets spending $326 million while the White Sox spend $76. We're not going to do that because that's not fairsies. Everything needs to match. Why? That's not how it is in sports.
Well, it's not how it is in the world either.
Right.
Like, it's not how it is anywhere. The NFL has the cap, and so...
They've got a hard cap.
Right.
Right.
And so that is to make it fair.
But even them, you know this as well as anybody. Like if Jed York and Mark Davis walk into a room, are we all equal?
Financially, probably not.
Not even close.
Well, that's why.
Hey, Dean Spanos, how you doing?
And the rules in the NFL are such that you can, manipulate it. You always say cap schmap.
That's right.
And it is cap schmap when you can convert this to a bonus and spread it out over years, and you can have a couple of voidable years on the back end and all the rest of it. So basketball has that to an extent, but the CBA that was signed in 2023, the number one goal that the owners had was to curb spending. So the owners and the players sign off on it as well because it's collectively bargained. But if you're the owner, you're thinking, we want you to put some controls in so that we can control ourselves when it comes to spending.
You know, and I get it. In every league, there are players who are sort of rendered powerless, and it's usually the really young ones, right? Or if football, it's a special teams guy. Bounce around a little bit, you get cut, no guarantees. In baseball, you have to play at the professional level for like 5 years before you're allowed to be a free agent. Did you know that Yaz is going to be a free agent this year for the first time in his life?
And he's 35?
Correct. Okay. Or something like that. Getting darn close. Exactly. Because he was a late bloomer and didn't get to the bigs until his late 20s. And so he's pretty much never going to experience free agency. And who's getting hosed now in the NBA? It's restricted free agents. So you're telling me, if I'm Josh Giddey or Grimes or Jonathan Kuminga, like, yes, I haven't proven a lot, but I've proven some things. I'm proving that I'm a good young player. Shai Gilgeous is going to walk down the street and make $1 million a game.
Yep.
And you can't get me more than $8 million for a year? Like, you can't get me $8 million for a year when Shai Gilgeous is going to make $1 million a game.
Well, they can, but they'd rather not, is the thing.
Right.
And they'd rather not because they don't want to get into the apron and they still want to add other players. And so it is very much like bad timing for these guys because the CBA, which was signed just a couple, 2-3 years ago, and now you're one of the first classes to come up against that line, and it's not going to change till 2030 either.
Right. And so here's the thing. I'm fully aware that it's not like you can snap your fingers and change any of this overnight, and I don't even know if anybody's incentivized to do so. So this isn't about like, oh, they need to change this rule or that rule. I'm just here to let the NBA know you lost us. Sorry, you just ran right by everybody, and you just flew over everyone's head, and no one's following you. You know what I mean? No, like nobody wants to understand this. You are entertainment, and this is not entertaining. This is boring as all hell right now waiting for this.
Yeah.
All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I'd like to get it a little bit more into some of those Giants conversations. 888-957-9570. Verlander, Birdsong, Devers. Let's get into it. There's plenty more on the NBA. Boy, any minute now, something could break, but then again, maybe not. Yes, JP Morosi is going to join us in exactly 2 hours. This is Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
This is super random. I don't need us to spend a whole lot of time on it.
Hashtag random.
But have you seen this kid who the Sharks picked 30th overall?
No.
Josh Ravensbergen is a goalie.
Okay. Sounds like cheese.
I want you to look at a picture of this man. Okay? So that the radio audience can get like a real reaction.
Okay.
I want you to tell me how old, just by the picture.
Right.
Oh, shoot. Hang on. How old does this person look to you? If you just met him, like at a grocery store. And
my God.
How old does he look to you?
12.
That's exactly what I would have said.
At 12. I mean,
that kid, he just got drafted by the Sharks.
Yeah. And
I've never seen a professional athlete look younger than this person.
It's funny because we were actually dining at the same restaurant during the NHL draft at Cache Creek. We were having steaks separately.
But you knew this and I didn't.
Right.
Which, is interesting.
I'm kind of a loner, especially when
you're not a loner.
You're with your girl.
People
and,
love
you're
you,
doing
though.
it.
You're not a loner.
I prefer.
You're a people person.
I like to be alone a lot of the time.
Okay.
Like I'm on the air, we talk, we do this. I go home running around with a 2-year-old and the wife, and so when I'm
I get that.
When I'm not here or there, I tend to want to just be alone.
Dial out and get some quiet. Sure.
I'm watching the NHL draft, and literally every single player that's taken is 17 or 18.
Right.
Like a bunch of these guys were 17.
He's 18.
Right.
But
they all are 18.
Right. He's got a little bit of the birdsong thing going on.
Babyface,
yeah. He looks half of his age.
Right.
Like seeing him in a hockey sweater is hysterical. It's hysterical.
And it looks oversized, like it's his older brother's sweater that's a hand-me-down, It's kind of just dripping off him. But anyway, the NHL draft.
They just sent out a bunch of social media with the kid. I mean, look at him talk. He doesn't look 12. He looks 9 live.
Yeah.
Look at him.
You're not wrong.
Oh, God.
Geometry's been really hard for me this year.
Seriously, it looks like a kid who came to your door on Halloween dressed as a shark. That's pretty much what he looks like right here.
Classic.
Anyway, whatever. So you're concerned about Justin Verlander?
I am very concerned.
So am I.
And, 0-6, who cares? Like, winning and losing as a pitcher is not always indicative of how you're doing, but just watching Friday when he's just having trouble fooling people. He's having trouble getting people out. And the A's, they're, I think, a league average hitting team. A lot of loud contact. And the thing that really troubled me is what you were talking about, the Verlander comments after the game where he sounds to me like somebody who's not a 21-year veteran. Sounds to me like somebody who is struggling and isn't sure that they can rediscover it.
Let me throw some of these quotes at everybody.
Okay.
And you tell me, because this is like my takeaway after watching this series against the A's is that Buster Posey said it's time to go, right? He said it twice.
Yep.
And then he went and got Devers, and the Giants were playing really well, and then he got Devers, and then they stopped playing really well. I don't know if that was directly because of Devers. I don't think that it was. Now they're playing a little bit better. Okay, they've won 4 or 5. That makes everyone feel a little bit better in this moment. But if it's time to go, listen, I don't think that the loss of Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks, for that matter, changes this at all. But I'd like to think that if you're going to go to the postseason, you need to have what I always call 3.5 starters in order to do that. And right now, your third starter is Landon Roop. He's pitching well enough to where I think you could give him game 3. Right now, you'd have to.
Right.
Birdsong has no idea where the ball's going. And Verlander, look, we can say whatever we want about he hasn't been that bad. Like this start and that start. An ERA tells the story, and it's almost 5. I don't know how you, if you're supportive of Justin Verlander right now, how do you wiggle out of that stat? Your ERA is 4.84.
Yeah.
That's too high.
It's way too high, and this is supposed to be a guy who's going to come in and give you reliable starting pitching, and he has been anything but that. Even in his good outings, and I go back to the one against the White Sox where he was good. He got you 5 innings. He's not getting you even deep enough in games. The pitch count always seems to be really high, and just the comments from the game on Friday indicate to me that he doesn't really have a lot of confidence. I mean, how could he right now, right? With an ERA almost 5, but it's showing out there.
Quote, guys are able to execute their game plan against me too easily. I can't quite get fastballs by guys when I should be able to. I can't quite get them to chase the good off-speed pitch. When I do throw a bad one, they're on it.
Yeah, wow. So the fastball isn't fast enough, and the off-speed stuff isn't fooling them enough to where they're going to fish it. And so when you throw one of those over the middle of the plate, it's a meatball, and they're lighting him up.
I mean, what I heard 4 weeks ago before the injury was, well, he's had some tough luck. Giants haven't been able to score any runs for him, which is true for everybody.
Yep.
Right? Now I'm hearing, well, when I throw my fastball, they hit it. And when I throw a good off-speed pitch out of the zone, they don't chase it. And then when I make a mistake, they really, really hit it. And then here's the money quote. This is the one that makes me go, hey, Buster, pick up your phone and start making calls. Quote, you test something, and then you go out there and try it to see if it works or not. And if it's not working, you find something else. I'm already on to the next thing. I threw some balls against the wall and felt some different mechanics that I've been thinking about. I'm optimistic that's going to be the next thing that works. What?
So now you're 20 or so years into your career, and now we're tinkering with mechanics, and we're throwing the ball against the wall, trying to figure out what might work better. At this point in your career, that's troubling.
He literally said, I've had 2 or 3 instances in my career where everything I've known to try to fix something doesn't work, and I've kind of had to reinvent the wheel. I feel I'm kind of there where it's like, all right, well, it's time to just throw bleep against the wall and see what works.
Man.
I don't know about, that's not my mood about Giants baseball.
Throw bleep against the wall and see what works.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the one thing, Steiny and I think Steiny and all of us, we kind of disagree on this. He's kind of like, it's Buster's first year. Whatever. Try to make the postseason, but if you don't, there's no consequences. And it's like...
Well, that's true, but it doesn't mean that you're not going to try to make the postseason, right?
Nobody's losing a job, but that does not mean that you just, lose all of your intensity and focus for this. I think it's very important that the Giants make the playoffs because they should.
Agreed.
They're one of the best 6 teams. They should. They've got an unbelievable bullpen. They have a lineup that actually matters now. There's no reason that they should not be able to make the playoffs. And so I'm not of the mind of let's put starters out there that are literally saying into microphones, well, let's just throw bleep against the wall. What?
Yeah, we can't do that.
No.
Especially in a year where the Dodgers appear vulnerable based on their number of injuries and their pitching staff. So it doesn't mean that next year, if they're all healthy, that you give up and say, we can't beat LA. But this year, you've done well enough. Your lineup is the best lineup we've seen here in a long, long time. Chappie's now back healthy. That whole stretch of games, you shouldn't have lost as many games as you did when you had the White Sox and you had the Marlins and you had the A's. And so, you got 6 more before the break. Go out there, and if you're Verlander and you're trying to throw some bleep against the wall and see what sticks, go ahead and do it, but pitch well this week.
Well, do you remember the John Shea comment about Birdsong where he said, man, I was walking away from the stadium thinking to myself, I don't know how Birdsong can make his next start. Never mind the fact that he did.
Yep.
Although he looked for 2.5 innings like John Shea was all over it, because you're like, this guy, he can't even hit the catcher, let alone the strike zone.
Right.
He's missing the entire catcher. If I was the umpire, I'd have left last night. I'm like, this is dangerous.
Totally.
Just hucking fastballs at my head. So, but he did make the next start. But if you're going to feel that way about Birdsong, why wouldn't you feel that way about Verlander? Why, if you're going to publicly say, well, I'm just throwing crap against the wall, well, how are they going to put you out there?
Well, they don't really have many other options, right? Because Mason Black came in on Friday, and he immediately got lit up himself. And, you've got Wisenhunt, who's not on the 40-man roster, so you'd have to make a move to bring him up and get him to start. And
you could do that.
You could. I just think long-term, you're right about them needing another arm. And, the trade deadline, you still got about 3 or 4 weeks to go, but time to start kicking some tires.
Well, I'm with you, and I also never forget, what about an injury? Now where are you? I wonder if they feel that Carson Whisenhunt this year could play the Bumgarner role from 2010. And I don't mean he's going to be that dominant, but I wonder if right now, for example, remember what Bumgarner was that year? He was the Game 4 starter. I wonder if they feel like he could be their 4th starter when you get to the end of the year.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah, I think if you're going to have that mindset, you need to start thinking about getting him up here and give him, 8 starts before that.
You're probably right. All right, 888-957-9570. Also, let's get into Devers. It's been 19 games. How would you describe how you're feeling about the Devers experience right now? 888-957-9570. We can get into that for sure. Coming up today at 4:30, it's Valkyries. Okay, they're taking on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX with pregame at 4 p.m. And we're also sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. This is Willard and Dibs.
Dibs hits a high drive, left center field. It is here. He is red hot, folks.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Sacramento piping in crowd noise? I mean, I'm just asking questions.
Well, I know that's, 12,000 people is their capacity? I think that's about the number.
Okay. I mean, that didn't sound like 12,000 people. That sounded like 30. Yeah. Adamas really got them going.
Yeah. Well, Giants fans there for the most part,
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they're stoked because it's nighttime, so it's not that hot anymore. And all good. Yeah, Willie Adamas is he's on fire. What's
I think
up?
if you add in like the grassy berm area, they can get up to 14,000. Yeah,
the grassy berm. They'll pack them in that berm now.
We're getting close to MLS numbers. Am I right?
Not even close.
Okay.
Not even close. I mean, the Quakes, I think, can get 20 down there at whatever they call it now, PayPal Park, I think. Yeah.
Oof.
The
A's keep playing well. They might sound like a Valkyries game sometime soon.
Oh, they could dream about that.
They can dream about it.
Right.
Can't do it.
No chance.
No.
The Valks will bring the excitement and the volume and the noise.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. It's just a joke.
Earth is funny, man. Keeps changing.
Right?
Every year.
The Earth.
Yeah.
What changes? I mean,
Major League Baseball is looking at the WNBA going, man, I wish we could be like you.
Totally. Well, not all Major League Baseball, but certainly the A's, right?
Whatever. You want Bradley Beal?
Not really.
You don't?
Nah.
What about if it's like for super cheap?
Well, then I guess, sure.
Okay.
I mean,
all right, great. Come on over.
I don't think that he is the offensive fit that the Warriors would be looking for.
I don't know. He can shoot the ball.
Pretty high usage guy.
Yeah.
Guy who is going to want to have the ball a lot.
I don't know if he can command that anymore, though, dude. Just shoot the ball.
Right.
Shoot it.
When we give it to you?
Yeah. Shoot it. Make
Stand
it go.
over there and we'll get to you when
Make
we get
it
to you.
go in. Yeah. Shoot it from out there and have it go in. Do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's willing to do that, then sure. And I know that he'll have to get bought out first, and he's owed, I think $110 million is the number.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Athletic says Clippers, Warriors, Lakers, and Bucks are among the teams that that would consider or that Bradley would consider. Remember, if you get bought out, you've got a little choice now too. So Bradley would like to be on one of those four teams, assuming he's bought out by the Suns. And Dibs, the two sides are increasingly optimistic that they will be able to reach that buyout sometime between now and 2030.
Makes sense, and things happen at a glacial pace anyway. So, if you're hoping that this thing actually goes down and breaks, then don't hold your breath. And, Phoenix last year, 3 guys making north of 50, and you said it wasn't sustainable, and now here you are. You got KD who's been traded, and you're just going to pay Bradley Beal to go away? You don't want him on your team so badly that you just want to make this thing go away.
We're going to get to the Giants calls in just a second, but let's go live to Mark Grandy for this next studio update.
Yeah, you guys talking for the first hour about how the NBA has ruined their offseason.
Yep.
No teams are willing to hand out big money deals. Well, one just got handed out. The Orlando Magic have signed Paolo Banchero to a 5-year maximum rookie contract extension that could reach $287 million. That is a little bit more than $57 million per year.
Okay.
There you go.
Paolo Banchero.
Good player.
Yep. And see, what I like about that is I understand it. Paolo good, Paolo money.
Right.
Paolo stay.
That's right.
That's it. That's all I need. Now let me read you a different piece of NBA news. Okay? And this comes a short time ago from our friend up in Sacramento, James Ham. You ready for this one?
Yep.
All right. This is going to be a translation sensation. I want everybody who's driving a car, listening to a smart speaker. If you're not driving, grab out a pen and paper, and we're going to write all this down. There will be a quiz later. All right? According to league sources, the Kings are set to acquire Dennis Schroeder using part of the $16.8 million TPE from the Kevin Huerter trade. Deal should be completed in the next day or so. Kings will also acquire a future second, and Detroit lands a trade exception.
Okay. The TPE would be the taxpayer exception, and Detroit gets an exception, and so we're just swapping exceptions, and Schroeder gets that money, gets to go to another team as he tries to make his tour of the entire association.
Yep.
There you have it.
What?
What happened? I mean, it's pretty clear.
It's using part of the $16.8 million TPE.
Yep. Perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, it's exactly what I thought they would do.
I don't even know if that is what you said it is.
Right, the TPE.
You said it's the taxpayer exception. I don't know that that's true. I think that they may be talking about a trade exception because the taxpayer mid-level exception is $5.7 million. But this is using part of the $16.8 million TPE from the Kevin Huerter trade.
It's the traded player exception.
There you go.
So I messed it up, Mark.
Exactly.
Where's the apology form so I can write an apology to the entire audience for screwing that up?
No, like you didn't screw it up. They did. If you're old enough to remember Good Morning Vietnam, when Robin Williams did that scene where he just started using abbreviations for everything. Well, seeing as the VP is such a VIP, and he went through the whole thing, and he confused that little guy, the little mean mad guy. I forget the actor's name, but he got all ticked off and stormed out of the room, and everybody started cracking up. That's what NBA trades have become. Dennis Schroeder's going to the SKs on the TPE, but only part of the TPE. But there's also going to be a future, SRP that's going to go to the Sacramento Kings while the Detroit lands a new TPE.
Perfect. It all makes perfect sense. Yeah.
All right, good.
It just
Schroeder.
That's right, Schroeder. So you trade Huerter, and when you trade Huerter, you get the TPE back.
The TPE. Well, part of it.
When you can use that.
Yeah, part of it. Yeah. Not all of it. I mean, you can use all of it, but they didn't hear.
Right, because Dennis Schroeder's not worth whatever the TPE was.
16.8.
No, he's not. You could probably get away with
14.
He's going to make 14?
I think maybe it was 15.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
But
so they still got 1.8 TPE left over. Go get some more people.
Go hang on to that. Okay. And, use that for
That's right.
Whoever you want to use it on.
Get on the phone to the agents and say, we would like to talk to these people. We got some TPE left over here.
Yeah, we want to make sure we use our TPE.
All right.
Let's
go to Jan in Mountain View. Hi, Jan. Thanks for calling Willie and Debbie. What's up?
Yes, good afternoon. I just wanted to bring up a point you've been talking about pitchers. Well, I think a lot of it has to go on the batter, too. When the Giants get 2 runners on, they can't advance the runners when they have no outs or they have even 1 out. And you have Bailey that is struggling at the plate, and or maybe it's your second time up and you don't have it that night. Well, it brings back the philosophy of basketball. Don't try and hit home runs, trying to go for a 3-ball when it doesn't go in. Go to the hoop, go to the rack. Same thing here. Advance the runner by butting the ball over or something. I mean, get some run support for the pitcher so he doesn't maybe that also, has a lot to do with how that pitcher is feeling because I'm not getting any run support. I'm glad that the other night they were able to give Webb some support, actually, for the first time this year, I believe. So that's all I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
All right, Jan, thank you very much.
Yeah. I could sit here and listen to her say, go to the rack all afternoon. I don't know if you can just isolate that, Randy.
I feel like Jan was just kind of frustrated about all of it, right?
Yeah.
Except for the run support that Logie got the other night. That was good.
It was nice for a change.
Yeah, it was nice for a change.
To have that.
Absolutely.
And she's not wrong, though.
No, she's not wrong. I get it. Like, I think I even said this after the first inning last night. You go out there, and you got bases loaded, nobody out. And in a normal world, if you only get 1 run, that's not great. But when you're a Giants fan right now, you're like, well, it's better than 0, which is kind of what I thought might happen. And they did get 1 run. But, my gosh, I still walked out of there. That first inning, I'm like, I'm not happy right now at all. And that's the thing about the Giants. It's not even – look, they're 49-42. So it's not so much, I love these conversations, process and results. Their results are pretty good. Sometimes I get frustrated with their process, though. Like, that's not right. We got fly balls that are going, I don't know, that was kind of medium deep. I'm like, really, Matt? You're not going to send this guy? You're not going to send Ramos on a medium deep right center, but you'll send Devers when the left fielder has literally already thrown the ball into the infield? I do think he might have been out. It was a good throw, so I'm glad he didn't send him. I was just surprised that he didn't send him. Then you walk in a run, and then here comes Matos, 3-1 pitch. It's a foot high, and he swings at it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm pissed.
That's right.
That's it.
And, the result was you got a run, but you have a pitcher who is struggling, and you're swinging at balls out of the strike zone. And I know that he's probably eager to make an impact because he's fresh back from Sacramento, and so you want to do some loud damage. But at some point, the process and the results, the process is 3-1, pitcher struggling, single hit by pitch, single and a walk for the 5 first batters. So, I don't know, get comfortable in a 3-2 count. Make him throw you a strike.
Another one.
And then maybe think about, chasing something or being aggressive. But
and he was all over the place.
Right.
The more I've watched, modern baseball, the more I've decided that for young hitters coming into the league, the number one thing they need to do is command the strike zone. That's it. If I were talking to Bryce Eldridge right now, I'd be like, don't worry about the ball flying off the bat. Don't worry about your power. Your power is already in there. You want to get to the bigs? Control the strike zone, especially at your size and presence. At a certain point, you got to figure if he develops, they're not going to want to be throwing balls down the middle. They're going to want to pick around the edges. Well, my favorite thing about Elliot Ramos, do you know why Ramos works now? This bat flip that he does when he walks, I love it. I couldn't love it more because it shows that he has worked himself to being excited by the idea of simply taking a walk because that's what he couldn't do. Same thing. Why was Casey Schmidt better the last 3 weeks? Because he wasn't swinging at everything. Matos, you're next. You got to control the strike zone. And that was a mistake in the first inning last night that I think against a better team they end up paying for.
Possibly, yeah. And if you want to have an offense that really can be dynamic, then in those spots where you're facing a pitcher who is absolutely struggling straight out of the gate, you've got to be able to put up a crooked number in that spot because, bases loaded, nobody out. Like you said, that right there, you should be licking your chops and thinking about, can we get 3 or 4 out of this? And, you settle for 1, and it becomes uncomfortable, especially when your pitcher goes out there and he is equally shaky with the command.
It's interesting that I just mentioned Casey Schmidt's name. We've got a development.
Yeah.
Casey Schmidt has returned from his rehab and has been reinstated to the ball club. Effective immediately. Tyler Fitzgerald, thank you for your home run. Gone.
Yeah.
Back down to Sacramento.
So he basically doesn't get on the bus after yesterday's game, or does he drive all the way here? And do they give him the Julie Van Loo treatment where she had to fly all the way back from Europe only for the Valkyries to then cut her?
I wonder what they did. And where are the River Cats right now?
True, yeah.
You know what I mean? Where are the River Cats?
They were in Reno yesterday.
Yeah, but where are they today?
I'll check.
Yeah, because the A's might be leaving after last night. I don't know.
Point.
I don't know what they did with Fitz.
It just was dawning on me because he got sent to Sacramento and he just was in Sacramento playing against the Athletics. Somehow?
I wonder if that's a weird thing. This experience over the weekend was a weird thing for any of the young Giants who just played there.
Right, like Luis Matos, for example.
Sure, even Ramos. Was it weird to be in that building? Did it almost give you PTSD? Did it make you feel like you had been sent down?
Even Birdsong.
Sure.
River Cats off today in Salt Lake beginning tomorrow.
Okay, so Tyler's going somewhere.
Yeah.
And he's flying to Salt Lake, so he probably came back with the team last night.
Yeah, and also weird for those very players to be in the visitor clubhouse. You're used to being in the home clubhouse, and now you're on the other side of the diamond and all the rest of it. And I also think about, if you're Devers or Adames, and you're making 9 figures, and here you are playing in a AAA park against a AAA organization, that to me would be more strange than a River Cat going back and playing on their old field. You know?
I don't know how you felt. I really got struck when they did the okay, we're about to start the game, and they did the big sort of the wide shot, the drone shot above the stadium, and it's like, here we are, and I'm like, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've been there, so it's not like I wasn't shocked by it, but there was a moment where it just landed with me how small this major league game that's about to be played is. I don't feel bad for the A's who signed there. You know what I mean? Severino took the check. I think that's really awful that he's complained about it so much. You signed there. You took the check. You knew what you were getting into.
Yep.
And you have no idea where you're playing next year or the year after that or the year after that. But I do feel bad. I feel bad for the Brent Rookers of the world. I feel bad for the players who get drafted there and then they realize their big league dreams and that's where they arrive.
Yeah.
That stinks.
Totally.
It really stinks.
Your big league dreams have been realized and you're playing in a minor league park.
Welcome to the bigs. The clubhouse is out there in that portable behind left field. Good Lord. What? How did this happen? How on earth did they let him do this? That's my question. I'm way past the fact that he's awful and just the worst owner in sports by far. That, someone's got to be. But how did baseball let him do this? That's what I want to know. That's what I don't get. Sometimes I wonder why leagues let owners act like, it's their team. No. This is their league. And they are one of the franchises within the league. This is their league. You're letting that team represent your league.
Right.
How do you do that?
It's money. They don't have any real vested interest in, I guess, the history of the game or the ethos of the game. Certainly not of the fans themselves. If they cared about the fans of the formerly Oakland Athletics, then they never would have let it get to this. They would have, had them stay. They would have figured out a way to keep them in a place where they've been for more than 50 years. But baseball only cares about the money. And so, Fisher says, I'm going to Vegas. Baseball, right on. And that's going to mean more money for us eventually. And in the meantime, go wherever you need to play. Just make sure that there's a home plate, 3 bases, and we'll make it work whenever we can.
I mean, you make it sound like the Vegas thing is just definitely going to work perfectly.
I don't even know if it's going to happen.
Exactly. So, again, I circle back to I accept your answer, but I think it's a poor one from their perspective.
Right.
I don't know how you let something like this happen. But anyway, for
Verlander, he does add another stadium to his list. And I was just looking at it. He's now, that's number 36 for Justin Verlander. 36th different ballpark in which he has pitched.
So, what are the, because obviously that's more than the number of teams.
Correct.
What are the other stadiums where he's pitched, like the Coliseum, that no longer exist?
There's one in Mexico where he pitched.
Okay, Mexico.
Monterrey. I'm looking through, and he's pitched in both Yankee stadiums, number 2 and number 3.
Okay.
So that counts for a double.
The Trop.
Yep.
That hurts my heart when you say the Trop. I know you mean where the Rays used to play. Hurts my heart because it's also the site where the A's broke ground, and it was pretty much the only place left where you could play $5 craps.
Yep.
And now it's gone.
Yeah, sorry.
It's another reason I hate John Fisher.
Anyway. 2 Atlantas, Turner Field and Truist Park.
Oh, okay.
So he's got some double Atlanta in there. And, I think that's about it. At the very bottom of the list, it's ATH-Sutter Health Park. So there you have it.
Sutter Health Park.
By the way, speaking of teams that play in Sutter Health Park, did you see what the River Cats did yesterday in their game in Reno? They won 15-13 in 11 innings.
Yep.
They scored 8 runs in the 11th. The Aces responded with 6, and Marco Luciano led the way with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs.
I think he won Player of the Week for the league. I think he did. He's tearing the cover off the ball. But have you noticed everybody does in that league? There's a lot of action. in that league offensively. Anyway.
Especially this time of year when the weather and the altitude and the heat and all the rest of it. But
he's hitting 229 so far this year.
No. He's not having a great year. He just had a good week. Yeah, he just had a good week. Marco Luciano.
That's right.
Anyway, we were going to get into Devers a little bit because there is, I don't know, I guess some growing discomfort because it just doesn't look the way that you sort of want it to look. I don't know. I've got a bunch of thoughts on this, and I hope that it doesn't come across as excuses, but like it's baseball. I mean, Juan Soto looked awful right when he changed teams. Willie Adames is now suddenly hitting better. That's probably partially because Devers is here. Devers, after getting into an argument with the Red Sox in spring training, he looked terrible for 25 games as a Red Sox. And then hit so well that his season OPS was north of 900 by the time the Giants acquired him. And now he's, it's down a little bit. I mean, it's not like horrible. It's just not great. It's not sparkly. But changing positions, changing leads, changing teams, I mean, all of it. Just, and he's hurt, at least partially. I know you don't like that. When he's in the lineup, he's not hurt. But he's, I think there's some stuff going on in the body that's not perfect. I don't know. I got a lot of patience for the Devers thing because for me, the Devers thing isn't even about Devers' numbers yet. It's just about Devers being on the team.
And he's here, and he will be for a long time. So I always try to be a little bit more patient than that when it comes to a baseball player in particular because baseball can be so fickle. And Adames was not so bad, but he was struggling. He was bad, and then he's currently in the midst of a 7-game hitting streak, during which time he's driven in 9. So just like that, and his average is up about 20 points. So just like that, you can get hot, and all of a sudden now your numbers look a little bit more like you would expect them to look. And conversely, you can have a terrible 2-week stretch, and that can completely tank your numbers.
I think Grandy's got you got a lineup over there?
We do have a lineup.
Casey at the bat playing second base?
Casey's playing second, and he's batting 6th. Ramos is leading off in left, then Devers, then Adames, then Chapman, Flores, Schmidt, and then Jung-Hoo Lee, Matos, and Bailey rounded out going against a lefty for the Phillies, Christopher Sanchez.
Okay, so first of all, lefties throwing and they're at Oracle Park. That means the Giants will score either 1 or no runs tonight.
Okay.
But the lineup that you're looking at, I would argue tonight's the night. This is the lineup that they are hoping to use, right?
Yaz is out, Matos is in. That's the one difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which there might be some of that. There might be some of that. That might be a little platoony if Matos can be consistent. But my point being, the infield, I know Devers isn't playing first yet. He's going to DH. Flores will play first. They'll flip that at some point. But as far as the bats around the infield, this is the group. This is what we've been waiting for.
That's right.
Schmidt takes second. Chapman take third. Okay, let's play.
And where's Schmidt in the lineup again?
6th.
He's hitting 6. Okay.
Yeah.
And then Jung-Hoo.
Jung-Hoo is behind him.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
all right.
You face a righty, it'll be Yaz. In the meantime, for Matos, chance to go out there and maybe do some damage.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get back to your calls here in a moment. JP Morosi in just over an hour. Joining us on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned field. And they've been doing it now for 61 years, since 1964, and they created
go to the hoop, go to the rack.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's what Kuminga does well now.
Yep.
That's what he does.
Go to the hoop. Go to the rack.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack.
I
loved it.
I get it. She's not wrong.
No.
You know what I mean? Put the ball in the hole.
That's right.
Yeah.
You got to score the basketball.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
My poor mom is so worried that Kaminga's going to play for someone else.
Really?
Oh, she loves him so much. Loves him so much. It's just beautiful to watch him go, jump and through the lane. It's beautiful. Yeah, it is.
Does she say things like, go to the hoop?
She does not.
Go to the rack?
I don't know.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack.
I know, Jan. No, my mom does not suggest that any Warriors go to the rack.
Okay.
That's not her style. There's no wrong style, just not her style.
Okay.
She just thinks that Jonathan Kuminga is beautiful to watch play basketball.
Well, she shouldn't worry, and I don't even know if I should say
my mom's going to worry
yet.
now.
Well,
she's going to worry no matter what.
Exactly. But the more that this drags on, the less I think that he's going to wind up playing for someone else. It's just my gut feeling, not only because trades are hard, but I think that the offers that are going to come in or have come in are going to be meager compared to what the Warriors would like to get back.
You may well be right, but for some reason, and I can't really tell you why other than that this is what my gut is doing, the longer it goes, the more it suggests to me that both sides are bound and determined to not be together next year. Because that's sort of the easy way out of this. Isn't
Is to
it?
be together?
Yeah.
Well, easy for the Warriors. Because,
I mean, in theory, I guess my point is that if you're going to do that, like offer him something and he would say yes and move on. If nobody else is offering any money, but nobody else I get right now is offering much in return in a trade either, then I don't know, what's your option? I know you keep saying maybe he's going to have to play on the QO. Maybe he will. I would think that that's bad business. From the agent's perspective, from Jonathan's perspective, that's the least possible amount of guaranteed money that you could find. And if the two sides were open to or like not made nauseous by the idea of playing with one another next year, I would think that some sort of 2-year, $30 million offer or something would be on the table from the Warriors.
Perhaps, and with a player option, for example, that way,
something.
If he's not happy after a year, then he can opt out and go get the contract that he really wants. So that, I do think that is a possibility, but the idea of, there's two things. One, they stay together and they play together, and worst case scenario is he's not happy and they don't play him or they don't like it, and you're kind of stuck with another year of a player that you're not really happy with, and he certainly wouldn't be happy. The other side of it is a sign and trade where you don't get back what you think you should get back. So if those are the two evils, which one is the lesser of the two?
Well, here's why I sort of have at least got myself to a point where the idea of taking back, quote unquote, a lesser player is okay. The reason I feel that way is, A, if you do that, you do open up more spending power to go get other players to add to this team. That's number one. Number two, this is my additional read on the situation. The reason that they maybe don't want to stay together is that the Warriors feel like the asset will only depreciate. I know everyone's like, just sign him, and then you can trade him later if you want, right? But not if you're not going to play him much. Not if you're not going to go, like if you don't think he can go average even 16 or 17 a night, then the asset will only depreciate. And then now you're out in the market with, let's say, a $15 million a year player, and the league thinks it's a $9 million player, and they're not going to give you anything for him. Or you may just get a bucket of expiring junk. And so his value is not at its highest right now, but the Warriors might feel like keeping him will make it go down even more.
It's possible, but for me, he's already shown enough around the league so that his value wouldn't completely tank. If the Warriors decided to use him the way they did toward the tail end of the year this year, which is, DNPs and meager minutes, I still think that a team can rightfully look at him as a 23-year-old and think, if we had him, we'd let him have the ha-ha. He could go out there and go to the hoop. Go to the rack. And, if you're an acquiring team, I still think that there's value in Kaminga.
Right. But again, that acquiring team has to sign him to at least 3 years. So you can't, it's not as exploratory as a lot of us make it sound. You know what I mean? Like, I hear a lot of people go, some team like Washington. Washington can just let him do whatever he wants. Well, they could, but it might cost them $50 million over 3 years to do that.
Perhaps.
I don't know. That's not a nothing. That's like, you don't pay that, especially in this market, to check someone out, just let them cook around and whatever, you know what I mean? Just, go out there with the ball and do whatever you want. We'll see what happens. Like, I don't know, man. This is an investment for any team.
Right. And if you're out there and you think that he is the real deal, then you probably would make him an offer right now. And he's restricted, so then the Warriors would have to match. But because not that many teams have a tremendous amount of money, that's why I think that he and the other restricted free agents are in a tough spot, because the market isn't out there for these players. Bobby Marks joined us last week and said that very thing. Like, the market is bad. And so if there is no team willing to break him off, and the Warriors, are in a sign and trade spot, but they don't want to have to, sign him to a big number because maybe the acquiring team doesn't want to pay him that big of a number.
Yeah. Here's what Bobby said about current restricted free agency.
The market tells you it's not a good time to be a restricted free agent. That's what the market tells you. I think if you're trying to bring back Kuminga and you're also trying to get big, whether it be a player like Al Horford, for example, you're probably your threshold as far as a new contract is, 16, 18, maybe could you get closer to 20? That's probably where, you're probably your walkaway number would be.
I don't know, man. The way things look on this market right now, if the Warriors were offering that to Kuminga, it'd be crazy not to say yes.
Agreed. If it was 3 or 2 years and 40 with the second year as a player option, if you're Kaminga, I don't think you're getting better than that. And if you're staring down the barrel of the QO, as we keep referring to it, that was Bobby who called it that, the qualifying offer, which is $7.9 million. If you could get $20 million per year from the Warriors and you're Kuminga, even though you think you were 30 or 35, you'd have to swallow hard and take it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Kevin in Fremont on with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Kevin. What's up?
Not too much. It's been a long thing with Kaminga. I for the point of the Warriors, just to comment on that real quick, I think it's better. I don't think they're going to be able to, because I think the ship has sailed, but unfortunately I think they might end up being stuck with each other just because of the qualifying offer and the Warriors not wanting to get anything, getting stuck with the middle of a donut. But I had a comment about the baseball and this whole A's thing.
Yeah.
That's become a horrible debacle. I think baseball, from a joking standpoint, is trying to have tryouts or auditions, if you will, for Major Leagues 4 back to the minors 2. That's what the A's represent to me at this point, and I've been a huge, long-time A's fan. So that really bothers me. But on a serious note, the baseball let this all get to this. The major leagues, the A's, but the actual business of baseball let this get to this because they were bent on not wanting the A's to be in Oakland anymore. And at the same time, I think if they didn't have it all started with Bud Light, I call him, the former commissioner. If he had truly been serious, instead of running a commission of we're doing a study, 20-year study on where the best thing to do for the A's, if there had been a real commissioner, then they would have made something happen before this. And so between the business of baseball and the fact that, like I said, from a joke, I think they're trying to have auditions for back to the minors to Major League Baseball 4. I just don't think the A's and the business of baseball have not been acting in the best interest of anybody.
I agree with that, Kevin. Kevin, thanks. Appreciate the phone call. I've said this for a while. I kind of think relocation in sports is stupid. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it's a cash grab usually.
Usually, but and what it should be is something where you literally are stuck. Like if you are really actually stuck in some sort of a market that will not support you, instead of what it usually is, because people will go, no, that's what was happening in San Diego, and that's what was happening in Oakland. No, because the fans were forced into that, because the fans were mistreated, because the ballparks, the stadiums were being mistreated. And so chicken or the egg kind of a story here, in my opinion. But to me, relocation needs to be way further down the line in terms of desperation for teams to actually get there. And I wonder, like, look around the league, how often has that gone well? I'm just looking at how many Major League Baseball teams have even relocated.
I'm just looking, I was thinking the same thing, and the only one before this is when
the Expos became the Nationals.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the Senators in 1971 became the Texas Rangers.
Okay.
And the Athletics moved from Kansas City to Oakland. So now we're going pretty far back. And then you got to get to the Braves, who went from Milwaukee to Atlanta, et cetera, et cetera. So in 60 some odd years, you've seen only 6 of these.
That's good.
Right. So baseball is the one where you haven't really seen it. And you know, the NBA, you had some moves, obviously, with the Sonics going to OKC and, you know, various other moves when teams like the New Orleans Jazz went to Utah, etc. Seems like football's the one that it happens maybe more often.
Well, I was just looking at, in Washington, again, this is in the last generation or so, they're the only one outside of what the A's have just done. And they're 20th in attendance this year. Washington is tucked right behind Seattle and right in front of Cincinnati. It's not embarrassing or disastrous, but I also don't. I know they won a World Series, but what has Washington become? Now, I know that maybe you could argue, they did a pretty good trade. Pretty good trade. Juan Soto went to San Diego, and I don't remember all the names, but I remember 2 of them. 2 of them were James Wood and Mackenzie Gore. And Wood is a freaking star. And he's going to be in the home run derby, and his numbers stack right up against Juan Soto's. So did Washington make a great deal and turn $500 million into 5? Okay, you did that.
C.J. Abrams, too.
C.J.
Really
Abrams.
good young player.
Yeah, it's a pretty good young player. Thank you. That's another name that's in there. So they made a pretty good trade, but the larger issue is that when this franchise gets a really good player, they move him. Max Scherzer, Trey Turner, Juan Soto, they're all gone. I don't think teams like that are good for the sport. Like, you should, again, my message is the same thing for all of these teams. You should be rewarded and incentivized to keep your homegrown players. That's it. That's what's ruined all of this salary structure stuff in the NBA. And I don't like Major League Baseball teams like the A's, like the Nationals, like the Marlins.
Yeah.
Every time they get a good player, they can't wait to get him going.
Well, think about the Pirates with Paul Skeens. It's just a question of not if, but when he gets shipped for 4 or 5 prospects, and 2 or 3 of them will be really, really good players, and they'll come up, and you'll just rinse and repeat. You'll repeat the cycle, because this is where baseball has it wrong with no salary cap, is these teams that are smaller market, or in the Athletics case, small-minded, there's not a tremendous incentive to go out there and spend. You can subsist and make money, and John Fisher's done that year over year. And, you know, back when there was revenue sharing and they were on the dole, and so they'd get about $20 million a year from the other owners. And so it's almost a disincentive to try to win.
Completely. Oh, absolutely.
That's
especially in baseball.
Right. So if you can only spend like $70 million on your payroll, then, you know, if you can bring in $80 million, there's a profit.
Yeah. Again, like what's our actual goal here? What is our actual goal? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We started off the show today, and I don't know if we even really asked it this way. I'd love to put it out to Warrior fans. How's your free agency experience so far? And in a way, I don't even mean that sarcastically. I know that absolutely nothing has happened. Now, I have said last week, and will say again, I'm not going to criticize the Warriors for that, because I was aware coming into this thing that the Warriors weren't really big game hunting. And Mike Dunleavy, he warned us, in fact, that the Kaminga situation might drag out. Like, remember, listen to what he said just a short time ago.
Just clarity, right? Roster clarity in terms of what else we need to add in free agency. Also, what we have to spend in terms of minimums, exceptions, those different types of things. So I think that's the sooner the better for everyone. His sake too, I would say, I would believe. But restricted free agency can be a little different. So we may have to be patient.
Yep, there you go. He warned us.
Yep,
warned us 2 weeks ago that it may go like this. I don't blame the Warriors. I don't blame Jonathan Kuminga, who's in a really tough spot like all the restricted free agents. I just think that somehow, some way, this most latest NBA CBA has been loaded with unintended consequences. And for us, the fans, what it's led to is, quite frankly, something that used to be fun that's now pretty boring.
It's mostly a tune-out.
And hard to understand.
Right, and it's because of the CBA, as you mentioned it, and they built this in to where owners would have the ability to kind of limit salaries in some cases. And even at that, like, how's your free agency going when you ask that and take the Warriors portion out of it? This free agency has sucked. And the majority of the players have re-signed with their own team or just picked up their options. The most points per game signed is Miles Turner. Miles Turner's contract right now is the marquee of all the free agents who went somewhere else and signed for big money. The majority of them just picked up an option, and you've got two stars, Beal, who will be bought out, and Lillard released and bought out, because these teams, they'd rather stretch out the money than actually pay people to play basketball.
Well, and you're leaving out, there's all the B-level stars, Drew Holiday and Simons from Portland, and Jordan Poole from Washington, C.J. McCollum from New Orleans. Do you know what I think? I'm starting to realize, because a lot of people are like, what are you guys talking about? There's been a lot of action. It just hasn't been Warriors. Here's my other issue with this. Not only do I think that things are dragging out unnecessarily, but here's what zaps the fun out of this. Almost every deal that's been made, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm not thinking of some. Almost every deal that's been made at a high level in the NBA, at least one of the teams, sometimes both, don't actually want to make the deal. They have to make the deal.
Because of these rules, right?
That's what's annoying. I want my teams, if I'm going to follow a sports team, I want you out there doing things that you want to do, that you think makes your team better, because you're trying to be good at what you do. You're trying to win. You're trying to be entertaining. You're trying to be your best self. Instead, it feels like most of these teams are playing defense, not offense.
Well, Indiana's a great example.
Yes.
And you're looking at a payroll next year where Pascal Siakam and Tyrese Halliburton are both making north of 45. And so if you bring back Turner, he was making 27, and you start to add up all the rest of your salaries, well, you're going to be in the tax, and you're going to be a repeater, because those guys are all signed the year after as well, and those salaries all go up. So if you're Indiana and you never go into the tax, and you're looking at a spot where you were, one game away from winning the whole darn thing, but you lose your star, you really don't have much of an option. You do, but the option would be go into the tax, and next year you don't have your star. So it's not what they had to do, but it kind of is what they had to do.
How many fan bases are having a fun week?
In the association?
Yeah.
Orlando would be one.
Okay, Orlando's, I agree with you.
I think Atlanta's having fun.
Okay, Atlanta. Houston.
Yep.
I'd argue Denver.
Okay.
Okay. Scene.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. That's 4 teams.
Dallas. I mean,
the
draft.
Not
you got
really.
Cooper Flag.
Yeah, but that's not free agency or
Fair enough.
Like you just.
Yeah, that was more than a week ago.
Yeah, you lucked out and got the first pick in the draft, and there was a really exciting name. But even this deal that just happened today, Clippers got worse for sure.
Yeah,
Norman Powell, but all financial. So like as much as there might be 4 fan bases that are having fun. And then maybe Oklahoma City is just kind of neutral, like they gave a big contract to their guy. Everybody knew they were going to do that. Okay, fine, but nothing new there, no new acquisitions. And then how many teams have gotten, and I mean now good teams, have gotten worse? Memphis has gotten worse. Minnesota.
Boston's gotten worse.
Gotten worse. The Clippers have gotten worse. The Lakers, I'm not sure. But yes, Boston, worse. The Pacers, worse. The Bucks, I don't even know, to be honest with you. I think maybe the Pistons got a little bit better. Anyway, the bad is outweighing the good, and it's not close.
But it's all relative. If there is more bad than good, and I'll give you that, if you are one of these teams that's gotten worse, you just mentioned a bunch of other teams who have also gotten worse, and the Warriors have also gotten worse just by the very fact that they no longer have Kavan and they haven't added anyone. So
I guess it's not like they've gotten significantly worse. They didn't lose what I would consider to be a frontline player or starter. Kavan means the world to this fan base, but I don't know if he anymore means the world to their X's and O's.
Yeah, and I guess that's my point is all the other competitors that you have also gotten worse, and so you're relative to the competition probably in mostly the same spot, unless you're Boston, who, they didn't really have much of a choice. Again, you could pay 4 guys a ton of money, one of whom is hurt, or you can start to rip this thing down and see how quickly you can build it back up.
Yeah, I just think also, think about the tone that this leads to for what really, like what I would argue matters to NBA fans are stars. That's what really drives this league. And the tone around LeBron James right now has been mysterious and not necessarily great. You go to some of the other stars around the league and think about how things have been or have not been bolstered for them. The tone around Giannis these last couple weeks, this is not good. He's reportedly upset. He might want to trade. He might not want to trade. Okay. Things for Tyrese Halliburton, obviously not good. All of the stars on the Celtics, definitely not good. Even the Jalen Brunsons and Karl Anthony Towns of the world, like they're dealing with a new coach, didn't really add a whole lot. So I don't know, man. It's just a vibe and a feel. And I remember it was not that long ago that people really were excited about July 4th and the NBA.
Yeah.
It wasn't very fun this time.
It hasn't been, and that's just, I think, where we are with this collective bargaining agreement. And it's a shame that you have teams who are giving up players that they like because they feel like financially it's the only thing that they can do.
888-957-9570. Warrior fans, what is your experience this week? How would you describe how this has all felt over the last week or so? Kevon Looney gone, not much else has happened, and a whole lot of talkers going, they're talking, and something could happen one of these days, but that's about all you've gotten. Coming up today at 4:30, Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game will start at 4. 888-957-9570. JP Morosi in less than an hour at 5 o'clock. This is Willard and Dibs. You're probably right.
Yeah.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'll say that to you. I got no problem with that.
On occasion, yeah.
You're probably right.
I'll take it.
You're probably right. I'm just preparing to be a married man again.
Exactly.
You're probably right. You're probably right. Yeah.
Works at home.
I'm working on that. I think I might put it in the vows. We're writing our own.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. So that might be the only thing that I say.
Yeah.
You're probably right. So, do ya?
Get used to it. Do ya?
And then she'll be like, I do.
Exactly. I actually wrote my vows and my wife's vows. I wrote them both. Yeah. She's like, you're good with the schmaltz. Just go ahead and write them both.
The schmaltz?
The schmaltz.
Isn't that that's the thing that Mel Brooks used to talk about in Spaceballs?
The schmaltz?
Use the schmaltz.
Okay.
No.
You love that movie.
It was the Schwartz, yeah.
Ah, that's
Schwartz.
right.
Yeah, it was the Schwartz.
There's the schmutz, and then there's the schmaltz.
Schmutz is that stuff that you get on yourself when you like rub up against a car or something like that.
That's right.
That's schmutz.
Total schmutz.
Yeah.
And the schmaltz is when you write sappy vows, and I'm good at that.
Okay.
And this was, I guess there was no AI 3 years ago to just do it for you. You could
I'm not
you could
putting
AI your vows.
Chat GPT, make me look good.
That's right.
Yeah. Hey, Siri. Oh, no, sorry, I shouldn't do that because now all the phones are going to do that.
Wake her up, yep.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Stop, computer. Okay. All right. 888-957-9570. JP Morosi, MLB Network, extraordinaire. Is phenomenal. We love having. We've been trying to get JP. JP's been busy, and so he's going to come on at 5 o'clock. So that'll be really good. Right now, we're talking about. And I know it's a lot. NBA free agency. Boy, it's been coming at you fast, Warrior fans. Have you been able to keep up with all the movement? Remember, there was Kevon Looney, then he left. And then we ate.
Right.
That was it. That's been NBA free agency for Warriors fans so far. So hopefully you're keeping up with it. And we wonder about the experience you're having versus what you thought this first week was going to be like. Let's go to Jason in L.A. Hi, Jason. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Guys, how are you? Let me just say, first of all, what an honor it is to be joining you guys on the River Islands guest line. One of you had said earlier, I am on the River. You know what? We'll get to that later. One of you had said earlier about the July 4th and not being what it used to be.
Yep.
I'm 60. And if I may be allowed to freestyle here just for a second here, I've been a longtime Warrior fan. And, I thought 74, 75 was as good as it was going to get. The heartbreak in, I think it was, 70-something, shortly after against Phoenix, we lost. And I just thought, that's it. That's the We Believe thing was great. But on July 4th, when KD signed, I was making ceviche, and I called my son. I said, son, this is why I've been a Warrior fan all my life. We are about to see the greatest form of basketball, I think, that either of us could ever imagine. And it was magical. And, I just, as a Warrior fan who suffered through countless bad trades and awful GMs and terrible free agent signings, we saw magic. And I think we're just going to have to get used to maybe sucking for a minute. I would not get rid of the first-round picks. I think they're going to be very valuable. I think that we need to look towards the future and say, look, build from the draft, get a couple free agents here. I'm not a big Kaminga fan. I think the word with Kaminga is when. When was the last time he came back from an offseason you were like, man, he really has the drop step, or he worked on his defense, or he put 20 pounds on? I don't see it. If he had like a thumbnail's worth of Kobe's work ethic, we'd be having an entirely different conversation now. Guys, I'm super happy to be able to tell you that I beat back pancreatic cancer. I'm such a grateful Warrior fan. And I just wanted to also say, you guys got a great one in Risotto. I've been following this kid since he was a freshman in high school. His Giants takes, his work ethic, his love of sports. Man, I couldn't be happier for the station or for him. Guys, I listen all day. I'm your hugest fan. And thanks for taking the time.
Okay,
I really appreciate
Jason,
it.
thank you. Yeah, boy, that call went in like 12 different directions.
I mean,
clip that and send it to Risotto and his mom. That's going to be a big moment for him.
Might have been his dad on the phone.
It might have been, but that's the most run he's gotten yet. That was awesome.
And the man beat pancreatic cancer,
which should have been the headline.
Right? Exactly, because, you've lost someone, I've lost someone.
Yeah, we all have.
And it's just,
It's the worst.
Yeah, that's not a W you usually get.
No, depending on the stage. But, yeah, that's about as bad as they come.
Exactly.
And so congratulations on that one, Jason. He said a bunch of stuff, though.
A lot of good stuff.
Yeah, can I address a couple? Like, this is one of the things. I'm glad he brought this up. I want to get to this. Boy, I hear so many Warrior fans just sitting with the idea that, quote, we're going to suck down the road. I even heard, like, Evan and Guru were talking today. I'm driving in, and Evan's talking about the future. And he goes, you want to know what the future for the Warriors is? And he goes, first-round pick in 27. First-round pick in 28, first-round pick in 29. They don't have their pick in 30, first-round pick in 31. That's your future. He's not wrong. I just think you're leaving out all of the things that could be hiding behind door number 2. You just laid out the next 6 years of our lives and acted like there's not anything else that could happen in there. No trades. No
free agents.
No free agents.
Well, nobody does free agency anymore.
I don't know when people are retiring, when they're not. I mean, like, the NBA, the beauty of it in the offseason are the surprises. And I think we've had a few this time around, but we're a little short on it, in my opinion. But I'm not of this mindset that the Warriors are automatically, when Steph Curry retires, I'm not saying they'll be championship level right away. That's not normal. But, like, what is this resignation with they're going to suck? In fact, I would argue the fact that they have held on to all of these picks, that's how you don't suck. Because either you can make good on those picks, or you can use those picks as assets when trying to land people when they become available. There's so many. I have no idea what the Warriors are going to look like 4 years from now. I can't tell you if they're going to be good, bad, or otherwise. I have no idea.
Yeah, the history of the league would tell you that you're probably going to go through a period when you suck. After you're great for a prolonged period, it usually then results in you being bad until you replenish. The LA Lakers are the one example of a team that really hasn't had to do that. They had a few bad years, and then, they're such a free agent destination that you're able to bring in Shaq and you bring in LeBron. And so they had a chance to continue to reload. LA is the anomaly, and the Spurs, they have now gone through 6 straight years of no playoffs. And that was not coming off the championship. They won the finals. They went to the playoffs 5 straight years after that, and then they hit that lull where it's been 6 years. And now they're still not all the way back yet. And I know San Antonio is a lesser destination for free agents than Golden State, presumably, but
totally.
The expectation for me is that you're going to have to go through some years where you're going to be down. Now, does that mean you're going to be San Antonio went 22 wins. Last year they won 34. They've got Wemby now, so I don't think the Warriors are ever going to go to those lows because Joe Lacob will go out and try like heck to get free agents.
Well, I mean, you compare them to the Lakers, and obviously the Lakers that's the standard when it comes to free agent destinations. But let's look at a lot of these teams. And again, will you go through, quote, a down period? Well, that depends on how you define a down period. What does that mean? Like not championship contention? Yeah, you're probably going to go through that.
Or just no playoffs.
But does it mean you're only going to win 20 games? I don't know. I mean, look at a lot of these teams. You know what I mean? Like for a while, Miami was winning championships. And then those guys all left. I would argue they've largely remained kind of viable without any other huge stars coming through there during that time. But kind of viable. Jimmy Butler goes there. They visit the finals for a year. Then he leaves, whatnot. Like, when you're a destination, and I do believe that Joe Lacob has built this into being that. You're not LA, you're not the Lakers.
Right.
But as a franchise, you have so much to offer in terms of the valuation of the team, the market that you offer, the branding that you offer to a free agent. I don't think you need to compare the Warriors to the San Antonio Spurs. You compare the Warriors to the Lakers, the Celtics, the Knicks, the Heat, maybe the Mavericks. I'm looking at major markets, warm weather, that kind of thing. And that's what you should be. So you might be down, but I am not of the mindset that the Warriors are getting ready for Steph to retire and then we get to do 20 wins a year for 4 years. I don't think that's going to happen at all. It shouldn't.
Probably not. And just looking at the Lakers, they actually did have a 6-year suck where they, and you were down there for a lot of this, they won the finals back-to-back, then the 3 straight years, playoffs and out, and then it was 6 years. Mike D'Antoni, Byron Scott, Luke Walton, and then Frank Vogel got there and they won the bubble chip. And, but it was 6 years of really being bad, including a 17-win year, 21, 27, 26. So that is more the norm than what, you're thinking that the Warriors might be able to avoid.
I understand that happened, but each one of these scenarios has its own personality. I would argue that at that point of the Laker run, I think that what essentially was happening was the Lakers went ahead and they turned in their playoff card to ensure that Kobe Bryant would finish his career there. They loved him that much. And there is almost a comp. You know what I mean? Like, I hate always staying there. What if something didn't go well over the next couple of years physically for Steph Curry? Would the Warriors be like, doesn't matter, we're keeping him so that he can finish his career here? I think a lot of people would sign up for that. And that might mean bad basketball for a while. I don't know. But again, now I'm making something up that hasn't happened yet. The Lakers didn't have to have it go that way. They kind of chose. They chose to pay Kobe Bryant, make sure that he could have his finish your career here ride, and he did, and they weren't any good. And then that's it. And then they rebuilt themselves, and off they went right back to being a good team again. But you don't have to do a lengthy period of non-playoffs if you are a free agent destination.
Yes.
And a spender.
Right.
And they're both.
Well, it's harder now as we get back to this dud of a free agency period because all the rules make it so it's really difficult. So if Steph and Draymond and Jimmy all do go out together and you get 2 years down the road from now and, they all decide, we're good with basketball, we're out. Well, the Warriors are going to have a hard time going out there and attracting one of the top of the line free agents because those guys tend to want to go out into a winning situation. And if the Warriors don't have Steph and Draymond and Jimmy after a couple years, and you do have what you have now, and they're all a little bit older and all a little bit better, I don't think that you're as attractive of a destination. And so
that's true.
Yeah.
But again, there are ways to sort of soften the transition. Yes, they do have to hit on their draft picks.
Right.
They're going to have some good young players that come up, and you go through a period. I don't know if it necessarily needs to look like San Antonio. And even that has not been like devoid of fun. You know what I mean? They're not winning a lot of games, but Wembanyama's there, then they're hit on Stephon Castle, and poof, like there's the excitement, even though they're not like threatening for titles as of yet. Let's go to Larry in Lafayette. Hi, Larry. Thank you for calling. What's going on?
Well, we got a major hurdle to being a destination, and that's the 9% income tax. I think we're seeing a lot of that in the free agent non-moves that are happening now. And the other thing is, if we're really going to hold on to all of those draft picks, we really owe it to Steph to trade him somewhere where he can go and be successful.
Yeah, that's a non-starter for me, Larry. It's
totally.
just, I
don't know why this doesn't go away.
Well, the notion of doing right by Steph, if he actually had that thought of, guys, I don't like where we're at right now.
He doesn't want to leave.
And if he did, they would have to find a way to trade him. But I don't think that he wants that. And the other piece, you talked about the Forbes valuation, right? And it's $10 billion, the Golden State Warriors. And
the Forbes valuation was 9, but the fact that the Lakers sold at a 10,
right?
The Warriors estimate that they might be as much as 13.
Okay, and let's just assume that that's the number. Whatever the number is, when Steph is gone and your team takes a step back in terms of on-court production and winning, that value goes down a little bit, not a ton, but that will go down a little bit in the value if you are a 22-win team. But if that is the case, why would you want to speed that process up if you're Joe Lacob?
By the way, I think that there's a lot of talk about that when the Laker thing went down, about what the Warriors are worth and how much Steph Curry's presence means to that. And I was talking to somebody about this over the weekend. They made a good point. They're like, sure, Steph Curry, when he retires, does that mean there's a bump in the value? Probably. But if you're looking at this thing as if it is, let's say, California beach real estate, there's zero long-term chance that goes down. It might bump when Steph retires, and that might last 3 years or 4 years or 5 years or whatever. But even if it's someday not the highest valuation in the NBA, doesn't matter. It's going up. It's going up.
Right.
There's no chance that it goes down long term.
Of course not. And the biggest part of that is the building itself. And so you have this arena that is printing money with 180 or so events a year outside of basketball. And so that's where a lot of the valuation stems from. So when Steph is gone, you're still going to have Chase Center, I'm being told.
Yeah. You just got that in your ear?
Randy.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely true. Now, I saw this on Twitter because this was from our previous conversation, and Lucas sent out my quote where I just said, I'm just here to let the NBA know you lost us. Nobody wants to understand this. You're entertainment, and this is not entertainment. This is boring as hell. And basically, if you're just joining us, this is a conversation about how this new CBA, for me, has a bunch of unintended consequences, and what you're seeing is less movement, and the movement you are seeing is largely being done against people's will. These teams don't want to trade these players. They have to trade these players. They have to, at least they perceive it that way. They've got to get under this line and that line, and no fan even knows what these lines are. You could, if you went out on the street and said, give me the difference between the first apron and the second apron, what are we talking about here?
Talking about somebody who's in the kitchen, and why is somebody wearing two aprons?
Exactly.
Isn't one apron enough?
So you don't want that many cooks in the kitchen.
Right.
Nobody understands this stuff. Nobody wants to understand this stuff. Nobody should have to understand this stuff. Someone hit us back and wrote, what a dumb take. It's about making the actual sport interesting and fun, not trades and free agency. Oh, what do you think is actually interesting and fun? Trades and free agency. How many years in a row now have people said on social media the offseason outrates the in-season? What is it that you find interesting? When Charlotte comes to town on a Tuesday in November?
No, we can't get up for Charlotte on a Tuesday in November.
I mean, my God. The offseason is absolutely, in fact, in many ways, the focus of these sports leagues, trying to make themselves interesting year-round.
Right.
Watch what the NFL's done. They're brilliant. They're brilliant. They've got something for you every single month.
Well, except July, really, until the end of July.
Yeah, even
they
July.
do about a 4-week period where they kind of just shut it down.
But July's got camp.
Eventually,
camp will open in July.
Yeah, you get that. We are in the dead spot right now, but even with that, what football is so great at is the fantasy football aspect. And so now you're being flooded with all my top 5 running backs and sleeper tight ends and all the rest of it. So even though football is away right now, it's all pumping out the content for the fantasy.
Bro, I'm getting emails from Matthew Berry every day. Every day. Sometimes twice.
Nice.
He's got a lot to say.
You guys are close like that.
No.
He's just emailing you.
No, he's got a newsletter.
Gotcha.
I think I accidentally subscribed to it or something like that. It's there every day. And 1 out of 4 times I'm like, oh, I better read that. It's July.
You're getting close.
I'd like to be smarter than all of my friends.
That's right.
So I better read that. But anyway, yeah, like that's how these leagues are operating. They badly want the offseason. They badly want to have something to offer their fans year-round. And if you watch the way when they release the schedule, and when's the draft, and when's OTAs, and when's the underwear Olympics, and when's all, like, yes, they're trying to cover as much of the calendar as possible. And the NBA had been really good at it, and I think that they've lost a little bit of their fastball the last couple of years because this has gotten too complicated.
Yeah, and they did it in exchange for having parity and having it so that teams can't necessarily blow other teams out of the water just because you're happen to be owned by somebody with a lot of money. And so you're able to go up and pay through the nose on tax, because our caller earlier was right. The tax bill that Joe Lacob paid was record-setting, and he was, quote, happy to do it because they were a winning team. And then with the new CBA, you can still do that, but if you do it in back-to-back years, now we're going to have to penalize you. You're going to be punished, and you're going to have your draft pick go all the way to the back of the first round and all these other things. And I just was looking at, I think the Clippers, they're now hard capped in the first apron, or I'm like, what the hell does that even mean? Or Atlanta, I think, might be hard capped in the first apron, or no, it was Miami. I'm sorry.
You know what this has led to?
I'm getting confused.
Of course. I hope you're getting confused. That means you're a regular human being. And here's the thing where I will admit there is, and I don't know if selfish is the right word, but this is from our perspective, inside what we do. And I don't mean this, I'm not coming down any fans' road, because we've all fallen prey to this one time or another, if not 50 times. But what ends up happening is, and this isn't our city, this is every city, you've got a line of people who are either, whether it's calling a sports radio show, whether it's just going on social media or whatever, but you're all asking for NBA teams to do things they can't even do if they wanted to. And then you're getting mad at them when they don't. And that is absolutely, the Warriors are absolutely one of those teams. Like 100%. No, you got to maximize Steph's remaining career. So you got to get Giannis and LeBron. You can't. You literally can't. But that's what and those people will argue with you. Well, you can. Well, sure, you're right. You can. If you'd like Joe Lacob to literally get himself to a point where he is spending $50 million for every actual $1 million, and you'd like him to start losing draft picks, and you'd like him to trade all of his draft picks, and you really want to confirm that the Warriors will be bad for not 10, how about 20 years after Steph retires? If you really want him to mismanage his business that way, you're right, it's allowed. But the penalties are so great, no one would do this in a million years. But we can't ask fans to understand that, because the league has been talking over our heads for 2 years now. And if you're the snooty McTootie out there that's like, well, I don't know why these guys.
I understand.
Of course. Great, you get it. You're the one. But nobody. I don't even want to understand this. I don't. And by the way, I do get some of it.
Oh yeah.
We don't even talk about it much because we're fully aware that when you talk about it on the radio, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, people glaze over.
Totally.
And, we had the caller earlier who was running down a lot of it, and it's like, it's tough to even listen to for 90 seconds during a phone call, because it's all so confusing and so much mumbo jumbo. Here's an idea. Have a player, and you like the player, and you just pay him.
I get that player.
And you keep him, yeah.
Exactly. Or when you trade people, it's like, you get him, I get him. All right, I get that.
Well, the salaries have to be within 125% of each other. Otherwise, you're hard capped to the first apron.
That's right. But then even if it goes through 3 weeks from now, we'll tell you it's actually an 8-team deal. And somebody else got, something else. Whatever. JP Morosi is going to join us in less than 20 minutes. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'd love your calls on any of this. Free agency, the issues facing the Giants as they start the last homestand before the break. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, that's the voice of Hunter Pence, who has been sold in for later in the week.
That's a 3. Would have been a 4 if he would have sold it harder. I liked it.
I just kind of wanted to ease into it because it literally just came to my mind right before it then came out of my mouth.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll take a 3. I'm fine with that.
It was better than that, and you undersold it, which is the disappointing part.
We can use it on a different day. You know, the audience turns over very quickly in radio.
I'm not mad, Mark.
I could try
again
disappointed.
Right now.
Hell no. We're in the freaking Bay.
We're in the freaking Bay.
Yep.
Who's got a better voice crack? Hunter Pence when he joined Willard and Dibs after screaming at a Niner game.
We're in the freaking Bay.
Or Dave Fleming when Edgar Renteria's home run went over the fence.
Probably.
Gone.
Yeah, probably Dave. Gone.
Well, it mattered more.
Yeah. And we're in the freaking Bay. Pretty good. Hunter.
Hey, that's a good question.
Hey, thanks, John. Good. Adios, pelota.
What? Are you kidding me?
2, a double play. That's, I can never get enough of that one either.
That was a good palate cleanser. 4 out of 5. 4 out of the last 5. Okay.
No doubt.
Yeah.
You needed a palate cleanser.
Oh, my God.
After that blank sandwich you had been eating for the better part of a week, losing those games in that fashion, and just, bad taste.
Is baseball always like this, and I just have never really noticed?
Like what?
Maddening.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially this team, because...
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Because I'm trying, look, we were all here for it, not all of us, but you know what I mean? Like, the Giants have won. They've been a great team not that long ago. And even that was referred to as torture. Because I'm just like, they've won 4 of 5, and I was almost annoyed with myself. I watched the top of the first last night, and I'm already like pacing. Like, you guys, will you learn how to play baseball, please? And they're one of the good teams.
Right.
They're 49-42. So, I don't know, man. We watched a lot of baseball over this July 4th weekend. My little man was down at my sister's, we all were, but my little man, what he did all day, because we're just flopping around in the hot tub or doing whatever. My sister's got a great pad and we just hang out, and he will put MLB Network on and just leave it all day long. So I'm watching Cubs home runs every 3 minutes. Did you see this record-breaking game they had on July 4th? They hit 8 home runs.
Man, 8 home runs.
In one game.
One game. That's a month for the Giants. Can be.
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering, if you're a Cubs or a Dodgers fan, is baseball frustrating for you? Or is that just nah, they hit the ball all the time and we win most of the time? The Giants win more than they lose, but it's a lot of work.
Right.
It's a lot of work.
I think that's the part of it, though, is the way they go about and either win or lose. Because the Cubs, they've scored a ton of runs, and the Dodgers have scored even more. And so the Giants, right now, they are 119 runs behind the Dodgers, and they've played the same number of games. So that is, it's a dramatic difference.
They've given up a lot fewer, though.
Of course.
72 fewer runs.
And they are only 7 games back. So, yeah, they're having a good year, but the way the Giants go about it is more frustrating than if you're a Dodger fan. Even though the Dodgers pitching staff has been decimated by injury,
right,
you still go out there and you feel like even if you're down 9-4, you're in the game.
Did you know that? Oh, my God. It's fun to look at who scores and who doesn't. And then, okay, what do you do with that? The Arizona Diamondbacks have scored 80 more runs than the Giants. They are 4.5 games behind the Giants. So that's the dynamic I'm talking about, I guess. And maybe part of it is the ballpark. They're never going to be a super, super duper high-scoring team. And so maybe that even fits into this Rafi Devers conversation. You know what I mean? If we're all going to give Willie Adames a little bit of space to be well, you were a 25 to 30 homer guy in Milwaukee. You'd probably be a 20 to 25 homer guy here. we probably should do that with Devers too, right?
Well, yeah.
Like he's a great hitter at Fenway. Maybe he'll just be like a good, great-ish hitter in San Francisco.
Little bit of a cop-out because you do get 81 on the road, and only 81 are here. But granted, those 81 that are here are going to be more difficult statistically than the 81 you have on the road. So for me and Devers, it's more a case of, you're going to wait and see. I mean, he's only been here for a few weeks, so I want to actually see him here for a long time, see him get hot, watch him get cold, see if he owns a glove, and then at some point you can take a look. And tonight's an interesting one, and you mentioned it before that this lineup, other than Yaz being out because they're facing a lefty, but okay, Giants, this is what Buster envisioned when he went out and got Rafi Devers. And Chappie's back, and Adames has been hot, and Jung-Hoo Lee slides down, Casey Schmidt's in there, but you're seeing the hitters that we all were expecting to see when you made this trade for Devers.
Pretty much. I will tell you that, and by the way, Grady, will you look this up? What's the over-under in tonight's game for the Giants and Phillies?
7.5.
Okay, that was way too fast, Lucas.
I wonder how he already knew that.
Holy crap. I wish I could explain to people, I can do my best to explain to people listening in the radio world what that looked like to me.
Never seen him grab the mic quicker.
Oh, my God. So Grandy and Lucas are in a different room. Yep. We can see each other. There's a glass window. But Lucas, with the way our studio is set up, Dibs cannot see him at all. It's almost over the back of your left shoulder. And I can sort of only see his chest through a little hole below the monitor that he hides behind. But when he wants to say something, he slides over. So he flies over in front of a microphone and says something. And Grandy's right. He's never moved quicker in his life, and you have that answer way too quick, you complete and total degenerate.
Anytime I can beat Grandy in anything, I'm taking it.
Okay, all right. I mean, that was not a knockout round, but that was good information.
You're welcome.
All right, so 7.5. Now, who's pitching for the Giants? Who do we got tonight? Is it Roop?
Landon Roop against Chris Sanchez.
All right, well, Chris Sanchez. Sanchez. But Sanchez is a left-hander. So that means the Giants will not be scoring tonight. And Landon,
they're allowed to.
They're allowed to, yes, but they won't. I think, and it's kind of chilly out tonight too, isn't it? It's not hot tonight.
No.
So, if you're only scoring 6 runs in that Sacramento heat, I like the under tonight. Let's see if the Giants can ground out a 3-1 ball game tonight. So, lock it in.
It's what they do.
Yeah.
The Giants' OPS against righties this year as a team, 704.
And against lefties?
630.
Oof.
So you're 74-point differential.
Yeah. And Devers, who has almost even splits, has not looked good against lefties since arriving. God, he looked, downright ridiculous last night on a couple of his at-bats. So, anyway, JP Morosi is going to join us in 3 minutes. We'll talk about all of this stuff with them. But, yeah, I'll tell you what, whether it's against a lefty or not, to your point, I am interested to see this lineup start to get a few of these lined up together at full health. Can Schmidt pick up where he was when he left off? Chapman is now back in the lineup. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look because they've won 4 or 5, but now 6 games to head to the break against really good teams this week here in town.
Yeah, teams that can hit also. Yeah. And so, even though you have one of your better pitchers going tonight, you still have a couple with Birdsong and Verlander when they can't come up against teams that can really hit. Well, now your offense may have to carry you on those nights. And so this becomes a good litmus test for the Giants and a good time to get everybody back on the field offensively because you're going to need them. You probably won't win a lot of these games 3-1. I don't know how much you think you're going to hold these two teams down offensively when you start to throw the other guys out there.
Well, the Phillies can hit, and they have a great hitter's park. And I know we've heard of a lot of their players. That's kind of how we go. Oh, they can really hit. I mean, the Phillies have scored 19 plus 13. They've scored 32 more runs than the Giants this year. So they're not ripping the cover off of the ball.
That's true
by any stretch. You know what I mean? Like they're kind of sitting there in the a little bit above average group, right? They've scored fewer runs than the Reds. They've scored fewer runs than the Cardinals. And I guess the other
Brewers.
Look, this is going to sound so crazy, but because I know scoring that's how you win. But there's a ratio here. This is why run differential has become such a big thing. You don't have to be one of the top scoring teams or even a top half scoring team in order to be a good team. And that's why I will continue to argue, I never like these texts. We just got one here from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Just texted in and said, Giants at 37-38 since starting out 12-4. I'm not sure why you think the Giants are a good baseball team. They're sub 500 for most of the season. First of all, 37-38 over a marker that you just made up out of your wahoo does not mean they're sub 500. They could win tonight and suddenly your number is gone. So, and the other thing, I can't stand when people do this. If you eliminate when they were playing well, they're not very good.
Right.
Right. That's true for almost everyone. Why do I think they're good? Because they are. Their record says they are. One of the best bullpens in baseball and currently tied for a playoff position. How do you define good team?
Well, a good team wins more than it loses.
Right. That's a start. Check.
A good team is really good at something and not terrible at the other. And they do have the best bullpen in baseball by ERA. They're the only bullpen under 3.00 as a pen. So, yeah, they're good. They win more than they lose. And we can draw our line wherever we want. They've won 4 out of 5. So they're the best team in baseball over the last 5 games.
I mean, the Dodgers were really good, but they're 0-3 over their last 3 games. That's sub 500, Dibs. Yep. Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. This is one of our favorites. Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line. He's absolutely one of the best voices out there in baseball. And in fact, MLB Network, with the All-Star break coming, is going to be a great spot for a lot of content that's coming from the Swingman Classic, the Futures Game. We know the MLB Draft is coming, pre and post Derby, all the stuff with the All-Star Game coverage is all starting Friday in Atlanta, and JP Morosi is going to be a part of a lot of it. It also appears he has dropped off of the line, boys. I do not see anyone on the line there.
It's a great setup.
Yeah. All of that was true that I just said.
It's a great buildup.
Except for now he's not on the line anymore.
Yeah, we'll get him back. We'll get him back toot sweet.
Back.
Yeah. What was that one game you mentioned? Not the Legends game, but there's
the Futures Game. The Swingman Classic.
The Swingman Classic.
I'm actually not terribly sure exactly what that is.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah, MLB Draft. He's saying call back, and I know they are. But anyway, yeah, you got the draft, you got the Derby, you got the All-Star Game itself, pre and post coverage. All of that is starting this Friday in Atlanta, and JP Morosi is going to be a part of just about all of it. Hey, JP, how you doing?
Doing great, Mark. Sorry about the initial glitch there in the Matrix, but we are back connected now. Thank you for your patience and for the invitation to be on the show today. Really appreciate it.
No problem at all. You kind of started this off the way the Giants start any at bat with a runner in scoring position. It's just strike one, JP. It's okay.
Well, way to tie it all together. We had thought that would all be settled with the arrival of Devers, and we thought that that issue was going to be resolved. But as we all know, the game has different plans for us, and I think things will eventually be fine with Rafi in a Giants uniform, but it's taking a little bit of time.
Yeah, what's your take on, and these are all the things that we're hearing, right? He's switching teams, switching coasts, switching leagues. He's a little dinged up. He's switching positions. Should Giants fans express a lot of patience with Devers?
They should, because one of the things that was rather unique about his season was, as you know, his start to the year was really bad, and it went on for a couple weeks, and then he got right back into a groove. I think that you see this, whether it was Soto, and certainly Soto had plenty of time to get adjusted to that situation that when he went over to the Mets, and even you go back to other situations, and frankly, Adames dealt with it a bit this season too. There's just a lot of difference, and I think just the the noise that surrounded Devers and the trade probably lingered a little bit, and now eventually, whether it's already happened or will happen, a couple things will dawn on him. Number one is, this is my new reality. I'm going to be a Giant for a very, very long time, and I think that will on some level help him get comfortable. The second piece is that as much as there has been and probably always will be noise from his time with the Red Sox and Boston and any time that's ever brought up, he needs to realize, and I'm sure he already does, that as Tyler Kepner, my friend, once wrote about Gary Sheffield, there's ink in your bat. Okay, when you're that good of a player, when you're one of the best hitters in the world, you can write whatever story you want as long as you're playing that well. And Devers is one of the guys, talk about the 10 or 15 most elite hitters in the sport who are good enough to do that. And I think that eventually he will get back to that spot. Again, we've seen glimpses. The strikeout total is probably the one thing that stands out to me as being a little bit too high. And honestly, I do wonder about at what point in time would he be more comfortable playing back in the field? Is that something that would take an off season for him to do? I thought when the trade happened that we would see him playing first base almost immediately, and of course that hasn't happened. I think that to me is the variable and the thing that I wonder about going forward is what his role is going to be. But to me, it's still an open question. I believe he'll get there to the end, and he'll be able to be a very productive player in a Giants uniform. It just hasn't quite happened with the immediate impact that I'm sure Giants fans wanted to see.
How much does his approach as a hitter either get helped or get hurt by the fact that he's now playing at Oracle Park?
It's a great point. And I think it's at Fenway, from a mental standpoint, and obviously not having been a major league hitter myself, it's hard for me to say it in these exact words, but I do think you have heard hitters say this, and I believe it's true, that when you're in a hitter-friendly ballpark, whether it's Fenway, Wrigley when the wind is blowing out, different environments that are very conducive to offense, Cincinnati, certainly Colorado, that you always feel like even when you get beat by a pitch, when you are not on your full strength, so to speak, you can still find a way to serve a ball to the opposite field, especially when you're Devers and you're a lefty bat at Fenway. Find a way to knock one off the wall. There's your hit, and now you're back on the board and feeling good about yourself. I think that when you're playing in San Francisco, when you're playing in Seattle, there are certain ballparks that are just harder to get a real confidence going. And I think especially, and it's not just the dimensions, as you know certainly very well and know better than me, that the ballpark plays differently based on the time of year. The air can be heavy. That is part of it too, to where Devers never had to deal with that at Fenway. There's no marine layer over Boston Harbor, so to speak, at least to the extent that there is in San Francisco or in San Diego or even in LA for an odd game when the moisture is there in the air. So I think that's an adjustment for him, and not having that mental security blanket, for lack of a better term, of knowing where to go to get a base hit, get yourself feeling good again. That's a lot easier to do at Fenway than it is in San Francisco. And listen, we have seen hitters thrive in San Francisco. Bonds certainly top of the list, but there's probably a reason why it's been so long since the Giants' last 30-homer hitter. And Devers clearly is learning a lot of those lessons right now.
John Paul Morosi, MLB Network and Beyond is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. JP, you've got Logan Webb and Robbie Ray. They're both all-stars. Beyond that, though, Verlander struggles. Hayden Birdsong also struggling a little bit, and Young alongside Landon Roop. Do you believe the Giants need to bolster their starting pitching staff this month of July?
They do, and here's what I would say is the interesting part of it. So you've already given up some talent, and it wasn't necessarily a massive price, but you gave up some talent to get Devers. And then the question becomes, okay, now that you've done that, what is left in your system, and what price are you willing to pay to upgrade and go for it right now? I would say this, that there are teams out there, the Cubs are one of them, I would say certainly the Cubs, the Mariners maybe even to some extent, some other teams there that are right now we need to win teams. Toronto might fit in the same category. They're going forward in 2025 to where a rental like Herman Marquez, like Adrian Hauser, those types of names would make sense. I just don't know if I'm the Giants right now, if I'm looking at the landscape and saying, this is my year to really go for it. Instead, I actually look at the Giants as being quite the opposite. This is a long-term talent accumulation phase. You just got Devers. You just signed Adames. You've got some of your pitching certainly is under control for multiple years. This is, as I see it, certainly the first full season of health for Lee. This is the beginning of a window to win for this team. And it's hopefully going to be a long window for them, but there is not, while there is certainly the mandate to add talent and spend money when appropriate, they just added a ton to the payroll long-term with the acquisition of Devers. But this is not a desperation. This is not the Carlos Beltran trade of 2013, right, when they had to bring him in, or 2011 rather. That's not the type of move that this is for this team right now, where you're going to give up the modern equivalent of Zach Wheeler back in the day to get 2 months of an elite player. That's just not where the Giants are right now. So I think if the right need-for-need type of a deal comes around where they can maybe trade a controllable bat for a controllable arm, you do it. But I'm just not sure that type of a trade is going to materialize. And I also think that we're probably still a week or so away coming out of the All-Star break before we really see a lot of big-time movement, just because I think a lot of front offices right now are still very much focused on the draft.
Is part of the determination you're making based off of Justin Verlander, who has not been great this season? If he continues to struggle, do the Giants then become more motivated to try to add an arm?
Well, I think yes, but again, it's kind of a difficult situation to then ask yourself, well, what do you do with Verlander? And again, part of this comes to the conversation of what's the goal of this year? How do you want to brand yourself to the larger industry? Let's say now that you're in this Buster Posey-led Zach Minozzi and Randy Wynn, this is your group. I think it's very important, especially given the number of times that the Giants swung and missed on free agents in recent years, that those guys that you bring in, whether it's Devers in a trade, whether it's Verlander in a short-term deal, whether it's Adames, whether it's Robbie Ray, Chapman, guys who have played in multiple spots around and are respected in the industry, to have them say this was a first-class, great experience. Verlander is going to go to the Hall of Fame. Not to say that you have to make a decision based on how Verlander's career is going to look in the 360 whenever you're done with pitching, but I do think the manner in which he is handled will go a far way towards saying, okay, this is what this group of the front office is all about now. And Buster Posey, given his background, given what he's all about, I think the way in which he handles players is a key part of his identity. That has to be a number one part of the Giants sales pitch when you're going in free agency, when Kyle Tucker becomes a free agent this winter, to say, listen, this is who we're all about as a team. Kyle, you can come in and help us in these ways. We pair you up now with Devers. You've got Adames. You've got Chapman. I'm just saying, speaking hypothetically here, that you're branding to those veteran players is a really key thing. So I think you can't really cut ties with Verlander too quickly. You can't really layer in pitchers over top of him unless he's really hurt, and then in which case obviously all bets are off. But I think how they handle the Verlander situation, they've always been said many times in sports. One of the hardest things you can do as a manager, as a person, is handle an aging star who's maybe struggling a bit. That's certainly the case right now with Justin Verlander.
JP Morosi with us on Willard and Dibs. I know you're speaking hypothetically when you throw out the name Kyle Tucker, but let me ask it this way. Are you insinuating that the Giants will still look at more big free agent dollars even after the acquisition of Devers and Adames?
It's hypothetical, and it's not the cleanest fit necessarily, just based on how left-handed perhaps they are. Although you look at the big picture and say Yastrzemski is a free agent when the season is over. Again, I don't think, I'll say this very clearly, I do not think that Kyle Tucker is going to be a Giant in 2026. But part of the idea here, part of why Buster Posey is your president of baseball operations, is that you are now big game hunting, right? That's the idea. And importantly, if you just look at total dollars, Devers is making a fraction of what the likes of Soto and Ohtani and even, I mean, Judge, maybe it's half of what, or a little less than half of what Judge would have been still owed at this point in time. So clearly the Giants are able to add additional payroll. They're one of the teams that can do it. I think it's very unlikely that they would do it, but this is, you have to look around in the industry right now at what a haves and have-nots world it's become. Just look at the standings right now and go team by team by team by team and ask yourself, does this team have a better chance than the Giants to sign Kyle Tucker? Okay, the Cubs do. The Yankees probably do. The Red Sox probably do. The Dodgers would kind of surprise me, but who knows with them, right? So my point is there's probably 5 or 6 teams in the sport that have a better shot at getting Kyle Tucker or fill in the blank any other primo player, whether it's Pete Alonso or anybody else. Again, Alonso might be a bit of a stretch given the current construct of the roster, but the point is in this haves and have-nots world, the Giants are one of the haves. And I am buying stock in what this team is going to look like for the next 3 to 4 to 5 years, because I think the farm system's in a better shape than it's been in a while, is they're going to be one of the teams that is in there every year. Think about when we were at the winter meetings and we said, who's in there trying to trade for Kyle Tucker? Who's in there trying to sign Juan Soto? It was the same 5 teams. It was the same 6 teams. And my point is the Giants are one of those 5 or 6 teams.
And you talk about the haves and the have-nots, and it's more clear now than ever before. Is there anything that baseball can or would do to try to, I guess, limit the giant gap that we have between the haves and the have-nots?
Well, that's going to be a big topic of discussion in the next CBA, and a lot of really smart people, a lot of people who are a lot smarter than me, are going to work on that and try to figure that out on both the union and the MLB side. That gets to the whole conversation of, is the current status quo sustainable, or do you need a cap and floor, and how does that look? Does it? I would say that right now that you look at Paul Skeens, generational talent, one of the most talented pitchers we've seen in our lifetimes, pitching on a team that doesn't really give him a chance to win. And ultimately, is that good for the game? I would say no. I would say what's good for the game is when a team like, let's take hockey, for example, 20 years ago, when the Penguins draft Sidney Crosby and when the Capitals draft Alexander Ovechkin. And in a cap world, they're able to compete relatively quickly, build up, and do something with those picks. When you get a generational talent, the Leafs, look how much they've gotten better once they've gotten Matthews. Look at the Oilers since they've gotten McDavid. It's true in the NBA too. How quickly the Thunder built themselves back up. The Pacers. I mean, different teams that have sort of got that were a bit on the fringe that come back into being a really good team quickly. That should be what happens with Paul Skeens. And the current economics of the game are not really allowing that to be a reality. And I think that's going to be the essential question that we'll see if there's meaningful change or if we get more of the same in the next CBA.
Hey, JP, what does the league think of Patrick Bailey?
The league thinks of Patrick Bailey. I mean, I would say this, that when you look at what he's been able to do, the defensive side of the game is obviously excellent. The offensive side leaves much to be desired. He's been one of the least productive everyday players, you would say, in the sport right now, offensively speaking. But the defense we know is real, and there is value in what he brings behind the plate. I think that is probably something that you have to look at and say, can you win with your 8th or 9th place hitter being this level of productivity, which is low, as long as the defense at that position is elite? I guess what I would say is you're carrying a bat that's hitting 192, and you really, as a result, you can't give up many outs elsewhere. If that's going to be your catcher, you need some thump at second. You need some thump, obviously, at first. You need thump in your corner outfield spots, and I think that's maybe why you're seeing a bit of a gap opening up now between the Dodgers and the Giants.
JP, we love having you on. Thank you so much for making the time.
You got it. My pleasure, guys. All the best. Enjoy the All-Star game coming up next week.
Yes, indeed, we will. We're going to send them your way. JP, thanks.
All the best. Thanks. You too.
All right, there it goes. That's JP Morosi. And again, all of MLB Network's All-Star game coverage, including the draft and the futures game and the Derby and all of that starting Friday in Atlanta. JP is going to be all over all of that.
Yeah, it's great. And that's, maybe the last of the good All-Star games. A game where, it's hard to imagine this, but they try. The pitchers try to get hitters out, and the hitters try to get hits off the pitchers.
I don't know if the hitters will try to get hits off of Clayton Kershaw, but they'll try to get hits off of the rest of the guys.
I don't know if anyone's just going to lay down for Clayton Kershaw just because he's an honorary All-Star and he gets to go out there. Like, if there were a giant hitter in the All-Star game, or if somebody was a rival of the Dodgers, would you just go up there and let him strike you out? I don't think so.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. It depends on, look, I don't think that they're going to do that if they do actually start. I've heard people say they may start Clayton. And then now you're looking at the 1, 2, 3 hitters of the American League lineup in the first inning. I don't think anything that obvious. But if Clayton just comes in the fourth inning to face a batter or two or something like that, again, no, I'm not suggesting that prideful people lay down. But at the same token, I it's almost like, do you remember when Steph in the All-Star game, when Giannis was coming at him and Steph just jokingly covered his head and got out of the way? It's a little bit of that, where it's just the ultimate respect for the fact that you're here. That's the way the league's going to look at him. That's why he's on the team.
Right, but the individuals, you can act differently, and you probably should act differently. And if you're an all-star, maybe it's your first ever all-star game, and you happen to be one of those people who gets the at-bat, and this might be your only all-star game ever. So I don't think that it's absolutely going to happen. It's probably situational based on who the hitters are that he faces. If you're a young all-star who just finally made it, and your one at-bat is against Clayton Kershaw, I can't see them lying down.
I got you. Let's go to Richie in Queens. Hey, Richie, what's going on, man? What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm getting a little hopped up a little bit for starting to hit a little bit. Adames is coming out of his semi-coma.
Yep.
Hey, you guys talking about the All-Star game. It's the only one that, to me, is legitimate. Like you said, the batter's up. He wants to hit. The pitcher wants to strike out. I don't think anybody's going to lay down for Kershaw. I haven't watched any other All-Star game in the last 20 years other than the baseball. I just think it's one-on-one, mano-on-mano. The fellow you just had on brought up some good points. We lost our lefty for a while, and we picked up Alexander. That's kind of scary. I think that's going to hurt us a little bit. Our bullpen has really been phenomenal.
Yeah, you're talking about Eric Miller. Eric Miller is down on the injured list.
Yeah, I don't know how long that's going to be. They say it's an elbow. Let's hope it's nothing more. It's just like Clark Schmidt over here in New York. No, it's just an elbow inflammation, and next thing you know, it's Tommy John. So you mentioned Verlander, guys. I don't know. I know he was pitching okay until his last start. Roop, the last night, the pitcher drives me crazy. He's got great stuff. But I think we're going to be questionable with the starters. And I understand, too, like he brought up about it, maybe we don't want to, we're not in that win now mode. Although I think there's such parity out there. I think if you get to the playoffs, who's your real dominant team? The Dodger bullpen has had an ERA of 7 in the last, month. And
they just gave up 5 runs in the first inning again tonight, Richie. I know. Yeah, like to go along with what you're saying though, Richie. I think you're both right in this particular instance. The Giants do need someone needs to step forward as another starter. I think what JP means about win now mode, it's sort of like, yes, you go after it, but how aggressively? Are you pushing some chips into the middle of the table? You pushing all the chips in the middle of the table. They've already made one very, very significant deal. Are you going to start now giving up more of your system to go get one more starter and make it feel like you're taking one big shot at a ring? Or do you want to stretch this out and take, like 6 shots at a ring? I think that's kind of what he means, Richie.
The other thing, too, I'm thinking, too, I mean, Fitzgerald is terrible. I mean, I love the kid, but he just really isn't. He's just not a major leaguer. I think Schmidt's going to play second, and if all these guys start to pick it up, I think our offense, it's not going to – Conto said it's going to be formidable. I mean, I'm not going to go that far. But they are going to be better, and obviously Adames, Chapman being back, having Ramos, we've got some pop. So if we can extend our pitching, get to the bullpen, why not? Let's. But this is going to be a tough task tonight because Lopez is a tough lefty. We do not hit lefties. We're hitting .213 against lefties. So let's get off to a good start. And I'm going to Milwaukee in August. I want it to mean something. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm hoping for.
Hey, Richie,
it better mean
Thank
something
you.
by August.
Yeah,
I mean, if you get to August and you go to Milwaukee and it doesn't mean something, that would mean that you had a horrendous July and into August.
Right. How early in August is Milwaukee? Also, it's late August.
Yeah. So you
it's
probably
a good solid month and a half
from now. About 50 games, 40 games or so between now and then. So if you have 40 games and you go 10-30, all right, now you're in a spot where that may not matter. But I can't see this team over a long stretch playing that poorly because now and George Conto said they have a formidable offense. I don't know if it's that formidable yet, but it's better. It's the kind of offense that can help you sustain a stretch of bad pitching.
I'll do a different able comment. Not formidable. I would say respectable. They got a respectable offense, and it will run hot and cold. So there will be times where it sort of like moonlights as formidable, but I think settles in mostly as respectable. And then as far as this like starting pitching thing that we're all talking about, look, I just look at it this way. It's July 7th. Auditions are underway. If you make the playoffs, you need to have 4 guys who are going to come out and start a baseball game. I already know who 2 of them are, and I have a pretty good idea who the third one is. Right now, that's Landon Roop. Now, these young guys, when they get late in the season, do they hit innings limits? Do they hit the wall? That's a fair question. That's why I'm not putting Landon in ink. I'm going to put Landon in pencil. But that's your third guy in pencil right now. Who's your fourth guy? And 4 is multiple choice. Verlander?
No.
Birdsong?
No.
Wizenhunt?
No.
Or other?
Well, other would be somebody in the minors or a trade candidate or
you don't have to
Mason Black. Or
you don't have to decide yet. You kind of need to decide at least eliminate 1 or 2 of them at the end of July. But at least Verlander, Birdsong, and Wizenhunt, they will all be in the organization beyond that. And therefore, those are your candidates.
You've got options, and I did think it was interesting what J.P. Morosi said about Verlander and how, this is really important how you go about navigating the handling of Verlander, because if he continues to pitch poorly, then you get later in the year and, you don't want to just outright cut him or, release him. It's just how you handle Justin Verlander if he continues to struggle becomes a very important signal that you'll be sending to all the other possible free agents out there.
I think it's a very, very good point and a completely fair one. And it's one that, while I don't know if all Giants fans accept this, through the years, this has been an area of strength for them. And I also like what he said as he furthered that comment. Again, he's not predicting that Kyle Tucker will come to the Giants. I think left-handed hitting power hitters tend to say, I'll pick somewhere else. And I would forecast that happening again here. But he also made a very fair point, and I hope this settles with Giants fans well. They're one of 6 teams who will be the team.
Yeah.
That's who they are. And you and I have talked about this so much over the last 2 years. I can't stand the ridiculous inferiority complex that I've heard so many Giants fans cruise around with whenever somebody's available and they go, the Giants are not getting him. No. You can fill that sentence in with 26 other teams. But you're right that the Giants are not at the front of the line. They're not the Dodgers. They're not the Yankees. They're not the Cubs. But they're one of the next 2 or 3 teams. And so they need to continue to, whether it's Adames, and now you watch the way that they've handled Devers, and Verlander is royalty in baseball. All those guys need to talk to all of their friends in a way that is glowing about the Giants if they're going to continue to land these guys.
Well, and they're in the line. You talked about the line, like you're not at the front of the line, but you're at least in the line.
Totally.
And of the 30 teams in baseball, there's probably 15 to 20 that aren't even allowed to be in the line because you don't spend that way. And he mentioned Paul Skeens and what a shame it is that he can't win in Pittsburgh and probably never will. And so, he has to wait his turn to go out and get traded to another team or eventually become a free agent in 7 years. And just the whole way of the haves and the have-nots. Well, the Giants are one of the haves. And I now, based on what we've seen with Adames and going out and trading for Rafi Devers, the Giants now shouldn't have an inferiority complex. The fans shouldn't have that complex anymore because now you've seen them go out and do it in free agency and get aggressive via a trade. So they're charting a course in a different way than they had previously.
You got a major name and he hits the market, okay? It can be Kyle Tucker, it can be Shohei, Bryce Harper, whatever. How many teams do you think have an advantage over the Giants when talking to a big free agent?
Probably 4. 4 or 5.
Okay.
And if we're talking about a hitter, I do think it complicates it a little bit.
I mean, it's the Dodgers, the Cubs,
the Red Sox,
and
the Yankees.
And I mean, do you have conversations about the Phillies and Mets?
Probably, yeah.
You know what I mean? But they're like, that's whatever. Those are the 7 teams. I get maybe you throw the Padres in there now, but just for the moment, I kind of think like that. I feel like that's a little bit of a moment in time. It's not a great hitter's park either, and but they've got good players. I also think that they've spent just completely out of their minds, and so I don't know when the next time is that they're going to be able to fit a big-time free agent in San Diego. You know what I mean? I mean, they're such an interesting team. Going back to that comment that we were talking about earlier, what was that full Juan Soto San Diego trade? The full trade. Mackenzie Gore, who is now starting to really come into his own, and then you mentioned C.J. Abrams, James Wood. Was that all from San Diego? What's the full deal, Grandy?
Give me just a sec.
Yeah.
But it was James Wood, it was Mackenzie Gore, and it was C.J. Abrams. There might have been another piece or two.
Okay. My God. Like, what a disastrous deal for the Padres. They didn't keep him. Juan Soto's played on 2 more teams since the Padres.
Yeah.
And listen to what they gave up. So, I don't know. You got to be wary of this sometimes. I know everyone wants to be aggressive when you're about to go out and win. But sometimes when we talk about trades in any sport, it's very popular to be like, dude, I will take established over these minor league flyers every day of the week. Well, would you do that deal again if you're San Diego? Take 1.5 years of Juan Soto for James Wood, C.J. Abrams, and Mackenzie Gore. All 3 of them have become very productive, and Wood has become a star and is one of the lead names in the home run derby next week.
There's a few other pieces as well. First baseman Luke Voigt, power hitter, not much for average.
Okay.
I don't think he's still in the Nationals. Robert Hassel III, a center fielder. He was their starting center fielder for like the first half of this season.
Yep.
And then a relief pitcher, I believe, Harlan Susana, who might still be in the minor leagues.
Okay. I mean, would you do that deal again if you're the Padres?
No. And
hell no.
Even if you still had Juan Soto.
Maybe if you still had Juan Soto.
I mean, maybe, but you'd be talking about 3, major league players and more, including one guy who's at the All-Star game. I don't know if you would necessarily want to do that trade if you were the Padres. So your point is well made. Where, prospects. Sure, I'd give up prospects because they're never going to be a sure thing. But in this case, those 3 prospects are now major leaguers. So you do have to be a little bit cautious when you're starting to get aggressive at the deadline.
I feel the same way about the Giants and the Warriors right now. I want full aggression to try to win now, but don't be stupid. Like, I feel like there's too many fans cruising around these days to just like throw all caution to the wind. I don't care about anything down the road. I don't care about this prospect. I don't care about this draft pick. Well, I do. That doesn't mean that I prioritize them over winning this year, but I think that there's a very healthy middle ground where most smart executives live. Go for it. But don't be stupid.
Right.
Don't be stupid. Steve Kerr said it best a few weeks ago. It's like our core, they're all in their late 30s. We would be moronic to give up all of our draft picks right now. That'd be crazy.
That's right. And
I agree with him.
And that's kind of the way you have to think about it with the Giants. And John Paul Morosi had a great answer to the timeline part where, there's not a lot of great starting pitching that's probably going to be available anyway, but you look at this as not the year before the year, but you're trying to build out a 4 to 6 year window, which you've got, Rafi Devers is going to be there for that long, and Jung-Hoo Lee will, and Chappie just got a new deal, and Adames, and so Logan Webb. You start to look at your contract commitments, and you're going to have a good amount of your core who's still going to be here. So you can't just think about a 1 year push.
No, and that's what, by the way, what you just pointed to is what I am so excited about right now. So excited about. Now, I know Jung-Hoo Lee's got like an opt-out thing, possibly, right? Is that after this year or next year? He's got an opt-out possibly. So you can't quite put him in ink yet, though the way he's playing, he's probably not going to opt out. But if you think of Jung-Hoo Lee and then what you do know, from Devers to Chapman to Adames, Webb has 3 more years after this year. And then you've got young players like now newly minted all-star Randy Rodriguez. He's under team control, until 2078, the way these rules work. Like, the young pitchers, Birdsong Roop, there's a handful. There's a good group that, A, you can call a core, and B, also call it that group that Giants fans get to know and then just ride that journey together for a long period of time, see if they can do something special.
Jung-Hoo Lee's opt-out is after 2027.
Okay.
So this year and 2 more years.
This year and 2 more years, no matter what. So, yeah, these guys are like, I love your point. These guys are going to be around for a while.
And so you have to act accordingly when you're trying to add to that core.
Yep.
And, you can't get reckless at the deadline. You're allowed to, but it makes more sense to look at this from a longer view when you have almost all your top players going to be here for years to come.
Well, it also makes me think about what I just heard J.P. Morosi say about Patrick Bailey. I asked him about Patrick Bailey, and he was like, dude, yeah, he's a really good defensive player, but is really, really like one of the poorest offensive players that plays every day in the game. And so you got to balance that. And I'm starting to wonder about what is the balancing act of Patrick Bailey's defense and offense? Is the defense good enough to sort of offset the offense? And what he also said was, if you're going to have someone like that in your lineup, then you have to have a bunch of thump around it, which they don't fully have yet. And so I wonder how the team will feel about Patrick Bailey, let's say in the offseason. If he just finishes the year at 192 or whatever it is, he was starting to perk up a little bit before we all went to the holiday, and then he got 2 hits and 14 at-bats in his last 4 starts.
Yeah, it's not great.
Not great.
That is a 143 clip, and even when you're hitting a $192, that even hurts you at a $192. If he could just go 2 for 10, his average would go up, and that is where he sits right now. And I also wonder about this lineup now, how much it kind of helps Patrick Bailey be able to go out there and not hit, because you do have more thump now when you have everybody out there and everybody healthy. And so if you have 7 actual good hitters in your lineup, maybe you can then afford to carry Patrick Bailey a little bit more.
Want to play a game real quick?
Sure.
Patrick Bailey has played 70 games this year. In how many of them did he have multiple hits?
Of the 70?
Of the 70 games, in how many did Patrick Bailey have a multi-hit game? I will give you, let's say, plus or minus a game and a half in either direction.
Okay.
Okay, so you got basically a 3-game window to hit this. 70 games. In how many did Patrick have multiple hits?
Of the 70, I'm sure it's not 70. And it probably is more than 0.
It's lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's higher than 0.
6.
Good, he didn't even want to wait for me to answer. You nailed it.
It's actually 6.
Nailed it. You nailed it.
Whoa.
How many times has he had more than 2?
0.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't know we were doing a bonus round.
Bonus buzzer.
Yeah.
We can't get to the end of the segment until we've got a buzzer.
Fair enough.
One time.
Once.
One time. He had 3 hits.
Okay.
One time.
Well, if it's plus or minus 1.5, then I should probably get that one right.
Well,
you
no,
didn't
that
give
was
me parameters.
But that was a completely different.
Fine.
That one was obvious. It was either going to be like 0, 1, or 2.
Right.
But anyway, all right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Hey, coming up next, you want to hear what Steve Kerr and the Warriors put out publicly as a thank you and a goodbye to Kevon Looney? We will have that for you coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs.
go to the hoop, go to the rack.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What day did free agency actually start? Was it Monday?
30th. Yeah, it was a week ago.
It was Monday?
Or eight days ago? I thought it was
Today's
the 30th.
Monday.
Yeah.
The 30th?
I thought that's when you could start.
Friday was the 4th. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Okay.
Monday. It was Monday.
Sure.
So it's been a week.
Yeah.
All right. So this is indeed day 8 of like staring at our watch that we don't really wear anymore. Do you wear a watch?
I wear one of these like smart watches.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Tracks your connects to my Android.
That's to like track your steps or whatever?
Yeah, steps, and also like it will track my sleep. I get a sleep score in the morning.
Oh.
Lets me know as if you can't wake up and realize, man, I didn't sleep great. And then you look at your watch, it's like, you didn't sleep great.
How does it know when you're asleep?
It tracks your heart rate and different sleep cycles. So it knows somehow when I'm in deep sleep, my REM totals, my light sleep.
What's a REM total?
How much time awake, rapid eye movement, REM sleep.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. REM was a band. We called them REM back in the day, but I've never heard of
Out of
REM
Atlanta.
sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, or Georgia anyway.
Something.
Yeah, REM.
How many steps you got so far today?
Today's not been great, although walking from the parking garage, I'm at 6,400.
6,400?
Yeah,
Okay.
I try to get to the 10,000 if I can, but it's about 1,800 to the car, so I probably won't get there today.
Okay. Those things rack up fast, man.
The steps, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
My
yeah.
sister and I went for a walk in the morning over the weekend, and she's got one of those dealios. And like right away, like we got back, we hadn't even had breakfast yet. She was already like, we're over 6,000 steps. It was like 8 in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Like, holy hell, really? Didn't
Rack 'em
feel
up.
like that. Yeah.
I like to have this, especially when I referee CYO, because I'll do 8 games, and I'll get home, it's like 34,000 steps, which is about 2,000 per mile, roughly, based on my my stride length.
You want to hear what Steve Kerr said to Kevon Looney?
Sure.
All right, here it is.
Hey, Loon, just want to say thank you. This is a tough one. 10 years, it's just been an amazing experience for me to coach you. Just your professionalism, your dignity, your class, the way you handle yourself, the way you mentor your young teammates, and of course, the championship contributions that you've made year after year. We can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. Thrilled for you for your opportunity in New Orleans. But wow, we are going to miss you. So thank you for everything you've done for me, for our staff, for our team, for the Bay. You are the absolute best, Loon.
All right, remember Steve Kerr a couple years ago was like, I ride with Loon. That's my guy. That's the moral compass of this locker room. So there it is, the well wishes from Steve Kerr. It was yesterday that things could become official throughout the free agent process in the NBA. So Kevon Looney is officially a member of the New Orleans Pelicans.
Which is a bummer that he's no longer a Warrior, but you look at it from his standpoint and you got to be happy for him. He gets a nice big contract, couple years, and a chance to go out there and run with Zion, you know? I don't know.
I mean,
Jordan Poole,
35 times.
Something like that.
How many games is Zion actually going to play this year?
Good question. A couple years ago, he played in a bunch, but then last year was back to kind of the same old.
Yeah. It's funny. Like, I think we all look at Kevon Looney, and it's like, oh, Loon's gone? What if I said to you, though, well, if you were the Warriors, or just as a fan of the Warriors, do you want them to give him a 2-year, $16 million deal?
I was thinking afford it, sure. And it's not
I mean, as they currently sit.
Probably not. I mean, if the alternative is Al Horford for half of that, I'd rather have Al Horford for half of that. Now, if you go out and give Horford 2 years and $16 million, then I'm gonna take issue with that.
Yeah, might do 1 year and about the same as what Kevon's making.
About 8,
maybe, but probably a little less.
Yeah,
somewhere between 6 and 7. Might do that.
Have we seen anything on GP2, Gary Payton II?
No.
He's just still out there and
all just dragging out.
Yeah. Everything, right?
Everybody take it to, and by the way, and I don't know if this is reliable at all. I never believe timing stuff because we're still a week away from all of the Summer League stuff in Vegas. And our show will be out there. You and Grandy will be on the scene representing. I think we're going to get an opportunity to talk to tons of interesting, awesome people from Vegas Summer League. But the reports that are out there now, you even referenced them earlier, that both Kaminga and the Warriors are going to be sitting down with interested parties and talking it down in Vegas, which also means ain't nothing going to happen this week either.
Probably, right? Sign and trade. And thing is, things have really slowed to a trickle. Today we had one trade, and
it was a lame
Paolo
one.
Banchero got
he got
the
a lot of
rookie
money.
max.
He got a lot.
So, which that was going to happen, and then the trade was a little bit of an eye opener. But again, it wasn't a massive move. Just little tiny things are happening.
Norman Powell goes from the Clippers to the I already can't even remember who the hell was in this deal. Where did Powell go? Did he go to Miami?
That sounds right.
Yes, he went to Miami.
John Collins came back. Yep.
From Utah.
But Utah was also involved in this.
Sure.
So John Collins goes to the Clippers, and then Utah got I don't know, a bucket. They got a bucket of whatever.
Kevin Love, Kyle Anderson, our old buddy, and a second-round pick.
Right.
Yeah.
And Kevin Love, for me, Kevin Love had the absolute tweet of the day. When he sent out, and this is kind of what I've been getting at about the NBA all day long. Kevin Love tweeted, "Never thought I'd be a math problem. Welcome to the NBA." Exactly. What are these deals? What is this? Clippers didn't want to get rid of Norman Powell, but they did. Utah hasn't wanted John Collins on their team for years. And meantime, Miami's like, well, we can take two players and just sort of plug in these numbers because they're both aging players. One of them, most people don't even know that he's still in the league, and we can send them to Utah and get John Collins because they're expiring. And Kevin Love's like, what are we doing? Is Kevin Love even going to report? You going to go to Utah?
Probably not.
I mean, what are we doing?
It's a math problem.
Yeah.
And
it's lame is what it is.
Well,
it's not fun. It's not entertaining. Nobody's incentivized to be doing this. Who came out of this deal happy? Miami?
Maybe the Clippers. You get 1 year, John Collins.
Okay.
You know.
You'd rather have Norman Powell. He's good.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
I think he's also an expiring, though, is he not?
I have no idea.
Yeah. John Collins is a fascinating one.
Yeah, I don't want to do math problems, so I don't even know who's expiring.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
You know, Collins is in the last year of his 5-year deal that he signed a couple teams ago. So.
Yeah. It's like, I get what Kevin's saying is this, we've increasingly, and this is how I felt about Jordan Poole twice, this is how I felt about DeAndre Ayton, these deals aren't about people anymore. They're about numbers. And it has nothing to do with who you want on your team. It's what contract do you want on your books. It doesn't have anything to do with who you want on your team and how you win basketball.